Zuo Cheng'an unexpectedly found himself ensnared in a global survival game, awakening a divine skill known as the Eye of Truth, enabling him to perceive the conspiracies and malevol lurking behind the game. Distinguishing himself from the ordinary players, he resolved to unveil the truth, wielding his blade to slice through the darkness of night in search of the world's reality and a glimmer of hope for survival. Chapter 1. The True World. No. Where am I? Is this still my homeland? Damn it. Where has my 300 square meter villa gone? My child is still at home. This is not a joke. Awakened by the cacophony of voices, Zuo Cheng'an discovered himself lying in a vast, empty chamber with 2 door keys mysteriously added to his pocket. Within the room, apart from a shield and an axe, there was only a single doorknob bed, no furnishings. Where's this place? Before he could comprehend his current predicament, Zuo Cheng'an was drawn to the clamor outside the door, prompting him to step out into the corridor. Before him lay an exceedingly spacious hallway, its ends sealed by solid walls, resembling a secret chamber. The corridor, nearly 3 meters wide, hosted 7 individuals, their expressions marked by panic as they gathered to converse. The voices that had roused Zuo Cheng'an only moments prior belonged to these very people. After eavesdropping for a while, he discerned that their circumstances mirrored his own. One moment, they were engaged in their daily lives, and the next, they had been transported. Oh, this strange location. Recalling the recent spate of missing persons cases, Zuo Cheng'an realized that these individuals were likely among those who had vanished. Initially, people believed that the disappearances were mere anomalies, but as the number of missing individuals increased and the circumstances surrounding their vanishings grew increasingly bizarre, a sense of urgency began to emerge. For instance, in a dormitory, one might hear a roommate rise to use the restroom, yet the return was never heard. Amused, one might jest, "Your father has brought you some toilet paper," while getting up to investigate, only to discover the restroom empty. Upon returning to check the other roommates' beds, those who were expected to be peacefully slumbering had also vanished without a trace. Moreover, there were sudden, inexplicable chain accidents where the vehicles involved were devoid of drivers, and individuals who turned into alleys in search of shortcuts simply never emerged again. Such instances of disappearance are innumerable. Those yet to vanish live in a state of perpetual anxiety, torn between a morbid curiosity for the disappearance to befall them, of fearing a twisted sense of relief, and a desperate wish to prolong their own existence. It has become evident that the missing individuals are not deceased, but rather ensnared within a survival game. This conclusion is underscored by the sight of a personal information panel before Zuo Cheng'an, which read, "We regret to inform you that you have joined the world survival game. Please endeavor to complete the quests and strive to survive." Player, Zuo Cheng'an. Level, unranked. Mental state, 97100. Physique, 6, severely affected by technology and harsh realities. Strength, 5. Speed, 7. Items, newcomer support package X1. Skills, none. Suppressing his astonishment, Zuo Cheng'an focused his thoughts, and the item in his inventory, newcomer support package, was activated. A blinding flash of white light swept through, only to reveal a mass of garbled text. Congratulations on obtaining. Error. System repair in progress. Repair failed. System repair in progress. Repair successful. Congratulations on acquiring the unique skill of the world survival game, True Eye. Following a series of crimson error pop-ups, the interface of Zuo Cheng'an finally returned to normal. He conducted a thorough review and confirmed that aside from the addition of the True Eye skill in his skill bar, there were no other changes. However, there was indeed a change. In Zuo Cheng'an's vision, around him and a few individuals conversing in the corridor, floated an eye, tethered by slender blood vessels. He was certain that prior to obtaining the True Eye skill, there had been no trace of such eyes surrounding this group of individuals. At that moment, a line of floating text appeared before Zuo Cheng'an's gaze. "Oh, look at what I've discovered. A newcomer's live broadcast room. Changing technology is really something. Another batch of newcomers, and they didn't even notify the esteemed VIP members. Arrived too early. There are too many people, likely still awaiting the reduction of participants. This batch of newcomers appears to be of average quality. Which dungeon is this? If it's too difficult and they face total annihilation, it would be rather dull. After all, it's merely a simple level 1 dungeon. With complementary weapons at the start, even the dim-witted could succeed. As soon as the barrage of comments appeared, Zuo Cheng'an noticed the eye following a girl in a school uniform with short sleeves move. It swung its long, blood vessel-like tail behind, drawing near to the girl's face, capturing a close-up of her visage. Unbeknownst to her, clad in a short-sleeved school uniform, she remained engrossed in discussions with others about their escape. As one eye was occupied, a cacophony of discontent erupted among the floating comments. The primary instance has too few cameras already. Why divert one for a close-up? We wish to see the panorama. Just because I'm wealthy, does it matter? If you have the means, secure a camera for yourself. Zuo Cheng'an finally comprehended the purpose of these eyes. They were meant to observe the players. True eye. Category: passive skill. Effect: perceive the true world. Limitations: none. Description: someone must shatter the shackles. The true eye, the true world? Is this what the true world entails? Are humans merely whimsical jesters performing for the amusement of others? As Zuo Cheng'an glimpsed his own panel, the gathered crowd also beheld their own, realizing the irrevocable truth of their fate rendered as missing persons in the eyes of the PUBL. I see. A woman, dressed as a matron, wept bitterly, her hands covering her face moments before being drawn into the game. She was preparing a meal in the kitchen, unaware if her children had cried upon discovering her absence, or whether they had turned off the gas stove. A modestly dressed, earnest man remained silent, clutching his backpack tightly before entering the game. He had been at a bank's ATM, with his bag containing the funds for his MOT, for his medical treatment. Yet, the world of the game offered no respite for emotional regulation. Copy: The Night of Screams. ID: 12441. Objective: survive. Duration: 7 days in game time. Hint: hunters will emerge in the corridors at dusk. Intact room doors can provide a measure of protection. 5 minutes until dusk. The 8 individuals in the corridor observed that a section of the wall had vanished, revealing a grand, intricately carved window. Strangely, the ornate designs typically adorning windows were replaced by grotesque depictions of 3-headed monkeys, each more unsightly than the last. The taste was appallingly poor. Beyond the window, they were met not with the anticipated streets or natural scenery, but rather an expanse of pure, blinding white light, which offered no more information than the fact that it was daytime. At that moment, a seemingly mature man clad in a suit stepped forward. The voice of the game has reached your ears, and we find ourselves in the same scenario, united as allies. In light of this, let us take advantage of the remaining daylight to introduce ourselves and understand the functions of our respective items. This way, we can support one another and navigate through this challenge together. The man in the suit bore an earnest and trustworthy demeanor, instilling a sense of confidence in those around him. Chapter 2. The unyielding facade, however, the others were not inclined to show him respect. Humph, you flaunt your prowess after receiving a mere compliment for your insurance selling. One rotund individual interjected bluntly. You want to even share your name, yet you seek collaboration? Set an example first. Introduce the utility of your own tools. Otherwise, what if your intentions are not pure? Though this was their inaugural venture into the game, they instinctively understood that the items obtained from the newcomer's gift pack were the very foundation of their survival. How could they so carelessly expose their assets? The man in the suit opened his mouth, but after much hesitation, could only muster the name Lu Shuang, failing to disclose the capabilities of his own tools. Initially, the group considered Lu Shuang's notion of mutual cooperation for a successful completion to be sound, but upon hearing his words, they fell silent, contemplating why they should reveal their own items. Indeed, even in the real world, one should not overly share personal information with strangers met for the first time. The same logic surely applied within the game. Lu Shuang, unfazed, declared, "Very well. Let us all retreat to our respective quarters. In 5 minutes, may you find your own fortune." Realizing that any alliance was now futile, the man in the suit chose not to linger further. He retrieved his key and returned to the room 207, where he had awakened. A female, student clad in a school uniform, gazed vacantly with her clear yet naive eyes, listening to the discussions about various tools and items. She cast a bewildered glance at the skill double kick that she had obtained from her novice gift pack. As if struck by a sudden realization, she fell silent. As the light outside the window dimmed, she stealthily slipped into room 203. Zuo Cheng'an closed the door of room 204, opting not to retreat to a safer corner away from the entrance, but rather settled beside the door. The axe and shield within the room had long been positioned within easy reach, ensuring they could be grasped in a moment's notice. Since acquiring the skill he had discovered that when he focused his attention on the axe, a line of commentary appeared. Hand axe, a thoughtful gift for novice players from the owner of Happiness Apartment. Feel free to use it. The axe and wooden shield were not classified as items. During the day, Zuo Cheng'an had subtly tested this, realizing that others could not perceive the annotations of ordinary objects apart from himself. This revelation granted him invaluable insights. For instance, he learned that they were situated within the Happiness Apartment, yet they could not descend to lower floors and were confined to the second level, thus unable to view the entirety of the apartment. It was likely that this dungeon required only a corridor rather than an entire building, or perhaps other floors of the apartment belonged to different dungeons. Zuo Cheng'an chose not to hide in the room's corner, instead guarding behind the door. The room was so small that it could scarcely accommodate a bed. Hence, it mattered little where he concealed himself. Remaining behind the door, he could listen intently for any sounds from outside should the so-called hunters emerge, thereby gathering crucial intelligence. Simultaneously, his eyes remained vigilant, fixed on the barrage of messages in the air, missing not a single tidbit of information. How long until dusk? I can hardly wait. Soon. Just half a minute left. Let the slaughter commence. Ha ha ha. I hope the hunters show some vigor. The bloodier, the better. I plan to record it for posterity. As the crowd returned indoors, the corridor fell silent. The moment 5 minutes elapsed, the last vestige of daylight outside vanished, rendering the corridor pitch black. Creak. In the stillness, even the slightest sound was strikingly pronounced, and due to the corridor's enclosed structure. Faint noises echoed and amplified. Here it comes. The hunter has arrived. Wow. The drop zone should be in the direction of room 208, right? At last, blood will spill. If this drags on any longer, I might just head to the adjacent meat factory livestream. I just came from there. Meat Factory truly lives up to its reputation as a grinding machine in first-level dungeons. It was so overwhelming that I hurried here for a milder experience. I adore gruesome spectacles. Thanks for the guidance. I'm heading over. The hunter has appeared. Deployment count. Squeak, squeak. Outside the door, the sound of a sharp object scraping against the floor echoed. An unknown creature emerged from the wall of room 208, passing sequentially by rooms 207, 206, and so forth. It seemed to deliberately intimidate the prey lurking within the rooms, circling in front of each one, yet refraining from any extraneous action. The door of the room bore a peephole, seemingly enticing the curious souls within to lean in and observe, wary that his gaze might draw the attention of creatures lurking outside. Zuo Cheng'an closed the peephole and opted to glean information about the outside world through the barrage of comments. After a while, he thought he heard the sound of a door being broken down accompanied by screams. Amidst the struggle, the distance rendered it impossible to discern the specific room involved. Who was in room 201? What a misfortunate child. I wasn't paying attention. I was too captivated by the beauty in room 203. Despite the backwardness of this lowly world, it truly breeds alluring women. Just look at that female student. Though she is yet to fully mature, she is already striking. What will she be like in the future? Well, one must have the fortune to live to see that. Perhaps this round of the game will claim her life before she has the chance to grow. Returning to the previous topic, room 201 belongs to that portly fellow. TSK, what a gruesome end. Now you pique my interest. Which camera number is over there? I shall take a look. Was it the occupant of room 201 who was attacked? A realization dawned upon Zuo Cheng'an, yet the game did not signal the dawn, and he refrained from taking the risk of stepping outside. Within room 207, Lu Shuang stood trembling behind the door, the corner of his suit already wrinkled from his anxious grip. Although he was mortified at having his alliance intentions exposed, he could not deny the truth in the other's words. His thoughts were indeed far from innocent. The items I acquired are utterly useless. Dried lamb, package, category, item, White consumable. Effect: increases strength by 1 for a short duration upon consumption. Limitation: none. Description: a treat for the senses. Lu Shuang's initial strength stands at 4. After consuming the dried lamb, it barely rises to 5, rendering the effect negligible. Furthermore, he soon discovers that the so-called short duration merely translates to 1 minute, and the effects do not stack. What purpose does this serve? One could argue that even a sip of water lingers in the stomach for 5 minutes. Were it not for the fact that the package contains 5 pieces, he would have undoubtedly lost his composure and vented his frustrations vocally. Humans are inherently selfish, unable to tolerate the prosperity of others. Upon realizing the futility of his own item, Lu Shuang could no longer suppress his insatiable curiosity. He became obsessed with discovering whether others possessed items as ineffectual as his, edible yet regrettable. Lacking the confidence to confront foes, he found himself in perilous proximity to dangerous creatures. It sent his heart racing whenever he heard the creatures passing by his door. Fortunately, the hunter did not linger at his threshold. As for the unfortunate soul who met a grisly fate, that was of no concern to him. After dispatching the occupant of room 201, the hunter seemed satiated, showing no interest in selecting another victim, departing from the wall from which it had come. Dawn has arrived. The hunter has departed. As the announcement echoed, the anxious individuals who had been waiting in the room simultaneously flung open the door, and through the bloodstains in the corridor, they swiftly located the entrance to the fateful room 201. The wooden door of room 201 has suffered severe distortion, with a gaping hole of approximately 30 centimeters carved into it by the hunter at a point slightly below the center. The edges of the opening are smeared with remnants of flesh and splattered blood. The answer is glaringly evident, considering the warped condition of the door and the extruded fat and shredded meat surrounding the hole. It is clear that the hunter forced open the door, entered the room, murdered the occupant of 201, and then dragged the corpse through the 30-centimeter aperture. Chapter 3. The significance of punctuation. Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, the onlookers were overwhelmed by the pungent stench of blood and felt their stomachs churn, with retching sounds occasionally piercing the air. Once they finally acclimated to the horrific environment, a bespectacled man tentatively spoke up. If my memory serves me correctly, the resident of room 201 was a rather robust man, was he not? His words were delicately phrased, substituting fat with robust. This suggestion jogged the collective memory of the group, recalling that just moments earlier, while congregated in the corridor, they had indeed seen a man who appeared to weigh around 300 pounds. He had exhibited a notably irritable temperament, cursing the heavens and the game from the very moment he stepped out of his room. The man in the suit, known as Lu Shuang, had even been harshly rebuked by this hefty individual. The mere reminder plunged the crowd into a profound silence. A 300-pound adult man, in ancient times, would have been considered a formidable general, akin to a bulging warrior. Within the room lay weapons such as axes and shields, alongside various unidentified items of assistance. Yet, if such a person could not survive the clutches of the hunter, the prospects for the other's survival appeared increasingly bleak. The student attempted to lighten the atmosphere, perhaps. Perhaps the owner of room 201 is merely a fa-ade, lacking in true strength. Is there any distinction? Lu Shuang reiterated his proposal. Therefore, I propose that we unite. Yesterday, I was not sufficiently candid, but today, I shall be the first to step forward. My name is Lu Shuang, a humble employee of a sales company. The item I drew is a piece of jerky, which when consumed, grants a temporary boost of 1 point in strength, lasting merely 10 seconds. Since there is only one piece, it must be utilized at a pivotal moment. Such is human nature. In ordinary circumstances, we remain cautious and suspicious of one another. Yet when confronted with a formidable external threat, we instinctively coalesce into a singular entity. The potency of the predator has permeated the hearts of all players. And although they did not immediately acquiesce to Lu Shuang's call for unity, their initial resistance had significantly diminished. Lu Shuang, accustomed to dealing with clients, understood that with a little more persuasion or the presence of a leader, this endeavor could come to fruition. As the initiator of this small team, he could more readily seize the authority within the group. Targeting the student in the crowd who appeared most susceptible, he was poised to seize the moment when suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an interjected. Rather than speculating on the strength of our adversary, we should reflect on why, among so many rooms, the predator specifically chose room 201. If the owner of room 201 has indeed done something extraordinary to attract the predator, then we can simply avoid that room in the future. The utterance stemmed from Zuo Cheng'an's observation of the barrage of comments, where individuals were engaged in discussions regarding the game rules. They lamented the misfortune of the rotund occupant of room 201, who had encountered a precisely 50-50 chance. A spirited student girl interjected, speculating whether it was due to his peering through the peephole. I remained huddled in the corner of my room last night, too timid to approach the door, she confessed. A woman clad in an apron countered her assertion. Not necessarily. I am from room 208, and I spent the night watching through the peephole, witnessing the hunter pass right before my door. Yet it did not linger. A bespectacled man timidly raised his hand, adding, I am from room 205. I watched as well, and it likely wasn't due to peering through the peephole. Others began to speculate. Could it be because of lingering by the door crack, allowing the hunter to catch a whiff? Zuo Cheng'an replied, that is not the case. I leaned against the door crack last night. Eventually, someone proposed a thorough recounting of their actions from the previous night, systematically eliminating shared experiences. As they prepared to proceed in order of room numbers, the man in the suit cast a discreet, disapproving glare at Zuo Cheng'an, impatiently inquiring of the apron-clad woman and the bespectacled man, wait a moment. You both claimed to have seen the hunter yesterday. What did it look like? The bespectacled man and the woman closed their eyes in contemplation, recalling that the corridor was shrouded in darkness, with the sole illumination emanating from the bedroom light seeping through the door crack, presenting a considerable challenge for human vision in such dim surroundings. The woman racked her brain. I only glimpsed a vague silhouette. Yet, I can assert with conviction that the hunter is of diminutive stature, humanoid in form, only reaching the waist of an adult. It bears a striking resemblance to the monkey motif on the glass. The design on the glass is even more abstract than a mosaic, rendering this information utterly valueless. A slight disappointment washed over the crowd, but fortunately, the bespectacled man had more detailed insights. My probabilities are rather mediocre, with little worth concealing. I merely possess a pair of night vision glasses. With that, the bespectacled man gestured towards the glasses he was wearing. This very pair, which I donned yesterday during the day, is quite remarkable. It coincidentally aligns perfectly with my prescription. Lu Shuang, unable to tolerate the bespectacled man's mosquito-like tone, brusquely interrupted him. Fool, get to the point. It will soon be dark. Whether her irritation stemmed from genuine discomfort or a twinge of jealousy over his superior probabilities remains uncertain. It was only then that everyone noticed the light outside the corridor windows had begun to dim, and it was likely that in a minute or two, the hunter would commence its pursuit again. The bespectacled man shuddered slightly, refraining from retorting at the insult, and hastily quickened his pace. The hunter resembles a hunchbacked dwarf, entirely covered in hair, with claws long enough to drag upon the ground. This explains the creaking sound from last night. Moreover, it appears to lack eyes, seemingly relying on other senses to hunt. In a single breath, the bespectacled man delivered his account without a pause, and upon finishing, he gasped for air, clearly having been constrained. As the crowd returned to the room to process this piece of information, the game's notification sound arrived punctually. The hunter has appeared, quantity. Given the revelation that the hunter possessed no eyes, a palpable tension enveloped the room, causing everyone to unconsciously moderate their breathing, fearful that even the slightest sound might attract the hunter's attention. Some began to speculate whether the incident from the previous night, involving the portly individual in room 201 who seemed to exhibit signs of mania, was a catalyst for this deadly turn of events. Perhaps it was his mismanaged axe that clattered to the floor, creating a cacophony that summoned their doom. They pondered if maintaining silence might have ensured their safety. Alas, the individual was deceased, and their conjectures remained unverified. Suddenly, the sound of claws scraping against the floor emanated from room 208, as the hunter, with elongated nails and a hunched posture, ambled down the corridor. It appeared he intended to replicate his previous night's antics, teasing his prey by passing each room's threshold before slowly deciding whom to eliminate. Zuo Cheng'an crouched by the peephole, straining to observe the situation outside through the dim light. Since peering through the peephole did not provoke the hunter's wrath, he opted for this method to glean more detailed intelligence. The individuals in the barrage of comments were either filled with frivolous nonsense or extremists eager for chaos, wishing for the demise of all. Their contributions to valuable information were woefully limited, and the excess of it was an affront to the eyes. The sound grew increasingly closer. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an's eyes widened in astonishment as he discerned. A blood bar? Could this also be a manifestation of the true eye ability? Chapter 4. Premature quantification. The hunter's physique remained ensconced in shadows, yet a conspicuous health bar floated above, reminiscent of minor adversaries in a game. Albeit this particular bar conveyed a sense of frailty, having dwindled to a mere 48. Was it injured? Could the rotund figure from room 201 be responsible for this? Moreover, as Zuo Cheng'an focused his attention, the true eye activated, revealing annotations even for the hunter. Antere, a masterpiece from the Red-Hatted Witch's esteemed Alchemical Life series. Compliments bestowed upon her may yield delightful surprises. Bullet comments. Who will be tonight's fortunate one? How exhilarating. I do hope it is the girl from room 203. A beautiful girl would surely remain charming even in dismemberment. Then your wish may soon be granted. Screaming Night is merely a basic level 1 dungeon. The rules have long been deciphered by seasoned players, offering myriad ways to conquer it. One could opt for a brute force slaughter, eliminating all hunters for an early victory, or cleverly employ the rules of murder to evade capture. The guidelines are straightforward. Kill either from front to back or back to front. Tonight room 202, tomorrow room 203. Soon enough, you shall behold your desired spectacle. That puts my mind at ease. I might as well order takeout and enjoy a meal while I watch. Killing in numerical order? How utterly foolish. A 3-year-old could easily clear that. Truly, this low-level world is deserving of its reputation. Its inhabitants are remarkably dim-witted. It is indeed a bit more intelligent than a monkey. After all, the dungeon presents various challenges. Screaming Night once annihilated players, proving it is not so simple. However, the minds of those from the lower realms do seem somewhat underdeveloped. Often, I find myself afflicted by a syndrome of disdain for foolishness. The syndrome strikes again. There exists a dungeon where one could swiftly progress merely by eliminating one's teammates, yet they obstinately choose the most troublesome path, provoking such irritation that I sprouted a pimple on my face from sheer exasperation. The barrage of comments continues to clamor incessantly. Zuo Cheng'an observes their speculations, gripping his axe tightly. Tonight, room 202. Tomorrow, room 203. Will it be his turn the day after? The hunter likely passed by the doorway of room 204 just a minute ago. Given its speed, it should now be retracing its steps from room 201, selecting rooms to breach on its return journey. Zuo Cheng'an takes a deep breath, holding his breath to listen intently to the sounds outside. Bang! Bang! Oh my God! How can you be so hideous? The sound of the hunter breaking down the door nearly coincided with the screams of the occupant of room 202. Although the scream was somewhat distorted, Zuo Cheng'an could still discern it was the jovial fellow who had initially quipped, "What are you doing to me?" Initially, the jovial fellow was in high spirits, capable of light-hearted banter to lighten the mood. However, after witnessing the gruesome aftermath of the hunter's rampage, he fell silent, transforming from the jester into a figure of silence, refraining from participating in discussions during the daytime review, an unusual behavior indeed. A single scream pierced the air, swiftly followed by the sounds of a struggle emanating from the doorway of room 202. The hunter, in a state of injury, was unable to dispatch the player with the same ruthless efficiency as the day prior, granting Leezy Good the opportunity to resist while calling for help. His desperate cries of "Someone, please help," echoed through the darkness. Footsteps hurriedly approached from various rooms, as if some had heard his plea and instinctively rushed to assist. Yet, the paralyzing fear of death drew them back, retreating into the safety of their hideaways. After all, it wasn't their lives in jeopardy. Why take such a perilous risk? Gazing at the 6 tightly shut doors, despair washed over Li Zige. Earlier that day, he had surveyed the scene of room 201 and formed a chilling hypothesis regarding the demise of its occupant. Although unsettling, he sensed that the resident had been attacked by the hunter, yet still clung to life, leading to his ultimate end when the hunter dragged him through the narrow opening of the door. In a bid to avoid a similarly grim fate, being dragged out in a near-lifeless state and experiencing the excruciating agony of flesh being torn from flesh, Li Zige decisively opened his door when the hunter approached, drawing the battleground from the confines of the cramped room into the more spacious corridor. He harbored grave suspicions that the unfortunate soul from room 201 had met his end precisely because he was trapped withy at that moment. Zuo Cheng'an forcefully swung open the door, wielding an axe as he joined the fray. Almost simultaneously, a timid female student from room 203 emerged, clutching an axe with trembling hands. Li Zige, initially contemplating surrender due to the excruciating pain of his wounds, felt a surge of hope upon seeing 2 allies arrive. The hunter possessed immense strength, its razor-sharp claws resembling those of an executioner lurking in the shadows. Witnessing Zuo Cheng'an raise his axe in the dim light and engage the hunter, Li Zige panicked. "Wait, brother, hold on. I'll lure it towards the light at the door," he shouted while awkwardly crawling forward, leaving a pool of blood behind, clearly terrified and fearing that Zuo Cheng'an would mistakenly strike him along with the hunter. "Don't worry, I won't miss," Zuo Cheng'an assured, his sight enhanced by a blood bar that enabled him to pinpoint his target, ensuring he wouldn't harm the wrong entity, even in the darkness. At that moment, the hunter's claws were deeply embedded in Li Zige's abdomen, its face devoid of eyes, yet dominated by a gaping maw that was already voraciously consuming its prey. Zuo Cheng'an did not hold back. He struck the hunter's head with his axe. With a satisfying thud, the weapon successfully found its mark, yet it became lodged halfway through the creature's skull, revealing that a strength value of 5 was indeed insufficient. The hunter howled in pain, releasing Li Zige and redirecting its rage towards Zuo Cheng'an. Zuo Cheng'an harbored little concern, for he positioned himself behind the hunter. However, the hunter defied all rationality. Its shoulder bore an inexplicable structure that allowed it to effortlessly pivot. With a resounding bang, its razor-sharp claws pierced the wooden shield. Zuo Cheng'an, having blocked one strike, relinquished his completely ensnared axe and prepared to retreat a couple of steps. At that moment, a fellow student seized the opportunity, shouting, "Behold my dual kick!" With 2 precise strikes, she propelled the axe, which had been lodged in the hunter's skull, further downward by several centimeters. Now, the hunter's head was completely cleaved in 2, yet it remained alive. In Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, the hunter's health bar plummeted to 10, and due to the severed cranium, this figure continued to dwindle. 10, 9, 2, 8, 5. Death was merely a matter of time. Witnessing this, Zuo Cheng'an silently acknowledged the turning point. His motivation for intervening was to inflict as much damage upon the hunter as possible, thereby rendering its health bar less formidable. Thus, when his turn came the following evening, he could rely on his own strength to survive, even in the absence of assistance. Initially, he had planned to reduce the hunter's health to the low teens before halting his efforts, but with the unexpected addition of the student's formidable prowess, that plan was clearly unfeasible. Who would have imagined that such an innocuous young girl could diminish the hunter's health bar by 20 with just 2 kicks? Such is the power of gaming skills. Chapter 5. I Can Still Be Rescued. At this moment, the corridor was engulfed in a brutal conflict. The student girl, having exhausted her abilities, found her legs rendered weak and unable to support her, while Li Zige lay on the ground, drenched in blood, teetering between life and death. Faced with the still struggling hunter, both of them were devoid of the strength to resist. Zuo Cheng'an cast a quick glance at the pair, his mind racing with calculations. Discounting Li Zige's near-fatal state for the moment, it became evident that his original strategy of whittling down the hunter's health was no longer feasible. Even if he succeeded in reducing the hunter to a mere sliver of health today, the student girl, with her skills intact, would easily dispatch the weakened hunter by tomorrow night. When it came time for him to confront the foe, he would still face a fully potent adversary. There was no escape. The door to room 201 had already been breached, leaving the possibility that the hunter might seize the opportunity to strike. Conversely, should they manage to vanquish this hunter today, when room 203, occupied by the student girl, faced an attack tomorrow, he could ally with her. His goal would not be to eliminate the fully capable hunter, but rather to chip away at its health and buy time. This way, when it was his turn to confront the enemy the day after, the pressure would be considerably alleviated, and the student girl might even come forward to assist him. Grateful for his earlier aid, in an instant, Zuo Cheng'an grasped the crux of the situation and swiftly recalibrated his strategy. The hunter continued to struggle, and to prevent the nearly defeated foe from killing his allies the day after tomorrow, Zuo Cheng'an seized the student's axe, channeling all his strength into a decisive strike. The blow landed. The hunter, which had only 3 health remaining, succumbed entirely after the powerful hit. Ding! Kill the hunter, type E, to obtain the item tetanus potion X1. Congratulations on achieving the opening success achievement. Achievement conditions. Secured the first kill in the novice dungeon. Awarded 3 free attribute points. Tetanus potion, category, item, green, consumable. Effect. When applied to a weapon, it can inflict poison, slow down, and cause disorientation debuffs. Restriction. Improper use may backfire on the user. Description. Hurijane, tornado. Experience the might of my tetanus. A test tube containing a green potion, roughly the size of a finger, appeared in Zuo Cheng'an's backpack. For the moment, he disregarded the spoils of battle and kicked the hunter's corpse aside to inspect Li Ziji's injuries. As for the student girl, true to her clear-eyed nature, her face was contorted in pain from cramps, yet she still waved her hand. It's just a cramp in my calf and thigh. It's no big deal. Let us attend to that one who's about to kick the bucket. Li Ziji's condition was grim. His abdomen bore 3 gushing wounds resembling fountains of blood, and a significant chunk of flesh had been bitten away from his shoulder by the hunter, with muscles visibly tugging at his bones. With the adrenaline rush fading and the pain returning, Li Zigu, who had been crawling around merrily just moments before, suddenly collapsed and could not move. Such injuries, if not staunched, would not allow him to survive until the end of the dungeon. He might not even see the next night. Zuo Cheng'an felt no regret. In his envisioned trajectory for the game's future, Li Ziji's presence was not accounted for. With trembling hands, Li Zigu reached out to Zuo Cheng'an, stammering, "I." Zuo Cheng'an sighed silently, pondering, what burdens do you still carry? Perhaps you should confine them to your last words. Li Zigu closed his eyes in anguish, his entire body trembling with emotion. Zuo Cheng'an mistakenly interpreted his reaction as pain, recalling how gravely injured patients often beg for release from their suffering. He assumed Li Zigu desired a swift end to his torment. Yearning for liberation, are we? Very well. I shall endeavor to alleviate your pain. Zuo Cheng'an picked up the axe, assessing the most suitable point for the strike. Though it was his first act of taking a life, he rationalized that it was in service of freeing another from suffering, which alleviated any feelings of guilt. Suddenly, Li Ziji's eyes widened in desperation, and with an unexpected surge of strength, he expelled the congealed blood lodged in his throat. "Brother, please do not kill me. I still have a chance. My tools are in my pocket." As he spoke, the 3 gaping wounds in his abdomen erupted with blood, creating a rather spectacular scene. In this chaotic moment, Zuo Cheng'an nonchalantly set down the axe and retrieved the healing tools Li Zigu had mentioned. The instant he touched them, their properties unfurled in his mind. Delightfully soft candy, category props, white, consumable, effect, significantly restores health. Restriction, children and the elderly should consume under supervision. Description, it is important to note that the probability of being harmed by the candy is not 0. Upon hearing the hunter scratching at the door, Li Zi realized he could not evade capture. He tore off a small piece of the candy and consumed it. Had it not been for the sugary substance in his mouth, he would have succumbed to his injuries long ago. Trembling, he produced the remainder of the candy, dividing it once more. The sweet, delightful flavor spread through him, and the effects were immediate. The 3 gaping wounds on his abdomen ceased their bleeding, and a layer of flesh began to form over the exposed bone on his shoulder. While his injuries still appeared grave, at least they had not worsened. With a flourish, Lizzie presented the remaining fragments of candy to Zuo Cheng'an, exclaiming, "Brother, orange-flavored candy. Would you care for a taste? It invigorates the entire body." It was evident that the candy once resembled a small bear, now reduced to a single leg. Zuo Cheng'an replied, "No, thank you. I want it. The cramping is unbearable," cried a nearby female student, her features contorted in pain. "I don't mind how it looks. As long as it alleviates the pain, I'll eat it. Just put it in my mouth." Ultimately, the piece of candy found its way into the student's mouth. Upon finishing it, she displayed a look of immense relief, akin to that of someone finally able to use the restroom after enduring 10 hours of discomfort. Her legs, at last, were free from pain. Taking a deep breath, Lizzie Gu expressed profound gratitude to the two individuals willing to come to his aid. "My dear friends, I am Zheng Ren. Although the debt of gratitude I owe you is beyond mere words, rest assured that as long as I draw breath, I shall be of service wherever you may require me." The student girl, suddenly transformed into a bashful figure, replied, "No need to be so dramatic. To be honest, I felt somewhat ashamed. I was merely afraid of being hunted down by the hunters without anyone to assist me. If we could collectively deal with the hunters, perhaps we could conclude this quest ahead of schedule. By the way, I am Liu Echio." Zuo Cheng'an thought to himself, regrettably, it seems that an early conclusion is not feasible, as there is more than one hunter. The night has yet to unfold completely, and while the hunters that should be roaming about this evening lie dormant on the ground, it poses no immediate danger to remain in the corridor. Zheng Ren was in agony, groaning softly on the ground, unaware that an eye nearby was transmitting images to a group of unknown entities. What luck for that fellow to have stumbled upon a healing item and thus salvaged his life. What luck indeed. It's merely a consumable item. Once used, it's gone. I wonder how he will cope afterward. Sigh. I was hoping to witness the scene of everyone watching coldly as he met his lonely demise. How utterly disappointing. If one wishes to see brothers turning against each other or couples becoming foes, one should visit the 3-1147 Rose Hotel quest. Oh, I have not heard of it. Is it a niche quest? Let's go see. The barrage of comments once again consisted of trivial content. Zuo Cheng'an chose to disregard the inconsequential remarks in his peripheral vision and focused instead on the newly acquired 3 attribute points. Chapter 6. A matter of indifference, the confines of the dungeon were cramped. Increasing speed was futile without a place to evade. Endurance was primarily for withstanding blows, offering little assistance, while mental fortitude could not be augmented. Ultimately, these 3 points were allocated to strength. Following this allocation, Zuo Cheng'an's status panel transformed into Player, Zuo Cheng'an, Level, Unranked, Mental, 97-100 Endurance, 6, Strength, Speed, 7 Items, Tetanus Potion X1, Skills, True Eye. It was uncertain how much Strength 3 attribute points could confer, for there were no suitable tools within reach to gauge the effect. However, the axe and small wooden shield in his grasp, which had previously felt rather cumbersome, now seemed almost weightless, as if he were wielding mere cardboard props. Clearly, should the opportunity arise, a more fitting weapon would be necessary. Not long after Zuo Cheng'an applied the tetanus potion to his axe, the game's notification chimed. Day breaks. The hunter has departed. The hunter, having met its demise, could not truly leave. There, in the corridor, lay the dismembered corpse of the hunter, its head cleaved in two and body in tatters. As the notification faded, it began to decompose rapidly, leaving nothing behind but the bloodstains of Zheng Ren on the ground. Liu Echio, witnessing that the game was still ongoing, wore an expression of panic. Why hasn't the game concluded yet? Must we endure the entirety of 7 days for it to be deemed finished? The sound of doors creaking open echoed repeatedly as the 4 individuals who had concealed themselves within the room emerged, showing no surprise at the survival of the 3 in the corridor. The soundproofing of the rooms was woefully inadequate. As soon as the clamor of battle ceased during the night, they understood the skirmish had come to an end and the hunter had perished. However, to remain absent during the conflict, only to spring forth once the adversary lay defeated, such a feat could only be accomplished by those with skin as thick as a rhinoceros. Thus, the individuals within the room opted to refrain from venturing out. avoiding the potential embarrassment, choosing instead to wait until dawn. This night of safety injected a potent dose of courage into everyone, awakening the realization that the hunter was not an invincible force of nature. As long as they united in their efforts, well, perhaps it was best not to dwell on that. Lu Shuang cast a subtle glance at the door of room 201, which bore a substantial hole and was stained with blood, as well as at room 202, marked by multiple scratch marks. He did not conceal his actions, prompting all to notice his gaze and follow suit in observing the two rooms that had faced the hunter's assault. Lu Shuang articulated the unspoken question lingering in everyone's minds. The first night was room 201. Yesterday was room 202. Will the next hunter be deployed in sequential order, attacking rooms 203, 204, and 205? Aside from Zuo Cheng'an, the faces of those whose rooms have been mentioned turned pale. Li Yueqiu was struck with terror, her complexion paling as she realized her room was 203. Did this mean it would be her turn tonight? Had she known this would be the case, she would have refrained from offering assistance last night, reserving her skills for her own benefit. For those with later room numbers, particularly 207 and 208, a significant burden was lifted from their hearts, bringing forth a sense of relief akin to standing comfortably while others struggled. How amusing it was to discover that the attack sequence was merely a matter of order. The rules were so straightforward, prompting a sense of chagrin for having worried for so long. With a 7-day dungeon, that equates to 6 nights, if one were to perish each day. Rooms 7 and 8 could bask in effortless victory. Typically, upon learning this rule, individuals would consider the impending despair of those with earlier room numbers, masking their inner mirth with an outward facade of concern. However, Lu Shuang, the occupant of room 207, appeared less adept at managing his facial expressions compared to the woman in room 208, perhaps having grown weary of the pretense. He inadvertently exhibited an exaggerated sense of relaxation. The plainly dressed man from room 206, in a state of utter despair, pointed at the bespectacled individual, demanding to know the meaning of his actions and what comfort he had found. He was but a number away from life itself. If only his room number were 207, he would have no cause for worry. Lu Shuang, aware of his own shortcomings, offered a subdued attempt at reassurance, rationalizing it as an early expression of the spirit of the deceased are paramount. Lu Shuang's nonchalant demeanor further provoked the man. Upon reflecting on his potential demise in the game and the possibility that his mother, in need of surgery, might miss the optimal treatment window due to his absence, felt the tension in his mind snap. He dashed back into room 206, overwhelmed by despair. The bespectacled man, who proposed the patterns of the hunter's attacks, appeared quite unwell. He was from room 205 and likewise featured on the hunter's assault list. Lu Shuang, seemingly oblivious to the collective despair surrounding her, adopted the role of a mere bystander and offered misguided advice. The hunter could be defeated if we unite our efforts. Surely we can all survive and triumph in this game, just as the 3 of us did last night. Li Yueqiu instantly felt a wave of nausea, akin to consuming overnight cold noodles. Brother, are you still advocating for cooperation? Where were your noble feet in the corridor last night? Noting the lack of appreciation for her sentiment, Lu Shuang detached herself from the situation entirely, declaring, "You can form your own group, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has nothing to do with me." At that moment, she had completely relinquished her concerns, no longer clinging to the others as she had in the previous nights. Li Yueqiu quietly assessed their current combat strength. Aside from herself, there remained only the half-broken Zheng Run, the anxious left Cheng'an, and the utterly shattered man. As for the bespectacled individual from room 205, she excluded him from her calculations, as he exuded an aura of submissiveness, appearing as if anyone could trample over him. Yet she sensed a silent grudge lurking within him, poised to deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment. In total, there were 4 individuals, 1 madman and 1 nearly incapacitated, rendering their combat capabilities negligible. Although she possessed the skill double kick, her physical attributes fell short of the minimum requirement of 7 points, and attempting to use it would inflict injury upon her legs. A single attempt could lead to cramping or strains. 2 might risk severe damage to her tendons, potentially leaving her with a permanent disability in the future. Zuo Cheng'an stood before a row of doors, pondering for a moment, uncertainly contemplating that perhaps it was not imperative to engage in battle with the hunter. Lu Shuang, under the impression that Zuo Cheng'an was aware that his turn was approaching, had been so frightened that he began to speak nonsensically. Not fighting the hunter? Are you contemplating an early demise? Zuo Cheng'an, disinterested in wasting words with him, instructed Li Yueqiu to assist in transporting the injured Zheng Ren back to room 202. After this task was completed, as Li Yueqiu was about to depart, she noticed Zuo Cheng'an had grasped her arm, saying, "Wait a moment, stay with me tonight." Li Yueqiu, taken aback, swiftly distanced herself, crossing her arms in a defensive posture while casting a wary glance at Zuo Cheng'an. "What are you planning?" "I would rather meet my end tonight, even if it means crashing into a wall, then comply with your wishes." Zuo Cheng'an chose to disregard her for the moment, instead discreetly observing the barrage of comments in the air. What the hell? He actually managed to figure out a method to clear the game without any casualties? Could he be a genius? Isn't this simple? If it were me, I would have thought of it long ago. People from higher realms are simply more cunning. Indeed, it's quite straightforward. Otherwise, why would Scream Knight be classified as a level 1 dungeon? Players frequently come armed with strategies to accumulate points, simply because the rules are uncomplicated and easy to navigate. That's true. I watched dozens of live streams of Scream Knight. Those well-prepared players typically start in rooms numbered 2 to 6, waiting to ascertain whether the hunter strikes from the front or rear before avoiding those special numbered rooms. As long as one understands the rules, they can consistently clear the game without any casualties. Such simplicity? It seems rather foolish, doesn't it? It's hardly life-threatening. There are indeed numerous rules, such as no more than 2 individuals may occupy a room, noise must be kept to a minimum, and doors must be locked at night. However, given that this is an older dungeon, the strategies have been bundled and sold cheaply alongside others. Those few rules are quite easy to circumvent. The Screaming Knight dungeon once basked in glory, despite its current status as a mere score-farming location. Many perished in the early days as the exploration teams endeavored to comprehend the rules. By the way, would you like to see some well-aged resources I possess? Chapter 7. Behold, the good person card dispenser. Zuo Cheng'an relayed his speculation to Li Yueqiu, who decisively exclaimed in delight. "Then let us hasten to your room." Yet, a lingering doubt remained. Is this truly permissible? Might we be erased by the game? There is no such thing as erasure. We spent most of last night in the corridor, and here you are, perfectly fine, aren't you? Oh, Li Yueqiu suddenly realized. Well, I didn't expect you to appear so cold yet possess such a warm nature. Ding, good person card 1. No, I am a quintessential self-interested individual. Zuo Cheng'an led Li Yueqiu back to room 204, but suddenly recalled something, returning to room 203 to secure the door. The sound of the door locking automatically echoed. Click. Shortly after he returned to room 204, a game prompt appeared. The hunter has emerged. Number of spawn, 1. Creak. Through the peephole, Zuo Cheng'an observed a fully intact, E-level hunter materializing in the corridor. Despite having deduced from the barrage of reactions that this approach was likely safe, his muscles remained taut, ready for combat. As for Li Yueqiu, without needing any prompting, she instinctively covered her mouth and curled up in the corner, remaining utterly still. Ultimately, the hunter indeed chose to pause at the entrance of room 203, scratching at the door with a series of sharp clicks. However, room 203 was devoid of any occupants. Even if the door were completely dismantled, it would yield no reward. Another day passed, and the players, having survived, emerged from their rooms. Upon witnessing Li Yueqiu stepping out of room 204 unscathed, their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. It turned out that one could indeed evade the hunter without engaging in combat. The dungeon was surprisingly simple. One merely needed to seek refuge in the rooms of other players. Inspired by the collective excitement, Li Yueqiu extended an invitation to Zuo Cheng'an. "Benefactor, come spend the night in my room for safety." Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the door of room 203 and, without a second thought, declined. "No, thank you." Li Yueqiu was somewhat puzzled, but upon seeing the state of her door, she quickly understood. The door to room 203 had been reduced to a heap of wooden splinters. Having met a glorious demise, Zheng Run, having recovered enough from the effects of the medicine to lean against the wall and shuffle about, suggested, "Why not come to my room? The door to 202 remains intact." "Excellent, excellent," Li Yueqiu cheerfully agreed, exhibiting none of yesterday's wariness. However, Zuo Cheng'an, recalling the information he had seen in the bullet comments, similarly declined. He jingled the keys in his hand, which had materialized in his pocket upon awakening in the dungeon, marked with a room number that could unlock the corresponding door. "Look," he remarked, "this keychain holds only 2 keys. I surmise this indicates that the game presumes there is another individual, apart from ourselves, who can freely enter the room." Zheng Ren exclaimed with a prolonged "ah," as realization dawned upon him. "So that's it. I thought the game had provided an extra key to prevent players from losing theirs." He then regarded Zuo Cheng'an with admiration. "Brother, how is your mind so astute? You uncovered such a subtle clue." The others remained skeptical. Lu Shuang instinctively touched her own key, questioning, "Is that true? Can only 2 people occupy a single room?" "It was merely speculation," Zuo Cheng'an replied nonchalantly. "Believe it or not, that is your choice. After all, these rules were tested by former players at the cost of their lives. Moreover, he was merely harboring the answer while seeking evidence, akin to a student who, having copied the correct answers, engages in a superficial process to appear diligent. The outcome is what truly matters, not the method. With the knowledge that a room accommodates a maximum of 2 persons, the next step was to search for clues within the game, and the keys that had initially appeared in everyone's pockets served as the first hint. Zuo Cheng'an articulated his analysis without suppressing his voice, ensuring that the other players could also hear him. Initially, the group had contemplated huddling together in a single room, but upon learning of this restriction, their plan was abruptly thwarted. After a brief pause, Zuo Cheng'an continued, "Moreover, remaining in hiding is not a sustainable strategy. Inevitably, on one fateful night, the doors of most rooms will be breached by the hunters. With our dwindling numbers, we cannot all seek refuge in just 1 or 2 rooms, and we will ultimately have to confront the hunters." He spoke the harsh truth. The surviving residents exchanged subtle glances, each lost in their own thoughts. As time ticked away, the 5-minute period before dawn was nearing its end. Zuo Cheng'an remained with Zheng Run in room 202, while Li Qiyu was escorted away by a woman from room 208. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Qiyu exclaimed, "Sister, you are so kind. Thank you for taking me in. You truly are a wonderful person." A mechanical voice chimed. "Good person card distributed." The woman smiled gently, replying, "It's no trouble at all. Your company makes my situation a bit more bearable." As the last vestiges of light vanished from the window, it became apparent that, barring any unforeseen events, the hunter's target for the night would be room 204, where Zuo Cheng'an resided. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Something felt amiss. Such a straightforward set of rules should not lead to the utter annihilation of numerous players, as suggested in the barrage of comments upon its initial release. Was there a hidden rule yet to be uncovered? What night is it now? Having diligently reviewed various recordings of the Screaming Night instance, my resolve has been fortified. Tonight, the target is the resident of room 204. Indeed, it is the 4th night. What of it? As night descends, the thrill of the hunt begins. It's far more entertaining this way. Following a monotonous order of elimination is utterly tiresome. The announcement echoed ominously. 2 hunters have been deployed tonight. The news caused Zuo Cheng'an to raise an eyebrow, realizing that the situation was indeed more complex than it appeared. Whether both hunters targeted room 204 or if one would assault room 204 while the other approached a different door remained to be seen. As the barrage of comments swiftly revealed the answer. "Ha ha ha, look at that fellow in room 205. He is so frightened, he is wet himself. Laughing uncontrollably. Quick, record this. I'm gonna share it with my friends. Seems he is even crying out of fear." Inside room 205, the bespectacled man stared in disbelief at the relentless pounding on his door by the hunter. What was happening? Why were there 2 hunters deployed tonight? Wasn't it supposed to be 1 per day? An overwhelming wave of terror threatened to engulf him. He knew he shouldn't remain passive. He ought to take up arms like Zheng Rin from room 202 to seize a chance for survival. Yet, his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the occupants of the other rooms wore expressions of dread. Particularly in room 207, Lu Shuang had assumed that only one hunter would appear that night, targeting a single room, allowing those in 207 to rest easy. However, the revelation that two hunters had been unleashed simultaneously shattered that illusion. If tonight, as hunters were in rooms 204 and 205, then room 206 and 207 would undoubtedly face the same fate tomorrow night. No. Chapter 8. Collaboration Suddenly. Lu Shuang thought of Zuo Cheng'an. He was the first to propose that the killer's actions might adhere to a certain pattern or that there could be a trigger for the murders. He also speculated that no more than two individuals could occupy a single room. He must know something. Yet, he has chosen not to disclose it. His intention must be to bring about my demise. It must be so. Huh. Lu Shuang let out a cold laugh. Since you sought to end my life first. If I manage to survive, do not blame me. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of doors being breached echoed through the pitch-black corridor. The door to room 205 could no longer withstand the assault, a gaping hole forming near the base of the wooden door. Death has a peculiar way of fostering growth in a person. In this dire moment, the bespectacled man, in a frenzy, seized an axe and violently struck at the claw that intruded into the room. Unfortunately, his strength appeared to be insufficient, inflicting minimal harm upon the assailant. His blows lacked force. After a prolonged struggle, the killer's arm remained unbroken. Upon hearing the commotion from room 205, the killer that had been diligently pursuing its target in room 204 abandoned its objective and joined the assault on the door of room 205. Together, the two killers exerted their efforts and soon succeeded in creating an opening large enough for them to squeeze through. No, do not come any closer. The bespectacled man found himself trapped in a room, tears and snot mingling as he tapped into a deep-seated ferocity, wildly swinging the axe in desperation. As Lu Shuang calculated the time in room 207, he quietly opened the door when only half a minute remained until dawn. The corridor echoed with the sounds of hunters gnawing on their prey and faint, subdued moans, which soon dissipated into silence. Sensing the approach of daybreak, the two hunters abandoned the corpse and departed in the order they had arrived. At that moment, Lu Shuang summoned his courage and abruptly dashed out of the room, snatching the glasses from the face of the bespectacled man and swiftly stowing them in his gaming backpack. In their haste to escape, the hunters did not retaliate against Lu Shuang. Once he had completed this audacious act, he suppressed the rapid beating of his heart and exhaled deeply. Dawn has arrived, and the hunters have left. With a crack, the surviving individuals emerged from their rooms. Although they had prepared for the events of the night, they were nonetheless taken aback by the gruesome scene in room 205. The body of the bespectacled man lay dismembered, his flesh and clothing torn asunder. Half remained inside the room, while the other half was scattered outside. A glance revealed the horrifying absence of numerous body parts. Zuo Cheng'an managed to locate what could likely be fragments of the skull, yet no trace of the glasses remained. He cast a fleeting glance at Lu Shuang, who had been the first to appear at the scene, choosing not to expose him. Soon, others also noticed the missing components of the body, or rather the missing props. Where were his night vision glasses? They were nowhere to be found in the room. Had the hunters consumed them? It was also conceivable that the game had automatically reclaimed them upon the owner's demise. That seemed plausible. The head was far from intact, resembling a half-eaten apple, and the glasses had surely followed suit into the belly of the beast. Under the misleading rhetoric of Lu Shuang, the crowd momentarily accepted the notion that the props had been consumed by the hunters. Suddenly, a man from room 206 inquired of Lu Shuang, "If there are still two hunters tonight, then it will be just the two of us. Shall we form an alliance?" Lu Shuang eagerly responded, "Of course. That would be splendid. I have already mentioned my prop, the mutton jerky. Now, may I ask about yours? If you prefer not to disclose it publicly, we could converse privately in our room. No need for such formality. My name is Zuo Cheng'an, and my prop is a long-handled mirror of green quality, capable of revealing entities typically invisible to the naked eye." A collective gasp echoed among the listeners. They were astonished to learn that it was a tool for perceiving the supernatural, although they did not yet grasp its full value. Its connection to the ethereal and its green quality suggested it was indeed a rarity within the game. Faced with the envy in the eyes of the others, Zuo Cheng'an managed a wry smile, seemingly mocking himself. This instance is not of the supernatural genre. What use could it possibly serve? Despite his earnest introduction, Lu Shuang appeared thoroughly unimpressed by Zuo Cheng'an's prop, finding the mirror, devoid of combat capabilities, of no assistance in their alliance. He then turned away with a hint of disdain and addressed the others. What are you all waiting for? Do not delude yourselves into thinking you can remain uninvolved. If 2 hunters can emerge tonight, then 3 may very well appear tomorrow. Once the hunters have breached the doors of all the rooms, no one shall escape. His evident disdain for Zuo Cheng'an's perceived weakness seemed to compel him to forcibly unite more individuals in this precarious situation. After several cycles of day and night, the 6 players still surviving in the instance could barely be described as blood brothers. They had become considerably more familiar with each other compared to the game's outset. Upon hearing the words of the man in the suit, Zheng Ren found them somewhat reasonable. The game had mandated their survival for 7 days. And today marked the 4th day, during which 2 monsters had already appeared. If the pattern followed a 3-day upgrade cycle, would they not face 3 hunters by the 7th day? However, Zuo Cheng'an shook his head in dissent. If we had not slain that 1 hunter, it is indeed possible that 3 would appear on the 7th day. Yet, having already killed 1, there are likely only 2 remaining in the game. Specifically the 2 that emerged last night. Zheng Ren was not foolish. He simply had moments when his thoughts lagged behind. With a slight nudge, he could grasp the crucial point. Was it due to the ornate patterns on the window? Indeed, the 3 monster motifs corresponded to the 3 hunters. The level 1 instance would not be overly challenging. The game had practically thrust the clues into the players' faces. Upon hearing that only 2 hunters remained, a weight lifted slightly from everyone's hearts. As dawn approached, with just 5 minutes left, they had yet to devise a safe strategy to confront the hunters. Lu Shuang, in a state of anxiety, began to pace. After all, tonight, the hunter's target was none other than him. Among the 8 rooms, the doors were intact, providing refuge and were not targets for the hunter's attacks, leaving only rooms 202 and 208, both of which were occupied. The only path left for him was to confront the hunter. So what? What benefit would my death bring to you? Would you merely stand by and watch as the monster slays me? Collaborating in the present moment stands as the most optimal solution, does it not? Lu Shuang, after articulating her thoughts, fixed her gaze intently upon the woman, awaiting her response. The dramatic shift in Lu Shuang's demeanor was evident to all. When unaffected by the affairs at hand, she remained aloof, yet once drawn into the fray, her urgency surpassed that of anyone else. The woman, under the scrutiny of Lu Shuang's eyes, appeared somewhat flustered, nervously fiddling with the corner of her apron. Ultimately, she introduced herself succinctly. Much like Zuo Cheng'an, my name is Yijin Mei. I am uncertain about the props you mentioned, but if you refer to items obtained from the novice gift pack, I have only acquired a skill book entitled Basic Archery Techniques, which I have already utilized. Upon finishing her statement, Yijin Mei retrieved a key from her pocket and deftly struck the monster's brow at the center of the window. After using it, I noticed a significant enhancement in my control over my muscles. Wherever I could throw, I could accurately hit my target. Chapter 9. How many stitches for the chin? Zheng Ren was left astounded by Yijin Mei's remarkable darting skill. Wow, that talent is impressive. Surely, you could win over the proprietor's undergarments at a tourist attraction. Although Yijin Mei was now a married woman, her thoughts seemed somewhat conservative, as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson upon hearing Zheng Ren's jest. Li Yueqiu hastily stepped forward to assist the gentle woman in distress. I am Li Yueqiu. The skill I possess is called double kick. However, to execute it properly, one must have a physique of at least 7 points. I only have 5, which falls below the minimum requirement, so I can only manage to use it sparingly. Perhaps just once. With that introduction, the others were compelled to follow suit. Zheng Ren, with a hint of embarrassment, presented his item. Wobbly soft candy, a type of food that can restore health, but it vanishes rather quickly. Zheng Run, unbothered by the shame of its name, recited it boldly, for he was thick-skinned and unfazed by social embarrassment. Now, attention turned to Zuo Cheng'an, the last remaining member. Zuo Cheng'an, what I have unlocked is also a skill. Basic knife techniques, he stated, demonstrating a few flourishes with his axe. It turned out that acquiring new skills could indeed prove invaluable in critical moments. Zheng Ren remarked, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. If it were me, I'd require 6 stitches on my chin. Zheng Ren then inquired, by the way, that insurance seller, what was your name again? Regardless, your item is not the strength-enhancing jerky. Why not give it to Brother Zuo or Aunt He instead? Then we can simply relax and lean on them for support. How delightful. Lu Shuang, with a cunning chuckle, evaded a direct answer, neither confirming nor denying. He certainly could not agree, for that would expose the previous falsehood regarding the jerky's effectiveness. Nevertheless, Lu Shuang ultimately achieved his goal. Later, the surviving 5 agreed to join forces that evening to confront the 2 hunters before returning to their respective quarters. The daylight in the game swiftly faded, and night was soon upon them. At the final moment, Lu Shuang anxiously called out from his room, "Are you all certain you will come out tonight?" Only after receiving affirmations from the others did he feel a sense of relief. The hunters have appeared, quantity deployed, to prevent both individuals from being trapped in the confined space of their rooms. Lu Shuang from room 207 and Zhao Qingyuan from room 206 remained in their respective rooms, agreeing to shout and charge out together once the hunters emerged. After all, a confrontation with the hunters was inevitable, and any noise that might reveal their position was of little concern. The creaking sound signaled the arrival of the hunters, and as they reached the midpoint between rooms 207 and 206, Lu Shuang and Zhao Qingyuan simultaneously shouted, 1, 2, 3. They flung open their doors, axes in hand, and charged out. However, upon reaching the corridor, Zhao Qingyuan realized he was alone, as the hunters, having detected the presence of prey, shifted their focus away from the door and honed in on Zhao Qingyuan. He was struck by a wave of terror. Betrayal and fear of the hunters surged within him simultaneously. He called out for help. Someone. Quickly, someone. The other residents had been waiting for this moment and promptly opened their doors upon hearing the signal. Even Jinmei, trembling with fear, emerged to bolster the group's morale. She possessed remarkable accuracy in throwing, yet lacked the courage to confront the enemy. Upon catching sight of the hunters, her resolve crumbled, and she hesitated to hurl her axe at them. Zuo Cheng'an, emerging with fervor, surveyed the 2 hunters before him. One displayed a health percentage of 87.7, while the other stood at 72.6, barely qualifying as moderately intact. It appeared that despite the desperate struggle of the bespectacled man the previous night, his physical prowess limited the damage inflicted upon the hunters. At that moment, the effects of the large candy had fully manifested, leaving Zheng Run with only minor superficial injuries that scarcely hindered his mobility. He charged forth with wild abandon, but soon squinted as he realized the numbers were amiss. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on, the insurance salesman is lacking here. You were the first to propose collaboration, yet at this critical juncture, you've retreated into your shell? Zheng Ren muttered a few curses before hastily joining the offensive team. It seemed that the hunters, adhering to the game's mechanics, prioritized their attacks on Zhao Qingyuan. Even if he sought refuge behind others, they would abandon nearer targets to extend their claws toward him. Observing this, Zuo Cheng'an shouted, "Throw out a key." Since the hunters were targeting the occupants of the corresponding rooms, and given the multitude of players that had traversed this instance, it was improbable that the hunters relied solely on memory. Such intelligence indicated that their classification in the game was far from E grade. They were likely A or even S grade. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that the hunters utilized keys to identify the residents of different rooms. Upon hearing Zuo Cheng'an's demand, Zhao Qingyuan, without hesitation, retrieved 2 keys from his pocket, separating them and tossing one to Zuo Cheng'an. At the moment when Zuo Cheng'an received the key, the priority targets of the 2 hunters shifted instantaneously. They no longer pursued Zhao Qingyuan alone, but instead divided their efforts equally, targeting both Zuo Cheng'an and Zhao Qingyuan. Observing that the hunters, who always acted in unison like conjoined twins, had finally been separated, the others instinctively formed two teams, each confronting one of the hunters. Determined to endure the night, Li Yuechio, having consumed a gummy bear that healed her wounds and rested through a night and a day, now had the energy to utilize her skill once more. At Zuo Cheng'an's signal, her double kick landed squarely on the hunter with a lower health bar, resulting in a gratifying reduction of a significant 20 in its vitality. The impressive damage inflicted by her skill left Zuo Cheng'an envious. If such formidable harm could be dealt without meeting the skill's requirements, how much more devastating would it be once the threshold of 7 points, or even higher, was achieved? However, after delivering that dazzling performance, Li Yuechio was left utterly exhausted. Her legs trembled more violently than after completing a physical fitness test, compelling her to retreat from the front line and assist He Jinmei from a secondary position. The current scenario placed Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Run against the hunter with over 80% of its health remaining, supported by He Jinmei, while Zuo Cheng'an faced the hunter whose health had dwindled to 51-32. Yet, with Li Yuechio now considerably weakened, the burden largely fell upon Zuo Cheng'an. His previous claim of having learned basic knife techniques was not a mere fabrication. He had indeed acquired a few moves from the elderly gentleman exercising in the park. However, during practice, he wielded a weapon far softer than noodles, and now he held a common splitting axe. As the game progressed, Zuo Cheng'an gradually acclimated to the feel of the weapon. His feet subtly shifted, evading the claws of the hunter that lunged at his face, while simultaneously, he executed a vertical strike with the axe towards the hunter's wrist. Crack! The axe embedded itself within the hunter's bone. Having previously encountered situations where his weapon became stuck due to insufficient force, Zuo Cheng'an was well prepared this time. He raised his other hand, using the wooden shield as a hammer, and struck forcefully upon the axe. The axe plunged downwards with great force, severing the hunter's wrist, along with its sharp claws, and inflicting a loss of 10 of its life points. Yet, the hunter, truly a masterpiece of the witch's alchemy, appeared to be impervious to pain. Its body showed no reaction, maintaining its aggressive stance, and with its remaining claw, it continued its assault on Zuo Cheng'an. Zuo Cheng'an easily deflected the blow with his wooden shield. At this moment, the tetanus agent smeared upon the axe seemed to take effect, as the hunter's movements began to slow, as if time itself had decelerated. Not only Zuo Cheng'an, but even an octogenarian could manage to withstand the assault. Furthermore, due to its injuries, the hunter's health steadily decreased at a rate of a fraction of a percent, soon plummeting below 40%. At this moment, the last remaining claw of the hunter was ensnared within the wooden shield, while its other wrist lay bare and empty. Consequently, it resorted to biting at Zuo Cheng'an with the mouth atop its head. The sound of teeth clashing against a hard surface echoed, a crack reverberating through the air. Li Yuechio, seizing the opportune moment, thrust her axe into the hunter's maw, resulting in a stalemate. Chapter 10. From the heart on the other side. Zheng Ren faced a 3-on-1 struggle, his burden considerably lighter than that of Zuo Cheng'an. He even found the leisure to use Zuo Cheng'an's mirror prop as a makeshift toothbrush to clean the hunter's teeth. A cacophony of teeth clattering to the ground, bringing him immense satisfaction. As the others were brimming with fighting spirit, the hunter suddenly lost its will to battle, while a faint light began to filter in through the window. Dawn has arrived. The hunter has departed. Under Zuo Cheng'an's deliberate delay and leniency, although both hunters had their health reduced to a mere 20%, they still retained their combat prowess. He brandished his axe, a grim expression on his face as he approached the door of room 207, where Lu Shuang was hiding, and aimed a swing directly at the lock. Zuo Cheng'an instantly grasped Zuo Cheng'an's intent and joined the effort to break down the door. Inside, Lu Shuang's voice pierced the air in alarm. Hey, what are you doing? Zuo Cheng'an remained silent, his strikes growing ever more forceful. Ultimately, the door, already fragile, succumbed to their assault and splintered into a heap of debris. Lu Shuang, terror-stricken, cowered in the corner of the room, clutching a piece of jerky, ready to fight should the situation escalate. What's going on? Let us talk this through. Survival instinct is inherent to humanity. Zuo Cheng'an raised his axe, pointing it at Lu Shuang's face. His gaze as frigid as ice, clearly harboring murderous intent. Lu Shuang, trembling with fear, stammered this. This was my fault before. Rest assured, tonight I will definitely. Zuo Cheng'an, weary of further dialogue, swung the axe downwards. Lu Shuang cried out, shielding his face, only to quickly realize that he seemed unharmed. A wave of relief washed over him. Indeed, he had underestimated this unsophisticated bumpkin, thinking that a few soft words would suffice to placate him. Little did he know, Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of letting him off the hook, instead choosing to target his legs. With two sickening crunches, Lu Shuang's screams pierced the air as if a needle had been driven between his toenails. My leg! My leg! His cries were abruptly cut short as Zuo Cheng'an seized Lu Shuang by the collar, dragging him towards room 208, the very room set to be targeted by the hunters that night. However, the door was locked, preventing their entry. He Jinmei, paralyzed with fear, could not move. But it was Li Yueqiu who bravely tossed the key to room 208 to Zuo Cheng'an. With the key in hand, Zuo Cheng'an unlocked the door and, like a hunter discarding a lifeless bird, flung Lu Shuang into room 208. Without hesitation, he struck, fueled by rage. The force of his blow was not to be underestimated. Lu Shuang clutched his injured leg, his body violently slammed against the wall, only to bounce back due to the impact. Zuo Cheng'an raised his hand once more, seemingly poised to strike again. Instinctively, Lu Shuang shouted, I was wrong, I was wrong. I am unworthy of your forgiveness. I am but a cowardly weakling. I beg you spare me. Please, no more. If you strike me again, I truly might perish. As the final moments unfolded, a cry unexpectedly echoed through the air, met only with the sound of two fists colliding. The view was obscured, rendering others unable to discern the happenings within the room. However, the sounds resonated with clarity. Following a series of thuds, the voice of Zuo Cheng'an pierced through, dare to take a step out, and I shall shatter your other leg. Zuo Cheng'an epitomized the archetype of an honest man, as long as his limits were not crossed. He bore any mistreatment with a smiling facade. Yet, once provoked, his demeanor could swiftly transition to one of lethal intent. After executing his actions, Zuo Cheng'an tossed the key to room 208 at the individual and seemed to suddenly realize the gravity of his previous conduct. His imposing aura diminished in an instant, reverting to that of the amiable man he typically was. He entrusted the key to his room to Li Yueqiu and He Jinmei, softly murmuring apologies before retreating into a room that, while not entirely intact, offered some semblance of refuge. Regardless, he was destined to confront the hunters tonight. His location was inconsequential. During the day, an unusual tranquility blanketed the corridor as everyone hastened back to their respective quarters to recuperate. This was the final night, and each person harbored their own contemplations. Some chose to wait for the game's timer to expire, believing that a single bout of madness sufficed. Others, having engaged in battle, resolved to exterminate all monsters before advancing. Left Cheng'an opted for the latter, recognizing that defeating monsters yielded valuable items. He deemed it prudent to eliminate as many as possible for guaranteed rewards. As the others departed, Lu Shuang, clutching his visibly twisted leg, trembled in pain. Yet he dared not utter a sound. In a frenzy, he resorted to cursing the others silently, releasing his pent-up frustration, and momentarily pondering his course of action for the evening. Anxiety churned within him. By all accounts, the target for today should have been room 208. However, he was not a resident of 208, and logically, the hunters ought to have little interest in him. Thus, if he could simply retreat to another room, even one with a dilapidated door, he should remain safe. With this thought, Lu Shuang listened intently from behind the door to the sounds in the corridor. Once he confirmed the absence of others, he cautiously opened his door and, dragging his injured leg, laboriously crawled into his own room, 207. The door to 207 had long since been smashed to pieces by Zuo Cheng'an and Zuo Cheng'an, serving merely as a psychological comfort. It could no longer provide any real protection. It was not that Lu Shuang wished to seek refuge in a more distant room, but his leg injury rendered normal movement impossible, compelling him to choose proximity over safety and to vacate the treacherous vicinity of room 208. This night was likely the final one of the game. Survival was the key to victory. The corridor dimmed, and an ominous announcement echoed. Hunters have appeared. Quantity, 2. Although seemingly innocuous at first glance, the remaining 2 hunters were already on the brink of exhaustion. Consequently, they lacked the inclination to meander through every room in a show of intimidation. Instead, they approached the door of room 208 with a sense of purpose, feigning a scratch or two. In truth, they had already sensed that their target was just next door, and a simple advance would allow them to devour their prey with ease. However, according to the rules of the game, they were still unable to forage. They had to break open the door marked with the target number or wait for the prey to venture into the corridor. Lu Shuang, in room 207, heard the scratching at the door of room 208 and couldn't help but smirk at the evident foolishness of the 2 brainless NPCs, who knew nothing beyond adhering to rigid rules. His last shred of concern dissipated as he waved the key to room 208 in his hand, settling into a comfortable position, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the game. Yet, had Lu Shuang participated in the chaotic battle the previous night, even witnessing the entire ordeal unfold from his room, he would not harbor such absurd thoughts today. The hunter's performance during combat was far from that of ordinary NPCs, constrained to follow the game as programming. In the absence of any obstruction, the 2 hunters collaborated seamlessly, breaking through the door of room 208 in a remarkably brief span of time. Without even glancing inside, they headed straight towards the room where the resident of 208 was hiding. Lu Shuang noticed that the scratching sound next door had ceased. It seemed that room 208 had fallen. He felt a sense of relief for the decision he made during the day to relocate. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by the hunters now flooding into the room. However, there was an unsettling stillness outside. Suddenly, Lu Shuang caught a whiff of a rancid odor wafting from above. He looked up to identify the source of the smell and was met with the sight of the 2 hunters squeezed through the gap in the door. Created by an axe, their elongated claws poised dangerously near his neck, seemingly ready to strike. Ah! Lu Shuang beheld the visage of the hunter for the first time. Previously, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of its silhouette at dawn. Now, confronted with a close-up, he was instantly paralyzed with fear. As he cowered deeper into the room, he groped for an axe on the floor, inadvertently striking the wooden door several times, further widening the breach through which the hunter could now thrust a half-formed body. The realization of this incited a fresh wave of terror within Lu Shuang, causing his axe to hack aimlessly. Die, go away, don't come near. Yet, amidst his panic, a semblance of rational thought persisted. He recognized that others were sequestered within the room, spectating his plight. Casting aside any concern for dignity, he cried out for assistance. Anyone, brothers, sisters, mother, father, please, save me, I implore you. Chapter 11. Savoring the moment in this harrowing moment, Lu Shuang fully grasped the despair that Zheng Ren must have felt when battling alone, devoid of support, and the fury that Zuo Cheng'an experienced when he had let his friend down. No, the despair Lu Shuang faced was even more profound, for he was tasked with confronting 2 hunters single-handedly. With a swift slash, one hunter's claws tore into Lu Shuang's thigh, shredding his seemingly expensive bespoke suit into tatters, and, of course, reducing the muscle of his leg to a raw state. Accompanied by the victim's anguished cries and convulsions from the pain, the hunter savored the moment, relishing the spoils of the night. At the brink of life and death, Lu Shuang's thoughts were strikingly lucid. He consumed a piece of mutton jerky, fortifying himself with a modicum of strength to resist, wielding a weapon to deflect the jaws of the predator. Simultaneously, he called out toward the corridor, "Brother Zhao, your mother requires funds for surgery. Does she not? I possess money. If you assist me, I shall grant you 500,000 upon our escape. 150,000 would suffice as well. I also own a property, combined, that would." Lu Shuang's words struck a chord deep within Zuo Cheng'an. The funds he had withdrawn from the bank were still woefully insufficient for his mother's medical expenses. He felt a stirring within, yearning to turn the doorknob, and join the fray. Yet, as his hand rested on the handle, the voice of Zuo Cheng'an echoed softly. Those who entered the survival game must be the missing individuals from reality. It seems no one has ever returned, has there? Conversely, this game is so extraordinary that perhaps one might acquire items to cure all ailments or even achieve resurrection. A prime example is that candy capable of healing injuries severe enough to warrant ICU admission. His tone was deliberately drawn out, sounding somewhat disheartened. Yet in just a few phrases, he clarified the situation for Zuo Cheng'an. Returning to reality in the short term was certainly not feasible. However, by striving within the game and accumulating healing items, there might indeed be a chance to return to the real world and save his mother. Zuo Cheng'an's fevered mind gradually cooled as he earnestly contemplated Zuo Cheng'an's proposition, recognizing its validity. The realm of human medicine in reality could not even begin to compare. No, it was utterly incomparable. Even if he acquires the funds, there is no certainty that his mother's ailment will be remedied. Ultimately, she may succumb to her suffering. Conversely, should he discover a healing artifact capable of curing cancer within the game and seize another opportunity to return, his mother could achieve complete recovery. Time is of the essence. He must act swiftly. Zuo Cheng'an closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the frailty within him had vanished. Upon hearing Zuo Cheng'an's voice, Lu Shuang's forehead throbbed with tension. Vicious curses erupted one after another, yet the corridor soon fell silent once more, leaving only the chilling sounds of bones being crunched and limbs being torn asunder. Just as Lu Shuang had not participated in the battle the previous night, no one came to his rescue this evening either. Having utilized the hunter's hand to eliminate the impending threat, the long-waiting Zuo Cheng'an exited the room, wielding an axe aimed at the two hunters whose health bars had dwindled to 28, 7, and 30. 22, observing the nearly unchanged health bars above the hunters. Zuo Cheng'an disdainfully kicked Lu Shuang's lifeless body, questioning the worth of an item that purportedly enhanced strength. In fact, the contributions of the bespectacled man far outweighed Lu Shuang's. The two hunters, evidently recalling the significant loss inflicted upon them by Zuo Cheng'an the previous night, ceased their feeding and instead regarded him with wariness. Sing Wei, witnessing Zuo Cheng'an's emergence from the room, expressed his confusion. Brother Zuo, isn't tonight supposed to be the final night? Once the hunters finish their meal, dawn will likely arrive. Wouldn't it be better to complete the level then? Zuo Cheng'an responded with action. He deftly evaded the assailant's strike, instantly appearing around Lu Shuang's lifeless form. He picked up a suddenly revealed pouch of dried lamb and a pair of glasses, unperturbed by the bloodstains on both items. Donning the glasses, he extracted a piece of lamb and consumed it. Sensing the surge of emerging power, Zuo Cheng'an accurately swung his axe towards the assailant's neck. Initially, relying solely on the blood bar for positioning, he could only vaguely ascertain the assailant's location. With a single swing, it remained uncertain whether he would strike the shoulder, arm, or head, as the blow could easily be thwarted by bone. However, upon donning the semi-enveloping black-framed glasses, his vision became instantly clear. The assailant's form was as discernible as in daylight. With no time to lose, he seized the opportunity to strike a vital point. Yet, the axe's blade was too short, and the attempt did not result in a decapitation. It merely sliced through the softer front of the neck, successfully diminishing the assailant's blood bar by 5. This reduction invigorated Zuo Cheng'an, prompting him to raise the axe and continue his assault. He had not been idle. Instead, he had utilized potions in the room to re-enchant the axe blade. The potion supply was already limited, now reduced to a final third. But the dungeon was nearing its conclusion. Others rushed forth to assist, unaware of the assailant's blood bar. Moreover, the assailant seemed impervious to pain. Even the gravest injuries did not hinder their potency or speed, leading the others to mistakenly believe the assailant was still at full strength, resulting in their approach being primarily focused on stalling rather than overt aggression. As the effects of the potion began to take hold, the hunter's reaction slowed, and a glimmer of hope for victory emerged. With a final strike delivered to the chest of one hunter, Zuo Cheng'an successfully vanquished a foe. The game's notification echoed in Zuo Cheng'an's mind, indicating the defeat of Hunter, EX1, yet no items were dropped. Was there truly no loot this time? Zuo Cheng'an had mentally prepared himself for this possibility and felt little disappointment. After all, he had previously obtained items, likely due to a first clear bonus from the dungeon. At this moment, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu were also engaged with another hunter, whose health bar had finally reached 0. Zheng Ren paused for a moment after delivering the final blow, and Zuo Cheng'an, familiar with his temperament, recognized that he was not one to hide his emotions. Since Zheng Ren merely hesitated without displaying any signs of surprise, it indicated that he too had heard the game notification yet received no items. The sample size was too small to ascertain the drop rate of items within the dungeon. With all 3 hunters defeated, and according to the bullet comments, they would not have to wait until dawn to complete the level. Just as this thought crossed Zuo Cheng'an's mind, darkness enveloped him, and in the next moment, he found himself on a bustling, vibrant street. Strangely dressed individuals moved about, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He could see their lips moving, as if engaged in conversation, yet he heard no sound. Furthermore, there were no eye-shaped cameras in sight, and the bullet comments appeared to be obscured, as if the audience could not follow him to this location and witness the scene. Ding! Congratulations, player, on passing the Novice Assessment Dungeon. Reward Settlement. Overall evaluation, S. Acquired free attribute points. 10. Level 1 dungeon cap. 5. S rank rating doubles the reward. Acquired points, 200. Level 1 dungeon cap. 100. S rank rating doubles the reward. Detected player's physical damage. Would you like to spend 25 points to recover? Click to expand details. Yes. No. Chapter 12. Avoiding the 3 die. As Zuo Cheng'an perused the details of the game, he realized that the damages referenced were not merely the minor abrasions incurred during his skirmish with the hunter, but also included the scars from prior surgeries, slight misalignments from bone healing, and the latent injuries accumulated within his meridians. A wave of trepidation washed over Zuo Cheng'an. Among the repair options presented, he was aware of some issues while others remain a mystery. Had he not been drawn into this game, he would never have fathomed the extent of the hidden damage his body had sustained despite his seemingly robust health. Upon selecting the Confirm button, his points diminished to 175. Zuo Cheng'an felt a sense of lightness, as if all the detritus within his body had been purged in a single sweep, alleviating a great burden. Once the warm sensation faded, he noticed an increase of 1 point in his constitution attribute. It seemed that the harmful substances accumulated from years of consuming advanced technology and exerting himself had also been eradicated in the process. Observing the 10 free attribute points awarded to him after the settlement, Zuo Cheng'an did not hesitate. He allocated all of them to his strength. Upon realizing that he could not exceed 10 points in strength, he distributed the surplus among his constitution and agility. Presently, his attribute panel reads, Player, Zuo Cheng'an, level, unranked, spirit, 74-100, constitution, 10, strength, 10, agility, 10, items, tetanus antidote X1, 31, night vision goggles, dried lamb, 2 pieces, skills, eye of truth. Originally, Zuo Cheng'an's strength stood at a mere 5 points, but through achievements within the dungeon, he acquired 3 free attribute points, ultimately raising his strength to 8. After the dungeon settlement, he received 10 additional free attribute points, 2 of which were used to max out his strength, while the remaining 8 points elevated both his constitution and agility to 10, leaving him with an unused surplus of 2 points. When attempting to allocate the remaining points, the game reminded him to visit the ladder tower to enhance his level before surpassing his physical limits and continuing to allocate points. Surpassing physical limits? Is it not akin to progression within the game? One must advance before achieving normal upgrades. This mechanism is rather simplistic. At this moment, Zuo Cheng'an felt increasingly justified in the expenditure of those 25 points. Had it not been for the points clearing his body's latent injuries and augmenting his constitution by 1 point, he would not have been able to amass 2 free attribute points. Merely the fluctuations in his mental state piqued his interest. Prior to the commencement of the instance, his mental score stood at 97. However, following a single instance, it plummeted to 74. What implications did this number hold? There was no time for contemplation, as he soon discerned the sounds of the street enveloping him. Nearby, a street vendor was haggling with a customer, negotiating a peculiar horn-shaped object from 200 points down to 161 points, while the customer persisted in bargaining over a mere single point. The sudden appearance of Zuo Cheng'an in the street, an anomaly of sorts, failed to attract a crowd. Passers-by merely remarked, "Another newcomer," before resuming their own affairs. A few furtive glances emanated from the corners, yet they bore no malice. Consequently, Zuo Cheng'an paid no heed to these stares, focusing instead on his surroundings. The environment resembled that of a typical human city, yet the pristine white sky and the inexplicable illumination that rendered every corner vividly visible signified that this was not the realm of reality. They were still ensnared in a game. Occasionally, other newcomers, akin to himself, would materialize unexpectedly on the thoroughfare. Presently, he found himself at what seemed to be the entrance of a marketplace, bustling with vendors occupying the entirety of a plaza. Some vendors appeared disinclined to be seen, cloaked entirely in black fabric. Zuo Cheng'an meandered at the entrance, casually surveying the prices, realizing that the 175 points in his pocket were neither an abundance nor a scarcity, but rather contingent upon his intended purchases. Should one purchase ordinary sustenance, 175 points would suffice for an indulgent 2-month feast. Yet, acquiring a mere common white-quality item could deplete his resources entirely. At this juncture, a pair of watchful eyes, concealed in the shadows, finally approached, greeting Zuo Cheng'an and with a casual remark, "I have observed you for quite some time. Your sudden appearance on the street indicates that you must be a newcomer. Am I correct? Would you require the services of a guide? It's a mere 5 points. Incredibly inexpensive." A rather astute-looking woman sidled up to Zuo Cheng'an, firmly grasping his wrist and fervently promoting her services, as if fearing he might slip away. Reflecting on the prices he had just encountered, Zuo realized that 5 points could easily procure 10 kilograms of rice. While he was not averse to enlisting a guide to swiftly acclimate himself to the game's intricacies, he was certain that such a price was exorbitant. He was no fool to be taken advantage of. Furthermore, one who harbored intentions of ensnaring newcomers could hardly be relied upon for honest recommendations. They might very well withhold crucial information, leading the novice into a trap. Yet, the woman clung to him tenaciously, alluding to additional special services that would follow the guiding session, adopting an air that suggested he would not be permitted to leave without making a purchase. Zuo Cheng'an, maintaining his composure, tightened his grip on her wrist, incrementally increasing the pressure. His strength, maxed out at 10 points, elicited a pained gasp from her, prompting her to relinquish her hold swiftly. She regarded him with a mixture of fear and a barely perceptible envy, realizing she had encountered someone formidable. She did not dare to assume that Zuo Cheng'an's score was an S. Rather, she speculated that his inherent physical condition was commendable. Such attributes suggested that this newcomer was likely to have achieved an exceptionally high score in the instance. The rewards would undoubtedly surpass those of others, and correspondingly, his generosity would be greater. However, as the pain in her wrist intensified, the woman feared that if she did not relent, her wrist would be mercilessly crushed. "Brother, I was wrong. If it's not needed, then let me go." It was only then that Zuo Cheng'an released her, granting her freedom. Following this incident, witnessing the woman's fate, many newcomers who harbored intentions of exploiting the situation hesitated to advance. Enjoying a moment of peace, Zuo Cheng'an observed that there seemed to be a considerable number of individuals surviving by guiding others. Almost immediately upon the appearance of a figure from the air, several gazes would converge on them, shifting their focus according to the nature of the target. If a vigorous young man appeared, it would be the woman from earlier. If a girl, they would switch to a more sympathetic figure, perhaps a person with disabilities. Although points could heal bodily injuries, and one could rise again after merely 2 days of accumulating points, they still chose to maintain a pitiable facade, even creating an industry around it. The immense profits from this practice were evident. As Zuo Cheng'an watched some newcomers bewildered and dazed, he felt no inclination to offer assistance or a word of caution. However, with the departure of the organization's fraudsters, Those who relied on this for their livelihood finally had the opportunity to step forward. A child, seemingly no older than 8 or 9, cautiously approached. Rather than rudely tugging at Zuo Cheng'an's clothing, he maintained a respectful distance of half a meter and spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Sir, would you be interested in a guiding service? For just 1 point, I can help you explore the various key functional areas of Zone 7. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an finally gleaned some useful information. This place was referred to as the 7th safe zone, and if there was a Zone 7, it followed that Zones 1 through 6 must exist as well. The fact that they were willing to divulge some information, rather than merely demanding consumption while tightly guarding their secrets like a scam syndicate, was refreshing. Moreover, the price was quite reasonable. Chapter 13. No Place to Escape Ultimately. Zuo Cheng'an opted to have a young boy show him around. Through their conversation, he learned that the boy was named Yulu. However, his voice was rather high-pitched, making him sound less like a typical child. Zuo Cheng'an refrained from prying into the boy's private matters, but he was taken aback by Yu Li's background. Yulu had been born and raised within the confines of the game, his parents both players themselves. Furthermore, there were many children like Yulu in the 7th safe zone. Zuo Cheng'an calculated the timeline. A mass disappearance in the real world had occurred 2 weeks prior, a time frame insufficient for a human gestation period, let alone for raising a child to this age. This implied either that the game had existed for over a decade or that time within the game flowed at a faster rate compared to reality. Yulu, having been born and grown up in the game, often found himself curious as to why, despite the abundance of resources here, some adults still yearned to leave. "Brother, you came from the real world, didn't you? What exactly lies beyond the realm of reality?" After pondering for a moment, Zuo Cheng'an sought to clarify a point of utmost concern for players within the game. The reality is quite similar to this world, yet individuals earn currency, which can be exchanged for food, through occupations devoid of life-threatening risks. "Aha, so that is how it is," Yulu remarked with a look of enlightenment. "The sole currency in the game is points, which can only be transferred between players or acquired through dungeon raids. However, even with meticulously detailed strategies at hand, insufficient strength may easily lead to one's demise during such raids." This raised a flag of caution for Zuo Cheng'an. Have the newcomers you guided before ever mentioned this to you? As a guide, one frequently interacts with novices, and such knowledge should not be overlooked. Is it feigned ignorance or genuine unawareness? Yulu shook his head. "I only celebrated my 10th birthday yesterday before the game expelled me from the sanctuary dungeon. You are my first client. In the game, pregnant women and children under 10 are exempt from dungeon strategies. They reside in a designated area known as the Sanctuary, a 0-level dungeon where, despite their lack of freedom, they want for nothing in terms of sustenance." "Ah, we have arrived at the dungeon hall." Yulu halted before an enormous egg-shaped structure at the heart of the safe zone, simultaneously educating Zuo Cheng'an. Every player in the safe zone must undertake a dungeon raid at least once a week. Failure to comply necessitates the forfeiture of 100 points as compensation. Yulu guided Zuo Cheng'an into the vast egg-shaped building. Be cautious not to step into the circles of light on the ground. For doing so will lead the game to assume your intent to participate in the dungeon, and once inside, there is no escape. The replica hall resembles a train station waiting room, yet the entry points have transformed into large screens, each corresponding to a specific instance. Each screen thoughtfully displays the name and level of the instance, along with the requisite number of participants, and even loops promotional videos of the instances for players' convenience. For instance, the screen closest to Zuo Cheng'an showcases a luxurious cruise ship amidst the vast ocean, with a picturesque scene of the sea, the ship, the setting sun, and bustling passengers. The overall composition is exquisite, evoking a sense of tranquil beauty. The looping images and videos present only the splendid aspects, be it a noble ball or opulent suites with ocean views, not to mention private cinemas, bars, and even a golf course. Adjacent to this is the name of the instance, 31588 No Escape, which is a large-scale instance requiring a full 100 players to commence. The 3 signifies that it is a level 3 instance, while 1588 serves as its identification number. The name and imagery provide players with clues. allowing them to infer whether the instance is survival-based or task-oriented. The former merely requires survival, while the latter necessitates the completion of designated tasks. Yula noticed Zuo Cheng'an's interest in the no escape instance and quickly cautioned, "Brother, do not be deceived by the promotional video. This level 3 instance has only recently been released, and no one has managed to clear it yet. Consequently, even the strategies are incomplete. Everyone is now waiting for the major guild to explore it first. While they purchase strategies in the meantime, it would be prudent to wait for the strategies to be released before attempting it. Moreover, it is unadvisable for novices to venture into dungeons beyond their level before ascending the heavenly ladder, lacking sufficient attributes. They may find themselves incapable of even piercing the skin of the monsters within." Zuo Cheng'an nodded, unwilling to be deceived by the alluring facade presented by the game. The vast ocean, the cruise ship, and the dungeon titled No Escape collectively suggested that this was far from a mere superficial challenge. As Yulu elaborated on the details of other dungeon halls, a chorus of exclamations erupted at the entrance. "What on earth? The Wave Riders Guild is here? How unfortunate! If you find it unlucky, don't purchase their strategies anymore." It was indeed fortuitous. A major guild was finally willing to engage. Rumor had it that the leader of this expedition was from the Xiaoya Guild, having already ascended to the 4th tier. They certainly appeared distinct from the ordinary players. Why were members of both guilds traversing together? Could it be that they were to collaborate on a dungeon run? A considerable number of players entered from the entrance, all formidable contenders from the peak of the 2nd or 3rd tier, at least 100 strong. Upon entering the dungeon hall, their objectives were clear as they proceeded toward the illuminated circle designated for the level 3 dungeon No Escape. As more individuals stepped into the circle, the numeral above transitioned from 0-100 to 37-100. Once all members from both guilds had entered the circle, the count finally reached 100-100. In that instant, as the threshold was met, all 100 individuals within vanished, seemingly transported into the depths of the dungeon. The screen, which originally displayed images related to the 3rd level scenario No Place to Hide, has now transformed into 20873 Blue Hat Granny Circus. This particular scenario requires a mere 20 participants to commence. Nearby players, who had been observing the excitement, soon discovered that the next instance to spawn was an aged, open-entry, low-level dungeon, capable of yielding valuable items. The atmosphere ignited with enthusiasm, as some began to publicly sell dungeon strategies, boasting a B-grade rating. Complete Collection, a guide to acquiring the hidden rewards from Blue Hat Granny. Produced by Xiaoya. Trustworthy. Methods to unlock side quests. Injury-free theft of Blue Hat items. Come take a look. No risks. No unconventional tactics. Follow my guide, and I guarantee you'll emerge unscathed. As variations of the guide emerged, their prices differed accordingly. Before long, 20 individuals eagerly secured their preferred strategies and stepped into the luminous circle. As their figures vanished, the spectators noted that the next dungeon to spawn, though still at a secondary level, bore a significantly higher number. Despite having been successfully conquered by a major guild, the strategy had yet to be disseminated, resulting in a scarcity of entrants. Meanwhile, Yulu seized the opportunity to enlighten Zuo Cheng'an about the renowned major guilds in District 7, namely Xie, Zhulang, and Xing'an, which collectively commanded thousands of dungeon strategies. Should one become a member of their guild, the benefits would be manifold. Not only would there be experienced members guiding the dungeon runs, ensuring a higher degree of safety, but one would also enjoy a plethora of privileges associated with dungeon strategies. That amounts to over 1,000 guides. With a frequency of stepping into the perilous realm once a week, one need not embark on ventures in the wild for the next 20 years. Chapter 14. The Ladder Tower. Why does it seem that the major guilds in this game resemble large corporations in the real world? Zuo Cheng'an pondered momentarily. The benefits are substantial, yet entry is exceedingly challenging, is it not? Yulu contemplated for a brief moment before nodding earnestly, her small face adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is quite difficult. The minimum requirement set by Senchia for seasoned players is to reach the 1st tier, which merely grants a chance at admission, and the likelihood of being eliminated remains high. They virtually accept no newcomers. But should a novice achieve an A rank evaluation in their very first expedition, they would undoubtedly be welcomed with open arms. In comparison, the Zhelang Guild appears to be somewhat more accessible, as they frequently recruit new members. However, Yulu gently tugged at Zuo Cheng'an's sleeve, indicating that he should lean closer to listen. It is said that members of Zhulang sometimes deliberately employ newcomers to test the lethal rules of dungeons. On occasion, a group may venture forth, leaving seasoned players unscathed while the newcomers perish entirely. Zuo Cheng'an took note of this. Even though he currently had no intentions of joining a guild, it would not hinder his understanding of the situation. What about the smaller guilds? Surely, there cannot be only these 3 major guilds in Zone 7. The smaller guilds are rather straightforward. Just moments ago at the market entrance, there were individuals recruiting new members. By merely presenting their stats to the recruiters, one can ascertain their eligibility for admission. Some guilds require only personal attributes, while others stipulate specific criteria for strength, speed, and various other attributes, each having distinct requirements. Zuo Cheng'an nodded, noting this point. A brief understanding of this information sufficed. Showing others the panel was utterly out of the question. Subsequently, Yulu guided him through the entertainment center within the safe zone, the arena, and the ladder tower, with their final destination being the real estate center. The real estate center? Zuo Cheng'an paused, having just come from the ladder tower. Could real estate development truly exist within the game? Yulu responded affirmatively, stating that the game itself served as the largest developer, as all players required housing. With a home, players could choose to teleport directly to their residence or to the street upon exiting a dungeon, if one sustained severe injuries. Returning home to recuperate would be an option, ensuring greater privacy. At the very least, there would be no need to change clothes or bathe in public. Zuo Cheng'an examined the housing prices. A standard single-room hotel-style apartment required 20,000 points for purchase, while renting it cost 30 points per week. What if one could not afford the rent? Yulu was familiar with this scenario. He pointed to the nearby park and the adjacent underpass. One could sleep in the park or seek refuge in the underpass. However, due to the underpass providing shelter from the elements, securing a suitable spot could prove somewhat challenging. In the direction Yulu indicated, Zuo Cheng'an observed a multitude of players' bedding laid out, stacked closely together, resembling a communal dormitory, devoid of any semblance of privacy. When parting ways with Yulu, Zuo Cheng'an generously offered him an additional 4 points as a token of gratitude for the wealth of information shared, particularly regarding the aspect of the ladder tower, which he had elucidated with exceptional clarity. Resolutely, I spent 30 points to rent an inexpensive room for myself. The moment the interface bound to the room, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped me. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself in a room exceeding 40 square meters. It was uncertain whether this space belonged to an alternate dimension. Nonetheless, upon opening the door, I stood at the entrance plaza of the dungeon hall, and from the window, I could behold the entirety of Safe Zone 7. The convenience of transportation and the beauty of the scenery left no room for complaints. Stepping out of the room, I was soon greeted by the figure of Zuo Cheng'an at the entrance of the dungeon hall, the very heart of Safe Zone 7, from which any destination could be conveniently reached. After orienting myself, Zuo Cheng'an made his way towards the ladder tower. The term climb the ladder is a colloquialism among players. The official name for the leveling area is ladder tower. As players ascend the tower level by level, it resembles climbing a ladder, hence the adopted phrase. According to his personal panel, Zuo Cheng'an's level was marked as not climb the ladder, which meant that his attribute points could not exceed 10 until he ascended to the first level of the ladder tower. The method of climbing was quite straightforward, by completing an unaccessed dungeon corresponding to his level. These dungeons had yet to be explored within the dungeon hall, thus lacking any available strategies, which significantly tested the player's true abilities. Naturally, if one could find a seasoned player willing to assist in clearing dungeons, the situation would be markedly different. However, such connections were still a rarity. In the safety zone on the 7th, the total population reaches 100,000, with over 20,000 players yet to ascend the ranks. This phenomenon is largely attributable to the fact that many players choose not to engage in the ranking system. They manage to survive in the game by relying on strategies and guides. However, Venturing into the competitive ladder could indeed prove perilous. While these guides seemingly enhance the survival rates of the majority and improve the success of dungeons, they inadvertently stifle players' independent capabilities, fostering a dependency over time. This situation, however, is not the worst. There are those who, paralyzed by fear of the dungeons, find themselves sleeping on the streets, subsisting on cold rations, and toiling tirelessly just to accumulate 100 points to meet the weekly dungeon entry requirements. They live day by day, their existence dictated by necessity. The guiding groups that congregate near the spawn points for newcomers are predominantly composed of such individuals. In addition, there are players who, leveraging their unique skills, procure raw materials within the game, transforming them into clothing, food, and furniture to sell. Over time, this has rendered the safety zone indistinguishable from the real world. Here, one can still find a delicious pancake at the crossroads, its flavor identical to that of the real world, albeit with healthier ingredients. Those with Chin may not currently witness the barrage of vulgar comments. He remains haunted by the memories of players in the dungeons, resembling animals in a zoo, observed for the amusement of some unseen entities. The floating eyes within the dungeons elude his comprehension. He cannot decipher their annotations, and it is highly probable that these eyes are not even products of the game itself. To unearth the existence hidden behind those eyes, one must possess formidable strength. The ladder tower, an imposing metallic edifice resembling a towering steel pipe, stands as the tallest structure within the safety zone of Sector 7, reaching heights that render its pinnacle invisible. Its name, Ladder Tower, is perfectly suited to its form. To the average player, it may seem like an expansive yet ordinary metal tower. However, to Zuo Cheng'an, an annotation appears beside the Ladder Tower. Ladder Tower, the path to ascendancy. Can you seize the opportunity? Leave. This annotation starkly contrasts with those Zuo Cheng'an had previously encountered, as it culminates in a series of garbled characters. The font is distinctively rendered in gold. What sort of entity cannot even display its name yet possesses a skin? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Zuo Cheng'an's spine, and in an instant, the fabric of his innermost garment was soaked with cold sweat, engulfed by an overwhelming dread. What a miser! He cursed silently, though he had no inclination towards reckless self-destruction. The thought of the garbled had not crossed his mind when muttering that phrase. Indeed, if one refrains from dwelling on it, unpleasant sensations dissipate. Shoving aside the disconcerting experience, Zuo Cheng'an approached the ladder tower. The initial awe he felt from a distance intensified as he drew nearer. Chapter 15. The climbing instance players who had not yet reached the requisite level for the ascent congregated outside the first floor of the ladder tower. Only those whose level was at least that of the first ladder or higher were permitted entry into the tower. The principal facilities here mirror those of the dungeon hall, consisting of adjacent screens that showcase videos or images pertaining to the dungeons, accompanied by the names of the dungeons and the requisite number of participants for entry. Below the screens, luminous circles are etched onto the ground. Stepping into one signifies the selection of the corresponding dungeon. Some dungeons necessitate a larger number of participants, resulting in correspondingly larger circles. In contrast to the dungeon hall, the player count here is considerably lower, with many circles occupied by merely one or two individuals, far from meeting the entry requirements. If the matching time exceeds 1 hour, those standing within will be expelled. Consequently, to enhance efficiency, players typically form their teams in advance according to the required numbers before entering together. An estimated count reveals over 100 screens, ample for players to choose from. Bus route 412. 5 short. 5 short. Ready to commence. Desert tour group. 20-person dungeon. Only 4 more needed to begin. Members possess an unlimited supply of drinking water. No worries about water sources. Island hotel. Staying in a presidential suite. Unlimited food. Entering the dungeon feels like a vacation. Only 6 spots left. Players solicit teammates next to the dungeons, and those interested in the dungeon can easily join upon hearing the call. Others, wary of potentially facing a group alliance, hesitate on the sidelines, contemplating their decision. Left with a plethora of choices, Zuo Cheng'an found himself at a loss, uncertain of which path to pursue. Deep down, he harbored his own criteria, eschewing the supernatural avoiding those that required excessive time, and ideally selecting dungeons that allowed for same-day returns. If the instance can provide excellent accommodations or meals, then the second condition may be relaxed appropriately. By imposing such a restriction, the choices become rather limited. The 14779 Red-Eyed Uncle's Farm? Zuo Cheng'an paused briefly, halting before a screen that dutifully showcased the farm's idyllic aspects. Fields of ripe tomatoes, chicks wandering alongside their mother hen, sheep scattered across the grassy slopes, and cows. It appeared quite charming. Zuo Cheng'an was not the only one intrigued by the 14779 Red-Eyed Uncle's Farm instance. Two players, resembling twin sisters, stood beside him, intently observing the screen. "Sister, look at this. It seems to be a quest instance. Completing the task should allow us to return," one said. "The farm. The hostile creatures must be wolves or leopards or something of the sort. Surely, there won't be any zombies or female ghosts making an appearance. Shall we choose this one? It is a possibility, but there are only 2 of us, and the instance requires 5 to commence. We can simply recruit 3 more, can't we? This spot is quite favorable. Others will likely arrive soon." The twins' conjecture proved correct, as within 10 minutes, 4 male players were drawn to the scene, and with Zuo Cheng'an and the twin sisters occupying 3 spots, the newcomers, unwilling to separate, had no choice but to seek other instances. A couple affectionately entwined arrived 2 minutes later, filling the last 2 vacancies. In a moment, the young couple stepped into the light circle. Without any prior indication, Zuo Cheng'an felt a subtle tug. In the next instant, he was enveloped by the aroma of mingled grass and earth. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing beside a bus stop sign, which prominently displayed the words, "Uncle Red-Eye's Farm." Simultaneously, information regarding a quest materialized in his mind. Quest: Uncle Red-Eye's Farm. ID: 14,779. Objective: complete the tasks assigned by Uncle Red-Eye. Time limit: 1 day. Background: Uncle Red-Eye owns a farm renowned for its exquisite tomato sauce. However, he has recently been troubled by a lack of workers, as the farm is severely understaffed. Fortunately, a group of diligent and brave players has arrived just in time to fill the vacancies. Reminder: Uncle Red-Eye is gentle but harbors a disdain for idlers. Please complete the tasks assigned by him before the quest concludes. The quest had yet to commence, seemingly awaiting the NPC known as Uncle Red-Eye to assign roles. Moreover, unlike the introductory quest Scream of the Night he had previously completed, this latter quest included a background narrative. For other players lingered near the bus stop. 2 twins stood together, while the young couple clung to each other, leaving Zuo Cheng'an alone as he entered the quest. However, he had no time to ponder this circumstance, as his attention was wholly captured by the air around him, where the grotesque, blood-veined eyes had re-emerged, in numbers far exceeding those encountered in the Scream of the Night quest. If in the Screaming Night dungeon, an average player is followed by merely 1 eyeball, then in this current dungeon, each player finds themselves accompanied by 3 to 5 of these orbs. These eyes encircle players, transmitting every subtle shift in their expressions and movements to another group of onlookers. The long-lost barrage of comments reappears in their line of sight. The latter dungeons are far superior, offering entirely new experiences that won't be spoiled by a flock of dimwits. Does anyone understand? It's most annoying when you're engrossed in the action, only to have the comments spoil the suspense by revealing where monsters will spring forth. Indeed, and the quality of these dungeons surpasses those foolish ones outside. Hee. I particularly enjoy watching players fall into the traps laid by quests. Everything is fine, except this dungeon has too few players. If they're all simpletons, they perish quickly. A farm, huh? Will they die off rapidly? Haven't you seen the title of the live stream? This is Red-Eyed Farm, the one with the money-hungry rabbit. Ah, I remember now. That rabbit delights in ensnaring players in its traps. If it's indeed that one, there's bound to be some entertainment. Zuo Cheng'an extracted crucial information from Barrage. The Uncle Red-Eye mentioned in the dungeon's name is a rabbit. It seems to take pleasure in tormenting players, bearing an exceedingly malicious disposition. With this knowledge, even before encountering the so-called Red-Eye, Zuo Cheng'an had already raised his guard by a third. The other players were quite experienced, typically Such narrative-driven dungeons would feature guiding NPCs. However, in the absence of these guides, they could take a moment to familiarize themselves with one another, thereby avoiding any awkwardness in future collaborations when names needed to be called. The twin sisters introduced themselves first. I am Fuyu, and this is my sister Fuyu. We have successfully navigated for level 1 dungeons. Apart from our physical attributes, which are maxed out, our mental fortitude exceeds 70, ensuring our safety. Following closely were a couple who introduced themselves. You can call me Wang Guangfei, and this is my girlfriend, Yu Yu. Our statistics are somewhat lacking. Only our speed is fully optimized, yet our mental values are commendably high, resting in the 80s. Zuo Cheng'an listened attentively, noting their apparent emphasis on mental attributes. What consequences might arise from having low mental fortitude? In Chapter 16, oh dear, this little tomato is truly delightful. Only Zuo Cheng'an remained without an introduction. He chose to withhold certain information, stating, I am Zuo Cheng'an. My strength is maxed out, though my mental fortitude is somewhat lower, above 60. Summarizing the pattern that at least one attribute of the other 4 players was fully optimized. He devised a textual trap to lead the others to believe that his mental fortitude was merely in the 60s. If the other 4 remained unfazed, then even if his mental statistic dropped to that level, he would still be safe. Conversely, if they reacted, it would serve his purpose, allowing him to glean more information regarding mental values. However, to his surprise, the other 4 players showed little reaction, while the barrage of comments exploded in the chat. Holy smokes, this person's mental fortitude is only in the 60s. Isn't that teetering on the edge of danger? In this narrative, there exists a concern that the realm may undergo distortion, potentially giving rise to peculiar features akin to red-eyed rabbit ears, for it is indeed within its territory. However, it is not solely the environment that influences such aberrations. Fear plays a more significant role, possibly manifesting as a creature that left a profound impression on him in the past. The players accompanying him in this venture may find themselves in dire straits. Should he exhibit a lapse in self-control, it is conceivable that an insider might emerge. The commentary within the barrage of messages remains perplexing, as they cannot engage in casual elucidation akin to the likes of Baidu, appearing as though the information is tailored for specific individuals. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an resolves to take note of the term distortion while observing the reactions of the players. Fuyu furrows her brow, casting a worried glance at her sister, Fuyu, who merely shakes her head in response. Only then does Fuyu inquire of Zuo Cheng'an whether he has been undertaking intense and continuous dungeon explorations. She advises him to rest for 2 days after this ascent, lest his body falter under the strain. The young couple discreetly distances themselves from Zuo Cheng'an, as if wary of attracting misfortune. Is the distortion truly that terrifying? Zuo Cheng'an suddenly finds himself deeply intrigued. Dear players, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Beside the signboard, a towering white rabbit, clad in a black evening gown and matching top hat, has appeared seemingly out of nowhere. At this moment, the large rabbit grins, greeting the players with a voice as crisp and high-pitched as a child's. In such an attire, coupled with its physique, even a mere rabbit, articulating human speech, no longer exudes an air of dissonance. As it spoke, the rabbit's blood-red eyes fixated intently upon the players. It dawned upon the onlookers why this place was dubbed the Red-Eyed Farm. After all, isn't the white rabbit characterized by its crimson gaze? Yet the rabbit's garb seemed ill-suited for the farm's aesthetic, as did its voice. Despite the childlike timbre, the instance was labeled Uncle Red-Eye's Farm. Rather than resembling a humble farmer, it appeared more akin to a young noble who had just exited an aristocratic soiree. Left Cheng'an, in disbelief, gazed above the rabbit's head, where astonishingly, a health bar reading 94. 88 floated. It was a hostile creature. It could be slain. Uncle Red-Eye, seemingly oblivious to the player's bewilderment, continued to deliver his lines. Your arrival is most timely. There is much to be done on the farm. Harvesting ripe tomatoes. Herding the wayward lambs back home, collecting eggs. I simply cannot manage alone. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Yet, despite the words, there was no trace of gratitude upon Uncle Red-Eye's face, rather an unmistakable impatience, as if he might vent his frustration by striking the players one by one. Given the rarity of the opportunity to work on the farm, a fee must be rendered to seize this invaluable chance. However, lacking the requisite ladder coins, you shall incur a debt. You must ensure to repay me with 100 ladder coins once you acquire them. The red eye shook its head, devoid of any semblance of shame, exhibiting interest solely when money was involved. The trend of paid employment had indeed reached this instance. Zuo Cheng'an focused his attention on Red Eye and the evening gown draped upon it. Red Eye, a frenzied rabbit comet, surprisingly quite adorable. The blood-stained evening gown, sourced from the level 3 dungeon no escape, thoroughly soaked in blood. It would soon harden to an unyielding state. The text was rendered in golden font. Following the S code was also in golden hue. However, Zuo Cheng'an's focus was primarily drawn to other information. Red Eye could manifest in both the farm dungeon and the no escape dungeon. Could it be that NPCs in the game traverse freely among various dungeons? Is there such a scarcity of personnel? Moreover, does your filter really need to be this thick? As the internal monologue slipped from his lips, Zuo Cheng'an felt a sense of unease, bracing for an imminent pressure sensation. Yet, after waiting for an extended period, did not respond as the previous had, a mere thought of which was almost unbearable. Zuo Cheng'an cautiously continued to ponder, tentatively cursing under his breath, yet still no reaction. Following a brief self-introduction and opening remarks, Red Eye led the players towards the farm situated on a nearby hill. Along the journey, players were introduced to the origins of the farm, renowned for its most famous product, tomato sauce. Countless loyal clients, including Happy Apartments, Ladder Department Store, and Rose Hotel, eagerly order large quantities of tomato sauce each season when the tomatoes ripen. As the discussion of the farm's achievements unfolded, the Red-Eye Rabbit shed its monotonous tone, infusing a hint of enthusiasm into its words. In a seemingly magical display, it produced a jar labeled Red-Eye Farm Tomato Sauce from thin air for everyone to see. Players listened intently, their eyes fixated, fearful of missing any crucial task information. However, throughout the journey, the Red-Eye Rabbit either boasted about the farm's splendor or reminded players not to forget to pay for the job opportunities, revealing not a whisper of information related to the tasks, which left players somewhat disheartened. Behold, dear players, we are now passing through the farm's tomato fields. Quite a spectacle, is it not? Upon hearing the Red-Eye's words, the crowd turned to gaze at the tomato fields by the roadside, where tomatoes grew with an uncanny resemblance to the expressions of panda emojis, actively turning their bodies to gaze back at the players. It was hard to tell whether it was an illusion, but after staring for a while, one could almost see the tomatoes smiling back at them. A panda emoji smiling at oneself? Such a scene was breathtaking. The players present were of lower levels, having not experienced many dungeons and had never witnessed such a display. Their eyes felt dazzled, and they dared not gaze at the tomatoes any longer. Yet, in the eyes of Zuo Cheng'an, these tomatoes, with their peculiar panda-like expressions, accompanied by rather endearing annotations, present a curious sight. Sobbing tomatoes, a highly sensitive and timid variety, yet extraordinarily delicious. One must handle them with utmost gentleness during harvesting. Should they be startled, they will swiftly spoil amidst their lamentations. Upon reading the last line, Zuo Cheng'an, with a spirit of experimentation, mused, these tomatoes appear to have been nurtured with exceptional care. The red-eyed entity seemed to take pleasure in this observation, remarking, of course, it indicates that you possess a discerning eye. Zuo Cheng'an, bewildered, exclaimed, is that all? Shouldn't there be some form of acknowledgement? How frustratingly meticulous. At this juncture, Yu seemed eager to establish rapport with Red-Eyed and chimed in, indeed. These cherry tomatoes are truly exquisite to humans. Tomatoes and cherry tomatoes are regarded as the same entity. Due to the omission of a single character, people are more accustomed to referring to tomatoes simply as cherry tomatoes. A compliment, perfectly innocuous in nature, when expressed in a sweet, youthful voice, becomes even more enchanting. However, Red-Eye's expression stiffened as it turned slowly to fixate on Yu, articulating each word with precision. What did you just say? Truly exquisite? Yu, Oblivious to any potential faux pas and completely unaware of the sudden tension in the air, continued to extol the virtues of the delightful little cherry tomatoes with unabated enthusiasm. They are just so incredibly charming. The twin sisters, Fu Yu and Fu Yu, exchanged glances, contemplating joining in the praise, yet found themselves at a loss for words in the presence of the tomatoes adorned with panda-like expressions. Chapter 17. Task Allocation. Ultimately, Wang Guangfei sensed the palpable tension in the air. Before his girlfriend Yu Yu could commit an even graver mistake, he discreetly tugged at her sleeve, softly advising, "Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from speaking further. Your alluring trinkets seem ineffective against the boss of this tower's instance." Ah, what a delightful assembly of players we have here. The red-eyed rabbit bore an expression of rigidity, its claws tightly gripping its staff, as if this were the only means to rein in its burgeoning fury and refrain from dispatching the players on the spot. A terrifying aura emanated from the red-eyed figure, causing the nearby tomato plants to sense an impending threat. Their surfaces wrinkled in distress, as if on the verge of tears. Oh, how picturesque this scene is! Noticing the discomfort of its beloved little tomatoes, the red-eyed rabbit finally tempered its menacing presence. Observing the change in the rabbit's tone, the couple of players, having momentarily lost their intentions, fell silent. After this brief interlude, the red-eyed rabbit guided the players through the foul-smelling cattle pen, filled with towering hen houses resembling old, hooked-beaked fowls, utterly devoid of inhabitants. Yet, the troughs overflowed with hay and meat, drawing attention to a peculiar black sheep within the pen. It seemed to have lost its senses, incessantly attempting to bite at the red-eyed creature. "How long will you persist in this madness? Each time I come, you seek to bite me. Can you not find respite for a single day?" It was indeed a peculiar sight for a rabbit to chastise a sheep for its barbarity. The players, however, were too engrossed in the grotesque offerings within the troughs to notice this oddity. The red eye was thoroughly pleased with the expressions of dread upon the players' faces and reveled in this sensation, its fluffy rabbit visage adorned with a radiant smile. However, this smile soon froze at the corners of its mouth. Once again, it was that cursed horde of rats. "Keep away from my tomatoes." Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 rats, larger than cats, had emerged on the farm. They strutted down the path, brazenly rummaging through the warehouse for breakfast in full view of everyone. 2 palm-sized eggs and succulent tomatoes that appeared freshly picked were being devoured mouthful by the rats. Zuo Cheng'an observed that these rodents were unlike the other creatures on the farm. They bore health bars atop their heads, suggesting they were foes from a dungeon. Steel-toothed rats, creatures found throughout the latter city, brazenly invading homes in search of food. "Go, prepare me a 4-dish soup." Watching the steel-toothed rats wantonly ravage its tomatoes, the red eye was incensed. Ah, yes, it was indeed red-eyed. The red eye fumed and stomped in frustration. From the earlier display of its formidable presence, Zuo Cheng'an sensed it possessed the capability to swiftly eliminate this bothersome swarm of rats. Yet, constrained by certain rules of the dungeon, it could not strike against them. The players were similarly bound. Despite the red eye strength, they were shielded by the game as long as no mistakes were made. Even if the red eye felt it might explode with rage, it could not unleash its fury. Indeed, in the realm of Uncle Red Eye's farm, it was merely an ordinary farmer, and an ordinary farmer, naturally, had no means to combat the rampant rodent infestation, thus had to rely on the players for assistance. The red-eyed rabbit's paw pointed towards Zuo Cheng'an, declaring, "Your task is to exterminate the mice on the farm. By tonight I expect to see 100. No, 1,000 mouse corpses. Quest updated. Quest duration, 1 day. Congratulations on accepting the hidden quest. Eliminate steel-toothed mice, 0100. Quest duration, 1 day. Gentle reminder. Uncle Red Eye is quite amiable, yet he harbors a disdain for the indolent. Please fulfill the task assigned by Uncle Red Eye before the quest concludes." Thus enlightened, Zuo Cheng'an realized the transformation of his personal panel stem from his earlier remarks that had captured Red Eye's attention. Coincidentally, a mouse that displeased him appeared, prompting Red Eye to delegate the task of rodent extermination to him. An intriguing detail emerged. Red Eye had initially intended to assign a quest to eliminate 1,000 mice, but it seemed the game had rejected this, resulting in a modification to 100. It was likely that the game detected the impossibility of completing the task of slaying 1,000 steel-toothed mice and thus deemed it unfeasible. Clearly, the game would never impose an insurmountable challenge upon the players. However, was the eradication of the rodent infestation merely a hidden task? What was the original assignment intended for him? Shearing sheep? Cleaning the house? Milking cows? Zuo Cheng'an could see his panel and recognize that he had accepted a hidden quest capable of enhancing his score. Yet, the other players remained oblivious, mistakenly believing he was merely flattering Red Eye and inadvertently stepping into a pitfall. They were secretly amused, yet their laughter would soon fade. Encountering the vermin, the crimson-eyed rabbit, bereft of its previous enthusiasm for a comprehensive tour of the farm, promptly commenced the allocation of tasks. A mischievous grin spread across its face as a thought struck it, and it gestured with its cane towards the amorous couple. Upon my estate reside 21 ovine creatures. By nightfall, you shall ensure their confinement within the fold. Turning to another, it added, and you shall harvest tomatoes for the purpose of crafting a delectable sauce. Ensure that each fruit remains unblemished, free from any decay, and that the repository is filled to its capacity. Following a brief contemplation, it directed its attention towards the twin sisters. Fu Yu and Fu Yu, you shall gather the avian progeny within the henhouse, leaving not a single egg behind, and you shall attend to the bovine enclosure, ensuring that it is devoid of any unsightly blemishes. With the tasks assigned, the crimson-eyed rabbit's visage contorted into an exaggerated smile, and it offered a seemingly heartfelt reminder. Dearest participants, Uncle Crimson Eye harbors a profound aversion for indolence. I implore you to ensure the completion of all duties prior to the descent of nightfall. Upon hearing the tasks assigned by the crimson-eyed rabbit, the other four participants emitted a collective sigh of relief, their gazes directed towards Zuo Cheng'an, tinged with a measure of pity. Their assignments entailed the gathering of tomatoes and the cleansing of bovine enclosures, tasks that, while perhaps arduous and somewhat unsavory, were nonetheless manageable, given their augmented physical attributes. A prerequisite for those daring to ascend the celestial spire, they possessed the strength and alacrity to accomplish their duties with diligence. However, the task of exterminating rodents presented a more formidable challenge, fraught with the potential for injury and contingent upon capricious fortune. Whether one could fulfill the crimson-eyed rabbit's quota before nightfall remained a matter of considerable uncertainty. Zuo Cheng'an did not regard the task he received as an onerous one. He possessed the ability to perceive the health bars of rats, and these steel-toothed rodents were the only creatures in the entire instance with such indicators. Consequently, he could effortlessly pinpoint their locations without expending any effort on searching. Furthermore, with the night vision goggles acquired from the novice instance, he could observe conditions in the shadows. This task was exceedingly simple for him. Moreover, eliminating hostile monsters might even yield items. Given Red Eye's reputation among the audience, it was unlikely to assign players such a straightforward task. There were probably numerous pitfalls awaiting them, such as tomatoes that rapidly deteriorated upon the slightest sign of damage, or protective mother hens that were definitely not easy to provoke. Therefore, his rat extermination task, while seemingly difficult, might actually be the least treacherous. The audience in the live broadcast was also speculating about what traps Red Eye had set for the players. Chapter 18. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. Lacking the eye of truth skill, they could not view item annotations and introductions. Therefore, they could only rely on experience gained from other instances to make conjectures. The barrage of comments offered various conjectures to Zuo Cheng'an, enhancing his vigilance for the upcoming whack-a-mole task. I suspect it's a peculiar tomato variety. The harvesting process inevitably involves contact with rotten tomato juice, leading to swelling and festering where the juice touches. You're all so wicked. I love it, haha. My imagination isn't as fertile as yours. I bet the farm's chickens are fiercely protective of their young. Anyone who dares to steal eggs will be pecked. And if the player retaliates, Red Eye will certainly make them pay if it sees an injured chicken. In contrast to him, the others seemed rather unconcerned, nonchalantly remarking that the so-called ladder dungeon was nothing special. Wang Guangfei, from the couple, appeared eager to impress his girlfriend. What's the big deal? It's just herding sheep. My buddy was too afraid to come. Once I become the top player in the ladder, I'll go and laugh at him. Yeah, all I need to do is pick tomatoes. Aside from the fruit being a bit disgusting, there's nothing to it. We were so cautious going through so many dungeons. It was completely unnecessary. Yu reminisced about how she and her boyfriend had prepared for the ladder dungeon before entering. With limited points, they couldn't afford the strategies that guaranteed a C grade or even B grade completion, settling instead for some ordinary ones that would at least ensure their safe passage. Consequently, such settlements invariably culminate in a meager D or D grade assessment, with a modicum of fortune yielding a solitary free attribute point. In the lamentable event of encountering an antiquated instance teeming with triumphant players, even this pittance of a free attribute point remains elusive. Ergo, the accretion of strength transpires at a glacial pace, and the accumulation of points, let alone procuring self-preservation accoutrements, scarcely suffices to cater to basic sustenance. Driven to the precipice of destitution, and enticed by the game's myriad discounts and emoluments extended to those who have ascended the celestial ladder, our protagonist, with a surge of resolve, elected to venture into the celestial spire. The aspiration was to attain a tier within the inaugural celestial ladder, thereby securing a weekly stipend of 1 point per individual. 1 point for a solitary soul, ergo 2 points for a duo, thus assuaging the pecuniary burden of weekly victuals. Conversely, the fraternal twins had assiduously cultivated both attributes to their zenith, only electing to ascend the celestial ladder upon encountering an impasse. By all accounts, merely elevating a single attribute to its acme would have sufficed, adhering to a philosophy of quality over quantity. Their sojourn through instances was far less extensive than that of the amorous couple. To procure free attribute points within an instance, one must not only eschew instances inundated with triumphant players, but also attain a commendably high evaluation. However, reward and peril are inextricably intertwined. In the span of a mere quartet of instances, both Fu Yu and Fu Yu had maximized a duo of their numerical values. This stands in stark contrast to the couple's arduous odyssey through over a dozen instances, wherein they scarcely managed to maximize a solitary numerical value. Red Eye, seemingly engrossed in affairs of import, assigned tasks to each player, stipulating that the inspection would transpire post-sundown. With muttered utterances regarding his imminent return to the ship and his susceptibility to seasickness, he vanished from the players' purview. The players exchanged glances, hastily embarking towards their designated tasks. Soon, only Zuo Cheng'an remained in situ. Witnessing Red Eye's departure, Zuo Cheng'an could finally cease his restraint. The constant presence of a less-than-perfect health bar before him had incited an urge to strike. Alas, he was devoid of a blade. Save for the introductory tutorial, where complementary arms and armor were dispensed, no subsequent instance proffered such amenities. Consequently, Zuo Cheng'an was compelled to seek a suitable weapon in the vicinity, secure in the knowledge that his eye of truth would forestall any fatal missteps. The farm's expanse was predominantly occupied by sprawling tomato fields on the adjacent hillsides. Aside from the arable land, the chicken coops, sheepfolds, cattle sheds, and granaries were of modest size. It was peculiar, however, that so vast a farm should lack the presence of either felines or canines. Besides the abodes of the small creatures, there remained only a 2-story edifice with a crimson roof, presumably the farmhouse. Zuo Cheng'an tentatively attempted to open the door, only to find it secured against entry. The audience, who had been fervently speculating about potential ambushes, was palpably deflated. The doors being locked, however, did not preclude ingress via the chimney. Given Zuo Cheng'an's fully maximized physical attributes, ascending to the rooftop was as effortless as breathing. Nevertheless, time was of the essence, and Zuo Cheng'an could not afford to squander it on exhaustive exploration. Hidden quests were enticing, yet the objective of vanquishing 100 wild beasts was far from facile. The consequences of failing to meet Red Eye's stipulated quota were something he preferred to avoid experiencing firsthand. Should it be freed from the shackles of the game's rules upon the instance's conclusion, it might then be at liberty to act with impunity towards the players. Dubbed Mad Rabbit, Red Eye must possess extraordinary methods of tormenting humans. Fortunately, Zuo Cheng'an discovered a hay fork, the long-handled implement he sought, within a dust-laden warehouse. Hayfork, originating from? Farm, an unadorned yet lethal instrument. It comprised a wooden handle and a U-shaped metal end, its two prongs honed to extreme sharpness. Besides hay, this hayfork appeared to have impaled scraps of meat from a sheep pen's feeding trough, as evidenced by the lingering fragments of flesh and blood. Never underestimate the hayfork as a weapon. Its length is considerable, and its prongs are sufficiently sharp. Combined with night vision goggles, he could hunt within the narrowest crevices. A single thrust would undoubtedly deliver a chilling blow to the rodents. While retrieving the hayfork, Zuo Cheng'an encountered Yu, returning with a basket full of tomatoes. Her boyfriend had apparently ventured out in search of the flock of sheep. From afar, Zuo Cheng'an could hear the tomatoes within the basket wailing, a sound that was eerily unsettling. Cease your clamor. You've already been plucked. Why do you persist in your lamentations? Continue your din, and I shall crush you. Yu's patience waned, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of labor. This sensation evoked memories of her pre-world existence, when she was constrained by congenital heart disease. Even a slight increase in walking pace would induce cold sweats and labored breathing. The warehouse appeared diminutive, yet its tiered shelves possessed an unexpected capacity, likely requiring the harvesting of tomatoes from the majority of the hillside to fill it completely. At this juncture, Yu was particularly grateful that she had maximized her speed before participating in the latter. Otherwise, she might have truly been stuck here due to failing to complete the task. She merely hoped that her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, could expedite the process of herding the sheep so that he could return and assist her in picking tomatoes. The incessantly wailing tomatoes in the basket agitated the woman, and she was in no mood to be courteous to the players she encountered. Get out of my way. The game tasks had already emerged, not requiring players to cooperate with each other, but rather to mind their own business. Everyone only needed to take care of their own affairs. Naturally, there was no need to bother cultivating so-called relationships between players. With that, she carried the tomato basket on her back and entered the warehouse. Wang Guangfei was facing a precarious situation. Red Eye claimed to have 21 sheep. But when Wang Guangfei found the flock grazing outside the farm, he counted them over and over again. No matter how he counted, there were only 20 sheep in the flock, 19 white sheep and 1 black sheep. There was no mistake. Chapter 19. Not that heavy, although he was anxious about where the remaining sheep was. He could only herd the other 20 sheep back to the farm first. Once Yu finished picking tomatoes, she could help him find the sheep. Yu was simmering with anger, and she was displeased with everyone she saw. Usually, she was pampered by her boyfriend, but now that he had left, she was even less able to control her temper. Zuo Cheng'an shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the slightly discolored tomatoes in the bamboo basket without saying a word. The most common place for mice to appear is around the warehouse, which inevitably leads to interactions with women, initially intending to foster a good relationship. It seems that the sentiment is not reciprocated, and that is that. In his line of sight, 2 sizable gray mice peek curiously from a hole in the wall, seemingly salivating over the tomatoes that had just been moved in. Although their bodies are concealed in the shadows cast by the wall's crevice, Zuo Cheng'an, wearing his night vision goggles, has not removed them, allowing him to effortlessly observe the situation within the gap. He quietly maneuvers to the upwind position, then swiftly lunges forward, thrusting his pitchfork. Squeak. Eliminated steel-toothed mouse X1. Obtained item swift mouse dagger. Eliminated steel-toothed mouse X1. By the time the pitchfork was retrieved, it had already ensnared 2 mice. Surprisingly, the first steel-toothed mouse he dispatched yielded a dagger item. Could it be that the first kill in every instance guarantees a 100-item drop? Suppressing his speculation, Zuo Cheng'an examined the attributes of the item, and the system presented the effects as follows. Swift mouse dagger, white. Category, weapon effect, attack power 1. Description, a poke from it feels akin to being bitten by a mouse. Quite painful, with an attack power barely distinguishable from the air itself. It is almost negligible, and its range does not exceed that of his pitchfork. The sole advantage of the Swift Mouse Dagger is that it is an item, allowing players to store it in their backpacks and carry it out of the instance, unlike the pitchfork. How vexing. The trial period for the pitchfork of the war god is about to expire. As the fruits of his labor finally materialized, Zuo Cheng'an was invigorated with determination, continuing his quest for other unfortunate steel-toothed mice. Furthermore, after he dispatched 2 of these creatures, the task panel transformed from 0-100 to 2-100, signifying that the game had duly acknowledged his recent conquests. Consequently, even in the absence of sufficient corpses, Red Eye would find it impossible to impose any repercussions on him. This revelation eased Zuo Cheng'an's mind, who had initially believed he would need to carry a multitude of carcasses. Amidst his tasks, curiosity about the progress of other players inevitably piqued his interest, revealing the utility of the barrage of comments. Occasionally, aside from the noise of irrelevant text, it proved to be quite beneficial. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 18, 19, 20. No matter how I count, it always amounts to 20 heads. To be honest, I also count it as 20. Is it possible that the rabbit is intentionally deceiving us? There can't possibly be 21 sheep. Claiming there are 21 is a blatant lie. And isn't that bound to offend the rabbit? It's only logical for them to retaliate. Impossible, the tasks given to players are always feasible. If Red Eye mentions 21, there must indeed be 21 sheep. Could the last sheep be hidden away? 1 sheep short? Zuo Cheng'an recalled the couple, particularly the one named Wang Guangfei, who had been assigned a task by Red Eye to herd sheep back to the pen. He had initially thought this would be the least time-consuming and labor-intensive task, with the only potential danger stemming from the carnivorous sheep. Little did he realize that the true pitfall of the task lay not in its danger, but in the sheer impossibility of locating them. If Wang Guangfei cannot locate the missing sheep before nightfall, it could be said that he is teetering on the precipice of life's rapid passage, with a mere whoosh marking the fleeting nature of existence. Observing the barrage of comments, Zuo Cheng'an has once again dispatched a well-fed steel-toothed rat that had emerged from the granary. Noticing that the remaining steel-toothed rats are too intimidated to show themselves, Zuo Cheng'an hefts his pitchfork and decides to meander towards the cow shed. During a prior excursion led by Red Eyes, he had caught a glimpse of the cow shed from the outside, noting that the feeding troughs for both the cows and the sheep bore remnants of flesh. Where there is sustenance, steel-toothed rats are sure to follow. As few were discussing the cow shed in the comments, Zuo Cheng'an had braced himself for an extremely unappetizing environment. His previous glance had only afforded him a cursory view. From the outside, the cow shed already exhibited signs of neglect. What awaited him inside was akin to a disaster zone. How many years had it been since it had last been cleaned? To restore this place to order within a day is indeed a testament to the arduous nature of the Tower of Ascension quest. Although the direction may seem peculiar, the level of difficulty is undoubtedly sufficient. The task of cleaning the cow shed has been assigned to Fu Yu, the younger sister among the group. At this moment, she is shrouded in what appears to be a cloak of her own design, utilizing makeshift gloves to push cartloads of refuse out of the farm. Through the lens of the Eye of Truth, there are hardly any viewers following Fu Yu's live broadcast. Most have diverted their attention to Yo-Yo picking tomatoes, appreciating the beauty of her labor, or accompanying Wang Guangfei in his sheep-finding escapade, engaging in a real-life game of spot the difference. Otherwise, one might as well go and watch Fu Yu collect eggs, accompanied by several others nearby. After all, although the audience in another realm possesses a distinct taste, it is not excessively so. Fu was in a particularly foul mood as he dealt with the cow dung. So Cheng'an wisely chose not to provoke misfortune by adding to his troubles. After dispatching a few steel-toothed rats around the cattle shed, he intended to retreat. However, he unexpectedly discovered a doghouse beneath a pile of debris outside the shed. The size of the doghouse was evidently suited for a large shepherd dog, and its owner seemed to have been quite attentive. Despite being covered in dust inside and out, it was clear that the doghouse had once been painted, and there was even a wooden plaque intended for a name. Yet now, it had been relegated to a mere storage space. Upon this realization, Zuo Cheng'an's earlier curiosity was finally resolved. It was no wonder the farm did not keep dogs. They must have had one in the past, but after an unfortunate incident, the farmer was likely disinclined to keep another. Time flowed swiftly, and the sun within the instance had risen to its zenith. Players were engrossed in their individual quests, avoiding conversation, yet instinctively hastening their actions. At that moment, an altercation erupted at the entrance of the warehouse where tomatoes were stored. Zuo Cheng'an had already hunted over 80 steel-toothed rats and was on the brink of completing his task. Thus he allowed his attention to wander slightly. Wang Guangfei, why are you dawdling and still haven't completed your task? Do you think that sheep can burrow into the ground? Is it really so difficult for you to help me fill the warehouse? How many times must I reiterate? The warehouse is vast. It cannot be completed in a short span of time. Instead of letting the sheep wander too far, why don't you join me outside to search thoroughly? Once we return, I will be able to assist you. Yu attempted to reason. Finding sheep requires luck. Without it, one might search all day without success. However, my task does not rely on luck. With swift action, we can accomplish it in no time. Wang Guangfei also argued. Look, you acknowledge that finding sheep necessitates luck, don't you? What if my fortune falters and I fail to locate them before nightfall? Thus, we must seize every moment. Zuo Cheng'an listened for a while, finding merit in both arguments. Sentiment echoed by the audience in the bullet comments, leading to a division into two factions. As the spectacle unfolded, more and more viewers were drawn in, encircling the young couple. Chapter 20. You have truly changed. Zuo Cheng'an could not discern the entire scene and consequently lost interest, returning to his quest of exterminating the rats. Throughout the morning, he managed to slay 84 steel-toothed rats, yielding only a single swift rat dagger as a drop. It appeared that relying solely on defeating enemies for item drops yielded disappointingly low rates. He could primarily count on the 100 drop rate from the first kill in each dungeon to acquire items. Moreover, the notion of a guaranteed drop from the first kill was merely Zuo Cheng'an's conjecture. Further experimentation with the dungeons was necessary to confirm this. At that moment, the young couple seemed to realize that rather than squandering time in argument, it would be more prudent to utilize it for productive endeavors. In a fit of indignation, Yu stamped her foot and turned to leave. Wang Guangfei, you have truly changed. Wang Guangfei found himself in a state of profound helplessness. The missing sheep loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, a constant reminder of his predicament. He had even resolved that if his search proved fruitless once more, he would abandon the task altogether and assist Yu in completing her mission. After all, it would suffice for at least one of them to survive. Yet, Yu's indifference, her sole focus on her own concerns, left him disheartened. I fear that the lost sheep will only venture further away while we toil, rendering any chance of recovery hopeless. If what you refer to as change signifies a lack of immediate response to your needs, disregarding the broader picture, then indeed, I have transformed. Wang Guangfei sighed deeply, feeling a sense of estrangement from his girlfriend for the first time. I merely wished to be a part of your life, to inspire you to expand your considerations from Edo we win pondering challenges. Yet, you have never attempted this, not once. I have repeatedly held on a hope for your growth, but alas, I have utterly failed. With that, Wang Guangfei turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Yu was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of panic, as if she were on the verge of losing something irrevocable. However, upon recalling the remaining fifth of the shelf yet to be filled, she resolutely picked up her basket and headed toward the tomato field. She did not wish to succumb to despair. As for Wang Guangfei, she would seek him out once her task was complete. After all, she merely needed to act a little coy and soften her demeanor. No matter how furious he might be, he would invariably forgive her unconditionally. This time would undoubtedly be no different. As the sun drew closer to the mountain peak, the final steel-toothed rat met its fate. Zuo Cheng'an relentlessly pursued the creature, chasing it from the sheep pen to the chicken coop. Just as it was about to escape into its burrow, he thrust a pitchfork through its body. Hidden task: eliminate the steel-toothed rat. 100 completed. Only after confirming on the game interface that his task was marked as accomplished did Zuo Cheng'an finally exhale in relief. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The hidden task he had undertaken was indeed the least burdensome and most straightforward. As for Wang Guangfei, he had yet to make any progress regarding the last sheep. The seemingly simple task of picking tomatoes, in reality, concealed the peril of swiftly rotting fruit that wept. As for Fu Yu earlier that morning, when Zuo Cheng'an passed by the chicken coop, he witnessed her being relentlessly pursued by a flock of hens, all while she cautiously safeguarded the eggs cradled in her arms. She dared not retaliate and could not stray too far, as she still had eggs to collect. When Zuo Cheng'an walked by, she inquired if he possessed any healing items or tools with controlling abilities, offering a handsome price for such wares, or even a trade. Zuo Cheng'an found himself intrigued by the item she proposed for exchange, known as Phantom Mist. This spray would allow its user to conceal themselves in darkness, and combined with his night vision goggles, it promised to be exceptionally useful. Within the backpack of Zuo Cheng'an, there remained a third of a vial of tetanus serum. However, this remedy was only effective when applied directly to a wound. Who could foresee the potential vengeance from the red-eyed chickens should they sustain injury? Consequently, Fu Yu wrestled with her decision for quite some time, ultimately resolving to endure her affliction without purchasing Zuo Cheng'an's serum. Zuo Cheng'an, feeling somewhat regretful, could only hope to find a similar item at the market in the future. Now that they had returned to the chicken coop, he wondered whether she had changed her mind. To his surprise, the one who had been engaged in a battle of wits with a hen nearly as tall as herself had transformed from Fu Yu into Fu Yu. "Where's your sister?" Zuo Cheng'an inquired casually. Within this instance, the players' quests were independent of one another, and there existed no competitive dynamics, thus eliminating the need for deceit or treachery amongst them. As some in the barrage of comments might put it, as long as one's personal interests remained untarnished. Human relationships were rather amicable. Fu Yu did not conceal her whereabouts in the cow shed. There was no necessity for her to divulge intricate details about her situation, as it would not serve her interests. Her willingness to answer Zuo Cheng'an's query stemmed solely from basic courtesy. The complete narrative was that Fu Yu had sustained an injury while attempting to steal eggs, prompting her sister Fu Yu to voluntarily exchange tasks, allowing Fu Yu to undertake a safer cleaning duty while she remained behind to gather the eggs. Zuo Cheng'an gleaned this information from the barrage of comments. As the audience often relished engaging in one-sided interactions with players, conversing and participating from afar, indifferent to whether the players adhered to their desires. Upon discovering this, Zuo Cheng'an initially believed that his ability to perceive the barrage of comments had been revealed. However, upon closer observation, he realized that the audience was merely entertaining themselves. They found the absence of combat and thrilling scenes rather tedious, yet were reluctant to leave, thus seeking to occupy themselves with trivial matters. For instance, at that moment, they were discussing the issues related to their tasks. Why isn't this player working? Were they wandering about aimlessly for? It seems their task is completed. If I recall correctly, their task was to slay 100 steel-toothed rats. How could they finish so quickly? Of course, I have been counting them one by one. They completed the task long ago. So boring. I thought Red Eye would make the dungeon more exciting. But is this it? How'd I'm out of here. It seems that in this dungeon, Red Eye merely plays a role in task allocation and doesn't participate in the game, as a level 1 dungeon is hardly worthy of Red Eye's involvement. The players here are too feeble. Perhaps they were invited to make a cameo simply because this is their territory. Insider news. Red Eye has returned to the level 3 dungeon No Way Out. The survival boat competition is about to commence there. Hurry to watch the live broadcast. As soon as this barrage appeared, Zuo Cheng'an noticed that the attention surrounding him and Fu Yu had diminished considerably, as if everyone had flocked to the level 3 dungeon No Way Out where Red Eye had appeared. Is it only in the level 3 dungeon that Red Eye deigns to confront players personally? Surely, those who can enter a level 3 dungeon must be players who have ascended to the 3rd tier, correct? How formidable must Red Eye be to contend with 100 players at the 3rd tier without faltering? However, the barrage of messages reminded Zuo Cheng'an that Red Eye was no longer in the farm. Previously, Zuo Cheng'an had assumed that Red Eye was lurking in the shadows, observing with utmost caution and refraining from any reckless actions. Now that it had ventured into other instances, the messages indicated that Red Eye was a melee warrior, presumably lacking the ability to monitor across instances from a distance. This implies that he could take advantage of the forthcoming time in the instance to thoroughly explore the farm. The only place within the farm that exhibited any obscurity was the 2-story building with a red roof at its center. With this thought in mind, Zuo Cheng'an departed from the chicken coop and made his way toward the heart of the farm. The illustration feature, though not particularly fitting, would have to suffice. Chapter 21. Special Mission S Farm. The small building in the farm bore a striking resemblance to the architectural imagery found in fairy tales. Featuring a slanted tiled roof with moss growing in the crevices, walls constructed of wooden planks and stones, and a small chimney atop the roof. Through the window, one could glimpse the fireplace within. However, it lay extinguished due to the absence of the house's occupant. Zuo Cheng'an meticulously plotted a route on the ground, executing a light leap and grasp, akin to a rock climber, relying solely on the strength of his fingertips to support his entire body. The maximum strength of 10 points represented the theoretical limit of human physical capability. Any greater exertion would be beyond the body's capacity to endure. Yet, the game appeared to endow individuals with the potential to surpass the inherent limits of their species, as long as one accumulates sufficient enhancements. The frail human form may withstand the might of firearms and wield the sharpness of steel. Common viruses shall no longer pose a threat to humanity, and lifespans will experience a significant extension. In a certain sense, the game is not a calamity, but rather an opportunity for human evolution. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an had effortlessly ascended to the edge of the rooftop. He entered the interior through the chimney without encountering any hazards. What greeted his eyes was a vast white carpet spread across the floor. As he walked over it, he caught a faint whiff of lanolin. It was indeed a sheepskin rug. Zuo Cheng'an, wait, sheepskin. He had originally moved past it, but retreated once more. It seemed he had discovered the elusive 21st sheep that Wang Guangfei had desperately sought. With a multitude of eyes trailing Zuo Cheng'an, this revelation instantly ignited a frenzy among the spectators. What the heck? What the heck indeed? Red Eye is as despicable as ever. When they mention sheep, most would instinctively think of a living one. Who would have guessed that the 21st sheep had transformed into a rug? Ha ha ha. Indeed, had we not entered the small house, even turning the entire instance upside down would not have yielded any results. The most astounding part is that the small house is locked. The players who come to the Sky Ladder Tower are all seasoned veterans, each more cautious than the last, fearing that reckless exploration would cost them their lives. They would not easily venture into the unknown. Do you think this player might perform a good deed and share the clue with the one tirelessly seeking the sheep? It is highly probable that individuals from lower realms enjoy engaging in altruistic endeavors. Were it up to me, I would never relinquish the invaluable clues acquired through perilous means. Zuo Cheng'an observed a peculiar phenomenon. Although the eyes accompanying players could disregard physical obstructions within the terrain, soaring through walls and traversing the realms of the instance, they were not entirely devoid of limitations. Notably, they seemed incapable of straying too far from the players. Consequently, due to the absence of players lingering in the vicinity of the cottage, they could not venture inside to explore, thereby rendering the interior unseen. Otherwise, they would not be engrossed in discussions about the 21st sheep, now transformed into a sheepskin carpet, inundating the screen with comments. The dense barrage of comments obscured his view, prompting Zuo Cheng'an to reduce the opacity of the barrage further, allowing him to observe the environment within the cottage. The first floor of the cottage was remarkably spacious, devoid of much of the essence of life. Using the fireplace he had emerged from as a reference point, he noted a large white sheepskin rug spread before it. Upon this rug rested two exquisitely crafted red and black wooden chairs, adorned with skull and tomato reliefs. These constituted the entirety of the cottage's first floor furnishings. The annotation from the Eye of Truth declared these to be the work of the finest carpenter in Heaven's Ladder City, known as Pippi. Although the audience could not perceive the annotation, they recognized the creator of these chairs through distinctive markings. I never anticipated encountering creations by Pippi here. The quality of this timber is exceptional. It must have been soaked in a special concoction of plasma for quite some time, I presume. For over 2 years, there have been individuals who, inspired by Pippi's techniques, have attempted to craft furniture. The materials, having been soaked in processed plasma for half a year, fail to achieve the luster of the originals. This may be attributed to the fact that Pippi utilizes authentic human blood, whereas the imitations rely on pig's blood. However, a question arises. How does Hongyan possess furniture crafted by Pippi? From my extensive 8,000 hours of live streaming observations, it appears that Pippi and Hongyan share a rather amicable relationship. They are often seen co-hosting raids, skillfully maneuvering players in circles. Nonsense. It is evident that Pippi is merely seeking to curry favor with Hong Yin for a taste of tomato sauce. As the barrage of comments continues to spark heated debate, Zuo Cheng'an has completed his exploration of the first floor of the small cottage and ascended to the second floor via a narrow spiral staircase. The area on the second floor is approximately half the size of the first, furnished only with a bed and a bedside table, both covered in dust, indicating a long period of disuse. In stark contrast to the meager furnishings, the walls are adorned with an array of picture frames, nearly filling the entire room. The photographs depict the farm's animals and an abundance of thriving crops, including tomatoes, wheat, cucumbers, and beans. The hens and tomatoes captured in the images appear entirely ordinary, devoid of any exaggerated features or comical expressions, just the quintessential representations of familiar animals and vegetables. Among the wall's photographs, a portion showcases the flock of sheep. As the barrage of comments flooded the screen, Zuo Cheng'an became intrigued and counted. There were a total of 20 pure white cotton sheep, each with snow-white fleece, resembling a cluster of cotton candy huddled together around a figure whose face had been violently marred. It was undoubtedly a human, rather than merely a rabbit. Simultaneously, this silhouette frequently appeared in other photographs, cradling an oversized pumpkin large enough for two to sit in, lifting a basket of tomatoes, and herding sheep alongside a majestic, solid black shepherd dog, while also milking cows. Yet, without exception, the visage and parts of the body of this figure were all brutally obscured, as if concealing some profound secret. After surveying the photographs, a flurry of phrases flashed through Zuo Cheng'an's mind. The dove occupying the magpie's nest, usurpation. The farmer and the snake, however, why was there an absence of black sheep in the images? Zuo Cheng'an had visited the sheepfold, where Wang Guangfei had already returned with 20 sheep, 19 white and 1 black. If the 21 sheep that Hong Yin mentioned refer to those in the photos, would that mean an additional black sheep among the flock of white? Did Hong Yin acquire it later, or was it born from one of the sheep? Ding! Congratulations on triggering a special mission. S-Farm, mission objective. Accurately write out the text represented by a special mission? Dismissing the absurdity of the reward, Zuo Cheng'an gazed at the lines of golden text that appeared on the panel, feeling as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 22. What's wrong with writing slowly? Shrugs. The golden font of the game was a rarity he had encountered only twice before, both times through the true eye skill. Within the annotations of the ladder tower and the remarks of the red-eyed creature. That miserly. No, he could not dwell on that further. Zuo Cheng'an still recalled the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized by an unknown presence. He wished to avoid reliving that experience unless absolutely necessary. Having power is indeed remarkable. With power, one can retaliate instantly, even at the mere thought of disparagement. Alas, it seems that possessing strength truly allows one to act with impunity. Upon reflection, both instances bore golden lettering. Could there be a special connection, or was it merely a distinctive manifestation within the game? Much like the font of system messages in the public chat channel, which diverges from that of ordinary players. Superior items employ uncommon fonts to signify their uniqueness. Unsure of his conclusion, Zuo Cheng'an opted to delve into the task at hand. Firstly, the task's title, S-Farm, evidently required players to fill in the blanks. There was a horizontal line, clearly intended for players to inscribe their answers. Additionally, there was a prompt indicating that if Zuo Cheng'an's answer proved incorrect, the text would be automatically erased, deducting one attempt in the process. Thus, the was certainly not a mere question mark representing a single character, but rather a short phrase of variable length. Moreover, the phrase someone's farm readily evoked thoughts of a dungeon named Uncle Red Eye's farm, with Red Eye referring to that very rabbit. However, the voice of the rabbit resembles that of a child, which, when combined with the term uncle, forms the phrase red-eyed uncle. This combination appears rather incongruous. Could it be that the term uncle is inherently part of the farm's original name? With half the answer confirmed, Zuo Cheng'an tentatively inscribed the characters for uncle in a position slightly towards the rear of the line. The characters did not vanish, indicating they were indeed part of the correct solution. This brought Zuo Cheng'an a step closer to the answer, lifting his spirits. He had essentially found a loophole in the game. The game only indicated errors in the written answer, and any queries above the line would be automatically cleared. Yet, the written answer was accurate. It simply had not been completed. Consequently, the text remained visible rather than disappearing. Zuo Cheng'an shrugged. What is wrong with writing slowly? It's my habit to write one character per hour. Does it concern you? The game responded. Fine, fine, as long as you're happy. Subsequently, Zuo Cheng'an meticulously searched the room, lifting picture frames to check for hidden compartments, and removing them to inspect the backs of the photographs for any inscriptions. He opened the bedside cabinet to see if there were any concealed layers within. To his surprise, he indeed uncovered some information. A photograph of a shadowy figure, marked with scratches alongside his sheepdog, was placed in the cabinet by the bedside. It seemed the room's owner had a fondness for this image, frequently taking it out to view, thus positioning it within easy reach. The figure in the photograph was tall, wielding a pitchfork with one hand, while the shepherd dog beside him was a large, long-haired breed, exuding an air of majesty that seemed at odds with the playful bell adorning its neck. On the reverse side of this photograph, Zuo Cheng'an discovered the two characters, MIDU, could possibly refer to uncle, or might it signify? Zuo Cheng'an refrained from hastily inscribing this answer across the panel. Departing the house through the same route, he discerned the direction from the rooftop and made his way towards the sheep pen. As the 21st member of the flock, the black sheep might conceal vital information pertaining to the task. Perhaps also alludes to the phrase uncle black sheep, including both black sheep and MIDU. As potential answers, Zuo Cheng'an chose not to rush into attempting a solution. With only 3 opportunities for error, it would be prudent to decide when he possessed a confidence level of 70% or more. Surprisingly, beside the sheep pen, the figure of Wang Guangfei emerged. He had not ventured out in search of the scattered sheep. Wang Guangfei sat upon the ground, not in a state of bewilderment, but rather deep in contemplation. He had finally realized that the game's objectives were not as straightforward as initially perceived. A rigid approach to tasks would lead to a dead end. This newfound understanding starkly contrasted with the survival strategies he had gleaned from his experiences in numerous primary dungeons. In typical primary dungeons, the game refrained from laying traps within its rules, nor did it engage players in wordplay. Black is simply black, white is merely white. Players were directed to perform specific tasks without deviation. As long as one adhered to the game's requirements and matched the requisite skills, success was assured. It had never been the case that the game demanded players to locate 21 sheep, yet upon scouring the entire dungeon, only 20 were found. According to Wang Guangfei's experience in navigating the dungeon, a basement should be established within the farm, where the elusive 21st sheep is confined. The lamb emits a pitiful bleat as a cue, enticing players to discover the basement. Inside, a formidable monster awaits, which players must vanquish in order to rescue the 21st sheep and complete the quest. However, the Sky Ladder Tower dungeon defies convention, with the game time well past the halfway mark. Aside from the flock of overly protective hens in the chicken coop, not a single traditional adversary has appeared to challenge the players. This is utterly abnormal. Where are the game designers? Do they even comprehend how to structure gameplay? As for the locked red-roofed house, it was not even on Wang Guangfei's radar. Level 1 dungeons never incorporate such convoluted scenarios. They're either a closed corridor, a flat supermarket, or a bus. The entire game transpires within these modest, enclosed spaces, and even the open areas are obstructed by invisible walls. Wang Guangfei has grown accustomed to traversing only those paths that are seamlessly navigable, presuming that anything inaccessible is merely decorative or a backdrop, which he subconsciously overlooks. This, precisely, is where the game's design excels. Only by swiftly breaking free from habitual thought patterns can one successfully navigate through the dungeon, ultimately achieving the status of a Sky Ladder level player. The game's setting lacks a guide for the Ladder Tower promotion system, presumably designed to sift out those truly capable individuals for ascendance, thereby concentrating resources towards the elite. As for those who rely on teaming up and being carried by others, even the astute require a few trial-and-error experiences to glean wisdom, which can be considered a pragmatic use of resources. Wang Guangfei kept a vigilant eye on the 20 sheep in the pen, and, as Zuo Cheng'an attempted to approach, he was promptly intercepted. "What brings you here?" Wang Guangfei inquired. Zuo Cheng'an refrained from directly answering, instead gesturing towards a black sheep in the pen. "May I take a closer look?" Wang Guangfei was indifferent. "If you can catch it, you may observe it as you wish." Lacking finesse, these sheep were notoriously unruly. He had personally herded them back from outside, well aware of their formidable strength. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were as fierce as a bear. Were it not for his reasonable constitution, a mere nudge from one of these sheep could result in catastrophic internal injuries leading to his demise. Presently, he still bore 2 fractured ribs that had yet to heal, causing him persistent, dull pain with each breath. Had these sheep not appeared to be neutral creatures, unlikely to attack players readily, he would have already found himself in dire straits upon encountering them in the wild. Fortunately, having tended to cattle in his youth, he found himself somewhat adept at managing this flock of sheep. Zuo Cheng'an climbed into the pen, gradually inching closer to the black sheep. The arrival of the stranger caused a stir among the flock, prompting them to scurry around the pen, with some even attempting to leap over its confines, resembling a frenzied mass of popping candy. Observing this, Wang Guangfei furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of regret. He did not wish to see the fruits of his morning's labor squandered. He resolutely rose to intervene, simultaneously directing another inquiry at Zuo Cheng'an. "What exactly do you intend to accomplish here? I recall your task bears no relation to herding sheep." His expression almost bore the words "leave" inscribed upon it. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an finally grasped the wool on the back of the black sheep, using his arms with force to pin it firmly to the ground. The black sheep futilely kicked its legs, its pitiful bleating sounding rather odd. Zuo Cheng'an remarked on its peculiar calls, noting that the black sheep possessed considerable strength, roughly translating to a power level of 7 or 8. If a newcomer did not augment their strength sufficiently, they would find it impossible to restrain it. However, upon subduing the black sheep, the game offered no indication of progress. Was the crux of the task not tied to the black sheep? What are you searching for? Upon witnessing Zuo Cheng'an's actions, Wang Guangfei's gaze shifted to one of increasing curiosity. The audience could not perceive the game as objectives, only the players' movements, leaving them equally puzzled regarding Zuo Cheng'an's intentions. I remember that when the flock was in the wild, the black sheep wore a bell around its neck. Why is it absent now? Indeed, I recall remarking on how lovely that little bell was, thinking of taking a screenshot to purchase a matching one for my dog at home. You have all left midway. Unlike me, who has been continuously observing this young lad's actions, that bell appears to be a mere prop, long since stowed away in his backpack. Could it be another item endowed with special abilities? How delightful. I yearn for one as well. Those of lower realms are utterly unworthy of wielding such treasures. Upon reading these messages, Zuo Cheng'an comprehended why he had come up empty-handed. The crucial information was likely contained within that bell. Just as he contemplated borrowing it for a closer look, he was startled by the thunderous footsteps of a colossal creature racing towards him. From the direction of the cattle pen, billowing smoke rose as a herd of frenzied bulls, each comparable in size to a van, charged towards the sheepfold, panting heavily. Ahead of the stampede was a frail figure, desperately fleeing, none other than the injured Fuyu. Clutching a mop used for cleaning, she spotted the 2 individuals blocking her escape route and shouted, waving her arms, "The bulls have gone mad. Quickly, get out of the way." Zuo Cheng'an propelled himself to the utmost limits of his speed, leaping onto the shaded shelter above the sheepfold, closely followed by Wang Guangfei, whose speed was his only fully developed attribute among the 3. As Fuyu reached their vicinity, Wang Guangfei grasped her hand, aiding her ascent. The trio perched atop the shelter, watching the rampaging bulls recede into the distance, their hearts racing with trepidation. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at his palm, recalling the tactile sensation of the leather he had felt on the neck of the black sheep. This was not the time for such musings. He watched as the herd of cattle galloped away, suddenly realizing that their route appeared meticulously planned, enabling them to traverse every corner of the farm in the least amount of time, all while avoiding any damage to the farm structures. It seemed less like a mere accident and more like a deliberate obstacle set by some entity to challenge the players. The commotion caused by the stampeding cattle prompted the sheep in the pen to seize the opportunity to escape. Wang Guangfei, feeling anxious, could hardly wait for the frenzied herd to vacate so he could leap down and regroup the fleeing sheep. Fu followed suit. As the cattle were heading towards the chicken coop, where her sister was still completing a task for her, with the sun dipping lower in the sky. Their time was running out. At that moment, it was uncertain how significantly the cattle's rampage had impacted their plans. Soon, Zuo Cheng'an found himself alone atop the barn, feeling somewhat helpless as a series of unforeseen complications arose at such a critical juncture. His task was already accomplished. He decided to assist Wang Guangfei in herding the sheep back, guiding them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 18, 19. Wang Guangfei counted repeatedly, reluctantly coming to terms with the fact that yet another sheep was missing. The stark whiteness of the remaining flock indicated that the lost one was indeed the black sheep. With the 21st sheep still unaccounted for, and now another missing, Wang Guangfei could only laugh in frustration, while the viewers in the comments section began to speculate. Did anyone catch the live stream just now? Does anyone know where the missing sheep has gone? I find myself observing a scene where a herd of cattle tramples tomatoes, leaving an innocent girl in tears. At the site, a player has completely ruined 2 large baskets of tomatoes, and dusk is fast approaching, leaving little time. Who had the god's eye view of the sheep pen earlier? There is no need to search any longer. That sheep has leapt from the pen to the west and is now far away. I assure you, should I deceive you, I would be akin to a swine in a lower realm. Upon hearing such a grave oath, the others were convinced. But where exactly did the black sheep venture to in the west? Cursed be it. I am indifferent to whether that fool is alive or dead. I simply wish to know if the task can be completed. I detest this feeling of being kept in the dark. I am on the verge of switching off the screen in frustration. Why is it still missing? Indeed, had I known that tackling a dungeon without a guide would be this vexing, I would have refrained from participating. I am quite the opposite. I rather enjoy the gradual revelation of the mystery. Found it. Found it. The black sheep has made its way to the tomato warehouse. How peculiar. What could it possibly seek there? Zuo Cheng'an had been meticulously examining the spot where the black sheep had last stood, but unsurprisingly found nothing. Just as he glanced at the barrage of comments with a sliver of hope, he fortuitously caught a message indicating that the black sheep was in the warehouse. However, before heading to the warehouse, he had one more task to attend to. Chapter 24. The Shepherd's Bell. Zuo Cheng'an approached the despondent Wang Guangfei and directly inquired, "May I take a look at the item you obtained from the black sheep?" Though Wang Guangfei's emotions were somewhat on the verge of collapse, he did not relinquish hope of clearing the level. He continuously replayed in his mind the potential locations the black sheep might traverse, remaining vigilant at the mention of an item. I am unaware of what item you refer to. Left with no choice, he realized his words lacked specificity. Zuo Cheng'an chuckled softly. "Could you permit me a glance at the bell you acquired from the black sheep? In exchange, I can reveal the hiding place of the 21st sheep." "What?" Wang Guangfei sprang to his feet in astonishment. "How do you know I obtained a bell?" "Wait, what did you say? The 21st sheep? Where is it?" Zuo Cheng'an, however, retorted with malicious glee, "I have no knowledge of any sheep." It was a clear case of tit for tat. Wang Guangfei, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, nevertheless continued his actions. "Here, take it." He retrieved the bell from his backpack. The moment Zuo Cheng'an made contact with the bell, a notification echoed in Wang Guangfei's mind. Ding! Key quest item discovered. Shepherd dog bell, white. Category: item. Effect: a silent ornament that enhances the charm of a shepherd dog. Restriction: wearing it while sleeping may lead to dreams of little lambs. Description: 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 zzz. In essence, the bell was merely an ordinary accessory for dogs, without a special quest tied to the instance. It was nothing more than a useless trinket, entirely unsellable. However, upon receiving a special mission, one could glean information from this particular item, contingent upon the task's triggering conditions. After examining the artifact, Zuo Cheng'an had already managed to weave together most of the clues. He wasted no time in recounting the matter of the wool carpet in the red house to Wang Guangfei. The latter, without a hint of skepticism, promptly ventured outside the window of the red house, leaning in to observe, and indeed, he spotted a sheepskin laid upon the ground. When he returned to express his gratitude to Zuo Cheng'an by the sheep pen, he found that Zuo Cheng'an had long since departed from the spot. While Wang Guangfei was busy climbing the chimney, Zuo Cheng'an had stealthily made his way to the warehouse where the tomatoes were stored, jingling a bell as he went. It was peculiar that such a vast farm cultivated solely tomatoes. Yet, it was even more bizarre to find tomatoes adorned with the expressions typical of panda emojis. Due to the characteristic traits of the wailing tomato variety, coupled with the rough handling by the pickers, the warehouse had long been enveloped in the sounds of incessant infantile wailing. Yo-Yo, already possessing a short temper, became increasingly irritable in such a cacophonous environment, treating the items with a roughness that seemed to channel all his frustration into them. Even a passing sheep could provoke him into a tirade. Black sheep, what do you want, you beast? Hurry up and scram. This is no place for you. Yo-Yo attempted to drag the black sheep away with force, but after tugging at its horns for an extended period, the black sheep remained unmoved. Instead, it merely shook its head slightly, sending Yo-Yo flying a good 2 to 3 meters away. The strength of a female character is inherently weaker in the early stages, and coupled with her hesitance to tackle newer quests, Yu has not accrued many points in her attributes, most of which she has dedicated to speed. After much effort, she finally amassed enough points in a single attribute to qualify for the Sky Ladder Tower Challenge, and without a second thought, she plunged into it. However, it turns out that even a mere sheep within the tower's confines possesses greater prowess than she does. Yu feels utterly powerless against the black sheep. Had she not quarreled with her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, she could have sought his assistance, for he would invariably drop whatever he was doing to help her at her beck and call. Alas, having just had a falling out with him, the prospect of extending an olive branch feels too humiliating. Thus, she resorts to picking some tomatoes from 3 crates that have been trampled by a wild bull, tossing them at the feet of the black sheep. Here, consume this. Aren't you merely a beast that thrives on such fare? Had the crates of tomatoes not been ruined, she would have only needed to harvest 1 more crate to fulfill her task. Now, however, she must gather 4 additional crates to replenish her stock. With her frustrations vented, she has no time to continue lamenting and must prepare herself to harvest anew. If she acts swiftly, she may return just in time before the quest concludes. Yet, just as she steps outside the warehouse, the black sheep dashes in with alarming speed. Yu's expression shifts dramatically. No, you are not permitted to enter. Get out of there this instant. The tomatoes within the warehouse are not haphazardly stacked. They are meticulously placed in bamboo baskets and arranged upon shelves. Otherwise, the weight of the upper layers would crush those beneath. The so-called filling of the warehouse merely involves stuffing every empty bamboo basket on the shelves to the brim. The black sheep darted back and forth among the shelves, while Yu trailed behind in pursuit. Yet in such a confined space, the animal's 4-legged agility seemed to hold the advantage. With a few deft dodges, it escaped into the depths of the warehouse. By morning, those depths had already been entirely filled by Yu. Before being drawn into the game, she had been cherished by her family at home due to her congenital heart condition, and cared for by her teachers and classmates at school. Not only was she spared from arduous labor, but even the slightest distress was avoided. Little did she expect that upon entering the game, although freed from the risk of illness and death, she would be compelled to engage in strenuous tasks she had never encountered before. It was evident that her boyfriend had made a poor choice. Had she found a man within a grand guild to be her partner, their protection would have ensured effortless victories in the initial stages. Instead, she now had to rely on her own intellect and labor, exhausting herself in the process. The warehouse was shrouded in darkness, a murky abyss where the black sheep had long vanished into some hidden corner. After being jostled by the shelves, Yu finally subdued her movements, reluctantly slowing her pace as she navigated through the gloom. Yet, as she did, a putrid odor wafted through the air. Initially, she attributed it to the dampness of the old warehouse, which was rife with mold patches. A foul stench of decay seemed entirely plausible. However, it soon dawned on her that this rotting smell bore an uncanny resemblance to the scent of tomatoes trampled by a frenzied herd of cattle outside. No, they are merely a flavor, yet the aroma within the warehouse is intensified due to the lack of ventilation. A troubling premonition surged within Yu, and she trembled as she reached for the nearest bamboo basket. In the darkness, she extended her hand inside, only to find not the firm, smooth skin of fresh tomatoes, but instead a handful of putrid juice. The severely decayed tomatoes, having succumbed to external forces, easily burst open, releasing a stench reminiscent of leftovers left to rot for a week in the sweltering summer heat. Disgusted, Yu retched immediately. Chapter 25. The wooden box. Even during the most arduous days within the game, Yu had never encountered such a foul odor. With her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, shouldering all household chores, her sole responsibility was to adorn herself beautifully each day. She would then sit down promptly to await her meals, offering her thoughts on the seasoning of each dish afterward. Having never washed a dish or disposed of kitchen waste, she could hardly endure this stench. A mere whiff sent her reeling, causing her vision to blur and her head to spin. Forgetting her pursuit of the black sheep, she held her breath and dashed toward the warehouse exit. As Zuo Cheng'an entered the warehouse, he was unexpectedly met with a collision from Yu, who felt as though she had crashed into an unyielding wall. Her nose ached, as if the implanted prosthetics had been dislodged. Yet, she had no time to argue with Zuo Cheng'an. Her limit for holding her breath was nearing, and she was preoccupied with seeking a breath of fresh air. Wearing night vision goggles, Zuo Cheng'an immediately spotted the black sheep nestled in the corner of the warehouse. Its forelegs were pressed against the ground as it tirelessly dug into the earth, its short tail wagging incessantly behind it. Such peculiar behavior had never been observed before, perhaps due to the special task he had received. As a crucial component of this unique mission, the NPC was required to exhibit unusual actions to provide hints for the player. As Zuo Cheng'an approached, he noticed that a corner of a wooden box had already emerged from the pit. The black sheep was so engrossed in its excavation that it paid no attention to Zuo Cheng'an's presence. Thus, he finally had the opportunity to carefully explore the sheep's neck, searching for the spot where he had encountered an anomaly. Indeed, beneath the layers of curly wool, he discovered a collar, once adorned with a bell. The collar now lay bare after Wang Guangfei had removed the ornament. Finding the clasp of the collar, Zuo Cheng'an easily unfastened it. To his surprise, the inner side of the collar bore the inscription MDU. As Zuo Cheng'an pronounced these two characters, the black sheep, previously absorbed in its digging, suddenly paused and let out a pained WM. Its limbs convulsed, and it collapsed to the ground in a struggle, its legs thrashing about. The horns atop its head retracted, its hooves morphed toward a claw-like form, and the curly, fluffy coat was straightened by an unseen force, while its tail elongated significantly. In the span of just a few breaths, the black sheep transformed into a majestic and formidable black dog. Zuo Cheng'an recognized this dog from a photograph taken in the small house's second floor. Upon witnessing the restoration of his physical form, Mo Do excitedly wagged his tail, the robust appendage striking against the adjacent shelf with a series of dull thuds. He suppressed his exhilaration, letting out two enthusiastic awakens cries. However, amidst this brief emotional release, Mo Do remained cognizant of his purpose, tugging at Zuo Cheng'an's clothing to prevent his departure while simultaneously excavating the wooden box. With his hooves transformed into claws, his digging efficiency markedly increased, and with Zuo Cheng'an's assistance, the wooden box was soon unearthed. As Zuo Cheng'an contemplated opening it, he caught a glimpse of the dimming light outside the warehouse door. The sun was on the verge of setting, and his time was limited. Amidst the spectators' barrage of comments, Zuo Cheng'an forcefully removed the latch from the box and opened it. Inside, there were no tools or treasures, only a can of tomato sauce encased in tin. The tin, having been buried for an extended period, showed signs of rust despite the box's protection, yet the inscription remained legible. Unlike the packaging displayed by the Red Eye, which bore the words Red Eye Farm Tomato Sauce, this can was labeled Muzhou Farm Tomato Sauce. Not only did the farm's designation differ, but it also bore the term tomato, which Red Eye despised the most. Hence, the true name of this farm should be Uncle Muzhou's farm. With this thought in mind, Zuo Cheng'an accessed the task interface, preparing to append the name Muzhou to the line. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from the entrance of the warehouse. "What do you have in your hands? Hand it over. Awang, Awang." Accompanied by the furious cries of the measuring tool, Red Eye strode into the warehouse, stepping into a sliver of sunlight at dusk. At this moment, it no longer resembled the noble gentleman of the morning. It appeared as though it had just emerged from a fierce battle, looking quite disheveled. Its bespoke tailcoat was in tatters, the cane was bent in the middle, the hat had long since vanished, and one of its ears was even severed. Zuo Cheng'an squinted and glanced upwards at Red Eye, but alas, it was not in a state of near demise. At this moment, Red Eye glared menacingly at the iron cannon Zuo Cheng'an's hand, demanding, "Dear player, hand over the item." Although it was striving to temper its tone, Zuo Cheng'an could still discern the underlying urgency and anxiety. "Dear player, you have a fondness for rare items, do you not? I happen to possess dozens of them. If you surrender the iron can in your possession, all of these shall be yours." Having just come from the no-escape dungeon, I wondered why Red Eye was so eager to act midway through the battle. It turns out it has a side job within this dungeon. Juggling two jobs is no easy feat. Such a diligent game boss is a rarity indeed. Thanks for the guidance. It's a pleasure to encounter Red Eye once more. Are you all missing the point? What is that item in the boy's hand? Could it possibly exchange for all the items Red Eye just pilfered? Indeed, those were all just stripped from players on the third tier. Those who had pursued from a nowhere to escape instance had witnessed Red Eye single-handedly slay half of the 100 third-tier players besieging him, only to retreat unscathed. Now, they were expected to exchange their hard-earned spoils for a rusted iron can. Red Eye wore a cheerful facade, sweet-talking the players, while secretly wishing to crush Zuo Cheng'an underfoot. Having destroyed all the old packaging of the tomato sauce, how could there still be a single oversight? Woof, woof. Mudu fearlessly confronted Red Eye, and upon seeing Mudu, Red Eye recalled, "It's you again, this stubborn fellow. Would it not be better for you to hide, like a turtle? Why must you come forth to disrupt my profit?" Woof. Mudu barked again. Zuo Cheng'an, of course, could not surrender the iron can. His right hand swiftly glided through the air, adding Mujo before the words uncle on the horizontal line. Uncle Mujo's farm. Quest objective. Correctly write the text represented by. Completed. Quest Reward 1. The widely popular tomato sauce recipe in all Tier City. Quest Reward 2. Congratulations on earning the enmity of Red Eye. At the moment Zuo Cheng'an inscribed the text, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. The world within the instance trembled without warning. Chickens flew and sheep leaped in the farm, while the cattle charged wildly. Outside the farm, the tomato fields fared no better, with countless wailing tomatoes crying out in distress, their lamentations unceasing. Chapter 26. The disappearance of protection simultaneously. The jar of tomato sauce in Zuo Cheng'an's hand transformed into a radiant beam, penetrating the depths of his mind. Mujo brand tomato sauce. Category. Recipe. Ingredients. Fragrant tomatoes, X1. Granulated sugar, X1. Electric honey, X1. Description. The most beloved condiment in Tianyi City. No one can resist its allure. Perhaps it could even serve as a delightful gift. To his astonishment, the tomatoes utilized in the recipe were none other than fragrant tomatoes. Wasn't it supposed to be the wailing tomatoes? Had Red Eye clandestinely altered the recipe after seizing the farm? Upon realizing that Zuo Cheng'an had uncovered the formula, Red Eye understood that it was already too late. The sauce recipe, which promised immense wealth, was now compromised. Fortunately, it was merely a player who had obtained a recipe, even if they toiled relentlessly to craft it. Their output could never rival that of a production line operating for just an hour. As long as Red Eye could eliminate this player, effectively severing the channels through which the recipe could proliferate, it could rest easy once more. However, achieving this objective within the confines of the farm dungeon was impossible. Players who had completed their tasks could depart from the quest-based dungeon at any moment. Within the warehouse, Zuo Cheng'an remained undeterred. Having completed the quest, Red Eye had no justification to attack him. Otherwise, upon discovering the iron can, it would have acted immediately to seize it, rather than incrementally raising the stakes to entice a willing exchange. Perhaps, in addition to the restriction against unwarranted harm to players, there were also stipulations such as prohibition against stealing players' possessions and prohibition against obstructing the normal progression of the dungeon. The red eye could only watch helplessly as the iron can transformed into shimmering light and vanished. The tomato sauce produced on the farm could flourish in the bustling city of Tianyi, bringing in substantial profits. To expand production, it uprooted all crops on the farm except for tomatoes, replacing them with a higher yield variety known as the wailing tomato. Although consumers frequently expressed dissatisfaction with the sauce, claiming it was no longer as delectable as before, these complaints were dismissed with the justification of a necessary sacrifice for higher yield. Consequently, consumers refrained from voicing further objections. You little rascal, the quests I manage far exceed your imagination. Next time, you better choose wisely, lest you fall into my clutches again. With that, the red eye strode off to other parts of the farm, eager to unleash its ire upon other players who had yet to complete their tasks. Naturally, it relished the idea of Zuo Cheng'an unwittingly stepping onto its territory. Zuo Cheng'an understood this as the so-called red eye's animosity. It was akin to a young couple being assigned the two most challenging tasks due to a mere miscommunication. He anticipated that should he encounter another quest overseen by the red eye, he would likely be thrust into a particularly troublesome task. However, he believed that while the red eye might pose a significant challenge to novice players, it would be rather ordinary against more advanced players, such as those on the third ladder. Its health reduced to a little over 40% served as testament to its diminished prowess. If it were truly formidable, it would not find itself in such a dire predicament. Even a deity, once their health bar is revealed, is relegated to the status of a formidable boss. What significance does a rabbit, reduced to half health by a player of the third tier, possess? Zuo Cheng'an remained unfazed by the threat posed by the red eye. Instead, it ignited within him a renewed impetus for strength. With both tasks accomplished, he could exit the dungeon at his leisure. As his gaze fell upon the ink line panting and observing him, a sudden realization struck him. The 21st sheep within the dungeon had reverted back to a dog, thus rendering the claim of red eye regarding 21 sheep in the farm invalid. Would the game annul the quest, recalibrating it according to new data, or would it remain unchanged, adhering to the narrative of red eye? As he pondered this grave matter, the ink line abruptly sensed something and dashed towards the sheepfold. Observing this, Zuo Cheng'an followed suit. Humanity, within the realm of the game, constitutes a vast entity, united against common adversaries, the game bosses and the unseen spectators who revel in the grotesque spectacle of human demise. As compatriots of the same faction, they extend assistance when it does not encroach upon their own interests. Furthermore, having just endured a breakup, it would be a tragic fate indeed for one to perish as a solitary dog. Following the earthquake within the dungeon, the surviving players were astonished to discover that the dungeon's title had transformed from Uncle Red Eye's farm to Uncle Muzhou's farm. Could the name of the dungeon truly change? The ink line sprinted through the farm. Prior to the alteration of its name, it had meandered aimlessly, devoid of self-awareness. Even believing for a time that it was indeed a sheep, vaguely recalled, it was unwilling to become a game boss, preferring instead to transform into an ordinary NPC devoid of sentience within the instance. Day after day, it mechanically grazed and ambled about, until today, its mind shone like a polished mirror, engaging in behaviors it had never before exhibited. It leapt from the sheepfold to the storeroom, seemingly aware that significant items lay buried within. Only when the instance successfully changed its name did the weight in its heart dissipate, allowing it to fully emerge from the shadows of the past, leaving behind an abiding hatred for Red Eye, a fervent desire to eliminate it swiftly. However modeled, the astute sheepdog recognized that as an NPC, it could not contend with the game boss. To rid itself of Red Eye, it must rely on the players. The twin sisters exchanged glances, remaining motionless. Compared to the tasks of young couples, theirs adhered more strictly to the established norms, perfectly aligning with the difficulty of a level 1 ladder instance. Moreover, their combined strength was formidable, and they completed all tasks before the final moments of the assignment. Yet, as the sun sank below the horizon, Red Eye remained conspicuously absent. Had something delayed its arrival? Was it due to players who had failed their tasks? After a moment of hesitation, the sisters ultimately resolved to remain at their designated task location. In a cooperative instance, not all players would necessarily share a common purpose, especially in such a scenario where tasks were unrelated. Each relied on their own abilities, and no one could cast blame upon another. The storeroom was designated for the storage of tomatoes, thus necessitating its placement in close proximity to the fields for ease of harvest. The red eye must assess the completion of the task, beginning from the warehouse at the entrance of the farm. At the warehouse entrance, Yu trembled, her face reflecting sheer terror as she gazed upon the rabbit before her. For the first time, she realized that the fluffy and harmless creature, typically found only in pet stores or simmering pots, could be so fearsome. Unbeknownst to Yu, due to her failure to complete the task, the game would no longer offer her protection, allowing her to truly experience the formidable prowess of Red Eye. In her eyes, the very image of Red Eye underwent a dramatic transformation. The once harmless, even somewhat endearing rabbit face vanished, replaced by a mouth filled with sharp teeth that could open a full 180 degrees. From a side, it appeared as though the entire skull had been wrenched open. The crimson eyes alone could induce dizziness, leaving one's ears ringing. Chapter 27, Cleaning Day. This was also the form of the fully realized Red Eye that players of the third and even fourth tiers faced within the No Escape dungeon. I have filled the warehouse with tomatoes, as you requested. Yu faltered, but Red Eye chuckled mockingly, stating, I believe you have forgotten my original request. The task I assigned to you was to gather a warehouse full of intact tomatoes. And what have you harvested? Yu still wished to argue, but Red Eye's requirements were clearly inscribed on her personal panel, leaving no room for denial. It was indeed a warehouse full of flawless tomatoes that was demanded, filled with an overwhelming rage. The figure of Zuo Cheng'an striding out of the warehouse with a black dog nearly drove Hong Yan to the brink of madness. However, it was powerless to exact vengeance upon the player who had already fulfilled their mission. The unsuspecting Yu, who happened to cross paths at that moment, became the perfect outlet for its pent-up fury. Hong Yan cast aside its half-broken staff and, with an imperceptible swiftness, crushed Yu's knee. A cry of pain erupted from Yu, tears streaming forth, rendering any pleas for mercy incoherent. Meanwhile, Hong Yan reveled in the symphony of the player's anguished screams, as if it were listening to celestial melodies. Typically, Hong Yan would only indulge in the cries for a brief moment before dispatching the player, hastily moving on to assess the completion of the remaining player's missions, lest they gain an advantage during this interval. Yet today, an unprecedented fury consumed it. The morning had begun with a daunting encounter with troublesome high-level players, leaving no time to change attire before hastening to a low-tier dungeon to issue tasks. To add insult to injury, it had to endure the foolish players referring to its beloved tomatoes as tomatoes. After dispatching the tasks, it was compelled to return without even exchanging a few words with the high-level players before an inexplicable altercation ensued. Had it not been for its swift escape, it might have met a dire fate aboard the ship. Repeatedly, it had expressed its disdain for water, yet its pleas fell on deaf ears, resulting in its assignment to a watery dungeon. Just when it finally returned to crush low-level players for amusement, it discovered a staggering surprise. Its precious money-making tree had been stolen. The day when it could openly exact revenge seemed a distant dream. Wait, the Red Eye suddenly had a brilliant idea, extending its claws to calculate the days. It seemed that the day of cleansing for those 8 tortoise shells was fast approaching. Humanity truly is a species that proliferates even more than locusts, inadvertently multiplying in droves. However, the cleansing day is a day of indulgence for these game bosses, with a crowd so vast that it would be impossible to eliminate them all. Given its stature, being assigned as a cleaner in a particular instance dungeon would be a trivial matter. With this thought, Red Eye grinned, revealing its crimson maw, eagerly anticipating the arrival of cleansing day. Yet, while future satisfaction was a matter for later, at present, how could it possibly allow itself to part with a newly acquired stress relief toy? Naturally, it would indulge first before anything else. Observing the tear-streaked face of Yo-Yo, who was pleading for a bit more time, Red Eye casually reminded her, oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention I despise it when others refer to tomatoes as tomato. Yo-Yo was taken aback, and suddenly a sharp pain coursed through her legs. It turned out that Red Eye, finding her screams somewhat feeble, had crushed Yo-Yo's thighs as well. Ah, I was wrong. Tomato. It's a tomato. Your tomatoes are absolutely perfect. Yo-Yo, despite the excruciating pain, miraculously held onto her consciousness, realizing she had provoked the dungeon boss. She hastily sought to remedy the situation, pleading for Red Eye to show mercy. However, Red Eye had grown weary of her voice and moved on to other pursuits. With a sense of helplessness, she watched as the crimson-eyed figure receded further into the distance. Due to excessive blood loss, her consciousness began to wane. In her dazed state, thoughts of her boyfriend flickered through her mind. If he were to witness her injuries, surely he would weep for her plight. Countless steel-toothed mice, lurking in the shadows, emerged, drawn by the scent of blood, inching closer to the still warm human form. If Zuo Cheng'an were present, he would behold the multitude of eyes encircling her body. Feast is upon us, dear friends. Opportunities to witness a player being devoured piece by piece are rare. Indeed, while it is exhilarating to see them crushed, strangled, or trapped, the thrill is fleeting, a momentary delight that offers no lasting satisfaction. Absolutely, I concur. In my estimation, the enjoyment ranks just below that of the meat grinder factory, where individuals are tossed into machines and blended in a paste, an experience that is all the more precious since it involves the living. Grateful to my brothers for sharing this. Treasure this moment. It is nothing short of a work of art. The sole drawback is that this player has cried out for far too long. Now, they lack the strength to call out, and without a soundtrack, the recording feels incomplete. Outside the sheepfold, Wang Guangfei casually tossed a woolen blanket obtained from the cottage into the pen. With this addition, there were now 20 sheep within, yet the missing black sheep remained elusive. Despair enveloped him as he gazed at the sun, now completely set on the horizon, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Indeed, if fate has decreed someone's demise, no amount of struggle can alter the inevitable. If one's demise is an inescapable fate, perhaps at noon he should have assisted Yu with some tasks, thereby easing her burdens. Suddenly, a shadowy figure raced towards them from afar, moving with astonishing speed, transforming dramatically as it ran. First, a pair of sharp horns sprouted from its forehead, and its 4 paws morphed into hooves. In the blink of an eye, the figure had metamorphosed from a black dog into a black sheep. After a brief sprint, the black sheep effortlessly leapt over the fence, blending in with the other sheep inside. Now, with 21 sheep gathered, the scene was complete. Mudu's agility surpassed its strength, boasting a player attribute of at least 13 or 14 points. Consequently, Zuo Cheng'an and Mudu set off from the warehouse simultaneously, yet arrived at different times. Shortly after Mudu returned to its position, Zuo Cheng'an arrived on the scene, surprised to find Mudu had reverted to its sheep form. It dawned on him that 2 species could interchange in such a manner. Owning one would allow one to enjoy the dual pleasures of caring for both a dog and a sheep. However, in the realm of games, such abstraction is to be expected. Knowing that Zuo Cheng'an had come from the warehouse, Wang Guangfei could hardly contain his curiosity and sought news of his girlfriend. Where is Yu? Has she not come because she is still upset with me? Sighing, he thought it was better to go out first. Wang Guangfei assumed Yu had completed her task and left the instance, considering her assignment to be the simplest among all players. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the puddle in the open space before the warehouse, his expression subtly reflecting his thoughts. Wang Guangfei followed the gaze, a chill gripping his heart as his countenance turned ashen. Chapter 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He could not afford to dwell on his own precarious situation. From the darkness emerged a rabbit with a single ear, its feet stained with human blood. The blood, now dried, clung the soft, snow-white fur together, forming small, discolored clumps. Dear player, have you followed my instructions and located the 21 sheep? The rabbit, known as Red Eye, chuckled ominously, seemingly certain that Wang Guangfei would fail his task. It seems I must exert some effort to send you down to reunite with your girlfriend. It then scrutinized Wang Guangfei from head to toe. Your little girlfriend lost her leg first, so perhaps you should lose an arm. With that, Red Eye unleashed an oppressive aura upon Wang Guangfei, yet aside from the pallor on his face upon hearing the dreadful news of his girlfriend's demise, he exhibited no further discomfort. How could this be? Red Eye gasped in disbelief, then crouched outside the sheep pen to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It ceased its counting, for it had spotted the sheepskin carpet on the ground of the pen. Discovering the carpet signified that the traps within the task had been unveiled, rendering further counting unnecessary. Moreover, the player's lack of reaction to its imposing presence only confirmed that he had indeed completed the task and remained within the protective confines of the game. Ah, how splendid, truly splendid. With this, 4 out of 5 players in the instance had accomplished their objectives, surpassing Red Eye's own record for survival. It is none other than the so-called Red Eye, the newcomer butcher. Allowing so many players to escape will undoubtedly lead to ridicule from peers upon returning. Moreover, even the spectators find it hard to believe. For individuals survived? I thought only 1 or 2 could make it. Count me in. I even contemplated a total annihilation. But then I remembered this is a level 1 dungeon. Even if it were a ladder dungeon, the game would not allow Red Eye to run rampant. I never anticipated so many would ultimately survive. Perhaps the pressure of dual instances is overwhelming. The adjacent no-escape dungeon is quite well designed. The cabin ceiling is smeared with bits of flesh. Game balance is one aspect, but the quality of this group of players is another. Those twin sisters are a rarity, having maxed out both attributes before challenging. As long as the tasks aren't beyond their capabilities, they are unlikely to falter. This is rather dull. Aside from capturing footage of being devoured alive, there is hardly any gain. Fortunately, Chang'an Technology has already posted the countdown to the Great Cleanup on their official website. At that time, a feast awaits. What? Has it arrived so swiftly? The characterization of those in the low-level world as swine stems from this very notion. They reproduce faster than pigs, churning out broods in droves. It is said that the player count is about to exceed expectations. Shouldn't measures be taken to curtail this influx? You're back, but the countdown on the official website still shows half a month remaining, right? The way you speak makes it feel like it's happening tomorrow. Great cleanup? Zuo Cheng'an could only glean scant information regarding the Great Cleanup, as his timing to observe was far from ideal by the time he took notice. The relevant barrage of comments had already vanished from sight. In its place, discussions arose concerning the various demises of players. He noted this term, yet could only await additional comments or seek information from others once the dungeon was completed. However, he scarcely encountered much news regarding the Great Cleanup. Instead, he observed that the majority of players seemed to focus on maxing out a single attribute before challenging the ladder tower. This was something that his young friend, Yu had previously mentioned to him. Players indeed had a record of dungeon completions. If the completion records for a certain dungeon level became too abundant, the rewards would diminish accordingly. For instance, during the initial foray into a lower-level dungeon, one might earn not only 40 points but also 2 free attribute points. Yet, by the 7th or 8th completion of the same dungeon, even if the rating remained unchanged, the rewards could dwindle to merely 5 points, with no free attribute points to be had. This system effectively coerced players to seize every opportunity to delve into dungeons, compelling them to continually challenge higher-level instances. Nevertheless, most players, after 10 runs, would find that the free attribute points accrued were only sufficient to max out a single attribute, while achieving 2 was deemed exceptional. If given the choice, everyone would prefer to solidify all 3 attributes before embarking on the ladder tower challenge. Yet, the game forbids such a luxury. With only 7 or 8 opportunities, the attributes gained from traversing those dungeons will be finite, leaving players with no option but to accept their lot. If after 8 attempts at the dungeon, one has not maximized even a single attribute, one must either place their hopes on achievements or resign themselves to a life of day-to-day existence, merely enduring each week as it comes, indifferent to the rewards. Steadfastly adhering to the 7-day deadline before embarking on the next dungeon, completing tasks as they arise. The prevailing attitude among the ordinary populace in the safe zones is to first elevate their level to the initial tier, thereby unlocking the limits of their attributes. Thereafter, they may spend the rest of their lives farming hostile creatures within the first level of the 115 range, content with merely accumulating 2 points as a safety net, perhaps even running a pancake stall as a side endeavor. Subsequently, they settle down, marrying and raising children in the safety zone, such as the simplicity of their existence. In the 7th safe zone, With a population of 100,000, there are 20,000 players who have yet to ascend the tier. The ratio clearly indicates that these players are not the majority. The true bulk consists of Tier 1 players, numbering 50,000, whose average attributes predominantly fall between 13 and 16. After all, if one continuously challenges the first and second tier dungeons, after at most 16 attempts, they will cease to gain additional free attribute points. Henceforth, they must either integrate into larger teams to tackle third-tier dungeons, taking a risk, or continue to lead a life of mediocrity. Thus, each opportunity to enter a dungeon in the early stages is of paramount importance to players. Some, unwilling to settle for the mundane, are willing to spend hundreds of points to remain in the safe zone, refining their status. And only when they reach their peak do they venture into dungeons with utmost caution. If, in the name of safety, one opts to engage in a low-yield dungeon that has been thoroughly completed, rather than venturing into a new high-reward one, it is crucial to understand that a first-tier dungeon may only yield a mere 500 free attribute points, or even fewer. The players who preceded have already claimed those points, leaving nothing for those who arrive later. While it may seem prudent to rely on guides for older dungeons, the absence of free attribute points means that one's strength will not augment. Over time, players will come to recognize the significance of these points, and by then, it may be too late to remedy the situation. In the farm, Red Eye reflects on the ridicule that will ensue after the dungeon's closure and suddenly regrets having allowed that female player to perish so quickly. Yet in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Ultimately, all it can muster is a begrudging congratulation to the player for successfully completing the dungeon. Logically, at this juncture, Wang Guangfei could choose to exit the dungeon, and seeing that there was nothing further to attend to, Zuo Cheng'an prepared to depart as well. Having yet to spend a single night in the house he had just rented, eager to surpass the limitations of his attributes. However, the previously silent Wang Guangfei suddenly erupted in a furious cry of discontent, his eyes bloodshot, surpassing even those of a game boss. He retrieved a scissor-shaped item from his bag and, with a desperate resolve, charged towards Red Eye. The remaining ear of Red Eye twitched, and instead of fear, it felt a surge of joy. Are you in a hurry? You are in a rush. It had been lamenting the absence of any human to vent its frustrations upon. The fact that it referred to Wang as human rather than a player revealed its excitement. Foolish, lowly swine, allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Consumed by the devastating news of his girlfriend's demise, Wang Guangfei found himself ensnared by a menacing aura that enveloped him. The feverish turmoil in his mind began to settle, yet it was too late. A chilling presence enveloped his entire being, and in a fleeting instant, he felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins was on the verge of congealing. Simultaneously, a blood-red notification materialized before his eyes. Warning, you are attempting to engage the dungeon boss. Would you like to initiate the boss battle? A crack echoed, reminiscent of a protective barrier shattering or perhaps a rule being transgressed. In Chapter 29, A Twisted Game, the Red Eye transformed from the seemingly innocuous visage he had once encountered into a fearsome entity. Its eyes, once akin to red crystals, now glowed with a deeper hue, emitting an eerie luminescence. As its mouth gaped wide, stretching to the roots of its ears, it revealed not playful fangs but a row of bloodied, serrated teeth. Simultaneously, its claws elongated to 20 centimeters, ending in cruel hooks, capable of disemboweling with a mere flick. This grotesque transformation, coupled with an aura that instilled dread, rendered Wang Guangfei paralyzed, his mind blank as he stood transfixed, as if confronted by an abhorrent creature. However, in the eyes of Left Chang'an, the Red Eye retained its charming rabbit-like persona, albeit missing an ear, slightly larger in stature, and draped in tattered clothing. Could it be that the game, in its efforts to shield players from horror, had applied a filter to the boss? Would the veil be lifted upon failure of the quest or an attack on the boss? Confronted with an opponent of a different echelon, Wang Guangfei found himself devoid of any desire to resist. Upon seeing the system's message box, he shouted, "Cancel! Cancel the boss battle!" No sooner had the words left his lips than the crimson-eyed visage faded, transforming back into the innocuous appearance of a white rabbit. even clad in a tattered evening gown. The red-eyed figure appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet, Wang Guangfei could not muster a smile. Fortunately, his rebellious thoughts had not yet culminated in action, and the scissors in his hand remained unplugged, leaving room for reconsideration. Had he, in a moment of heated impulse, hurled his weapon at the red-eyed being, a mere utterance would not suffice to annul the impending boss battle. Zuo Cheng'an narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the red identity's status, HP 5175. He recalled that mere moments ago, the creature's health had been at 4277, with an ear severed and countless wounds adorning its form. How could its health have increased over such a duration? Was its self-healing ability truly so formidable? Setting aside whether Wang Guangfei's attack could even land, it was likely that the damage inflicted by his scissors paled in comparison to the boss's innate recovery. Ultimately, he had managed to halt his reckless descent into demise just in time. Alas, yet another soul blinded by love. Had he not broken up already? Why pursue vengeance against his ex-girlfriend? However, it was a pity that he was so close to witnessing a slaughter of two. 0. In moments of contemplation, I find myself perplexed by the nature of my girlfriend. She embodies a tender affection only when in my presence, yet once apart, I could encounter a dismembered visage of her without a flicker of emotion. Such is the disposition of individuals from lower realms, who, despite their tumultuous quarrels, remain tethered by an underlying concern for one another. An enigma, indeed. What is this phenomenon? I have witnessed a pair of siblings, where the brother incessantly berated his sister, urging her to depart, yet ultimately relinquished his sole opportunity for advancement to her. My observations revealed that shortly after a triumph, she succumbed to despair and ended her existence within the confines of the game. I have also encountered couples who engage in constant bickering and conflict, yet remain estranged until death, with one harboring a secret desire for vengeance against the other. The audience, residing behind the veil of observation, though ostensibly human, appears inherently aloof, profoundly self-absorbed, and struggles to comprehend the intricacies of player behavior. Is it an imperative for evolution into a higher form of life to forsake empathy and other emotional faculties? This audience frequently utters the phrase lower realms, imbued with disdain for humanity's technological advancements and behaviors. They perceive the emotionality of humans as a sign of incomplete evolution, believing that only their own absolute rationality signifies the success of evolutionary progress. Zuo Cheng'an grapples with this misunderstanding, for he holds the belief that both rationality and emotion are essential components of a complete individual, each indispensable to the other. Yet, one truth resonates within him. A day shall inevitably come. He intended to personally crush each eyeball, subsequently throwing all the spectators hiding behind the screen into the game, allowing them to experience firsthand the so-called kindergarten diploma level that could be completed without injury. It remained to be seen whether they would still be able to laugh so joyfully at that moment. Within the farm, after following the formulaic process, Red Eye shot a fierce glare at Zuo Cheng'an, as if to etch his face into memory, before vanishing in an instant. With the boss's departure, the game notification echoed through the instance. Game over. 14779. Uncle Mubu's farm will close in 1 hour. Wang Guangfei had endured relentless mental assaults throughout the day, appearing considerably more haggard, as though he had aged a decade. Life and death were commonplace within the game. Even the top players who had ascended to the 5th tier were not immune. Lower-tier players had long become accustomed to such experiences. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Wang Guangfei remarked, "Brother, we managed to clear this level thanks to you. Let us be friends, and I'll transfer you some points later." Zuo Cheng'an saw no reason to decline the points offered, readily accepting Wang Guangfei's friend request. Meanwhile, Wang Guangfei had already exited the instance to claim his rewards. After all, this was a ranked dungeon, and the rewards were far more generous than those of ordinary instances. Many players, who had previously remained unnoticed, began to gain recognition in the game after successfully completing a ranked dungeon. Noticing that all the surviving players had departed, Zuo Cheng'an felt no urgency to return and took the opportunity to explore the farm a little longer. Previously, he had noticed that ever since the dungeon underwent a name change, the animals on the farm began to exhibit a curious inclination towards the image captured in the photograph on the second floor of the cottage. These creatures had reverted to their former selves, leaving the subsequent wave of players pondering how to fulfill their tasks. Collecting eggs posed no challenge. The barn had been freshly cleaned, and the tomatoes were nearly harvested. Even the dungeon host should perhaps be replaced from red eye to another. Ding! Internal environment change detected in 14779 Uncle Moo Zhou's farm. Immediate rectification underway. Temporary suspension of access to the dungeon hall. Originally, dungeons that had been utilized would flow into the dungeon hall after players completed them, making them available for general players. The first batch of players who successfully cleared the ladder tower possessed invaluable strategies, which they could either sell to guilds or selflessly share with the community. However, if a destructive player were to enter the ladder dungeon upon its initial opening and wreak havoc, the dungeon would require maintenance and would not flow into the dungeon hall temporarily. Once the rectification was complete, it could either emerge drastically transformed as an entirely new dungeon or feature various subtle adjustments, altering the completion methods from before. Through a series of maneuvers by Zuo Cheng'an, even the shadowy proprietor of the dungeon farm was replaced. Fortunately, only the dungeon had lost its host, and the overall environment remained intact, requiring merely minor adjustments to the rules before it could be reactivated. Chapter 30. 100 kilometers of grass indeed. Merely 10 minutes later, Zuo Cheng'an, still lingering within the instance, discovered that although the number and name remained consistent, the game's content had transformed from completing tasks assigned by the host to surviving successfully on the farm for 10 days. The mission had abruptly shifted from a task-oriented endeavor to a survival challenge. During these 10 days, players must conceal themselves on the farm, tending to the animals while fending off relentless waves of howling tomatoes attacking from outside. Should the tomatoes breach the farmhouse or any animals suffer casualties, the mission would end in failure. Observing the fields beyond the farm, Zuo Cheng'an noted that the tomatoes, which had previously remained anchored in the soil, regardless of whether they bore fruit, were now struggling to uproot themselves, converging around the farm. Well then, the next wave of players would directly enter zombie crisis mode. The architect of this turmoil, Zuo Cheng'an, felt a fleeting pang of guilt before decisively fleeing. Just as his body was about to be teleported away, a resounding woof resonated beside him. Mo Do, having leapt out from the sheepfold at some point, followed the scent and approached. Though it scarcely recalled its existence prior to becoming an NPC in the instance, the deep-seated hatred for the red-eyed still propelled it forward. Since ordinary NPCs could not contend with the game's boss, it resolved to escape the instance and find a formidable ally. After careful consideration, Zuo Cheng'an, who possessed remarkable strength and had helped it reclaim the farm, was the perfect match. With a running leap, Mo Do pounced from about 4 or 5 meters away, and together they were teleported away from the instance. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the companion mode category. Player companion abilities: herding, guarding, laundry, preparing 4 dishes, and a soup. Consumes only a handful of fodder for every 100 kilometers. Description: whether it be the cattle and horses of the prairie or those within the skyscrapers. It can assist you in herding them. A familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as 2 options materialized before Zuo Cheng'an. One to teleport directly back to his newly rented abode, and the other to return beside the ladder tower. Zuo Cheng'an opted for the latter, having devoted an entire day within the dungeon. Aside from enduring nausea to consume 2 tomatoes, he had not ingested anything to satiate his hunger. Before returning to his rental, he needed to address the provisions for himself and Mudu. In the very next moment after making his choice, Zuo Cheng'an found himself at the entrance of the ladder tower, surrounded by the bustling players. He felt as though he had just emerged from a novice dungeon, unable to hear their conversations, while the other players remained oblivious to Zuo Cheng'an's sudden appearance. A settlement panel emerged. Congratulations to the player for passing the first assessment of the ladder dungeon. Values have been unlocked. Rewards are being calculated. Overall evaluation: yes, gained free attribute points. 16. Level 1 ladder dungeon cap is 8. S grade score doubles rewards. Gain points: 200. Level 1 ladder dungeon cap is 100. S-grade score doubles rewards. Congratulations on successfully clearing the currently inaccessible dungeon, achieving the Pioneer accomplishment. Free attribute points. After receiving 16 points from dungeon rewards and 3 from achievements, along with the remaining 2 points previously, Zuo Cheng'an now possesses a total of 21 free attribute points. In a world of limited resources, balance breeds mediocrity. Having engaged in 2 games, Zuo Cheng'an comprehends the significance of strength for players. Without sufficient power, even the defenses of monsters remain unbroken. Following this is Constitution, which allows one to endure longer when health is low, and lastly, Speed. In lower-tier dungeons where the environments are relatively confined, speed offers little advantage if one cannot escape. Perhaps only in vast dungeons, such as those in major cities or grand squares, will a high-speed attribute prove beneficial. As long as he refrains from recklessly opting for expansive environments before enhancing his speed attribute, he should be fine. With this in mind, Zuo Cheng'an swiftly allocated his points, adding 10 to Strength, 8 to Constitution, and 3 to Speed. After the allocation, Zuo Cheng'an's panel transformed to Player, Zuo Cheng'an, Level, First Ladder, Spirit, 58-100, Constitution, 18 Strength, 20 Speed, 13 Items, Tetanus Antidote X1, 31, Scoundrel's Glasses, Jerky, 2 pieces, Quick Mouse Dagger, Shepherd Dog Bell, Skills, Eye of Truth. The 20 points in Strength is not the limit, as the numbers following it remain ungrayed, indicating that as long as Zuo Cheng'an has free attribute points, he can continue to enhance this attribute. Will he only encounter the first ladder-level bottleneck upon reaching 30 or even 40? That is indeed a monumental endeavor, even if each attempt results in an S rating. Swiftly completing the task is far from straightforward. One can only hope that the upper limit for free points in advanced dungeons is proportionally elevated. In addition to the numerical changes, the panel's level has transitioned from unascended to first ladder, and the mental state has plummeted into the perilous range of 58. According to the words of the twin sisters, combined with information gleaned from the barrage of messages, it is evident that repeatedly delving into dungeons will diminish mental values. When these values fall below 60, one's physical form within the dungeon is likely to exhibit signs of distortion. Although this phenomenon is reversible, the accompanying effects, such as confusion, heightened aggression, and loss of bodily control, are undeniably tangible. As he continued, Zuo Cheng'an noticed the addition of the swift mouse dagger and the shepherd's bell in his inventory. The bell, which he had no use for, rightfully belonged to Mo Do and should be returned to its rightful owner. As for the swift mouse dagger, he decided to keep it for the time being. He was not in need of points at the moment. Once he accumulated enough and used items, he could set up a stall to sell them. Unbeknownst to Zuo Cheng'an, after he became the last player to exit the dungeon, the slightly updated Dungeon Uncle Moo's farm automatically entered the dungeon hall, accompanied by the announcement, "Congratulations to players Fu Yu, Zuo Cheng'an, and Wang Guangfei for clearing the Tower of Ascension Dungeon 14779. All players who achieve the first clear of a dungeon are honored with a broadcast, with a number of announcements corresponding to the levels of dungeons cleared. Consequently, the players in the hall could not help but exclaim in awe, marveling at the 4 newly ascended individuals who reached the first tier of the ladder. After a brief moment of silent admiration, they returned to their own pursuits. While the first tier may seem formidable to the average person, one must not forget that within the entire safety zone number 7, there are a staggering 50,000 players at this level. In fact, nearly half of those in the instance hall are of the first tier caliber. Announcements regarding the successful completion of the ladder tower instances echo throughout the day, sometimes occurring dozens of times, rendering them a common occurrence. Only those responsible for gathering instance intelligence within the large guild pay particular attention to such matters. Instances sourced from the ladder tower are their preferred type, as they do not require their own members to undertake the challenges. Instead, they merely need to locate the successful players and procure strategies from them, thereby saving considerable effort. Thus, at the very moment an announcement is made, individuals begin to search for players who completed instance number 14779, eager to acquire first-hand exclusive strategies, preferably outright purchases. As for the players like Wang Guangfei, who have completed the instance, Discovering that the quest parameters have changed renders their prior experience entirely futile, a tale of sorrow in its own right. The bell was reattached to the measuring tool, and the protective shield enveloping both person and dog gradually dissipated, revealing Zuo Cheng'an to the public eye. Many players, who harbored intentions of embarking on new instances yet hesitated to act, cast envious glances in his direction. Standing outside the ladder tower, he was unmistakably one who had just triumphed over the first tier's trials. The seasoned veterans typically teleport directly home or back into the depths of the ladder tower. Even at the most modest level of the initial ladder, one could still earn a weekly point through the basic welfare system. In the safety zone on the 7th day, one could at least live with a semblance of humanity. With a stroke of luck and a particular skill, one might even join a respectable guild. Members of nearby guilds, keen on recruiting potential players, gradually approached, hoping to invite Zuo Cheng'an to join their ranks. However, Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of joining a guild and preferred to avoid entanglements with these individuals. He had intended to seek information from other players regarding the so-called Great Cleanup, but the enthusiasm of the players surrounding him was overwhelming, rivaling even the previous self-nominated guides, if not surpassing them. At least the self-nominated guides adhere to a certain unwritten rule, allowing only one person to approach at a time. Now, a throng had gathered, more tightly than garlic cloves. At this moment, Zuo Cheng'an felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should have allocated more points to speed, as it would have made escaping this crowd considerably easier. Chapter 31. Purchasing materials with all 13 points allocated to speed. He could sprint 100 meters in merely 6 seconds. The ink line transformed into a black sheep, charging ahead to clear the path, while Zuo Cheng'an followed behind in a rather disheveled manner. Fortunately, the game's monitoring system did not issue a warning for the ink line's actions, likely deeming them as self-defense or a special method of movement in crowded situations. The guilds that sought to recruit players from the initial ladder, treating them as precious commodities, were hardly commendable. Those who emerged to chase performance metrics hadn't even ascended the initial ladder, consisting entirely of players with unallocated attribute points. Before long, Zuo Cheng'an and the ink line left them far behind, unable to even glean a trace of the spoils. Following the directions indicated by the signposts, Zuo Cheng'an brought his measuring tool to the largest department store within the safe zone. He intended to procure the ingredients necessary for crafting tomato sauce, as well as stock up on supplies. Given the population of 100,000 within the safe zone, the storage capacity here is indeed astonishing. Spanning over 1,000 acres and rising 9 stories high, this establishment boasts an abundance of every conceivable item, all of which are continuously updated. Products that require international travel to acquire in the real world can be found here merely by switching shelves. It can be confidently stated that, aside from certain restrictions, there is virtually nothing unattainable in this venue. As Zuo Cheng'an pondered the concept of food, the moment he stepped into the department building, he was instantly transported to the food section. Much like an ordinary supermarket, snacks, instant meals, fruits, and vegetables were all conveniently displayed together on a single expansive floor. Upon completing his selections, Zuo Cheng'an turned to find that his companion, Mo, had scampered off to the produce section, drooling at the sight of fresh hay beneath the protective shield. Quietly setting aside the dog food cans, kibble, and treats he had chosen, Zuo Cheng'an opted instead for bundles of fresh hay. It became evident why Mo had overlooked the pet snack aisle. He was a herbivore. Is it because one has been a sheep for too long that they forget the dietary habits of their own species? Zuo Cheng'an, feeling helpless, acquiesced to Mo's wishes, purchasing not only large bundles of fresh, succulent premium forage, but also small cabbages and radishes. The safe zone houses pets. Some, like Mo, possess remarkable combat abilities, while others are merely ordinary animals. The general store even features a dedicated pets section, where one can acquire protected species from the real world using points. After all, players must undertake a dungeon raid weekly. Neglecting to do so incurs a penalty of 100 points, creating considerable pressure day by day, thus necessitating companionship. It is during such times that the significance of pets becomes apparent. A moment of solace with a pet can be more effective than any drug. Naturally, Different individuals have various methods of self-healing, and pet companionship is merely one of them. During a shopping spree, Zuo Cheng'an attempted to engage other players in conversation about the Great Purge. Little did he know that these 3 words struck fear akin to a calamity. Players who had been enjoying their shopping would, upon hearing Great Purge, undergo an abrupt change in demeanor, hastily departing with expressions that seemed to say, "Have you lost your mind? Why would you wish for such a thing?" This left Zuo Cheng'an in a state of perplexity and curiosity. Had he known earlier, he would have retained a means of contact with Yulu. For now, he found himself without anyone to inquire. Then there was Red Eye, who had ominously stated that when the Great Purge arrived, he would make things difficult for him. Could this refer to some grand dungeon? If only he possessed the ability to multitask, then there would be no need to worry about missing out on the barrage of comments. Those individuals who flood the chat appear to have their minds filled with nonsensical thoughts, lacking any semblance of logic in their discourse. Their conversations flutter haphazardly, reminiscent of a mathematics class where one becomes distracted by picking up a pencil and subsequently finds themselves utterly lost. Suppressing his inquiries regarding the Great Cleanup, Zuo Cheng'an reviewed the bill after settling his account and once again marveled at the fact that within the safe zone, as long as one refrains from touching items and buildings, points are indeed quite valuable. With a shopping cart brimming with supplies, along with 2 carts of fodder, the final expenditure rounded off to a mere 13 points. Admittedly, this perspective may seem somewhat detached from reality. Moreover, upon befriending Wang Guangfei, the latter had already transferred the previously agreed-upon points to Zuo Cheng'an, amounting to a generous 20 points. After an array of transactions, not only did his points not diminish, but they also increased by 7. As Zuo Cheng'an engaged in casual conversation with him, he discovered that the majority of players earn between 2 to 20 points per dungeon run, with those exceeding 50 points being exceedingly rare. A meager 2 points represent the minimum safety net for dungeon runs. Even in dungeons that have been thoroughly exhausted, as long as one is willing to undertake the challenge, the least one can secure is 2 points. Coupled with the pricing in the safe zone, it implies that as long as one dares to venture forth, they shall not starve. During his conversation with Wang Guangfei, Zuo Cheng'an seized the opportunity to broach the subject of the Great Cleanup. Fortunately, this time the other party provided an explanation. It turns out that the so-called Great Cleanup is a method employed by the game to reduce the number of players. Due to the low cost of living, even the most inept individuals can navigate through the lower-level dungeons with the aid of guides. Furthermore, various privileges, such as pregnant women being exempt from dungeon challenges, have contributed to a continuous rise in the population of newborns within Safe Zone 7 for several consecutive years. Established over a decade ago, this safe zone has seen a stable player count of around 100,000, which is considered the ideal number for such a sanctuary. In stark contrast, the older safe zones, namely Zones 1 and 2, have experienced explosive growth, with populations exceeding 1 million, so numerous that even park underpasses can no longer accommodate them. Betting has spread into various buildings as well. When the game detects an excessive number of players in a safe zone, it forcibly transports players, along with numerous dungeon monsters, into an oversized dungeon, initiating a massacre devoid of any subtleties. This mechanism aims to alleviate the pressure on the safe zone swiftly. However, the depletion of players in the older safe zones also inadvertently affects the newer, lower-numbered safe zones, dragging them into the same fate of cleansing, regardless of their consent. After this explanation, Zuo Cheng'an instantly grasped why the player levels in Safe Zone 7 defied conventional logic. Typically, one would expect a higher level of players to be fewer in number. Yet there were 20,000 players at the unranked level, while those at the first tier numbered an astonishing 50,000. This discrepancy is far greater than what one would anticipate. The crux of the issue lies here. With the presence of the Great Cleansing, not only are some idlers purged, but it also ignites the potential within others, compelling them to strive for ascension. Even though he had been lounging about just the day before, upon learning of the Great Cleanup, he compelled himself to engage in exercise and delve into the game. Yet, observing the state of players privy to the details while inquiring about the Great Cleanup, it seemed that newcomers to the game would find it quite challenging to discover its existence. By the time they became aware, they would have already missed the golden opportunity for advancement. Having resolved his inner queries, Zuo Cheng'an expressed his gratitude to Wang Guangfei, and as he was about to exit the interface, he noticed a new friend request notification. Upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to find requests from players Zheng Run and Li Yueqiu, whom he had met in the novice dungeon screaming night. As for the seasoned players He Jinmei and Zuo Cheng'an, they had not sent friend requests. It made sense. They were not of the same generation and lacked common topics of conversation. Through the friend request, Li Yueqiu immediately sent a greeting, which could be simplified to an eager plea for assistance. Carry me, carry me, carry me. On the other hand, Zheng Run remained silent, with the system indicating he was still engaged in the dungeon. Was he diving back into another run? Quite industrious indeed. The friend list displayed each player's current level. For instance, beneath Li Yueqiu's avatar were the words "not on the ladder." It was likely she had noticed the first ladder designation under his avatar, prompting her to seek his guidance. Speaking of Li Yueqiu, Zuo Cheng'an recalled her double kick skill. Having completed the novice dungeon once, she should have allocated enough points to her physique to meet the skill's minimum requirement of 7. This skill was quite formidable, and she, being somewhat naive and good-natured, was easily led. The experience of being isolated in the farm's 5-person quest has made Zuo Cheng'an more vigilant. Fortunately, the tasks on the farm do not involve factional confrontations or competitive elements. Spectators in the bullet comments have noted that certain NPCs in various instances delight in dividing players into different teams, watching them engage in mutual destruction. Players who find themselves alone in such instances become prime targets, often being focused down and eliminated swiftly. In instances with fewer than 10 players, Zuo Cheng'an is not afraid of being targeted. However, what if he encounters a 50 or even 100-player instance in the future? If 99 players belong to the same guild, united in purpose, how can the remaining individuals hope to compete? Even if he possesses extraordinary skills, capable of battling 100 foes single-handedly, collaboration becomes impossible in scenarios requiring teamwork if the opposing side refuses to cooperate. Thus, while it is feasible to remain guildless, lacking even a handful of allies in a dungeon run, even for mere numbers, is simply untenable. After careful consideration, Li Yueqiu emerges as an excellent choice. She is trustworthy, capable, and, most importantly, kind-hearted and obedient. As for any ill intentions, Zuo Cheng'an recalled her innocent, unworldly eyes. While she may possess minor selfish inclinations, a trait inherent to humanity, she would never cause significant harm. With this thought in mind, Zuo Cheng'an decided to invite her for the next dungeon run. Li Yueqiu assumed that Zuo Cheng'an's invitation referred to a relatively new level 1 dungeon, her heart brimming with joy, showering compliments that were so extravagant they seemed to conjure rainbows. Little did she know, Zuo Cheng'an was actually referring to a level 2 dungeon, one that offered the highest rewards and had been opened only a few times. Li Yueqiu, danger! As the private conversation drew to a close, Zuo Cheng'an returned to his rented apartment. Mudu, filled with excitement, eagerly tore open the packaging of hay and various vegetables, savoring crisp radishes alongside fresh hay, washing it down with cool water, relishing the delightful feast. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an grabbed an empty bowl and proceeded to open his personal panel, attempting to synthesize Muzhou brand tomato sauce. The panel indicated that this particular tomato sauce belonged to an esteemed old brand from Tianlai City, cherished and a favored choice for gifts. In terms comprehensible to players, it meant that it could be traded with NPCs. However, to ascertain its culinary effects, he needed to create a sample first. The jar excavated from the farm's warehouse had unfortunately deteriorated due to prolonged storage, rendering it unsuitable for reference. Following the recipe, Zuo Cheng'an sequentially combined fragrant tomato X1, granulated sugar X1, electric hemp honey X1, and other ingredients. The game promptly presented the option to commence production. Yes, in a flash of golden light, the heap of raw materials transformed into a vibrant pool of orange-red tomato sauce. Perhaps due to the inclusion of honey, the Muzhou brand tomato sauce appeared lighter in color than typical tomato sauces, resembling sweet and sour sauce, but with a deeper hue. Muzhou brand tomato sauce. Category: Food. Effect: restores health upon use. can also be added while cooking to create healing dishes. Restriction: not effective for the weak. Please consume in moderation. Description: as long as the tomato beef brisket endures, others shall forever remain as princes. Zuo Cheng'an scooped a spoonful to taste, and the moment his tongue made contact with the sauce, the rich aroma exclusive to the tomato erupted on his palate. The texture retained a hint of a cottony sensation. Initially tart, it swiftly transformed into sweetness. After acclimatizing, the flavor evolved into a harmonious balance of sweet and sour, so agreeable that even someone like him, who typically eschewed sweetness, found it palatable. It is no exaggeration to assert that this sauce could elevate even the most mundane of dishes to extraordinary heights. A mere pairing with bread or a spoonful added while stir-frying could enhance the flavor immeasurably. With this recipe in hand, Zuo Cheng'an could venture into the realm of street vending, selling savory pancakes with the potential to amass wealth. However, such aspirations seemed far-fetched. Beyond taste, Zuo Cheng'an valued the healing properties of the tomato sauce even more. If it proved potent enough to replace conventional healing items, it could be packaged into smaller portions for therapeutic use. Yet he found himself continually circling back to the idea of street vending. Zuo Cheng'an unsheathed the swift mouse dagger and, with precision and resolve, made a swift incision on his arm. Due to the dagger's sharpness, he scarcely felt any pain as blood flowed freely from the wound. It was only under the dual stimuli of visual and olfactory sensations that he belatedly registered the searing pain. In the real world, such an injury would certainly require 4 or 5 stitches. However, within the game, Zuo Cheng'an decisively scooped another generous spoonful of tomato sauce. As the rich flavor filled his mouth, the bleeding wound on his arm had already scabbed over, and the searing pain dissipated entirely. As the flavor of the sauce dissipated from his mouth, the blood scab on his arm had transformed into a deep brown hue, revealing beneath it the tender, newly grown skin. At that moment, the fresh blood that had dripped onto the table had yet to fully congeal. What a remarkable find! Truly, an extraordinary treasure. Left Cheng'an gazed at the remaining half-bowl of sauce with the rapture of a connoisseur. The spoonful he had consumed was roughly equivalent to the size of a ketchup packet that accompanies a hamburger, and the remaining sauce in the bowl was ample enough to be portioned into 7, 8, or even 10 packets without any difficulty. The sole drawback was that, in contrast to items in the real world, the products sourced from the in-game department store were not only exorbitantly priced, but also limited in supply. He had cleared the shelves of all electric honey, and in the end, it was scarcely sufficient to create a single bowl of ketchup. However, he still had 2 fragrant tomatoes left and a bit of meat purchased, which was just enough to prepare a dish of tomato beef brisket with a game-inspired flair for tonight. Chapter 33. The Return from Defeat. The quantity produced was adequate for personal use and a slight sale, but it was far from sufficient for expansion and growth. Additionally, he had yet to experiment with whether a greater quantity of ketchup would be needed for more severe injuries or if any bottlenecks existed. For instance, while smaller wounds healed quickly, the recovery rate would slow as the size of the wound increased. These nuances would require gradual exploration in the future. After tidying up the remnants on the table, Zuo Cheng'an began to devise a plan. The healing properties of ketchup came as an unexpected delight. He recalled Zheng Ren's therapeutic tools. At that moment, he was left with but a breath, yet after consuming a gummy bear, he managed to hold on to that fleeting breath. In another 10 minutes, he could support himself against the wall, and in 5 more, he would feel as if nothing had ever happened. With the recipe for ketchup at hand, he could save a substantial sum on purchasing healing items in the future, ensuring that even if he could not embark on a dungeon temporarily for various reasons, he would not be short on points to spend. Contemplating his points, Zuo Cheng'an made a point to check his balance. He had received an S rating in both dungeons, and despite the level 1 dungeon having a maximum of 100 points obtainable in a single run, the S rating multiplied the rewards, netting him a total of 400 points. Subsequently, he spent 25 points on healing his internal injuries, 5 points for wandering around with Yulu, 30 points on rent, and 13 points on purchases. However, Wang Guangfei transferred him an additional 20 points, resulting in a continuous ebb and flow of points, ultimately leaving him with 340 points. With just the rent, he could afford 10 weeks, 2 months worth of accommodation. With money in his pocket, thoughts of expenditure filled his mind. Saving was simply out of the question. In order to transform his abode back into a haven for the black sheep, Zuo Cheng'an prepared himself a sumptuous bowl of tomato beef stew over rice, planning to venture into the trading market the next day in hopes of a fortunate encounter. He intended to rest for 3 to 4 days to restore his mental energy before tackling the level 2 dungeon. Prior to that, he needed to acquire a reliable offensive tool for himself, and if his balance permitted, perhaps also a skill enhancement, especially to see if there is anything that allows one to multitask. Zuo Cheng'an found the skills rather precarious. Their power was formidable, yet unlike most items. They did not possess a limited number of uses. Setting aside the price, the question remained whether anyone would even have them for sale. Upon introspection, he acknowledged that if he were to acquire a remarkable skill, he would certainly prioritize using it for himself first. The following morning, although Zuo Cheng'an was uncertain if it was indeed morning, he had enjoyed a satisfying meal and a restful night's sleep. The safe zone boasted a clock, yet there was no distinction between day and night. The outside world remained perpetually illuminated, the source of which was unknown, even in the absence of streetlights. The streets were as bright as daylight. This aspect contributed to the desirability of bridge underpasses over open parks, as the underpasses could be considered semi-enclosed environments, providing shadows that lessen the player's sense of disorientation. Players need not exhaust themselves to the utmost. They could simply lie down and drift into sleep without the need for sleep masks. Indoors fared better. Once the lights were extinguished and the curtains drawn, the room plunged into utter darkness akin to night. Oh, noticing Zuo Cheng'an preparing to leave, Mudu wagged its tail, eager to accompany him. It had been closely following Zuo Cheng'an without a moment's separation, leaving no opportunity for him to confine it at home. No, Mudu, you cannot come with me. Oh, it whined, but to no avail. Do not forget that you devoured half a pot of my tomato beef stew last night. Zuo Cheng'an pointed at the stove, where the frying pan had been licked clean, reminding Mudu of its culinary transgression that had yet to be addressed. Seizing the moment of trepidation, Zuo Cheng'an swiftly darted out of the room, only to find himself at the entrance of the dungeon hall in the next breath. The dungeon hall bustled with activity, filled with players hawking strategies, calling for teams, and others caught in indecision over which dungeon to choose, appearing more vibrant than a marketplace. Just as Zuo Cheng'an was about to depart for the nearby bazaar, a stir arose within the hall. He paused to listen and learned that the 100 players who had ventured into the level 3 dungeon no escape had returned. Each dungeon possessed a unique passage of time. Although merely a day had elapsed in the safe zone, a span of 3 days had passed within no escape. In stark contrast to the grand procession of 100, fewer than 20 players trudged back alive. These survivors seemed to have employed the game's healing functions. Aside from being splattered with blood, their bodies remained intact. However, the extensive bloodstains, some of which had splashed or seeped into their garments, and the torn pant legs or sleeves, indicated the severity of their injuries prior to treatment. Observing this, Zuo Cheng'an lingered, curiosity piqued. Any morsel of information would be advantageous, even if it merely revealed a single attack pattern of the red eye. The 20 or so players emerging from the dungeon, still coherent, opted to utilize their accumulated points for swift healing. However, those who had lost consciousness were beyond such aid. They could only cling to life with items. Awaiting the arrival of guild support, fellow guild members remained steadfast, guarding their incapacitated companions without taking any action. They found themselves immobile, swiftly encircled by a throng of spectators in the copy hall, forming a wall of onlookers in concentric circles. Concerned that the crowd's proximity might impede the breathing of the injured on the ground, members of the same guild took turns to maintain order, ensuring that the curious observers did not draw too close. With his enhanced constitution, Zuo Cheng'an possessed keen eyesight and acute hearing, allowing him to easily discern the conversations around him. A tall, slender youth expressed his astonishment upon hearing his friend's words. What? Are you saying that a leading figure from the Xiaoya Guild personally ventured forth and failed to conquer a level 3 dungeon? Surely you jest. That player is from a 4th tier. Another nearby echoed his disbelief. Indeed, Isn't it a given that players can effortlessly conquer dungeons below their level? How could there possibly be failure? Who told you that high-level players can breezily conquer lower-level dungeons? That's merely the case for levels 1 and 2. Dungeons of level 3 and above randomly introduce bosses to the mix. They can teach you a lesson in no time. Yet, the notion that a 4th-tier player, alongside over 70 3rd-tier members, could not overcome a mere level 3 dungeon seemed rather implausible. But you see, my brother's ex-girlfriend's best friend's boyfriend is affiliated with the Fij Guild, thus keeping me well informed. I heard that during the recently activated No Escape dungeon, they unfortunately encountered the boss Red Eye, who presided over that particular session. To face a boss, it requires the personal involvement of the leaders of the 3 major guilds. Otherwise, do not expect to achieve a flawless completion. It seems rather unfortunate, as in the previous attempts, the elusive boss was never summoned. Yet upon the arrival of a formidable team on the 4th tier, the boss made its appearance. One might ponder, if one cannot conquer the dungeon, is there truly any alternative but to meet one's demise? How then can so many emerge unscathed? The respondent this time is a member of the Xiaoya Guild, tasked with restoring order. Although he did not partake in the No Escape strategy operation, he gleaned insights into the brutalities within the dungeon through his comrades. Chapter 34. Is this it? Initially, players entering the No Escape dungeon were merely expected to enjoy a leisurely vacation aboard the ship, surviving the fortnight with relative ease. At worst, they would fend off the zombified passengers, while the hidden quest entailed tracing the origins of the zombie virus, a task that could be left unfulfilled without any repercussions, provided one did not seek a high score for completion. However, shortly after the game commenced, the ladder boss Crimson Eye manifested within the dungeon. It is well known that the appearance of a ladder boss escalates the dungeon's difficulty by at least 1 tier. The emergence of Crimson Eye significantly enhanced the strength of the zombies, leading many players still struggling on the 2nd tier to succumb to overwhelming odds, resulting in substantial casualties. The leader of Xiaoya, resigned to this harsh reality, was compelled to abandon the quest for a complete conquest of the dungeon, instead seeking alternative pathways for a side completion. In dungeons of tier 3 and above, beyond the chance of triggering a ladder boss, there exist multiple methods for successful completion. Presumably, the game designers did not wish for a mass extinction of high-level players during their exploratory endeavors within the dungeon, and thus provided some escape routes. Ultimately, the true value of their demise lies in the dissemination of information beyond the confines of the instance, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success for the subsequent cohort of players. The establishment of multiple exits within the instance serves as a lifeline for players who, upon realizing their inability to persevere, may choose to retreat. This concept delineates the distinction between perfect completion and side completion. In primary instances, such classifications are virtually non-existent. In secondary instances, only a scant few possess this differentiation. While instances of tertiary level and beyond distinctly categorize perfect completion and side completion, perfect completion entails fulfilling the initial tasks outlined in the original interface, navigating through the instance as prescribed, and consequently receiving the standard rewards upon completion. In contrast, side completions manifest in myriad forms, potentially triggered by fulfilling a quest from a specific NPC within the instance, accessing a certain passageway, or vanquishing a minor boss. Ultimately, players are merely prompted to inquire whether they wish to expend points to recuperate from injuries, with no rewards rendered. It appears that allowing players to survive and exit the instance constitutes the most significant reward. The Nowhere to Escape instance, after numerous explorations by various player groups, has yet to yield a team capable of achieving a perfect completion. However, several temporal nodes for side completions have been discerned. The first node occurs on the evening of the first day post-beginning of the instance, when a private helicopter descends upon the cruise ship. Should players manage to board this helicopter and successfully pilot it away, an option to escape the instance will emerge in their minds. Nonetheless, given that a private helicopter can accommodate a maximum of 4 individuals, this option is evidently the least favorable among the multitude of players present in a large-scale instance. The second node imposes no restrictions on the number of individuals and does not demand precise timing. According to existing intelligence, Players can exit through this second node at any point within 10 days prior to the designated time frame. Beyond this period, uncertainty prevails, for no player has successfully endured until then and emerged from the instance. In a typical gameplay sequence, a minor zombie outbreak is expected to erupt on the third day after the crew sets sail. While the initial difficulty is manageable, the introduction of the ladder boss, Crimson Eye, transforms the situation dramatically. What began as merely a dozen zombies escalates to hundreds. The zombified NPCs encompass all significant crew members and technicians responsible for the vessel's maintenance, swiftly crippling the entire ship. Furthermore, the upgraded zombie virus exhibits an extended incubation period and heightened infectivity. The infected hosts possess enhanced strength. Even flora and marine life in the vicinity have succumbed to a zombie-like transformation. At this juncture, the instance's difficulty has undeniably transcended the realm of Tier 3, nearing the challenges of Tier 4 or even 5. Consequently, the leader of the Xia Guild, Ganran, judiciously abandons the original strategy of continued conquest, opting instead to guide players through an ever-present secondary bypass route within the game to escape the instance. This involves utilizing the escape pods provided aboard the cruise liner. However, even this bypass will not be easily attained, for otherwise, the instance would merely become a resort where one could come and go at will. To depart via the escape pod, players must accomplish a series of intricate tasks. Inquire about the location of the escape pod, locate the key to the room housing the escape pod, navigate through numerous challenges to reach the room containing the escape pod, successfully breach the zombie blockade, inflate the escape pod, and deploy it to the surface of the sea, and steer the escape pod to a point 1,000 meters away from the cruise ship amidst a swarm of mutated fish monsters. The initial tasks of gathering information about the escape pod's location and finding the key have already been accomplished by earlier players, allowing newcomers to bypass the tedious inquiries and directly seek the designated spots. Consequently, the players led by Ganran only need to focus on the latter tasks. At this juncture, it is anticipated that a villain would inevitably emerge. At a critical moment, Red Eye, a troublesome adversary, appears to wreak havoc, flanked by a multitude of zombie minions, firmly stationed along the essential route to the escape pod storage. The intent of this formidable foe seems to be to guard the path interminably. Meanwhile, a significant number of players in the group have already been infected by the new strain of the zombie virus, rendering their items ineffective against the boss's enhanced virus. They must urgently return to the safe zone for treatment. Time is of the essence for the players. Thus, they're compelled to initiate an offensive against Red Eye, triggering the boss battle. The ultimate outcome, as everyone witnessed, was dire. Although the boss managed to flee, the players suffered tremendous losses. With only a little over 20 survivors remaining from the 100-member team and several others lying incapacitated on the ground, uncertain if they would survive. However, this outcome is far superior to a complete annihilation of the team, especially considering it occurred within a dungeon where a ladder boss had descended. Achieving such a survival rate is a testament to the exceptional leadership of the dungeon's captain, Ganyan. As he spoke, the player from the Xia Guild, responsible for maintaining order, exuded an air of pride that permeated his words. It was as if he felt a deep sense of honor to belong to such a guild. Indeed, it is a matter of pride. The Red Eyes have been thoroughly defeated and forced to retreat, ultimately venting their frustrations on lower-level players. Had the players not been in a rush to exit the dungeon to tend to the injured, they might have had the opportunity to chase down the boss, and the Red Eyes might not have escaped with half their health intact. Zuo Cheng'an had witnessed firsthand the disarray of the Red Eyes as they fled from the No Way Out dungeon. They had truly misplayed their hand, nearly ensnaring themselves in the process. After mingling among the crowd for some time, Zuo Cheng'an was unable to glean any new information and decided to proceed to the market as originally planned. From a distance, he observed the guide at the market entrance energetically promoting the lively scene to new players. Those who had just completed their novice tasks were still in a daze, only to be approached moments later by charming individuals offering specialized services. Upon inquiring about these special services, it turned out they were merely guides. Scanning the market entrance, Zuo Cheng'an quickly spotted Yulu, who was surrounded by a group of children. Yulu also noticed Zuo Cheng'an and waved enthusiastically from afar. As the first guest since his independent life began, Yulu remembered him quite clearly. Zuo Cheng'an returned the gesture with a wave. Chapter 35. The Welfare Institution Yesterday. The presence of only Yulu did not seem conspicuous, but today, with a dozen children gathered, the contrast became strikingly evident. Although they all appeared to be boys based on their attire, among them were a few particularly delicate-looking children, including Yulu, who upon closer inspection could be discerned as girls. Indeed, within the intricate environment of the game, while the safe zone ensures the protection of players, this layer of security dissipates once one enters a dungeon. If a malevolent individual follows them into the dungeon, those children without parental guardianship possess no means of defense. Zuo Cheng'an had witnessed families of 4 or 5 within the safety of the zone, where, apart from the daily currency being replaced by points, and parents occasionally needing to team up for the next dungeon, their family dynamics mirrored those of the real world. However, dungeons are not venues for leisure and recreation. No matter how meticulously explored, they cannot prevent players from engaging in self-destructive behavior or succumbing to carelessness, should a parent meet their demise. Children over the age of 10 automatically inherit their parents' items and points, thrusting them into the harsh reality of self-sustenance. Conversely, those under 10 are taken under the game's wing for unified education and care, only to depart from the welfare institution upon reaching the age of 10 to establish their own lives in the safe zone. Undoubtedly, children with parents are fortunate. They can afford to remain sheltered at home for several years, supported by their guardians until they reach the age of 13 or 14, when their bodies have grown sufficiently robust to venture into dungeons. With parental guidance, their chances of survival and adaptability in the game far surpass those of orphans. As long as one can ascend to the first tier, even if one merely engages in level 1 dungeons to maintain a basic livelihood, survival is assured. The average attributes of adversarial creatures in these initial dungeons hover around 115. If players ensure that their individual attributes exceed 15, they can navigate most level 1 dungeons with relative ease. Should one vastly surpass 15, achieving an average attribute of 20, then one could confidently traverse these dungeons with their eyes closed, whimsically selecting their path. However, without the ambition to grow stronger. The future may resemble a monotonous work routine, setting up a modest barbecue stand, a pancake stall, or a ring toss booth in the safety zone, eking out a living by earning players' points. Each week, one would dutifully check in for the next dungeon, choosing a level 1 dungeon that offers a pleasant environment with provisions for food and shelter, indulging in free sustenance. After casually breezing through, one could even exploit the game as low-point safety net for additional gains. Life will be quite delightful if the existence within the safety zone could be sustained indefinitely. It would not be entirely unappealing to reside there long-term. Yet, the specter of the great cleanup looms ominously over all players like a sword of Damocles. With a multitude of players setting up stalls and wandering through the marketplace, the area occupied is undoubtedly considerable. The absence of designated planning results in a chaotic arrangement of player stalls. One might find a stall selling weapons adjacent to another peddling food, followed by a vendor of clothing, and then back to food again. Moreover, the integrity of stall owners is often questionable. For instance, a temporary stall operator might aim to make a quick profit by passing off inferior goods at inflated prices. Thus, there is a pressing need for a knowledgeable guide familiar with the locale. It was in this context that Zuo Cheng'an noticed Yulu, and naturally, this responsibility fell upon Yulu's shoulders. However, upon hearing that Zuo Cheng'an intended to visit the market, Yulu hesitated for a moment before selecting a child from a group of youngsters gathered in the corner. Brother, as you know, I have only recently arrived in the safe zone. While I am familiar with the larger functional areas, I have yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the market. It would be best to let him accompany us, as he is well acquainted with many of the vendors. The child Yulu chose appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, dressed in a tank top and shorts with sun-kissed skin. A jagged scar adorned his exposed arm. The safe zone generally maintains a stable temperature, rarely experiencing significant fluctuations, making such a refreshing attire quite common. Yulu introduced the boy, stating that he was the eldest among their group, named Tian Wanliang, age 13, who had even participated in 4 dungeon runs. With Tian Wenliang leading the way, these relatively powerless children could secure a shaded spot in the park to rest. "Hello," Tian Wenliang greeted somewhat awkwardly. Zuo Cheng'an, appreciating Yu Li's gesture, accepted her kindness. Before departing, he added Yu Lu as a friend, promising to call upon her assistance whenever necessary. If Yu Lu was a fountain of words, capable of chattering endlessly without prompting, then Tian Wenliang was a taciturn figure. He would only respond when Zuo Cheng'an inquired. Remaining silent and trailing behind him, his presence almost imperceptible. If one were not attentive, it would be exceedingly difficult to notice him. Could this also be a skill? He pondered. Is it truly possible for a player who has only completed 3 dungeon runs to acquire a skill? This is far more enviable than merely acquiring skills from a novice package. The former resembles an innate talent, while the latter reflects the fruits of diligent effort. Just as adults often inquire about grades when conversing with children, so too did the conversation between Zuo Cheng'an and Tian Wenliang eventually turn to the subject of achievements. "What level are you currently at?" Not yet ascended the ladder, Tian Wenliang managed to articulate in 3 words. "Still unranked for the lower 4 dungeons?" Sensing Zuo Cheng'an's confusion, Tian Wenliang took the initiative to clarify. "Most people believe that children will drag them down, which is why few are willing to team up with us. Thus, we always venture into dungeons as a self-formed party. I'm waiting for the other members of my team to enhance their attributes before we ascend the ladder tower together." Through a few simple exchanges, Tian Wenliang finally opened up and engaged Zuo Cheng'an in conversation. Noticing Zuo Cheng'an's interest in the game's welfare institution, Tian Wenliang elaborated on his upbringing. The welfare institution in the game is quite akin to a boarding school in reality. They attend classes during the day and return to their dormitories for rest at night. Teachers instruct them in literacy, arithmetic, foundational martial arts, and all the essential skills necessary for survival within the game. Therefore, strictly speaking, these children, who have been learning martial arts from a young age, possess a certain degree of strength compared to the majority of players who are ordinary individuals prior to being drawn into the game. The only disparity lies in their age and life experience. Due to their still developing bodies, children are inherently weaker than adults in terms of fundamental attributes, necessitating the allocation of additional attribute points to compensate. Consequently, older children, upon returning to the welfare institution, advise the younger ones not to rush into dungeons after their departure. Whether through labor or begging, they emphasize the importance of allowing their bodies to mature over the years before embarking on any dungeon adventures, thus conserving numerous free attribute points. Tian Wenliang heeds the counsel of his older siblings and refrains from entering dungeons for the first 2 years after his emergence, instead relying on guiding others and doing odd jobs for large guilds. It was only this year that he and his friends ventured into a few simple dungeons for the first time. Before long, the conversation shifted back to the marketplace. The marketplace lacks a unified layout, yet over the years, certain unwritten conventions have emerged. For instance, items closer to the center tend to be of superior quality, while those on the periphery are rather mediocre. As they had just entered and had not ventured far, the items available on the outskirts of the market were primarily of white and green quality. White items, regardless of their effects, are reasonably priced at under 200, while green items should not exceed 500. Anything higher is undoubtedly a case of price gouging. As Tian Wenliang spoke, he admired the goods displayed on the stalls. Chapter 36. Your grandfather's thermos. Most stall owners are part-timers, having acquired a few items from dungeons that they do not need. Rather than selling them off cheaply to unscrupulous resellers, they choose to set up their own stalls. Consequently, the number of items on display is quite limited, with no more than 5 items per stall on average. Should a stall display an abundance of goods, it indicates that the owner is a professional item trader, capable of both selling and purchasing items. As for the potential selling price, it ultimately hinges upon one's own negotiation skills. Soon, Zuo Cheng'an's attention was drawn to a green quality weapon, a butcher's cleaver. Thanks to the presence of the Eye of Truth, Zuo Cheng'an could discern all the item's attributes without direct contact. Headless butcher's cleaver green. Category: weapon. Effect: attack power 1830. The more adversaries slain within an hour, the greater the attack power, capping at 30. Restrictions: it is imbued with intense resentment, lacking suppression methods. Each time an enemy is slain, there is a 3 chance of mental deterioration. Description: ha, am I insane? Indeed, I am mad. Farewell, wretched world. Through the gaze of the eye of truth, he also gleaned from the annotations that this butcher's cleaver originated from the 2142 4 human and animal crematorium instance. Quality items are never devoid of buyers. Surrounding the stall, showcasing the headless butcher's cleaver, aside from Zuo Cheng'an and Tian Wenliang, there was another player cloaked in a gray robe bargaining with the stall owner, also interested in the cleaver. 499? Do you think this is a platform for price sharing? At most 200. The stall owner, similarly cloaked in gray, exuded an air of mystery, his figure obscured, but from his voice, it was evident he was a middle-aged man. 200? You believe you can acquire a green quality item for that? Wake up. The bargaining player was quite skilled. Look at this item side effects. It has a chance to diminish mental value. You can enter a level 2 instance. And you know how perilous it is when mental value decreases within such environments, right? The vendor, with a stubborn demeanor, attempted to justify himself, stating, "Didn't it say above that one could employ alternative tools for suppression? Why not simply procure a protective talisman or a peachwood sword?" Such words flowed easily from his lips. However, anything associated with the supernatural comes at a steep price. Even a green quality talisman would cost as much as 2 butcher's knives. Is this not akin to spending a fortune on a smartphone merely to protect a phone case? The vendor, momentarily silenced, waved his hand dismissively, asserting 450. That's the lowest I can go. After all, its attack power is commendable, ranking above average among green items. If you accept, then take it. Supernatural dungeons are the least favored among players. Even with strategies in hand, few are willing to venture inside. Without appropriate tools, one is rendered utterly powerless against the eerie forces, leaving them in a state of vulnerability. Consequently, the lack of participants means scarce items are brought forth from these dungeons, resulting in a market characterized by the rarity of supernatural artifacts. 250, the player suggested, slightly increasing his offer. The vendor, in turn, lowered his price for 130. 280, the player countered. The vendor, now agitated, exclaimed, "The lowest I can accept is 380. I nearly lost my life to obtain this butcher's knife from the hands of the butcher, dragging myself through the ordeal with my entrails hanging out. Anything lower would be a disservice to my past struggles." "Very well, 380 it is," the player conceded. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an stepped forward, not opting to outbid the vendor for the butcher's knife, as it was beyond his financial reach unless he were to deplete his entire fortune. Instead, he pointed to another item on the stall, a small, white-quality stainless steel thermos, no larger than a paper tube. A diminutive vessel, easily grasped with a single hand, capable of deftly twisting off its cap. "What is the price of this water bottle?" The vendor, preoccupied with a transaction with another player, glanced at the item indicated by Zuo Cheng'an and replied with a slight twitch of his eye, 179. "I cannot elaborate further. You may examine it for yourself." Zuo Cheng'an understood the vendor's cryptic expression, which stemmed from the ambiguous name of the item. "Your grandfather's thermos, white. Category: item. Effect: capable of storing 6 liters of liquid. Restriction: possesses a somewhat archaic appearance. Description: with this in your possession, you shall become the most dapper retiree in the park." This item is a product of the 1009 3 Urban Express delivery dungeon. By following the guide to activate a side quest from a delivery person, the reward upon completion is this your grandfather's thermos item. Due to its practicality, many guilds intentionally organize expeditions for players who have yet to traverse this dungeon, aiming to acquire multiple instances of the thermos. Before embarking on wilderness survival quests or dungeons devoid of supplies, players often fill the your grandfather's thermos with lightly sweetened or salted water, ensuring basic survival even in the face of misfortune. However, the question arises, how can an item so easily obtained through a guide be priced at 179? That is the cost typically associated with top-tier white-quality healing items. Tian Wenliang was aware of this, and, with rare initiative, spoke up. "This item hails from the 1009 3 Urban Express. belonging to a dungeon that has been closed for several decades. Thus, this item has become obsolete and cannot be obtained anymore. Was it truly the case that dungeons with earlier numbers will be shut down? Zuo Cheng'an inquired further. Which number dungeons have been closed? Tian Wenliang paused for a moment, pondering for 2 seconds. All first-level dungeons prior to number 1000 have been closed, second-level dungeons before number 400, and currently, only 10 third-level dungeons have been shut down. Dungeons of third level and above have yet to be closed. The higher the level of the dungeon in the game, the fewer there are. First-level dungeons have been developed to nearly 5,000. Second-level dungeons are approaching 3,000, while third-level dungeons are just over 1,000. Zuo Cheng'an had never encountered any higher-level dungeons in the dungeon hall, likely due to their exceedingly low refresh rates. If one were to lose a rare item due to damage, then the price of 179 for this collectible thermos seems quite reasonable. However, when it comes to purchasing, regardless of how low the price may be, one must always negotiate first. Zuo Cheng'an, mimicking players who had already purchased the butcher's cleaver, attempted to slash the price for the thermos. Would you sell it for 80 points? He asked, bargaining rather aggressively. The vendor, without hesitation, replied, no sale. What is the lowest you would accept? 179. Unlike others who donned cloaks for disguise before leaving, Zuo Cheng'an did not mask his appearance. The vendor, seeing Zuo Cheng'an's youthful visage, assumed he would not be a proficient negotiator and resolutely refused to budge. Zuo Cheng'an, undeterred, turned and walked away with Tian Wenliang. In essence, it is merely a vessel for liquids. At the same price, one could easily procure a compact storage device, which would undoubtedly prove more practical than a thermos that serves solely to hold water. The vendor, after having negotiated once, should have adjusted the price accordingly but stubbornly clung to the original figure, either indifferent to a minor loss of points or intent on making a substantial profit. As Zuo Cheng'an prepared to depart, the stall owner hastily relented. 175. I must insist on that price. Zuo Cheng'an had already distanced himself, planning to take a circuitous route in search of a more suitable item. He sought a container for ketchup, while a thermos could suffice. The semi-solid nature of the condiment posed a challenge when the quantity was insufficient for easy pouring, which could be critical in urgent situations. An ideal solution would be a dispenser akin to those used for liquid soap, allowing for effortless extraction. Were it not for the restriction against bringing non-quest items into the dungeon, he would have already purchased a fitting container from the marketplace. Chapter 37. A change of arms acquiring items is a matter of luck. What one desires may have been readily available the previous day, with prices slashed yet remaining unsold, only for the vendor to have vanished by the time one returns. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an found himself missing out on the coveted item. He wandered the market extensively, during which he encountered a green storage waste bag priced at an astonishing 430 points. Small enough to fit in 2 palms, yet capable of accommodating a blade over a meter in length along with an additional 5 kilograms of assorted items, all while maintaining its integrity. Generally speaking, ordinary food, water, and clothing cannot be brought into the instance. However, they can be stored within items. With the aid of storage tools, the essentials for survival become assured. This also broadens the range of choices when embarking on a quest. If Zuo Cheng'an were to sell his swift mouse dagger, he could barely afford it. Yet, apart from a container filled with ketchup, Zuo Cheng'an desired a slightly longer weapon, even if its attributes were not exceptional, as long as it was sturdy. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against purchasing the storage waste bag. He returned to the stall where the thermos was displayed, contemplating whether he could negotiate a lower price. If he could not reach an agreement, he would return in a couple of days to try his luck again, or perhaps enlist the help of the children to inquire about it. Regardless, he was not in a rush to enter the instance. These 2 days could be spent gradually accumulating ketchup to avoid shortages in the future. When it comes to survival, one can never have too much. The stall owner recognized Zuo Cheng'an from afar and called out, "Young man, are you still interested in the item? You could take it for 160. 120, Zuo Cheng'an countered. After a moment of deliberation, the stall owner finally nodded in agreement. He had already sold a significant number of points, enough for him to relax for 3 weeks, and clearing out his inventory sooner rather than later was advantageous. The safe zone was about to undergo changes, and many long-standing instances were set to close in large numbers. He needed to prepare promptly. After transferring 120 points, Zuo Cheng'an found that his remaining balance was only 220. One of the primary objectives of this journey has been accomplished, and Zuo Cheng'an no longer felt a sense of urgency. He strolled leisurely through the marketplace, contemplating whether he might discover a finely crafted long-bladed weapon at a reasonable price. Meanwhile, he employed his eye of truth to scrutinize each item, hoping to experience serendipity akin to that of protagonists in novels who stumble upon great treasures while simply wandering about. Of course, such a scenario was utterly improbable, for the game had thoughtfully marked each item with its name, purpose, and restrictions. At most, Zuo Cheng'an could examine the details more closely, potentially uncovering the original dungeon of each item. Just as he was about to move along, he stepped back a few paces, for on the stall he had just passed lay an unremarkable piece of rusted iron bound with bandages, although it appeared as a white-quality item on the panel. Its origin was astonishingly a level 7 dungeon. A level 7 dungeon, where not a single soul in Zone 7 has managed to clear it. Surely only the venerable safety zones, like Zones 1 and 2, steeped in history and populated by exceptional individuals, could boast of such accomplishments. How could a white-quality item emerge from a level 7 dungeon? Source: 7015 God-Making Dungeon. Damage level: 9866. It turned out to be damaged, which explained its classification as white-quality equipment. The information indicating its origin from a level 7 dungeon captivated Zuo Cheng'an. Yet it was the name of the equipment that truly piqued his interest. Once again, it was garbled text, with two of the characters being ones he had encountered before. One comment pertains to the Sky Ladder Tower, while another concerns the Red-Eye boss of the Sky Ladder. As for the symbols, I have yet to encounter them. Zuo Cheng'an is keen to acquire it, yet he must not display excessive enthusiasm, lest he be met with inflated prices. Consequently, the first item he picks up is a peculiar object in the corner of the stall, resembling a roadside stone. This is intriguing. What is its price? The stall owner, in this instance, does not shy away from attention, but rather seems overly ostentatious, donning a jacket that signifies membership in the Waves Pursuit Guild, as if proclaiming to the world, "I am a member of the Waves Pursuit Guild." Small meteorite? 130 to take it away. 130? That seems rather steep. Its attack method is rather simplistic and does not warrant such a price. The stall owner, aware of this fact, does not contest the assertion. However, it has no limitations on usage. By that merit alone, it could be valued over 100. Moreover, it possesses an automatic patrol function, which, when utilized effectively, can produce remarkable results. He speaks the truth. Items with limited uses typically fetch only a few dozen, while only those without usage constraints are worthy of 100. The only exceptions to this rule are healing items. Others, such as strength candies or shadow sprays, simply cannot compare. Zuo Cheng'an engages in light conversation with the stall owner, casually exploring the items on display, examining their information, and inquiring about the prices of several intriguing items, including one with a name that appears as a jumbled code. The vendor was not surprised that the item with the garbled name was specifically pointed out by Zuo Cheng'an for inquiry. Throughout the day, this piece of equipment, due to its tattered appearance, had garnered considerable attention. It's priced at 120. I have no idea which dungeon it originated from. It was simply in the bag when I restocked. I deemed its attributes fairly average and decided to sell it. Surprisingly, it is even 10 coins cheaper than the little flying stone. Category: weapon. Effect: can inflict damage. Attack power: 3. Restriction: quite heavy. Selling it as scrap metal might lead to trouble. Description: when you find yourself at a dead end one day, passing by a recycling station, you might make a decision that defies your ancestors. This weapon, which adds 3 points to attack, is of white quality, and while its appearance is lacking, its price, given that it does not have a usage limit of 120, is not exorbitant. Yet, it seems no one would spend points on a somewhat utilitarian but unattractive item for the same price. One could easily acquire a weapon of the same quality that is visually appealing and still in pristine condition. The vendor scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It is indeed not worth this price, but just look at how unique it is. Its name is a jumble of characters, and it is incredibly heavy, easily weighing as much as 3 barrels of water. But uniqueness does not equate to sustenance, does it? After casually expressing his disdain, Zuo Cheng'an appeared to lose interest in the garbled item, shifting his focus instead to discussing the price of the little flying stone. In the meantime, as if recalling something, he retrieved the swift mouse dagger from his game backpack and inquired about the vendor's buyback price. Listening to your earlier remarks, it appears you too procure goods in bulk from other sources for resale. Pray tell, how much do you value this particular item? I would be willing to acquire it for 80, as I must also secure a modest profit. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an interjected, in addition to this dagger, I shall contribute an additional 100 points to procure little flying stone in that item with the garbled name, thereby assisting you in clearing your inventory. The handle of the garbled iron piece bore witness to age, with its bandages yellowed and coated in a fine layer of dust, save for the tip of the handle, which remained relatively clean from frequent handling as individuals inspected the item's attributes. The stall owner hesitated, mentally calculating the worth of a dagger in fine condition that could be easily resold, along with 100 points in cash, in exchange for a lackluster item with low attack power, a singular method of assault, and one that had languished on his stall for a fortnight, perhaps destined to remain there indefinitely. Was this proposition truly advantageous? If not, I shall take my leave. Chapter 38. Little 7, though the garbled item could be appraised at 120, it must first find a buyer to attain such value. Otherwise, it is rendered utterly worthless. In contrast, the swift mouse dagger stands apart, boasting an exquisite appearance and compact form, making it ideally suited for concealment. Players endowed with assassination skills or those requiring combat in confined spaces would readily select it, ensuring it sells with ease. Indeed, within the realm of dungeons, weapons and items are consumables. No one can guarantee that their weapon will endure an entire dungeon without succumbing to damage. Hence, one must carry backups, and even further backups for those backups, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. The more items one possesses, the better. After a moment's hesitation, the vendor acquiesced to the transaction. With the game maintaining order, there was no need to worry about reneging once the words were spoken. This lack of concern was also why the players in the market boldly displayed their items before them, with scant protective measures, untroubled by the thought of theft. The exchange was straightforward, payment in one hand and goods in the other. Zuo Cheng'an relinquished 100 points, and the swift mouse dagger too acquired the little meteorite. Grasping a segment of coiled anti-slip bandage, he waved it gently a few times. The weapon felt rather weighty in his hands. Had he not recently increased his strength to 20, the ease of wielding it would have been in question. As he caressed the metallic body, Zuo Cheng'an found himself increasingly enamored. He could no longer refer to it merely as a garbled item or a metal piece. Calling a metal piece seemed inadequate, for it was over an inch thick, lacking a sharpened edge, resembling more of a ruler. It deserved a proper name. Since it originated from 7015 creation, he decided to name it Little 7. After settling the payment with Tian Wenliang, who had accompanied him throughout the day, Zuo Cheng'an returned home to dilute the prepared tomato sauce with water before pouring it into a thermos. The addition of water was a premeditated choice prior to purchasing the thermos. Given the difficulty of pouring solid tomato sauce, a thinner consistency would suffice. However, this came at the cost of some healing efficacy. To achieve a similar effect, he would need to consume more of the diluted sauce. It remained ambiguous whether the result had been enhanced or diminished. In the subsequent days, Zuo Cheng'an remained in his room, diligently resting to restore his vigor. Occasionally, he ventured out to procure ingredients for tomato sauce or strolled through the market. However, he found himself with a mere 90 points, allowing him only to peruse disposable items, such as 2 remaining air capsules, a fog spray with only 34% left, or a stamina drink that had already been half consumed. These various items could prove remarkably effective in specific instances, yet in others, they were but superfluous trifles. Consequently, most players opted to purchase only as needed, hastily selling off any surplus after completing their quests. During this time, Zuo Cheng'an gleaned some tidbits about the Grand Guild from Yule. It was said that after emerging from an escape dungeon, the Xiaoyu Guild and the Palang Guild, whose relations had recently thawed, once again found themselves at odds, even arranging a duel in the arena to settle their personal grievances. Zuo Cheng'an was not particularly surprised by this news. After all, both parties had initially collaborated in hopes of profiting from the dungeon, only to suffer significant losses. The seventh safety zone was a new area where players generally possessed lower levels compared to other zones. Those in the second and third tiers might be deemed ordinary in the first safety zone, easily found in abundance. Yet, in the seventh safety zone, second-tier players represented the elite of various guilds, while the third tier comprised the guild's core members, having incurred such substantial losses in the level 3 dungeon. It was only natural for them to place the blame on one another. The uproar surrounding this incident has generated considerable buzz, yet it bears little relevance to the average player. On this particular day, Zuo Cheng'an had just finished preparing a bowl of tomato sauce when a message from his friend popped up, inviting him to join a dungeon run. Li Yuki, Suye, are you going to the dungeon today? Zuo Cheng'an glanced at his status panel. His mental energy had replenished to 83 points, and it had been 4 days since his last dungeon excursion, making it an opportune moment. He then checked the time, 8:30 in the morning, though it could also be evening, as it was not an electronic clock. He replied, "Sure, see you in the dungeon hall in half an hour." Li Yuechio, got it. Li Yuechio. By the way, Zhuge Zhengren came out of the dungeon yesterday. Should we bring him along? One must be aware of the dynamics when relying on someone else's support. Li Yuechio always sought the opinion of his more experienced companion. Zuo Cheng'an contemplated for a moment. Among the players he knew, although Zhengren lacked skills, he had gained attribute points from his experiences in 2 dungeons, likely surpassing Li Yuechio's accumulation. Furthermore, Zuo Cheng'an felt comfortable with Zhengren, having a solid understanding of his capabilities. Zuo Cheng'an, let us bring him. In the small square of the number 7 safe zone park, 2 figures sat on the ground. One appeared anxious and restless, while the other stared vacantly at his personal panel. Suddenly, the one in a daze snapped back to attention and said to the other, "He agreed." Zhengren let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's wonderful. With a top-tier expert leading the way, the next level dungeon will surely be much easier." Li Yuechio patted his chest. Who could argue with that? As newcomers to the game, why is it that some players can effortlessly ascend to the top of the leaderboard, while we remain stagnant? The two exchanged glances, a sigh escaping their lips. Envy aside, time was of the essence for him, prompting an immediate gathering of his belongings. Hastily rolling up his bedding to cover it with a dust cover, Li Yuechio turned to the drowsy Aunt Sue beside her, saying, "Aunt Sue, we entrust our bedding to you." With her beauty and sweet demeanor, Li Yuechio's sincerity shone through her eyes, embodying the essence of a good girl. She had seamlessly integrated with nearby players and even shared some of her hard-earned points to assist Zhengren, who was destitute. Zhengren, still clad in the tattered, blood-stained short-sleeved shirt from his initial quest, found himself in a dire predicament. In this game, every aspect of life relied on points. Lacking any points, he was unable to afford even a change of clothes. Had Li Yuechio not lent him a point to purchase bedding, he would have been left with no means to secure a place to sleep. This bedding set, along with a miniature cooking pot and a box of assorted instant noodles known as the homeless package, was available for just over a single point, a trivial amount that the game interface did not bother to display in decimals. Everything rounded down. Prioritizing sustenance and shelter over clothing was crucial. As for water, he could always fetch some from the fountain in the park, as the game imposed no restrictions. On the way to the dungeon hall, Li Yuechio still couldn't comprehend what on earth had transpired in the last dungeon that treatment would cost over 40 points. Zhengren hesitated, unable to respond, while Li Yuechio, perplexed, remarked, "The system indicates I suffer from sinusitis, malnutrition, endocrine disorders, dental caries, and mild myopia, among other ailments, yet only cost me 15 points for treatment. What on earth did you accomplish in your instance to expend 40 points? Zhengren averted his gaze. "Well, that's a long story." Li Yuechio elongated her tone. "Then please, condense your tale. However," she added, "you do seem rather unfortunate, hoping to accrue more points, only to find yourself back at square one." Chapter 39. Surely, curiosity has peaked, Zhengren lamented, If only I had resisted temptation and refrained from delving into that instance. His second endeavor was far from smooth. While diligently serving as a waiter, the customers suddenly went berserk, attacking him. Those who had initially treated him well, including a chef whom he suspected was on his side, revealed their true colors, intent on chopping him up and tossing him into the meat grinder to be made into dumpling filling, had it not been for his indomitable will to survive, leading him to counterattack the chef in the final moments of his fading consciousness, dragging along what remained of his body to barely succeed. He would never have sought refuge with Liu afterward. Although he had salvaged his life, the cost to restore half of his body had drained his entire savings. Now, Zheng Run was left destitute, with nothing to his name except for a spatula item acquired from his previous instance, and even the points to purchase betting were borrowed from Liu. This underscores the paramount importance of swiftly discerning the adversarial forces within an instance. After spending a considerable portion of the day wandering, the two individuals were still some distance from the dungeon hall when they unexpectedly encountered a person and a dog materializing in the open space before the dungeon entrance. The disparities of the world were indeed omnipresent. It was one thing for two players to ascend to the first ladder in merely 2 days, but to become part of a household with both a home and a dog was quite another. Meanwhile, Liu and Zheng Ren, who were still camping out in the park, lamented the unfairness of all. Once the trio was assembled, Zuo Cheng'an provided a brief introduction, piquing the curiosity of the two regarding the dog named Mudu. "This is Mudu, my companion, who will join us in the dungeon shortly." Barking softly, Mudu sat alertly at Zuo Cheng'an's feet, scrutinizing Liu and Zheng Run with a discerning gaze, ultimately concluding that they posed no threat. Even without its master, Mudu could easily incapacitate the two. Indeed, Mudu's attributes were almost equivalent to those of a player who had just reached the first ladder. Notably, its speed attribute was exceptionally impressive. It was no wonder that a creature with 4 legs could run so swiftly. Zuo Cheng'an gently patted Mudu's head, encouraging it to relax. As Mudu's master, he had access to its status panel: Companion, Mu Constitution, 8 Strength, 11 Speed, then Item, Shepherd's Bell, Skill, a dog is man's best friend, active. These attributes were more than sufficient for soloing players who had yet to ascend ladder, and the skill was remarkably practical. If utilized effectively, it could serve as an area control mechanism. Zuo Cheng'an couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Dogs are humanity's most steadfast companions. Category: Active skill effect. Temporarily elevates the target's favorability to 999 with an unpredictable duration of action paralysis. Restriction: usable only on humanoid entities. Description: Oof. Submit beneath the paw of the canine. Subsequently, Zuo Cheng'an inquired about the items and skills of the other two individuals. After successfully clearing the novice dungeon, Liu had not delved into any further dungeons, thus possessing only the skill double kick and lacking any items. Fortunately, her constitution attribute had already met the skill's minimum requirements, and her strength had significantly increased. Now, if she could employ the double kick skill against the hunter, the damage dealt would likely exceed 20, potentially reaching 50. Liu proudly showcased her skill, though her confidence waned when discussing its limitations. However, after a full execution, a cooling period of 10 minutes is required before it can be used again. The existence of a cooldown period was anticipated by Zuo Cheng'an. Without it, if one could use skills merely by meeting their minimum requirements, the balance of the game would be irrevocably disrupted. When it was Zheng Ren's turn, he unabashedly showcased his thick-skinned nature, nonchalantly producing a frying spatula from the rear of his trousers with a swift motion. He generously shared the attributes of the item: Fly Restaurant's Treasure, White, Category, Item Effect, capable of severing heads in attack, suitable for frying noodles in retreat. The probability of a fly inadvertently landing in the cooking pot stands at an alarming 98. It is said that consuming it provides protein levels 6-fold that of beef. Among those who are not immediate family or close friends, a consensus has emerged among players. Sharing personal information or allowing others to interact with one's belongings is deemed unacceptable. To candidly disclose one's hand is akin to exposing one's vulnerabilities. In this scenario, two individuals emerge. One possesses skills but lacks items, while the other boasts items but has no skills. Fortunately, both have shown commendable attributes, and during the novice dungeon, they fought valiantly against the hunter. Although they did not deliver the final blow, their actions were duly recorded by the game, culminating in commendable scores. Each received 5 free attribute points. Capped at level 1, Li Yueqiu allocated 2 points to Constitution, retaining 3 to bolster strength, transforming from someone unable to open a bottle cap due to weakness to a level akin to an amateur boxer. Meanwhile, Zheng Ren tackled a solo dungeon alongside the novice one, overcoming challenges and achieving satisfactory scores. His foundation was solid, and now his constitution had reached the maximum of 10 points, with speed just shy of full capacity. With a preliminary understanding of his teammates' conditions, Zuo Cheng'an felt reassured, enhancing his confidence for the upcoming level 2 dungeon. The trio, accompanied by a dog, entered the dungeon hall. While selecting the dungeon, Li Yueqiu curiously inquired Zheng Ren, "Why did you prioritize constitution over strength when others typically do the opposite?" Zheng Ren replied, "It's simply because I was frightened by the beatings and wished to be more resilient." As they entered the dungeon hall, it resembled the chaotic clamor of a bustling marketplace, overwhelming the senses. "Looking for a team for the level 2 dungeon, I only wish to complete it. All rewards will be yours. Compensation is negotiable. Minimum spirit level of 80 required. No negative records. Seeking assistance to conquer the first level of the Sky Ladder Tower for 500 points. No limit on team size. The more, the merrier. Who can join the Deadly Expressway with 1 spot remaining? No strategy needed, as long as you possess a driver's license in the real world." 3 individuals and a dog navigated through a sea of screens, surrounded by pleas for team-ups and requests for assistance. Zuo Cheng'an even spotted the Uncle Mu Zhou's farm dungeon he had previously completed, now re-emerging as a new entry in the dungeon hall. Despite its completion record, there was no corresponding strategy guide available, as the internal dynamics of the dungeon had undergone a radical transformation from quests to fundamental nature. Thus, when a member of the Xiaoya Guild added Zuo Cheng'an as a friend, seeking to purchase the dungeon strategy guide, Zuo Cheng'an declined. Although it was merely a level 1 dungeon, inexperienced players placing undue trust in strategies could find themselves in peril. A mere 500 points were insufficient to tempt Zuo Cheng'an. He deemed it necessary for at least 5,000 points to be worth his while. As they strolled through the dungeon hall, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu sensed something amiss. Why did it seem that Zuo's previous locations corresponded to displays of level 2 dungeons? Surely, it was merely curiosity, nothing more than curiosity, indeed. Chapter 40. Sunshine Resort. Zuo Cheng'an pointed at the screen and uttered the words that Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu dreaded the most. "We are investing in this dungeon, and it shows that this instance has been attempted 6 times without successful clearance. If we proceed, the rewards could be substantial." A wave of apprehension coursed through both of them as they silently hoped for the contrary, their gazes fixed upon the screen. Displayed was the text, 22,887 Sunshine Resort, a level 2 dungeon. The serial number appeared astonishingly new, devoid of any clearance records. This indicated that it was indeed a brand new instance, not one that had been passed down from the Tower of Ascension. There wasn't even a single reference for a correct solution. When a dungeon is successfully cleared by an elevated player from the Tower of Ascension, it subsequently flows into the dungeon hall, marked with the indication clearance count, 1. If players do not apply any confidentiality settings, their names are recorded for posterity, allowing future adventurers to pay homage to these trailblazers of dungeon strategy, the pioneers of clearance routes. While players are still engaged in the Tower of Ascension or settling their dungeon rewards at home, the hall automatically announces the names of those who have cleared the dungeon as a form of congratulation. However, due to the possibility of high-level players leading parties through lower-level dungeons, the value of such accolades is somewhat diminished. Generally, players refer to venturing into dungeons that have yet to be cleared as breaking new ground. As long as a dungeon is not a residual instance from the Tower of Ascension, any successful clearance will yield a commendable score, thanks to hidden bonuses for map exploration and narrative unlocks. It is said that there exists an exceptionally abundant first completion reward. One might wonder why the Dungeon of the Ascending Tower does not offer such a reward. After all, it has modified your personal panel's level. The cap for attribute points has been lifted. Is this not a reward in itself? However, for those who arrive later, attaining a high score becomes a formidable challenge. As the maps have already been thoroughly explored by earlier players, and all hidden narratives have been unearthed, it is exceedingly difficult to garner points through these elusive elements. After all, this is not a novice-friendly dungeon designed to be lenient and provide ample opportunities. In the 7th safe zone, aside from a few renowned lone wolves, it is primarily the 3 major guilds that possess the capability to venture into the unknown. Xiaoye and Polong are in a friendly rivalry, each vying to see who can achieve the most dungeon completions. The record of 6 group formations at Xianyang Resort is solely attributed to players from these 3 guilds. Over time, these guilds have acquired a wealth of undisclosed dungeon strategies, enticing a continuous influx of fresh talent to join their ranks. Naturally, they do not hoard these strategies indefinitely. They tend to release them only after their own members have sufficiently farmed the dungeons, at which point they may consider sharing or offering access for free. Thus, ordinary players can obtain dungeon strategies at the most economical prices. However, by that time, due to the extensive exploration of the dungeons, achieving a high score becomes exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the prospect of acquiring additional freedom points becomes virtually impossible. As for Zuo Cheng'an Xianyang Resort, it was simply due to a lack of alternatives. Zuo Cheng'an had already traversed the instance hall extensively, and the secondary instances available were either numbered too low or required an excessive number of participants. After searching diligently, he found that Xianyang Resort was the most suitable option. The instance number was relatively new, with some having attempted it but not succeeded, the initial completion rewards still intact, and it required only 7 individuals to commence. Most importantly, the promotional slogan displayed on the screen read, 10 days and 9 nights, luxurious accommodation, bonfire parties, jungle exploration, rare beasts, discovering lost civilizations. The slogan was indeed quite resounding, and the images showcased either vast expanses of untouched jungle or statues adorned with peculiar symbols. Did it look appealing? Soon, Li Yueqiu was also captivated. Even before being drawn into the game, she had been profoundly influenced by various marketing bloggers promoting cultural tourism. Little did she expect that, having no opportunity for travel in the real world, she would find a chance to experience it within the game. After a brief moment of hesitation, she agreed to enter the instance. As for the 2 preceding the instance, ignorance breeds courage. Having never attempted a level 2 instance, they could hardly fathom its difficulty. Both members of the trio were in accord. Zheng Ren had no objections either and followed the 2 into the luminous circle. However, before the 3 of them, along with their dog, entered, 2 others were already present within the circle. Judging by the insignia on their attire, they appeared to be members of the Breaking Waves Guild. Upon seeing the arrival of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions, the trio could not help but furrow their brows slightly. Among them, a man with a small mustache spoke sternly. "Who permitted your entry? Do you not see that our Breakwave Guild has already claimed this position? Among the 3 major guilds, the Xiaoye Guild is known for its benevolence, providing the most comprehensive and freely accessible dungeon strategies. The Qianlai Guild, while possessing the strongest average capabilities, is rather peculiar. It is unclear whether their recruitment standard is based on social anxiety or something else, as the members within are increasingly taciturn, preferring solitary pursuits. In contrast, the Breakwave Guild is the most domineering, unilaterally establishing numerous regulations. One such rule dictates that if a Breakwave Guild player stands within the matching circle of a dungeon, it signifies that the dungeon is monopolized by them, and entry is prohibited for others. This stance is undeniably unreasonable, yet the other 2 guilds blatantly disregard it, entering as they please, while ordinary players have grown accustomed to this dynamic, knowing that there are ample dungeons available, and they can always seek another. Offending the Breakwave Guild over a single dungeon is simply not worth it. However, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions are unadulterated novices, having just begun to familiarize themselves with the safe zone, completely unaware of this unwritten rule. Of course, even if they were aware, they might very well choose to overlook it. Finding a suitable dungeon is a rare opportunity, and passing it by would mean losing a valuable chance. Shortly after Zuo Cheng'an and his companions entered the matching circle, several other players from the Breakwave Guild arrived in haste. The group of 5 had intended to fill the last remaining slots for the dungeon task, but upon seeing the 3 newcomers, it was evident that there were insufficient positions available, leaving them momentarily stunned at the sight of only 2 slots remaining. It is unexpected that there are players outside the 3 major guilds who dare not to show respect to the Breaking Waves Guild within the luminous circle. The irritable player with a small beard, who had just questioned Zuo Cheng'an and his companions, impatiently remarked, "Just send in a couple of individuals. We must hurry to commence the dungeon. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. I am eager to claim my rewards." The 5 individuals outside exchanged glances. The merit of conquering a secondary dungeon is considerable. However, they are but mere mortals, not overly enamored with intangible honors. What they value is the point rewards bestowed by the guild upon submitting strategies, and they might even receive a share of the profits from the sale of such strategies. That is a treasure that could sustain them for a lifetime, a veritable boon for their future. After a heated exchange, ultimately, a tall man and a short woman stepped into the luminous circle. The attendants do not count as individual players. Thus, upon their entry, the screen indicated that the circle was full. Consequently, the 7 individuals and 1 dog within the circle vanished instantaneously. Dungeon, Sunlight Resort. ID, 22,887. Quest, survive until the conclusion of the dungeon and complete at least 3 tourism activities. Quest duration, 10 days and 9 nights. Quest background. Sunlight Village is an isolated hamlet on the outskirts of Ladder City. In pursuit of prosperity, the villagers have decided to develop a distinctive tourism resort. As experiential participants in the tourism project, you have been invited to Sunlight Village to prioritize the experience of tourism activities. Friendly reminder, you are professional tourism project evaluators summoned by the village chief. Failing to provide substantive suggestions for improvement may incite the chief's ire. Game commences. Chapter 41. All-inclusive accommodation before even opening his eyes. Zuo Cheng'an sensed that he was seated in a swaying mode of transport, with something furry around his ankles, presumably the body of Mudu. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was inside an open-air sightseeing vehicle, which was precariously navigating alongside a sheer cliff. Such vehicles, with their exposed sides, offered a particularly refreshing breeze. The road appeared to be artificially carved, not only rugged and uneven, but also extraordinarily narrow, barely accommodating a single vehicle. The tires of the sightseeing vehicle maintained a nerve-wracking half-hand's breadth from the edge of the cliff, inducing a sense of dread. Zuo Cheng'an found himself at the rear of the vehicle, perilously close to the abyss. Should he attempt to disembark from that side, there would be no solid ground to land upon, only the terrifying void beneath. Beside him sat Mudu, exuberantly panting with delight at the rush of wind, while Yuechio, regaining her composure after the disorienting sensation of transport, clutched the armrest tightly, too frightened to glance toward the precipice. Opposite them sat Zhongrun, who, like Zuo Cheng'an, was initially positioned near the cliff's edge. However, upon realizing the precariousness of his situation, he discreetly shifted his weight, inching away towards the safety of the cliff wall. The 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild were seated in pairs further up front. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed the seating arrangements beside him, and, as anticipated, there were neither armrests nor safety belts. If a normal person were to drive in such perilous terrain, they would undoubtedly slow down and proceed with utmost caution. However, the NPC is anything but ordinary. He floors the accelerator, careening down a rugged mountain path barely wide enough for a single vehicle. Yuechio felt tears welling up as she clutched the seat back in front of her, her mind screaming that fate was conspiring against her. Was this the first trial of the dungeon? Only players who managed to leap from the sightseeing vehicle as it plummeted off the cliff would be deemed worthy to proceed? Is this truly a level 2 dungeon, where only the strong are fit to brave its challenges? In stark contrast, the 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild remained remarkably composed, as if they had anticipated this very scenario. They swiftly retrieved several ropes from their inventory, securing themselves firmly to the sightseeing vehicle. The leader, engrossed in directing his companions, momentarily forgot to attend to his own safety. When the driver made a sudden, sharp turn, he nearly toppled out of the vehicle. Had it not been for his teammates' quick reflexes, he would have become the first casualty of the dungeon. What kind of driving is this? Are you in a rush to meet your maker? Normally, players would refrain from hurling insults at NPCs, fearing the potential for unforeseen dangers. But the members of Breaking Waves Guild possessed insider knowledge. They were aware that upon entering the dungeon, they would find themselves aboard a wildly speeding, drafty vehicle, and that they would soon face monstrous attacks. Thus, they had prudently brought ropes as a precaution. It is well understood that the driver of the sightseeing vehicle is merely a mute, pedestrian NPC. Even if one were to utter a few curses, or even kick him off a cliff, it would not matter. One could easily drive the vehicle themselves. After all, there is but one path leading into Xiangyang Village, and it is impossible to stray from it. The sole issue lies in the fact that all intelligence regarding the dungeon was obtained from a member who exited mid-journey, having utilized an item. Subsequently, the Breaking Waves Guild undertook several rounds of exploration, corroborating the accuracy of his claims. Yet, even the individual who spent the longest duration within the dungeon was there for merely 2 days. While there were others who lingered longer, they never returned, having perished within the dungeon, thus failing to bring back any new intelligence. It is worth noting that items capable of forcibly exiting the dungeon are predominantly one-time use and not inexpensive. Those who were compelled to remain within the dungeon may not have sought to gather further information, but rather found themselves unable to leave. Consequently, the Breaking Waves Guild possesses only a rudimentary strategy for the initial 2 days of the dungeon, with no knowledge of subsequent developments. A minor incident unfolded as the driver, remaining silent, continued to drive at a steady pace. As the impending sharp turns approached, Zheng Ren's complexion turned pale. "Brother Zuo, why are you not afraid?" This was his first encounter with such a vast dungeon, filled with cliffs and dense forests, resembling a miniature world. The previous dungeons he had experienced were either a mere corridor or a restaurant, rendering any comparison utterly inconceivable. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed the surroundings, nearly obscured by the throng of eyes that blocked the view of the cliffs. Out of sight, out of mind. Everything had been concealed, leaving nothing visible to behold. Left, left, left. "Brother Zuo, are we about to slide down together with the car?" Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the overwhelming barrage of comments and replied casually, "No. Even if the driver were to close his eyes while driving, we wouldn't fall. The car moves on its own, rather than being driven by the villagers. He merely pushes the accelerator as a pretense." Zuo Cheng'an's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, despite being a novice player in this instance. He somehow instilled a sense of calm in Zheng Ren, who no longer felt fear. In fact, he even shifted to a seat closer to the cliff's edge, relishing the rare, natural scenery visible from the safety zone. Of course, his grip on the railing remained firm. The certainty that the car would not plummet did not extend to the safety of others. After navigating several perilous turns, the sightseeing vehicle continued to traverse the road with stability. The players, no longer as terrified as when they first entered the instance, began to feel a measure of reassurance. At that moment, the driving villager made a new move. His hands left the steering wheel as he rummaged through a basket beside the driver's seat, searching for something. With one hand insufficient, he employed both, causing the onlooking players to feel a surge of anxiety. Just as one player from the Breaking Waves Guild, seated closest to the driver, could no longer resist the urge to assist with steering, the villager finally produced what he had sought, a tattered loudspeaker. Upon pressing the play button, the speaker emitted the indistinct voice of an elderly man reciting the resort's promotional slogan. "Welcome, esteemed visitors to Xiangyang Village, where we offer an array of activities such as jungle treasure hunts, canyon rafting, relic explorations, and bonfire gatherings. Enjoy luxurious accommodations for 10 days and 9 nights, with all meals and lodging included. We assure you an exhilarating experience." An elderly gentleman appeared to have lost 2 teeth, causing him to occasionally slur his words and speak in various dialects, likely rendering him incomprehensible to anyone other than the locals. Zuo Cheng'an chose to focus on the dense barrage of comments filling the screen. There were always some enthusiastic individuals engaging in eye-catching antics, such as repeating NPC dialogues, translating obscure texts, or enlightening other viewers with interesting facts. Speaking of attention, it seemed that as they entered the secondary dungeon, the audience had swelled in numbers. This could be attributed to the recent release of the dungeon, which boasted a remarkably high death rate that catered to the viewer's cravings for excitement. Eyeballs were densely packed, hundreds upon hundreds, pressing so closely together that not a single leaf of the surrounding natural scenery could be seen. At times, the eye of truth could be quite bothersome. One wondered if, upon reaching even higher-level dungeons, the sheer volume of eyeballs would obscure the very paths they sought to traverse. This was certainly not a sustainable situation. Would it be possible to selectively view the comments without being inundated by the multitude of eyes? Chapter 42. The Collar and the Dog's Head. Zuo Cheng'an entertained such thoughts and earnestly attempted to make adjustments. Under his control, the intrusive eyeballs gradually became semi-transparent, while the barrage of comments remained distinctly visible. With no time to admire the revealed canyon scenery, Zuo Cheng'an meticulously perused the content of the comments, striving to absorb vital information about the dungeon. Among this group of players, there is even a little repair fox. How adorable! A kick to the stomach would undoubtedly elicit a most distressing cry. Wouldn't it? Oh, how utterly adorable! So charming that I almost wish to sit upon it and end its existence. Here comes another group. Let us wager how long they will endure. 3 days. Without a doubt. From the very moment the Sunshine Village livestream commenced, I have been vigilantly waiting. The one who proved most resilient lasted until the 7th day, while the others either fled or perished by the 3rd. I concur. This tourism venture escalates in difficulty every 3 days, and on the 4th day, the entire group was annihilated. I predict 5 days. Did you see that player seated in the front row of the sightseeing vehicle? I have encountered him in other instances. He is ruthless, and I find that appealing. Such a person is sure to survive for an extended period, rather than guessing how long they will last. It would be more intriguing to predict how many will fall when the mountain monkeys attack. Excellent idea. I wager at least one will plummet. I suspect that two will fall. The little dog will undoubtedly be snatched away by that troop of monkeys. The barrage of comments provided numerous clues, such as the fact that one could easily remain secure by merely holding onto the rail behind the seats of the sightseeing vehicle. Yet, why do the players from Breaking Waves Guild feel the need to bind themselves with ropes? Not only does it hinder their movement, but acquiring such an item is no simple task. It is essential to understand that only items can be brought into the instance, and those without limitations on usage come at a considerable price. Whether the rope was purchased or borrowed, obtaining it is a troublesome endeavor. It seems that their arduous efforts to attach a safety line stem from the impending threat of a monster attack. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed his surroundings, searching for potential hiding spots of hostile creatures. Following his recent attempts, he discerned that his true eye skill was broadly categorized into 3 levels. At the highest setting, he could perceive a myriad of eyes surrounding him. At the mid-level, he could observe the barrage of projectiles, and at the lowest, he could merely see the health bars of the adversaries, along with annotations when concentrating on a specific object. Presently, Zuo Cheng'an adjusted his skill to the mid-level, ensuring that his vision remained unobstructed by the eyes, while still allowing him to utilize most practical functions. To his left, the canyon descended into the primordial jungle, where the treetops were shrouded in mist. However, due to the distance, Zuo Cheng'an could not glean any further insights from his skill. On his right lay a common stone wall, requiring only caution to avoid contact with the flesh of his body. The situation above, however, was markedly different. Amidst the dense underbrush atop the cliff, a multitude of health bars, at least 100, flickered into view, continuously shifting with the motion of the sightseeing vehicle. It was imperative to note that the vehicle was traveling at no less than 60 miles per hour. The vehicle's speed was unscientific. Could the monsters be any less so? Indeed, the monsters defied logic. Having waited in vain for anyone in the barrage to mention when those mountain monkeys would strike, Zuo Cheng'an could only advise Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run to tear their clothes into strips, fashioning ropes to secure themselves to the vehicle. After voicing his suggestion, he promptly removed his outer garment, and under the force of 20 points. The polyester fabric, acquired from the real world without any special properties, was swiftly reduced to a series of tattered strips. Zuo Cheng'an meticulously connected the fabric strips, first securing himself to the plumb line, ultimately fastening it to the railing of the sightseeing vehicle. After all, the vehicle was unlikely to overturn. Thus, securing himself to it sufficed. As he felt the tether tighten, the plumb line grew bolder, initially content to merely poke its head out to catch the breeze, but now daring to extend half its body beyond the confines of the vehicle, its eyes glazed with delight and tongue lolling in sheer exuberance. Zuo Cheng'an, apprehensive of a tragic incident where a collar might strangle the dog, modified the fabric strips into a harness style. This way, even in the event of a fall from the vehicle, there would be no risk of choking. With Zuo Cheng'an demonstrating, Zheng Ren followed suit without hesitation, closely trailed by Li Yueqiu. The floating eyeball cameras surrounding them became increasingly agitated, jostling towards Li Yueqiu. However, her loose clothing merely transformed into a cropped outfit after she tore off sufficient fabric strips, failing to provide the spectacle the audience anticipated. These peculiar eyeballs could bypass the items within the instance, directly transmitting even the player's corporeal forms. Otherwise, during combat, it would be inevitable to damage a few cameras. Yet, as they plunged into the inky darkness surrounding them, visibility remained elusive. Zuo Cheng'an observed the restlessness of the eyeballs with keen awareness. To evade surveillance within the instance, one must utilize objects capable of interacting with the eyeballs. The sight of a cluster of fist-sized, bloodied eyeballs, entangled with elongated, sinewy veins, entering and exiting his body, was undoubtedly a disconcerting experience. Hence, upon witnessing the agitation of the eyeballs, Zuo Cheng'an promptly adjusted his skills to a mid-range setting, embracing the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Li Yueqiu was clad in a standard school uniform consisting of a short-sleeved top and a knee-length skirt. After estimating the fabric's area, she tore off a section of her skirt and, upon attempting to fashion it into a rope, found it insufficiently long. Thus, she proceeded to rip 2 more strips from below her chest. In an instant, her loose student half-sleeve transformed into a midriff-bearing ensemble. This was her inaugural venture into such a style, leaving her feeling somewhat out of place. She muttered to herself, "This length should suffice." The actions of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions behind the sightseeing vehicle did not escape the notice of the 4 in front. "Brother Zhang, they have also tied themselves up," observed one girl in snug athletic attire, stifling a giggle at the sight of what she perceived as a group of eager learners. Clearly, she assumed that Zuo Cheng'an and his fellows were emulating their use of ropes for added safety. Seated at the forefront, Brother Zhang, sporting a small mustache, waved dismissively. "Oui, pay them no mind. They are merely a bunch of players who can't even afford a proper windbreaker. In this game, they're nothing more than cannon fodder." Although he spoke lightly, Tan Huihui held a great deal of respect for Zhang, and upon hearing his words, she obediently settled down. Chapter 43. Chickens pecking at each other as individuals were drawn into the game, they found themselves attired in the garments they wore at the moment of their disappearance. Half-sleeves, denim jeans, high-heels suits. Some outfits were suitable for running and making large movements, while others were not. After navigating through several rounds of the game and amassing some resources, most players opted to don more practical mountaineering or athletic attire. Those with means even procured a pair of thick-soled combat boots, offering the best protection for their feet. Zuo Cheng'an was indeed like this. While perusing them all, he treated himself to 2 sets of durable long garments and did not neglect to procure a pair of boots as well. Fortunately, the game did not impose stringent requirements regarding attire. Otherwise, if clothing were to be deemed as an item, a staggering 99% of players would find themselves venturing into dungeons in the nude. Only those whose points were so scant that they could scarcely afford basic sustenance, let alone a single garment, would still don their ordinary clothes to enter the dungeons. Yes, those garments were stained with blood and had not been washed, tattered and torn from wear. The 4 members of the Breaking Wave Guild spoke openly, their voices unrestrained. They held no qualms about voicing their opinions, for their guild provided them the freedom to speak without restraint. Zheng Ren, clad in ragged attire, ground his teeth in fury, wishing he could retaliate with a couple of punches. Their sightseeing bus featured 4 rows of seats. The two parties comprised a total of 7 individuals and 1 dog, occupying 2 rows each, with a breaking wave guild comfortably seated in the front and back rows. Zuo Cheng'an's group, however, sat back-to-back in 2 rows, so close that one could nearly touch each other's faces with a punch. Zheng Ren took advantage of his position, naturally seeking to establish dominance for his side, and with a cloth strip connected to the armrest bolstering his confidence. He carefully found his balance and stood up amidst the jolting bus, grasping his item, the signature dish of the Fly's restaurant. He aimed to strike the head of the woman whose voice was the most piercing. Tan Hui, frightened, paled and sought refuge in the embrace of the man beside her. Brato Yang Ye. Look at him. Yang Yi was already captivated by Tan Hui's alluring legs, and with the beauty now in his embrace. He felt compelled to stand up for her. He produced his own apparatus, an oversized syringe, as thick as a calf, with a needle extending over 10 centimeters. With the old adage an inch longer, an inch stronger in mind, and being a serious player of the top-tier rank, Yang Yi faced a weapon that was nearly half his height. Under the dual pressure of the weapon's attributes and its sheer size, Zheng Ren's spatula quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, struggling to defend himself. However, Zheng Ren's spatula unexpectedly triggered a series of fortunate effects, summoning 4 flies that buzzed around Yang Yi, seemingly cheering him on. Zheng Ren's frustration mounted as he waved his hand to shoo the flies away. Go away, leave. Yet the flies remained as loyal sentinels, refusing to disperse. Yang Yi, irritated by the incessant buzzing, silently lamented the unsavory tactics being employed, summoning a horde of flies to disrupt his focus. As the sightseeing vehicle made a sharp turn, both men hastily steadied themselves, aware that this was not the appropriate venue for a contest. After a brief exchange of tentative blows, they ceased their skirmish. For a moment, the only sound within the vehicle was the incessant buzzing of the flies. Zheng Ren felt he had not regained his dignity. Rather, due to the effects of his summoned flies, he found himself even more embarrassed. The thought of continuing the altercation, which would surely result in even more flies appearing, compelled him to remain subdued. Before long, the summoned flies were left far behind as the sightseeing vehicle sped ahead. On the other side, as Yang Yi settled back in his seat, Tan Hui immediately showered him with emotional validation. Yang Ge, you were magnificent. That fellow was utterly defeated. Indeed, Yang Yi found himself buoyed by the compliments of the fair maiden. However, in truth, Tan Hui was filled with disdain, for despite her diminutive stature and lackluster abilities, she had invested more effort than any of them, yet remained ensconced in the first tier. Were it not for the utility of her equipment, she would scarcely deign to engage with them. Though all 4 of them possessed the strength of the first tier, they were not created equal. Brother Zhang Zhuang exhibited the most potential, although he had already exhausted the opportunity to earn free attribute points in the first-level dungeons. He had scarcely ventured into the second-level ones, yet each foray yielded at least 5 attribute points. His potential was boundless, and it was not beyond imagination that he might attain dual-maxed attributes, thereby ascending to the second tier. At that juncture, he could join the elite faction of the Breaking Waves Guild, gaining the chance to accompany the guild's luminaries into the third-level dungeons and broaden his horizons. As for the others, Yang Ye's situation was lamentable. Having traversed over 30 first-level dungeons and 8 second-level ones, he still languished in the first tier, accumulating scarcely any points. The low scores he garnered in each instance were indicative of his ineffectiveness, unless he dared to brave the third-level dungeons or latch onto a formidable ally. Even the prospect of achieving the minimum requisite of 30 attribute points for advancement to the second tier remained uncertain. It was likely that his accomplishments were set in stone, with no further progress on the horizon. In stark contrast, she, having only ventured into 3 second-level dungeons, still retained considerable potential. The quiet member of their team, Qian Xiang, also held promise. Among the 4, she and Yang Yi occupied the second row, while Brother Zhang Zhuang and Qian Xiang took their place in the front row. Had it not been for Brother Zhang's prior warning in their private conversation about the impending monster assault, which discouraged any unnecessary movements. Tan Huihui would have long since exchanged her seat with Qian Xiang, positioning herself beside Brother Zhang. The thought of the forthcoming monster attack elicited a cold smile from Tan Huihui. They had learned their lesson, confining their discussions of intelligence to private chats among friends, thus denying the cunning learners any opportunity for imitation. The two teams experienced an unusual 2 minutes of tranquility. Zheng Run, having been struck by a sharp jab, clutched his spatula in silence for a considerable time, appearing rather listless. Li Yueqio's intuition signaled that something significant was about to transpire, leaving her in a state of agitation. Zuo, do you feel something's amiss? Or perhaps a sense of unease? Zuo Cheng'an felt nothing unusual. Yet he observed that the massive health bars above had drawn closer to the sightseeing vehicle, poised to charge down at any moment. He had already retrieved Shao Qi from the system backpack, applying the final layer of tetanus serum, ever ready for action. The handle of Shao Qi had been fitted with new anti-slip bindings since his purchase, and its body had been meticulously polished, erasing all traces of rust to reveal the gleaming silver metal beneath. It resembled a rectangular block of metal more than a blade or sword, akin to a ruler. Perfectly straight. If one end became worn, it posed no difficulty to switch to the other end wrapped in anti-slip bandage. Lacking any self-defense props, Li Yueqio gratefully accepted Zuo Cheng'an's offer of the little flying stone as a means of protection. Small flying stone, white. Category. Item. Effect. Automatically patrols after being thrown. Limitation. Attack power and range depend on the user's strength. Description. Retreat, little dog. Retreat. 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 When I initially purchased this item, it appeared to be a gift of small flying stones for Shao Qi. In reality, it was a purchase of Shao Qi with the small flying stones as a bonus. Li Yueqio was taken aback, cautiously cradling the stone. Zheng Run, gripped by fear, incessantly bolstered his physique. Due to her skills, after meeting the physique requirement, she relentlessly allocated points to strength, making her strength attribute the second highest among the trio, excluding the dog. Li Yueqio wished to say more, but noticing Zuo Cheng'an lost in deep thought, she refrained from interrupting and quietly began to explore the item. Zuo Cheng'an was not dazed. He was intently focused on the barrage of comments. The audience for this dungeon was vast, and the comments were densely packed. Often, a long string of text would slip by before he could discern its content. Chapter 44. Breathing different layers of air now. The issue was that he was aware a mountain monkey would soon attack, but he was uncertain of the exact timing. Some comments mentioned that the sightseeing car would arrive after 7 turns. Others said 4 turns, and some even claimed that the location triggering the mountain monkey attack had already been passed. They had thoroughly confused themselves. Indeed, they are merely spectators. Regardless of the perilous nature of the instance, it does not concern them. Their sole focus rests on when the monsters will strike, as they wish to avoid missing the thrilling moments due to trivial matters such as restroom breaks or food deliveries. Ultimately, Zuo Cheng'an, having assessed the speed at which the health bar diminishes alongside the most vociferous calls within the barrage of comments, determined that after 4 sharp turns, the time for the mountain monkeys to launch their assault would arrive. Zuo Cheng'an had already removed his easily dislodged night vision goggles and privately informed Zheng Run and Li Yueqio to prepare for battle. He rose first, with a thermos containing a diluted version of ketchup hanging from his waist. With all preparations in place, he positioned his left foot to shield Muda's body, preventing the dog from tumbling amidst the chaos, while his right foot found a comfortable stance, lowering his center of gravity. Though tethered by a fabric rope, he preferred to remain grounded. Otherwise, suspended in midair, he would become nothing more than a meat sack for the dogs. Li Yueqio and Zheng Ren also stood, adjusting their stances for comfort and flexibility. Observing the actions of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions, Zhang Zhuang felt a wave of unease. Could it be that they possessed knowledge regarding the instance's details? Perhaps they were players from one of the other 2 guilds? It seemed unlikely for Qianlai, as its members were predominantly solitary wolves with exceptional individual prowess, while this group exhibited neither high combat strength nor social anxiety. Thus, they must belong to Xiaoya. Yet, these individuals appeared rather unremarkable. Has the recruitment standard for the Xiaoya Guild diminished to such an extent over the years? Since the Xiangyang Resort instance opened, it has welcomed 6 batches of players, 3 from the Xiaoya Guild, 2 from the Poland Guild, and 1 from the Qianlai Guild. The individuals of Thousand Hunts are excessively reserved. Despite their spy employing every possible tactic, they failed to extract even a single piece of intelligence. In contrast, there seems to be some progress from the Xiaoya Guild, as rumors suggest that someone not only persevered through the 4th day, but also successfully brought back information. This is significantly more than the mere 2 days of intelligence that Polaris Guild has obtained. Could it be that these individuals possess a more comprehensive strategy than they do? Though puzzled, Zhang Zhuang surveyed the surrounding scenery, aware that this was not the opportune moment to investigate the opponent's details. Considering the time, the group of mountain monkeys should be arriving soon. The mountain monkeys are hostile creatures within the Sunshine Resort dungeon, averaging a stat value of 6 points, making them ordinary foes in a level 2 dungeon, merely an appetizer of sorts. Not only can the players at the first tier handle them with ease, but even those slightly stronger who have yet to ascend can manage them without difficulty. The predicament lies in the terrain. The group is aboard a swiftly moving sightseeing vehicle, with one side facing a sheer cliff, leaving insufficient space to maneuver. A moment's carelessness could lead to a perilous fall. 1, 2, 3. Zuo Cheng'an silently counted the bends they had passed, having already climbed atop the sightseeing vehicle, awaiting the arrival of the first wave of monsters. He certainly recalled that the first kill in a dungeon would likely yield a 100 drop rate for equipment. Clearly, he was not the only one aware of this. As Zuo Cheng'an ascended to the roof, Zhang Zhuang of Polaris Guild followed closely behind, with each occupying half of the space, creating an unexpectedly harmonious scene. Zuo Cheng'an had already informed Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu in a private conversation that a creature would charge out from the thicket above during the 4th bend, alleviating concerns about them becoming flustered and hindering progress. The sightseeing vehicle, operating at full throttle, wobbled its way toward the 4th bend. This was a U-shaped curve, deeply recessed into the cliff, extending over 400 meters in length. As the vehicle officially entered the U-bend, Tan Hui, Yang Yi, and Xianxiang also stood up. At this moment, the advantage of having fewer people in the group became evident. With 2 individuals and a dog on one side, they seemed like 3 members, yet their breaths occupied distinct realms, optimizing the use of space. In contrast, once the 3 stood up on Tan Hui and Yang Yi's side, they found it nearly impossible to swing their weapons, even raising an arm-wrist collision. Yang Yi, for the umpteenth time, inadvertently brushed his elbow across Tan Hui's chest, prompting her to exclaim in exasperation, "Is it amusing to keep taking advantage of me? Can't you be a bit quieter, like Qianxiang?" Qianxiang quietly shrank towards the front of the vehicle, hoping to avoid attracting trouble. Aware that he had crossed a line, Yang Yi, wishing to avoid further conflict, swallowed hard and quickly apologized before Tan Hui could erupt. She was not short of an outlet for her frustration, for at that moment, rustling sounds emerged from the dense foliage overhead. The so-called mountain monkeys mentioned in the intel had arrived. The thuds of heavy objects landing upon the metal roof of the vehicle, bang, 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 signaled the imminent revelation of the mountain monkeys, who had previously existed only as a name in the barrage of information. This group of mountain monkeys appears to be the vanguard, a mere handful numbering around 7 or 8. While they undoubtedly resemble monkeys, their necks are almost as elongated as their bodies, and beneath their throats lies a conspicuously vibrant red air sac. This sac, only the size of a quail's egg, is mostly concealed by fur, resembling a fleshy tumor growing upon their skin. Indeed, the design of this creature is rather deliberate, seemingly intended to highlight its weaknesses for the players, as if it were beckoning them to strike at that very spot. As soon as the mountain monkeys alighted upon the vehicle's roof, they paid no heed to the vigilant Zuo Cheng'an and Zhang Zhuang, swiftly descending along the car's frame. Zhang Zhuang, apprehensive that others might seize the opportunity for a first kill as the creatures passed him by, hastily retrieved his weapon, a power strip adorned with wires, featuring 8 sockets. The 2-meter-long cord whipped through the air with vigor, while the plug showcased 3 8-centimeter-long barb hooks arranged in a triangular formation. It is not uncommon for players to employ peculiar items as weapons. As long as they are effective, appearances are of little consequence. Zhang Zhuang aimed at one mountain monkey, launching the hooks to ensnare its skin. The creature writhed in pain, on the verge of escaping, when unexpectedly, blue arcs of electricity surged from the power strip. The current coursed through the wire, entering the mountain monkey's body through the 3 hooks, rendering it instantly paralyzed. At that moment, Zhang Zhuang prepared to tug on the wire, intent on reeling it in to finish the job. How could Zuo Cheng'an merely stand by and watch? Upon encountering a mountain monkey ensnared, Zhang Zhuang swiftly raised his measuring tool, initially aiming for the crimson air sac at its throat. However, due to an unfavorable angle, the obstruction of its neck compelled him to redirect his forceful strike towards the monkey's frail neck. The electrical current emitted by the device was fleeting, with the blue arc appearing only for an instant before vanishing. Even if a faint current lingered, the material of Shao Qi was non-conductive, alleviating any concerns of collateral damage. With a force of 201, combined with Shao Qi's inherent weight, the mountain monkey's fragile neck could not withstand such immense power, resulting in instantaneous shattering fractures. Chapter 45. Go. Little Flying Stone. Sometimes, the damage inflicted by a blunt instrument surpasses that of sharp one. Should it shatter a piece of flesh, stitching it would be utterly impossible. Although a portion of its neck was already limp and unsupported, the mountain monkey still managed to maneuver its body, abandoning its assault on the entangling Zhang Zhuang. With a neck exceeding 1 meter in length, it swiftly turned to strike at Zuo Cheng'an's face. Free from the hindrance of bones, its neck could now bend a full 180 degrees. Zuo Cheng'an raised the measuring tool defensively in front of him, preparing to endure a moment before counterattacking the air sac beneath the mountain monkey's throat. Yet, Zhang Zhuang had already drawn his dagger. Seizing the opportunity presented by the monkey's assault on Zuo Cheng'an to slash at its throat, his eyes glimmered with avarice. The first kill shall be mine. Alas, they were inherently rivals, lacking in numbers and overall strength. Should the adversary produce another effective item, they might act without restraint, launching an assault upon them directly from the vehicle. At that moment, a crisp shout echoed from the sightseeing vehicle. Little Flying Stone, go! The little flying stone, acquired along with a bonus from a convenience store, arced gracefully through the air in a C-shaped trajectory, leaving a white trace behind as it struck the mountain monkey. Remarkably, the little flying stone seemed to possess an uncanny ability to automatically target the enemy's weak points, as it precisely pierced the air sac in the monkey's throat. Well done, little stone, Li Yueqiu called out, waving for it to return. After successfully hitting its mark, the little stone returned to Li Yueqiu's hand, trailing remnants of its former path. Damn, a headhunting dog! Zhang Zhuang couldn't help but curse as he witnessed the little flying stone's flight. However, Li Yueqiu paid no heed to his words and excitedly produced a willow branch that had mysteriously appeared from her backpack. Look, Brother Zuo, I've uncovered an item. Catch it. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the branch's attributes, which revealed it to be a compass-like auxiliary tool, and immediately lost interest, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. You can keep it. I thought it might be a useful weapon, but it's merely a guiding cane. All right, long live Brother Zuo. Li Yueqiu, unaware that Zuo Cheng'an had thoroughly examined the item's attributes, felt a surge of pride for having allied with a formidable companion. Hearing Li Yueqiu's words, Zhang Zhuang simmered with frustration. As the top player of the first tier, he was outshone by someone who had yet to ascend the ranks. Li Yueqiu, brimming with excitement, waved her newly acquired branch, bouncing on the spot and delivering a sharp whip to a mountain monkey that lunged at her. The monkey, stung by the blow, extended its neck in an attempt to bite Li Yueqiu, letting out a fierce growl. It leaped high into the air, with sturdy horns sprouting from its head, colliding forcefully with causing it to lose its balance and plummet into the abyss. However, it charged forward with such vigor that it seemed destined to follow suit. Quick-witted and agile, Li Yueqiu grasped by the nape of its neck with one hand while securing the strap fashioned from cloth with the other. Hoisting it back to safety, the skin tightened painfully as it was yanked, its eyes rolling back in distress. On the roof of the vehicle, Zhang Zhuang and Zuo Cheng'an beheld which after its throat pouch ruptured, collapsed instantly, lifeless and utterly defeated. This creature, capable of enduring a broken neck without a hitch, succumbed quietly. A peculiar fragrance wafted from the shattered pouch of the. Yet, as Zuo Cheng'an caught a whiff, the scent dissipated with the breeze. The 100 drop rate for the first kill in the instance was now a thing of the past. Zhang Zhuang, lacking the inclination to linger atop the vehicle, skillfully maneuvered a wire plug to ensnare that had claimed its spot inside, coordinating with his teammates to hurl it over the cliff before returning to his original position. This particular batch was scarce, numbering approximately 8. A single player could easily manage one. Before long, the within the vehicle lay dead or had fallen away, while only Li Yueqiu, distracted in her efforts to assist Zuo Cheng'an, had sustained a gash on her thigh. In a desperate bid, she tore every shred of fabric from her clothing to fashion makeshift bindings for herself, leaving no extra material to tend to her wound. At this moment, Zhang Ren generously offered his clothing, and with a sound of tearing fabric, his upper body was left with only 2 precariously connected strips of tattered material. The torn cloth, now in shreds, was handed to Li Yueqiu to be fashioned into a bandage. Gazing at the garment, stained with dust, blood, and sweat, Li Yueqiu found her hands utterly immobilized. Would covering the wound with this filthy cloth not lead to a severe infection? Perhaps it would be better to let the wound bleed freely, as it would clot in due time. It was evident that Li Yueqiu had forgotten that her physical condition had reached a remarkable level. Not only would using dirty cloth on her wound pose no issue, even swimming in the Ganges would be harmless. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an jumped back into his seat from the roof of the vehicle. Upon noticing the blood streaming down Li Yueqiu's leg to her instep, he urged her to extend her hand and poured a small amount of tomato juice into it. Here, consume this healing elixir, but do so sparingly. Li Yueqiu was entirely unfazed by his disdain, cradling the pool of tomato juice in her palm. Her nerves taut with the fear of spilling even a drop. She meticulously licked it clean, savoring the tingling sensation at her wound, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Her first thought, delicious. Her second thought, goodness, Zuo actually shared this miraculous healing remedy with her. How fortunate she was. She had heard that such healing items were exorbitantly priced. Suddenly, Li Yueqiu recalled that Zuo had seemingly poured the tomato juice from a thermos, the angle of the pour being quite modest. She uncovered a significant secret and pressed her lips together in silence. She knew nothing. Yes, nothing at all. Woof. The inkling caught a familiar scent, wagging its tail as it approached Zuo Cheng'an, who then lowered his head to reveal a bald patch on his head, a remnant of a careless encounter with the mountain monkeys. Zuo Cheng'an observed the nearly healed wound with a slight grimace, pouring a bit of substance into his palm. The inkling licked it joyfully, making a series of delightful sounds. Li Yueqiu's leg injury was concealed by the chair. Thus her rapid recovery did not come to the attention of Zhang Zhuang and the others, even when Zuo Cheng'an intentionally made some noise. The members of the Breaking Waves Guild lacked the inclination to clandestinely observe. Their focus had shifted from monitoring what the players behind them were doing to being vigilant about when the next wave of mountain monkeys would arrive. According to the intelligence from the Breaking Waves Guild, the journey to the Sunshine Resort would face at least 2 assaults from the mountain monkeys. The stronger the displayed strength, the fewer the attacks encountered. In other words, the mountain monkeys were creatures that preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Zuo Cheng'an also took note of the changing dynamics in the barrage of comments. Wow. This group of players dispatched the first wave of mountain monkeys in under 2 minutes. Quite impressive. That girl with the willow branch. I thought she would be eliminated in the first wave, but it turns out she has skills. 1 kick from the mountain monkeys, and they're down. Haha. Indeed. I was astonished. With such kicking prowess, she must have some tricks up her sleeve, right? Not necessarily. I believe the woman sitting in the second row possesses even greater skills. Every movement of hers is tantalizing. What has taken that fellow with the spatula so long to meet his demise? P.S. blocking my view of the beauties. If the first wave is resolved in 2 minutes and the second wave maintains this performance, it is likely there will be no third wave. It is highly probable that if faced with formidable opponents, the mountain monkeys will refrain from descending to test the waters again. Will there be further attacks? A reminder is issued to Li Yueqiu and Zhang Ren to remain vigilant against possible assaults. Zuo Cheng'an positions himself to observe the health status of the mountain monkeys concealed within the thickets above the cliff, ensuring that he will be the first to notice should any approach. This action, perceived by Zhang Zhuang, implies an awareness of the dungeon's intelligence. While he outwardly maintains a facade of indifference, internally he has already categorized Zuo Cheng'an and his companions under the label of the Xiaoye Guild. Chapter 46. Liu Echio. An excellent support, the human mind possesses a remarkable capacity for imagination. By introducing a misleading answer and suggesting it is unequivocally correct, individuals can fervently rationalize even the most implausible scenarios to render them acceptable. For instance, Liu Echio and Zhang Ren clearly do not meet the recruitment standards of the Xiaoye Guild. Yet Zhang Zhuang speculates that they must possess exceptional qualities that would warrant an exception for their inclusion. The woman who sees the first kill is presumably skilled, while the man wielding a metal ruler is undoubtedly formidable. However, what of Zhang Ren? Could it be his optimistic disposition that renders him resilient against loss of morale? Or perhaps he possesses an indomitable spirit, connections within the guild's upper echelons? Zhang Zhuang is unable to ascertain the truth at this moment and must await further observation. One thing remains certain. During this era of mutual animosity between the two guilds, whenever the opportunity arises, one should seize the chance to eliminate several adversaries. The relationship between the two prominent guilds, Breaking Waves and Dawn Moon, is shrouded in ambiguity. At times, the two factions unite amicably to tackle dungeons together, while at other moments, they seem ready to engage in a fierce battle to the death. The transition between peace and predation is remarkably fluid and unrestrained. Not long ago, both guilds assembled their core members to embark on a level 3 dungeon, no place to escape. Initially, their camaraderie was palpable, with mutual expressions of collaboration and shared success. However, upon their return, tensions escalated. Dawn Moon accused Breaking Waves of hindering their progress, disregarding orders, and recklessly attracting danger. In response, Breaking Waves claimed that Dawn Moon was opportunistically seeking vengeance, assigning perilous tasks that led to the demise of several members. Thus, the brief period of tranquility swiftly gave way to renewed conflict. As for the three major guilds in the number 7 safe zone, the clash between the two will not benefit a third party. The Thousand Hunters Guild is comprised of individuals plagued by social anxiety. Were it not for the occasional announcements in the dungeon hall regarding their repeated accomplishments in clearing dungeons, they would remain so inconspicuous that many might forget their existence. They harbor no ambitions of dominion over the number 7 safe zone. Therefore, while Breaking Waves and Dawn Moon engage in their disputes, there is no concern for a third party capitalizing on their strife. The notion of when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits could never apply to the three guilds within the number 7 safe zone. It is utterly unreasonable to expect those who become anxious at the mere thought of conversing with strangers to undertake the task of unifying the safe zone. Even when faced with a threat from Thousand Hunters, they would sooner embrace death than risk exposing themselves to interactions with others. Were it not for the socially anxious lone wolf lacking a support system, the Guild Thousand Hunts might not even exist. It is said that the members within have never even met face to face. The so-called guild structure is merely a facade, with only a few onlookers present and not a single guild player in sight. The true essence of Thousand Hunts lies within a vast community of players who, despite never having encountered one another in the physical realm, share a profound camaraderie online. Within dungeons, two exceptionally skilled players, while engaged in battle, suddenly recognize each other as they utilize skills or items belonging to their mutual acquaintances, swiftly transforming from adversaries into allies, conversing amicably. The communication among members of Thousand Hunts is characterized by exchanging messages from a distance of 3 meters apart after the initial probing by the mountain monkey. Time is running short for the players. Zuo Cheng'an quickly spots the health bars lurking among the bushes above the cliff, inching closer towards the observation vehicle. Liu Echi remains unfazed. 10 minutes have elapsed, her skills have cooled down once more, and she possesses a weapon capable of engaging the enemy. Should the mountain monkey approach again, she is equipped to defend herself without needing to unsheathe her blade. As for the small flying stone, although she initially intended to return the item she had acquired. It was suggested that she, being an astute and vigilant support, should temporarily retain it for use. Zuo Cheng'an examined the attributes of the willow branch reported by Li Yueqiu. Unlike items acquired through questing in dungeons or retrieving from perilous locations, the loot dropped by monsters is quite random. The willow branch is a green item source from the level 4 Dungeon Miasma Forest. Its capabilities extend beyond merely ensnaring individuals. It can also aid in locating objects. The method of use is straightforward. By envisioning the shape and name of the desired item, the willow branch will guide the user in the right direction. However, if one seeks to find an item, its level must not exceed that of the willow branch, and each use requires a considerable cooldown period. Overall, it appears to be rather practical. The mountain monkeys, lacking in patience, eagerly launched their assault on the sightseeing vehicle as they gathered. The sound of their strikes against the roof resounded like a torrential downpour, and even before making their presence known, it was clear that the scale of this attack was formidable. After a brief moment, the first mountain monkey stretched its neck and cautiously peered down from the roof. Yang Yi, wielding his oversized syringe, delivered a lethal thrust into the monkey's throat, piercing its air sac in a single blow. The lifeless body slid off the roof, signaling the formal commencement of the assault. Countless mountain monkeys descended from the top of the vehicle and aside from the area directly in front of the driver. The other three directions were teeming with the silhouettes of these creatures. They learned swiftly, understanding that exposing their heads reveals their vulnerabilities. Consequently, they adopt a strategy of lowering their bodies to divert the player's firepower. As long as the air sac in their throats remains intact, they can withstand even a severed torso or a disemboweled state without succumbing to death. When players focus on their bodies, they seize the opportunity to retract their necks. After all, their necks are long and resilient. Zuo Cheng'an realized that remaining inside the vehicle would hinder his ability to swiftly eliminate the mountain monkeys. With this in mind, he thrust his weapon into the soft abdomen of a mountain monkey, forcefully dragging it down and tossing it over the cliff. He then checked the bindings on his body to ensure they were secure before swiftly climbing to the roof of the vehicle. Many mountain monkeys, having flung their bodies into the cabin while leaving their heads atop the roof, were momentarily stunned, preparing to retaliate. However, Zuo Cheng'an was quicker. Shaoqi finally claimed its first kill after following Zuo Cheng'an kill Mountain Monkey X1. The crimson air sac burst, releasing a fragrant aroma. This time, Zuo Cheng'an was closer, allowing him to perceive the scent more distinctly. Unsure of the aroma's origins, he instinctively held his breath, just as he intended to distance himself from the mountain monkey's corpse. A realization struck him. He halted his retreat, feigning to be entranced by the fragrance, and took a couple of exaggerated deep breaths, as if fearing the audience would miss the spectacle. Indeed, upon witnessing his actions, the comment section erupted with the content Zuo Cheng'an sought. Look at what I see. This player, oblivious to danger, is actually going to smell the fragrance. Could he be sowing seeds imminently? Not even close, this is just the beginning. However, if this scent lingers, there will be no need to await the tolling of the third day. The time for sowing will soon arrive. To be candid, I have yet to witness the final blossoming. I have only glimpsed the form of the buds. None among us have seen it. So I hope that within this group of players, someone can endure until the 9th day to broaden our horizons. Chapter 47. Fellow villagers encounter each other. Having perused the comments on the screen, Zuo Cheng'an was already contemplating crafting a mask for himself. Although the audience was unaware of the nature of the fragrance, they did recognize that excessive inhalation could lead to a condition resembling the blood-red sacs of the mountain monkeys. Clearly, it was not a benign substance. During the ensuing battle, as Zuo Cheng'an pierced the monkey's sac, he deliberately held his breath for a brief moment, striving to minimize the intake of the mysterious gas. However, at present, there was no opportunity to communicate with the two individuals inside the vehicle, as the mountain monkey's assaults were too relentless. The fact that Zhang Zhuang and his companions brought ropes but neglected to carry the more crucial masks indicated their ignorance of the intricacies of the fragrance. Otherwise, they would surely have been better prepared. After all, this was a dungeon that had only been traversed 6 times, and the Breaking Waves Guild had not ventured through it often. Unless there were players with particularly keen insights, it would be challenging to connect the scent emanating from the monster's sack with the anomalies occurring in their bodies. Even if such a connection was made, successfully conveying the information would not be guaranteed. It is likely that Zhang Zhuang was aware of the player's bodily transformations but remained oblivious to the underlying cause, thus exercising caution by avoiding unfamiliar food and water of dubious origin. The offensive of the mountain monkeys was particularly ferocious this time. After 5 minutes, there was no sign of retreat. Inside the carriage, the figure known as Mo Do had the horns of a sheep, yet his feet resembled those of a dog. Unlike goats, sheep lacked the powerful grip of their hooves, making it easy for them to slip on the smooth floor of the carriage. Thus, he relied on the superior traction of his dog-like paws. He collaborated with Li Yuechio to defend a single direction. As Li Yuechio dispatched a mountain monkey with a fierce kick, Mo Do let out a resounding and exerted all his strength to propel the now limp body of the monkey, broken and feeble, away from them. Through their combined efforts, no mountain monkey could breach their defenses. Indeed, Li Yuechio even managed to find an opening to hurl small flying stones in support of Zhang Run, who had transformed into a culinary warrior. Wielding his spatula with vigor and relentlessly flipping not vegetables, but the very skulls of the mountain monkeys. Let me gently pry open your cranium. In other words, he was intent on cracking their heads open. As he swung the spatula, one could see a few still lively flies summoned by the commotion. Zhang Run, in the midst of his battle, found himself irritated by the buzzing flies, dismissively waving them away. "Shoo, you foul flies! Who needs you?" The flies retorted silently. "Today you ignore me, but tomorrow you'll be unable to afford my presence. Just wait and see." The battle's duration was indeterminate. Zhang Ren's wrist ached from the relentless swinging of the spatula, while the small stones thrown by Li Yuechio had transitioned from effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the mountain monkeys to merely slowing their movements. It is evident that the physical endurance of the group is nearing its limits. Fortunately, the mountain monkeys have observed the numerous casualties among their kin and are beginning to waver. On the vehicle's roof, due to the lingering aroma emitted by the airbag upon the demise of a mountain monkey, Zuo Cheng'an, with each monkey he slays, hastens to dispose of the carcasses over the adjacent cliff, opting to endure a minor injury rather than allow the bodies to linger. The auditory cues in his mind, signaling the defeat of adversarial creatures, have dulled his senses, rendering him oblivious to the number he has vanquished. Yet despite this relentless effort, no items have been dropped. Although he has previously experienced the frustration of returning empty-handed after slaying 100 steel-toothed rats, Zuo Cheng'an has surrendered hope in the game's drop rates. However, this probability seems exceedingly meager. It is no wonder that the game has established a 100-item drop rate for first kills in dungeons. Otherwise, relying solely on monster slaying would compel players to inflate item prices 2- or 3-fold. Before long, the mountain monkeys retreated, and the group finally found a moment to clear the aftermath. Zhang Zhuang and his companions first hoisted their teammates, who had become entangled with the cliffside, back to safety, before tending to the remaining monster carcasses on the vehicle. Since no one from Zuo Cheng'an's side had fallen, they focused on addressing the wounds inflicted during the battle. Following this wave of attacks, both teams suffered varying degrees of injuries. However, most were merely superficial scratches or slight bites, which, for players, hardly constitute actual wounds. The damage was not severe enough to warrant the use of healing items, as they would naturally mend over time. Consequently, Zuo Cheng'an refrained from distributing the ketchup, even with a generous supply of 4 liters, opting to conserve it. This decision left the long-awaiting Mo Do disappointed for a considerable while, as he silently retracted his claws, which had lost several tufts of fur. As the journey progressed, the barrage of comments fell into a profound silence, with the audience engaged in mundane chatter, devoid of any significant discourse. The team from Zhang Zhuang refrained from any unnecessary actions. Zuo Cheng'an finally exhaled in relief, realizing they had successfully navigated this particular checkpoint into the village. Ahead, a cavern loomed, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the sightseeing vehicle was poised to enter its depths. Inside the cave, The atmosphere was damp and chilling, imbued with a scent reminiscent of the aroma stored within the pouch of a mountain monkey. However, it appeared to be diluted to an inconspicuous degree, likely out of fear of detection. To an untrained nose, or to someone unfamiliar with a mountain monkey's fragrance, it might easily be mistaken for the ordinary scent of earth and foliage. Having perused a barrage of comments, Zuo Cheng'an had become acutely aware of any unusual odors, and upon entering the cavern, he immediately sensed something amiss, discreetly relaying a warning to his companions, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, as they exchanged a silent glance and held their breath. Zuo Cheng'an donned his night vision goggles once more to assess the cave surroundings. He had previously removed them to avoid scratching the lenses, yet now he found them indispensable. Once equipped, the environment around him crystallized into clarity. Instead of the anticipated sheer cliff walls, he was confronted with a labyrinth of vine-like tendrils, resembling tree roots, which seemed to exhibit a life of their own, contracting and expanding as if they were breathing. The scent he had detected emanated from this rhythmic pulsation. However, the sightseeing vehicle advanced swiftly, and before Zuo Cheng'an could scrutinize any particular spot for long, the vehicle whisked him away to another location. Due to the slightly delayed moment of donning her glasses, she did not observe for long before the sightseeing vehicle departed from the cave, heading towards a village nestled in the valley. The vehicle gradually slowed down and ultimately came to a halt at the village entrance, where the village chief, along with all the villagers, had long awaited their guests. A throng of over 200 individuals gathered, and curiously, despite the daylight, they all brandished torches. Before disembarking, Zuo Cheng'an heard the village chief's distinctive, rustic accent welcoming them to Xianyang village. "We have been expecting you for quite some time. Please partake in our smoky ritual." The smoky ritual involved the villagers waving their torches around the visitors, enveloping them in the smoke emitted from the flames. Li Yueqiu was overwhelmed with emotion upon encountering the familiar attire of the villagers. She even spotted a recognizable logo on the foot of a child. This marked her first encounter with humans since being drawn into the game. Had it not been for Zheng Ren's firm grip, she would have rushed forward to borrow a phone and call for help. Therefore, she received the peculiar smoky ritual with an open mind. Scientifically, it could be explained as a precautionary measure to ward off unknown viruses that outsiders might carry, utilizing the smoke from the torches. While it may not eradicate all pathogens, it could mitigate the risk of disease transmission to some extent. However, it seemed that the concept of science was not requisite within the game. Zheng Ren empathized with Li Yueqiu's excitement, for he too had felt a surge of emotion upon encountering a fellow human in the game, embodying the sentiment of compatriots meeting after a long separation, tears welling in their eyes. In reality, it is the compatriots who deceive their own kind. He confides in the head chef within the dungeon, and the chef, in turn, harbors thoughts of his well-being. Had he not been so severe with himself, he would have long since been reduced to mere dumpling filling. Chapter 48. The true facade of smiles. Zuo Cheng'an had employed his skills to observe. The torches held by the villagers were merely crafted from ordinary wood and resin. The smoke produced upon ignition was nothing but commonplace. Soon, everyone had undergone a ceremony of smoke exposure. Zheng Run, who had once suffered a loss, leaned in closely to Li Yueqiu's ear and whispered a warning. "Don't be foolish. They are not normal humans. Just look at their gazes and the expressions on their faces. What village could orchestrate such uniformity among over 200 individuals?" Li Yueqiu, though naive, was not a fool. With this reminder, the illusion of camaraderie faded, and she discerned the underlying oddity. In such a vast village, the absence of roosters crowing and dogs barking was one thing. But how could every face radiate a disingenuous smile akin to a mere copy and paste? Coupled with their pristine, wrinkle-free attire, they resembled dolls displayed in a toy store's glass window. Even if they had adorned themselves for the sake of welcoming visitors, this was excessive. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the village chief adopted a perplexed expression. However, he seemed unable to manipulate the muscles of his face with any skill. The countenance he presented appeared rigid, as if skin and muscle were disjointed, performing a true display of a smile that did not reach the eyes. The human face comprises 44 muscles capable of conveying over 5,000 expressions. and the misapplication of any single muscle could evoke the uncanny valley effect. Despite the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before her, Li Yueqiu felt an internal scream urging her to hurl small projectiles, aiming to smash their heads. However, the villagers were crucial NPCs within the quest. Players could not complete their missions without them. Thus, evasion proved futile, and she had no choice but to face the situation head-on. Before Zuo Cheng'an could utter a word, a sharp explosion echoed from Zhangzhuang, signaling the untrustworthiness of the Breaking Wave Guild. Yang Yi pointed at one of the villagers and exclaimed, "Old Wang? Damn, I thought you had run off with the team leader's little lover. How did you end up in this instance?" The villager addressed as Old Wang remained unresponsive, not even glancing in his direction. The village chief, however, displayed understanding, stroking his youthful, unblemished beard while inquiring, "Wang Cheng, do you know this esteemed guest?" Upon hearing the chief, Wang Cheng turned to scrutinize Yang Yi for a moment before finally stating, "I do not recognize him." "What utter nonsense! Last month, you claimed you couldn't pay your rent and borrowed 30 points from me. How dare you say you don't know me?" Yang Yi, filled with agitation, lunged forward as if to grab Wang Cheng by the collar, demanding, "Return my capital." Wang Cheng stood his ground, allowing Yang Yi to grip him without resistance. Yet, a glaring red object suddenly caught Yang Ye's eye, causing his anger to dissipate and his once fiery blood to cool, as reason reclaimed dominion over his mind. How could he have forgotten? The game would reclaim the corpses of fallen players, repurposing them as NPCs. In this instance, there were 7 players surrounding him, and apart from them, all were mere NPCs of the quest. Even though he was a dear friend in life, Yang Yi was taken aback, instinctively retreating to the side of his true companions. It was not until he felt the cool droplets sliding down the corner of his eye that he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Oh, what a rare occurrence. Among countless dungeons, encountering 2 players who know each other is quite the surprise. Alas, how the world changes. This is hilarious. Reuniting with a long-lost friend only to find them deceased. This is my favorite scenario. I too cherish that classic moment. ISNT is just like an elderly couple, where one sacrifices themselves for the other's survival, only to reunite again in another dungeon. I've seen that scenario countless times. It's nauseating. Why cling to such sentiments when they both survived? What foolishness. Exactly, they lived on, why not just remarry? It's giving me a headache. Yang Yi and Wang Cheng were merely casual acquaintances, their bond limited to engaging conversations. Otherwise, Yang Yi would not have lent him 30 points. However, their friendship did not extend to a point where he would seek vengeance upon seeing Wang Cheng transformed into an NPC's lifeless form. Once he regained his composure, Yang Yi could only lament the misfortune that had befallen his companion. It was but a trivial episode, as the village chief cheerfully beckoned the players into the village, declaring that since they were both project testers and the first batch of visitors to Xiangyang village, they would ensure an unparalleled travel experience for them. As he spoke, the villagers dispersed to either side of the road, allowing the players a narrow passage. Under the unwavering gaze of the villagers, the group proceeded into the village. This was hardly a pleasant experience, especially with everyone wearing identical, pasted-on smiles. Zheng Ren whispered to Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu, "Look, that little brat in the split-crotch pants hasn't blinked since just now," seemingly unconcerned about his dry eyes. "The dead have no need to blink," Zuo Cheng'an replied. Despite acknowledging the warning, Zheng Ren couldn't resist stealing one last glance, only to witness the child in the split-crotch pants suddenly rubbing his eyes. In a startlingly nonchalant manner, he plucked one of his eyeballs from its socket, moistened it with saliva in his mouth for a moment, and then returned it to its place. He became a cute little child with sparkling eyes once more. Zheng Ren quickly averted his gaze, feeling a chill creep up from his soles to his back. Hastening his steps to catch up with Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu, no longer daring to look around indiscriminately. After this unsettling encounter, his lingering questions were finally resolved. He understood why the chef who had pursued him in the previous instance was an NPC yet donned clothing from a real-world brand. It dawned on him that he had once been a player himself. Had it not been for that outfit, he might have recognized the chef's oddity much sooner. Alas, that 40 points were now a lost opportunity. The villagers followed the chief into the settlement, where he enthusiastically elaborated on the various tourist attractions available, ranging from local customs to architectural features. His incessant chatter filled the air, yet hardly anyone was truly attentive. Their eyes were fixated on the layout of the surrounding structures. Chapter 49. The planting season Sunshine Village is characterized by its simplicity, divided by a narrow river over 3 meters wide at the foot of the mountains. On both banks, residences are evenly distributed, with each household displaying a string of sun-dried mushrooms or other preserved grains at their doorsteps. The village is home to over 200 residents, housed in more than 40 buildings. The river meanders through the village, which lacks complex streets. The construction materials are sourced locally, primarily wood, thatch, and stone, seemingly to mitigate ground moisture and deter various pests. All residences are elevated on wooden frames, standing over 2 meters high, upon which the houses are built. This architectural practice is also observed in the real world, though such villages typically feature bamboo groves rather than forests. Additionally, in those real-world counterparts, the space beneath the frames is often utilized for free-range livestock, with the occasional surprise of stepping on a sleeping pig or sheep when descending the stairs. However, in Sunshine Village, the area beneath the houses is not occupied by livestock. Instead, it has been transformed into farmland, seemingly planted with something. As the crops have yet to sprout, their nature remains a mystery. Tan Hui Hui curled her lip in skepticism. In that dark space beneath the houses, what could possibly grow? Perhaps moss? Originally, when Tan Hui Hui spoke, her devoted admirer Yang Yi would have been quick to echo her sentiments. However, this time, Yang Yi unexpectedly remained silent, trailing behind the group like a docile capybara. Devoid of a supportive foil, Tan Hui Hui found herself at a loss for words and soon fell silent as well. Zuo Cheng'an understood the reason behind Yang Yi's sudden reticence. It was simply because he had glimpsed the red pouch on Wang Cheng's chest, reminiscent of a mountain monkey's, while clutching his former companion's clothing. Although it was slightly smaller and concealed beneath layers, Yang Yi believed he had uncovered a clue to a hidden quest within the dungeon, intent on reaping rewards in silence. After all, the primary objective of the dungeon was survival, unrelated to unraveling mysteries, yet the emergence of anomalies demanded that players seek answers. What did this imply? It indicated that hidden tasks lay concealed within these anomalies. If one could successfully uncover the truth, an S-rank evaluation would be a foregone conclusion. Considering the dungeon's hidden bonuses, an S-rank was virtually guaranteed. It was essential to note that only the leaders of major guilds typically achieved such esteemed ratings, truly the soul of a team. Throughout the journey, Yang Yi first indulged in daydreams of his ascendance to an S-rank rating, envisioning himself basking in newfound status within the guild, surrounded by beautiful companions. Even winning the reluctant admiration of Tan Hui Hui, who had once looked down upon him. He then forced himself to regain composure and ponder how to trigger the hidden quest. Based on the accounts of players who previously escaped from the Breaking Waves Guild, it has become evident that after a certain duration within the dungeon, players develop crimson spots upon their bodies. Before long, these spots evolve into semi-transparent blisters, resembling water bubbles, yet possessing a resilient exterior that renders them difficult to rupture. While initially in the safety zone, the textual descriptions felt rather insipid. The introduction of a vivid visual representation allowed Yang Yi to perceive the previously flat information spring to life with vivid clarity. Moreover, among those aware of the dungeon's particulars, either they were oblivious to the fact that villagers bore similar blisters as the mountain monkeys, or they had yet to exhibit any abnormalities themselves, leaving them unable to connect the hidden quest with the blood-colored blisters at the throats of the mountain monkeys. Consequently, within the entire dungeon, he faced no competitors. This must surely be a divine opportunity bestowed upon Yang Yi for his resurgence. Little did he realize, merely receiving the hidden quest was insufficient. It was imperative to complete it and emerge alive from the dungeon for tangible benefits to materialize. Otherwise, everything would remain a mere castle in the air. Zuo Cheng'an possessed more knowledge than Yang Yi. In truth, it was not only Wang Cheng, but all villagers, young and old, bore red spots or blisters. uniformly manifesting on their chests, conveniently concealed by their garments. Some villagers had even progressed to the next stage, with a fleshy bud emerging from the blister, akin to a plant seed taking root and sprouting. This had already been observed during earlier waves of players, as the audience, equipped with their ocular cameras, meticulously scrutinized the villagers beneath their clothing. The entire process of granulation has been assigned a nomenclature. The appearance of erythema signifies the sowing phase. The transformation of erythema into vesicles denotes the latent phase, and when the granulation emerges through the skin, it is referred to as the germination phase. Following germination, the granulation continues to elongate and blossom, which is termed the budding phase. However, beyond this stage, the audience has yet to witness, as no player has managed to survive until the flower buds bloom. Yang Yi remains oblivious to these intricacies, reveling in his recent discoveries. Zuo Cheng'an is well-versed in the majority of the entire developmental period of the vesicle, yet he still cannot trigger the hidden quest. With the scant clues at Yang Ye's disposal, it is far too premature for him to embark on such a quest. In the Sunshine Village Resort livestream, a segment of the audience consists of seasoned players who have traversed the dungeons multiple times, yet a greater number are novices unfamiliar with the landscape of the game. Their curiosity drives them to utilize the camera's ability to penetrate objects, seeking to unravel their inquiries. The flood of comments predominantly comes from these newcomers. Often, Zuo Cheng'an merely needs to remain vigilant for questions posed by these neophytes, as, in most instances, benevolent viewers readily provide answers. For instance, when someone inquires why there are former players among the villagers, a response quickly follows, explaining that it is an age-old tradition in the game. Deceased players, provided they do not disintegrate into a puddle, will ultimately be restored as NPCs after undergoing repairs. Many enjoy watching poignant reunions between friends and lovers. Certainly, while some seasoned viewers are able to provide answers, there are others who find themselves at a loss. Questions arise, such as why the bubbles on the villagers vary in size, with some even sprouting tendrils reminiscent of bean sprouts. From whence do the mountain monkeys originate? How many times must a young child gaze intently? Such inquiries often elude the grasp of veteran viewers, compelling them to persistently delve deeper into the narrative. Only when a player achieves completion or unravels the hidden storylines within a quest do they bask in the illumination of newfound knowledge. Some audiences are fervently engaged in the quest for answers, venturing into uncharted dungeons, while others prefer the ease of pre-existing guides, opting for quests that have been thoroughly explored and documented. It is evident that most participants entering the Sunshine Resort dungeon belong to the former category, driven by an insatiable curiosity akin to that of a detective, eager to unravel the mysteries of Sunshine Village. Conversely, the latter type of viewer finds the live stream lacking in intrigue, burdened by tedious puzzles, and swiftly seeks refuge in streams where violence is deemed an art form. Zuo Cheng'an had not encountered such a delightful array of comments in quite some time. A glance revealed that everyone was speculating about the peculiarities within the village, presenting a multitude of theories, with very few inappropriate remarks surfacing. Some viewers, while watching the dungeon livestream, fixate on the allure of attractive figures, clutching the complete script as they mock players for their foolish actions from a godlike perspective. However, in a dungeon devoid of a comprehensive guide, they find themselves unable to maintain that superior vantage point. In such circumstances, pretentiousness may lead to one's own downfall, resulting in self-deprecation. As time passed, it became evident that no one would willingly wander into the new instance, subjecting themselves to discomfort. It appears that the only advantage of an uncompleted dungeon, aside from its high rewards, is its ability to filter the audience, weeding out a significant portion of the undesirables. With this realization, Zuo Cheng'an resolved to delve into more new instances in the future, not for any other reason but to spare his own eyes. For prolonged exposure to negative comments had him fearing that he too might succumb to a darker disposition, despite his previous lack of purity. Soon, the village chief guided the players through the entirety of the village, just as they anticipated a venture into the surrounding woods. The chief came to a halt before a wooden cabin. This cabin, like all others in the village, was erected upon a wooden frame elevated above the ground. Beneath the house, fields had been cultivated, with the layout mirroring that of the villagers. However, rather than offering relief, this similarity only heightened the player's anxiety, especially with the chief's forthcoming words. Chapter 50. The welcome feast. The village chief stroked his beard with a smile, saying, "Time is of the essence. Our village has prepared a welcome feast for you all, crafted from scarce materials, so do not miss out." With that, the chief's demeanor shifted from amiable to serious, his voice taking on a grave tone. After all, the welcome feast is also an event that tourists must participate in. As participants, you can only voice your suggestions for improvement after experiencing it firsthand. Furthermore, the area beyond our village is fraught with peril, and I hope each of you can uphold your professional integrity and refrain from wandering beyond the confines of Xiangyang village. In the end, the chief articulated each word with deliberate emphasis, as if each syllable were a hammer, striking heavily upon the hearts of the players. The crowd suddenly recalled the main storyline task of the dungeon: survive for 10 days and 9 nights, and complete at least 3 tourism projects. This is a survival-themed dungeon infused with task elements, elevating its difficulty beyond that of a mere survival challenge. Oh dear, I almost forgot this is a survival dungeon, not a puzzle-solving one. Players merely need to stay alive without delving into the villagers' mysterious circumstances. Exactly. Why should I overthink things? What is the fuss about the airbag? I might as well sit back and watch the players battle it out. It's rather dull. I was expecting the village chief to transform into a terrifying zombie. Nonetheless, solving puzzles remains essential. Based on my extensive experience of 3,000 hours watching live streams, players who manage to survive for 10 days and 9 nights while completing 3 tourism projects will only achieve the most basic rating. Even if this is a newly opened dungeon with various hidden advantages, the highest possible ratings they can attain are B or A. To reach A or A, they must uncover 1 or 2 clues regarding the dungeon's hidden storyline. Completing the hidden tasks entirely will elevate their score to S. Well, I've already deduced what the hidden task is called. Surprise. The blood-red airbag is transmissible among humans. The monkey transmission phenomenon. What does this reveal about humanity? I can't shake the feeling that the hidden task involves uncovering the reason behind the villagers being living dead. Are you the one who just downloaded shaming technology? The human NPCs in the dungeon are all living dead, repurposed for deceased players. Indeed, I just downloaded it this morning. This is the first live stream I am watching. Be bold. The hidden task is to eliminate all creatures adorned with crimson bubbles. As he gazed at the myriad of speculations from the audience, Zuo Cheng'an fell into contemplation. The opportunities for players to acquire free attribute points through dungeons are finite. Once this quota is exceeded, subsequent forays yield no attribute point gains. To maximize the benefits of dungeon exploration, naturally, a higher score is preferable. Regarding how to undertake the hidden tasks of dungeons, he possessed a modicum of experience. In the dungeon Uncle Moo's farm, he discovered a pivotal clue, a photograph of the original farm owner, which triggered the task. By similar reasoning, to embark on the hidden task of Sunny Resort, he must also uncover a critical clue. The known anomalies thus far are the villagers and the mountain monkeys outside, all afflicted with red spots or their evolved form, the sanguine sacs. However, this constitutes the result. The cause that led to the emergence of these red spots remains elusive. Zuo Cheng'an speculated that when he encounters the cause, it would signal the activation of the hidden task. Currently, he harbors 2 lines of thought. One is that the clue is concealed within the cave traversed by the sightseeing vehicle, and the other is hidden amidst the experiential tourism activities. Ideally, he would trigger the task upon entering the cave or midway through a particular tourism project. Yet, reality seldom unfolds so smoothly. The village chief warned them against leaving the village, likely to prevent players from wandering into nearby caves or to deter them from tampering with the project locations in advance. The risks associated with stealthily departing from the village are exceedingly high. Therefore, unless there are no alternative options, it is prudent to refrain from attempting such an endeavor for the time being. Consequently, the most favorable course of action is to patiently await the arrival of the welcoming banquet, proceeding gradually along the quest's narrative. Zuo Cheng'an rubbed the head of the ink dog, reflecting on the troublesome nature of level 2 dungeons. where a single expedition could consume nearly 10 days. Unlike the swift resolution of a level 1 dungeon, which could be completed in a single day, even upon returning to the safe zone, where it becomes apparent that little time has elapsed, the subjective experience of time within the dungeon remains palpably significant. Moreover, he sensed that the temporal flow at Xiangyang Resort closely mirrored a 1-to-1 ratio with the outside world. Fortunately, the rented accommodation does not incur charges during the player's time in the dungeon. Otherwise, upon his return, he would be compelled to pay additional rent for a property he had only recently leased. Zuo Cheng'an realized that he had yet to formally undertake a level 1 dungeon, excluding the ladder tower and beginner dungeons. Thus, he still possessed numerous opportunities to accrue attribute points from level 1 dungeons. Were it not for the imminent Great Purge, he would not have risked venturing into the high-risk, high-reward level 2 dungeon. Surely, it would be more advantageous to cultivate his development within the simpler level 1 dungeons. However, with the red-eye ticking bomb looming over him, he must enhance his strength in the shortest time possible to increase his chances of survival. With 11 days remaining until the Great Purge, if the time within the dungeon aligns with that of the safe zone, he would scarcely have any time to recuperate before confronting the impending threat. A mere 10 or 8 attribute points would hardly catalyze a qualitative leap in his power. Only by completing hidden tasks and achieving an S-rank evaluation could he hope for a doubling of the attribute points gained. If he recalls correctly, the maximum limit for attribute points obtained from a level 2 character appears to be 10 points, while an S-rank evaluation doubles this to 20 points. Should one accomplish certain achievements during the dungeon, the rewards may indeed be even greater. Some of these achievements, the prerequisites of which are somewhat public knowledge, can be easily discovered with a little effort. For instance, the opening success achievement he once attained involves defeating a hostile creature within the novice dungeon. If one misses the opportunity in the novice dungeon, no amount of subsequent kills will suffice. The pioneer achievement is equally uncomplicated. It requires clearing an unreleased dungeon at least once. And among the players on the first ladder, this achievement is ubiquitous. Moreover, there are advanced versions such as Pioneer 2, 0 Foot, and Pioneer 3, 0 Foot, which necessitate clearing unreleased dungeons twice and thrice, respectively, each yielding a reward of 3 attribute points. Additionally, there are combat-related achievements like Slayer of Thousands, which entails vanquishing 10,000 humanoid enemies, and Insect Slayer, requiring the extermination of 100,000 insect-type adversaries. There are also dungeon-specific achievements such as Unwelcome Guest of the Blue-Hatted Matron, Outstanding Employee of the Canned Meat Factory, and Esteemed Guest of the Castle. However, these exclusive achievements have generally circulated. Thus, beyond the first discoverer, the rewards diminish sequentially from 3 attribute points to 2, then to 1, followed by a mere consolation prize of 1 point. It is likely that the only remaining value of these achievements lies in their collectible nature. Chapter 51. The long-awaited psychological shadows. Whether the Sunshine Resort possesses exclusive achievements remains uncertain. Accomplishments such as Massacre seem too distant, and relying on this method to acquire attribute points appears unreliable. Therefore, the focus should remain on seeking hidden quests. After warning the players that they are prohibited from leaving the village during the non-experience period, the village chief's demeanor transformed instantaneously, revealing a kind and amiable expression. He warmly invited everyone upstairs to enter the quaint wooden cabin. Esteemed guests, this will be your future abode. Li Yuechio surveyed the wooden cabin, noting the thick layer of dust on the doorframe. She opened the quest interface to read the promotional slogan for the dungeon: 10 days and 9 nights. Luxurious accommodation. Bonfire parties. Where was this promised luxurious lodging? She had come in search of a high-quality homestay. If such a thing did not exist, what then had she endured along the way? What was it all for? Tenderly, the dreams of a little girl with aspirations of a charming inn, filled with youth, kindness, and a desire to help others, shattered. Zuo Cheng'an examined the wooden cabin. Like the other residences in the village, it bore a string of dried mushrooms hanging at the entrance, likely the villagers' provisions. Compared to the homes of other villagers in Sunshine Village, this wooden cabin could indeed be described as luxurious accommodation. In terms of size, it could rival 7 or 8 of the villagers' rooms. And its location was the highest point in the village, offering the best views. Thus, aside from the excess dust, the cabin's age, and a few larger holes in the roof, one could hardly dispute the label of luxurious accommodation. Pushing open the grand door at the center of the wooden cabin, the village chief led the group inside. Upon observing the interior layout, both Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren displayed expressions of familiarity. Upon entry, they were greeted by a transverse corridor. One side featured wooden-framed windows arranged in a grid pattern, while the other was lined with consecutive rooms. To avoid confusion, each door was adorned with a numbered plaque, ranging from 101 to 107. Zheng Ren smirked and jested. I suppose we each receive 2 keys, will we? The village chief widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, impossible. Xianyang village has never required keys. Our villagers are inherently honest and would never engage in petty thievery. As he spoke, the chief's face flushed with excitement, his skin and muscles already in a state of disarray, becoming even more slackened. His nose, eyes, and mouth appeared to move independently, as if just acquainted. Concerned that his agitation might escalate, Tan Huihui hastily interjected a few soothing words to placate him. Indeed, the people of Xianyang village are virtuous and do not pick up what is lost. Utilizing locks would be a sign of distrust towards the villagers. The chief replied with a huff. It's good that you understand. He surveyed the players, stating, before the welcoming banquet begins, I will send someone to fetch you. Tomorrow morning, we shall officially commence the tourism experience. I assure you, these 10 days will be truly enriching. With that, the chief strode purposefully toward a beautifully adorned building at the center of the village, which was presumably his residence. Due to the meandering river, although the players' bamboo lodgings were elevated, they could not overlook the entirety of the village. A portion of the village is obscured by the meandering river, causing the residences along its banks to curve accordingly, hidden behind an additional expanse of mountainous terrain. This concealed area is precisely where the welcoming feast will take place tonight. As a result, even if the players wish to observe from outside the quaint wooden cabin, they find themselves unable to do so. To glimpse the venue of the banquet, one must venture into the village. The mere thought of the villagers' penetrating stares and rigid expressions dissuades the group from willingly stepping into the settlement anytime soon. Zuo Cheng'an elevated the Eye of Truth to its highest setting and, as anticipated, noted a significant reduction in the number of spectators, likely drawn to watch the villagers prepare for the feast. Remaining in place, he was able to observe the textual commentary from the audience. Goodness, such a large pot. It could easily accommodate a person. They truly value the players, bringing out such a massive cauldron. How unoriginal. The spectacle of cooking players alive has been overdone in countless other instances. Oh, it turns out they are stir-frying vegetables. I initially thought they intended to stew people in that large pot. But why is this elderly woman frying insects? Is that considered food? The cooking grandmother seems quite adept in the kitchen. The dish, well, setting aside the ingredients, it should taste delightful. Insects can actually be quite palatable, with a delightful charred aroma once cooked. Why is there only vegetarian fare? Is there no meat? Aren't insects a form of meat? I mean chicken, duck, goose, pig, cow, and sheep. Wait a moment. I've just realized the village has no livestock at all. What do they eat on a daily basis? Wouldn't that lead to nutritional imbalances? Come on, why should the dead concern themselves with nutritional balance? As long as vital signs are maintained, that suffices. In the barrage of comments, it was noted that few viewers grasped the crux of the situation, while players were busy dividing into rooms. Consequently, Zuo Cheng'an merely cast a cursory glance at the comments, confirming that the villagers were engaged in the preparation of food, and thus he paid little further attention. Zhang Zhuang, accustomed to flaunting his authority as a member of the Breaking Wave Guild, habitually issued commands to all players regarding room allocations. According to the intelligence he held, there were no issues with the players' accommodations. It mattered little which room they resided in. Thus, he distributed the rooms without much concern. Rooms 1, 2, 3, and 4 were assigned to the 4 of them, while room 5, as well as room 6, was designated for Zuo Cheng'an and his 2 companions. Zuo Cheng'an was indifferent. His weapon, named Shao Qi, led him to choose room 7. Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu due to their novice status in the dungeon, naturally favored the rooms with higher numbers, and thus they expressed no objections to Zhang Zhuang's allocations. Zheng Run, touching the wooden door marked with the number 105, was overcome with emotion, exclaiming that they had finally secured residence in room 5. As for Li Yueqiu, she had already stepped inside the room, and the numeral 6 on the door filled her with an overwhelming sense of security. Indeed, the impact of their very first dungeon experience would resonate throughout their lives. The aftereffects were profoundly significant. Zuo Cheng'an pushed open the door, and unlike the stark, bare 5-square-meter room in the Screaming Night dungeon, this room was a well-proportioned rectangle, boasting a generous area of 20 square meters. The room was fully furnished with a single bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and chairs, and even thoughtfully included a shelf for luggage. Mudu wandered around the room, surveying its future domain, its claws scratching against the wardrobe door with a loud thud. Opposite the door stood a grand viewing window, through which one could behold an endless expanse of verdant forest without stepping outside. Given the climatic conditions within the realm, it was likely that a veil of mist would envelop the woods in the morning. At this moment, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, its golden rays cast a gentle glow upon the treetops. Such breathtaking scenery, if one were to set aside the lurking dangers of the world, suggested that if Xianyang village were to be developed properly, it could indeed become a splendid vacation destination. Regrettably, the accommodations faced the wrong direction, oriented toward the west, allowing sunlight only in the afternoon. Chapter 52. Why aren't you eating? Hurry up. Closer to the window, one could hear Li Yueqiu, also admiring the view from next door, lamenting how wonderful it would be to have a camera in hand at that moment. During his stroll through the marketplace, Zuo Cheng'an had indeed encountered various types of camera-like props, with numerous models available, from long-range to compact. However, such props that could capture images and record videos often proved to be extraordinarily effective within the realm, thus commanding exorbitant prices. In rule-based horror scenarios, capturing the regulations with a camera and developing the photographs would alleviate the anxiety of forgetting the rules amidst the tension of the adventure. Many puzzle-solving quests necessitate the memorization of numerous clues, and employing a camera could serve to document these hints for later organization. Of course, within the realm, the most reliable asset remains the player's own mind, with sufficient skill points allocated and the body enhanced to a certain degree. Having an impeccable memory becomes a talent accessible to all, rather than a gift reserved for the exceptionally gifted. Once the rooms were allocated and everyone had acclimated to their surroundings, twilight gradually descended. As the village chief had foretold, a young villager arrived at the wooden cabin to inform the players that they could now proceed to the village for the feast. Having accomplished the task assigned by the adults, the little boy hastily scampered away. With the tension palpable, the players donned their gear and stepped outside, their demeanor resembling that of warriors preparing to confront a formidable boss rather than attending a banquet. In contrast, Zuo Cheng'an exuded a sense of ease. He understood that this evening would simply be a welcoming feast, featuring 12 exquisite dishes, along with performances by the village's young maidens showcasing local folk dances. Even entertainment to accompany the meal was laid out. What more could one desire? Observing the ample firewood prepared nearby, it appeared the festivities would extend well into the night. Overall, aside from the various insect dishes served, there were no significant grievances. The village was modest in size, allowing the players to traverse it in less than 5 minutes. Thus, despite any lingering delays, they found themselves seated at a long table within a mere 7 minutes. An elderly woman, adorned in a vibrant, locally inspired floral shirt, began to introduce the dishes. The game's attention to detail often manifested in unexpected ways, while it had forgotten to equip the sightseeing vehicle with handrails and seatbelts. It had not overlooked providing a special spot and small bowl for a particular player known as a Mo Do within the dungeon. Even the food in the bowl had been prepared exclusively by the villagers, consisting of simply boiled vegetables with minimal seasoning. The old woman smiled warmly, seemingly quite fond of the players. This is bean bug jelly, mixed mushroom soup, and fried potatoes. This one is quite rare. The children specifically caught it, and it's called firewood bug. You must eat plenty. The old woman was exceedingly talkative, introducing each dish to the players. Zuo Cheng'an took a moment to observe her. The ability of true eye was more potent than he had anticipated. Not only could it discern the species of monsters, but it could also reveal the names of human NPCs within the dungeon. This old woman, surnamed Lu, was named Lu Nanshan, judging by her demeanor. She appeared to belong to the faction in the village that welcomed players, in stark contrast to those represented by Wang Cheng, who regarded them with evident disdain. Freshly cooked dishes lay before them, yet none of the players dared to pick up their chopsticks. It wasn't the sight of fried earthworms entangled on the plate or the steamed spider the size of a palm that turned their stomachs, but rather the gathering of villagers, young and old, surrounding them, eyes wide with anticipation, seemingly eager for them to consume the food. Coupled with Lu Nanshuan's continuous urging to eat without reservation, their caution only heightened, making them reluctant to indulge. In such an atmosphere, it was hard not to speculate on the possible dangers lurking within the food, fearing poison or worse. In the face of such uncertainty regarding food safety, the presentation of the dishes became a trivial concern. Led by Zhang Zhuang, the members of the Breaking Wave Guild remained inactive. On the first night of their arrival at the dungeon, a player who provided them with intelligence developed mysterious red spots on his body, accompanied by intense itching. Initially, he paid little heed to it, but by the following day, the red spots had rapidly evolved into blood-colored blisters. This alarming transformation finally compelled him to take the situation seriously. Even more terrifying was the fact that these blisters incessantly siphoned the player's vitality, nourished by his essence to facilitate their own growth. It was highly probable that the player would not survive until the dungeon's conclusion in less than 10 days. He was destined to be drained of life before that. Zhang Zhuang and his companions were oblivious to the ultimate fate of the blisters on the player's body. On the same night that the red spots transformed into blood-colored blisters, which marked the second day of the dungeon's timeline, the player resorted to an item to forcibly exit the dungeon, utilizing his points to heal himself. Had he possessed greater strength and lingered within the dungeon a few days longer, the Breaking Wave Guild would have acquired a wealth of intelligence. However, the player, unable to sustain the blood-colored blisters, escaped the dungeon and conveyed his findings. The think tank of the Breaking Wave Guild analyzed the cause of the blisters' emergence. Regrettably, due to the informant's inadequate linguistic organization and logical reasoning, compounded by the overwhelming amount of information within the dungeon, they struggled to piece it all together. Additionally, the brevity of the informant's stay prevented him from gathering further clues. Consequently, he failed to convey the critical information regarding the faint, elusive fragrance emanating from the ruptured blisters. Without a complete set of prerequisites, unraveling this enigma became an extraordinary challenge. In the end, the members of the Breaking Waves Guild could only speculate that the cause of the blood-colored air sacs might be related to the water source or food within the dungeon. The player who contributed the intel had only spent 2 days in the dungeon, subsisting solely on the water and a small amount of moss found therein. The fact that even this minimal intake could provoke such dire consequences led Zhang Zhuang to prepare thoroughly for this expedition. Ropes were one part of his preparations, while a fully stocked inventory of food and water constituted another. With reliable sustenance in his backpack, Zhang Zhuang remained silent since the moment he sat down, not even touching the bowls and chopsticks before him. The other 3 followed suit, treating the surrounding villagers as if they were invisible, remaining utterly still. If the enemy does not move, we shall not move, Li Yueqiu thought to herself as she initiated a small group chat in her mind. Conversing with Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Ren, Li Yueqiu, with a serious expression, "This is bad. It seems the opponents were already prepared." Zheng Ren, exhausted, "I'm so hungry. Discussing toxicity without mentioning dosage is nonsense. If we eat a little less, it should be fine, right?" Li Yueqiu, dazed, "I really want to eat. That roasted giant spider looks incredibly delicious. It seems almost like crab legs slurping." Zuo Cheng'an did not join the group chat. Instead, he activated his skills to inspect the food on the table. Even though he knew the villagers hadn't tampered with the food, he could not dismiss the possibility that the food itself might be problematic. He scrutinized the unknown black paste closely. Zuo Cheng'an first examined the most peculiar dish on the table, roasted woodworm, which had been specially recommended by Granny Lu and warranted priority inspection. Chapter 53. Reward for Tips 1. In addition to being recommended by the villagers, the presentation of this dish was quite unique. While other plates were heaped high, overflowing with food, as if to ensure that the players would not go hungry, this particular dish was served on a large white porcelain plate, neatly arranged with 8 plump white maggots, evidently corresponding to the number of players in the dungeon, 1 for each, including mo dough. Roasted woodworm, a rare specialty of Xiangyang village, delicious and delightfully crispy. Consuming it slightly increases the constitution attribute. Due to the scarcity of this variety of woodworm, only the first 10 batches of visitors have the opportunity to enjoy it. An increase in constitution? This truly is a remarkable delicacy. As for the mention of the first 10 batches of visitors, it presumably refers to the initial waves of players who challenge the dungeon, right? However, judging by the expressions of the few individuals from Zhang's guild across the way, it seems they had missed out on the banquet's offerings during their earlier attempts, thus lacking the information about the woodworm. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly leaped at the chance to snatch them up. Since there was no poison, Zuo Cheng'an picked up a roasted woodworm with his chopsticks and tossed it into his mouth. Although the exterior was somewhat dry from roasting, the inside was still juicy, a delightful contrast of crispy on the outside and tender within. Upon biting down, it burst with flavor in his mouth. To his surprise, the woodworm exuded a fragrant aroma reminiscent of mushrooms. After finishing, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, effectively dispelling the fatigue accumulated from battling the mountain monkeys earlier in the day. Zuo Cheng'an opened his personal panel and discovered that his constitution attribute had risen from 18 to 19. Observing the situation, he picked up another piece of food, since the individuals across from him displayed little appetite, adhering to the commendable tradition of not wasting food. He had no qualms about devouring what they left behind. Unfortunately, the second bamboo worm did not possess the same remarkable qualities. It resembled ordinary fare. After meticulously inspecting the remaining dishes and confirming their edibility, Zuo Cheng'an sent a message in the chat group. Zuo Cheng'an, the dishes are safe. The roasted bamboo worm I just had can enhance physical constitution, but only the first one proved effective. Hurry and eat before they notice. Upon reading this message, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren cast aside their reservations, seizing their chopsticks to indulge heartily. Zheng Ren wielded a skewer of scorpions in his left hand, while using his chopsticks to grasp the large bamboo worm with his right, energetically filling his stomach. Li Yueqiu, not to be outdone, swiftly consumed half a plate of fried cicadas, ensuring she did not overlook the bamboo worms. However, after sampling all the dishes, she developed a particular fondness for the bamboo worms, claiming they had a hint of sweetness. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Zuo Cheng'an felt a sense of relief. It was a reassuring sign that they were not beyond hope. Had they fixated solely on the bamboo worms after he had finished too, such unusual behavior would certainly have drawn the attention of the 4 individuals across from them. Yet, by mixing their consumption with other foods, it appeared far less conspicuous. They would likely conclude that Zuo Cheng'an, having enjoyed the bamboo worms, was merely recommending them to his companions, without suspecting any inherent issue with the bamboo worms themselves. Wu, the little spirit, sat beside Zuo Cheng'an, gently nudging his leg. It was well-behaved and would never consume any food of dubious origin without explicit instructions. Zuo Cheng'an placed a grasshopper into the dog bowl, saying, "Go ahead and eat." Woof. Although Mudu preferred a vegetarian diet, indulging in meat occasionally was a delightful change of pace, especially considering the meal's exquisite flavor, clearly prepared with care by the villagers. Today, Mudu had also participated in the battle, and the constant shifting between canine and ovine forms had drained considerable energy. Thus, it was an opportune moment for replenishment. After consuming the grasshopper, Mudu's previously lackluster stamina of 8 points had increased to 9. With an insatiable appetite, it devoured the remaining food in the bowl without lifting its head, swallowing greedily without a second thought. Zuo Cheng'an contemplated whether to purchase a slow feeder to rectify this poor eating habit. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuang and his companions sat in their designated spots, watching the feasting individuals and their dogs across the way, swallowing hard in envy. They had remained tense and alert throughout the day, now feeling both exhausted and famished. Yet they forced themselves to sit and witness others enjoy their meals. Zuo Cheng'an, in a playful mood, nudged a plate of sauteed mushrooms forward, asking, "Would you care to try?" The mushrooms were evidently freshly foraged from the forest, a delightful assortment of varieties. Red caps, black caps, spotted caps, each more enticing than the last. A flicker of desire crossed Yang Ye's face as he stealthily reached for the chopsticks, only to be met with a sharp smack from Zhang Zhuang, who reprimanded him sternly. "You useless fool! Can you not even endure a little hunger? Have you forgotten that the food in this dungeon is fraught with traps? Or do you wish to develop rashes upon your skin?" Yang Yi certainly did not forget. He had experienced more dungeons than anyone present. He had encountered no fewer than 10 variations of culinary traps. The notion of being poisoned immediately after consumption was utterly trivial. The game would not allow players to discern the danger so swiftly, employing subtle manipulations instead. For instance, they might infuse food with spices detectable only by certain monsters, luring them to attack players who unwittingly emitted the peculiar scent. Unbeknownst to them, they were marked by the creatures simply for having taken a sip of soup. Furthermore, the order in which one partook of dinner dictated the sequence of killings each night. Consuming food within the dungeon would lead to loss of consciousness or induce hallucinations, resulting in assimilation. And then there was the Sunshine Resort, where it was suspected that consumption of certain dishes could lead to the emergence of crimson spots on the skin, ultimately transforming into blood-filled sacks. It all came flooding back to him. Yang Ye's hand trembled, causing his chopsticks to slip from his grasp and clatter onto the table. Suddenly, his stomach ceased to ache, the food lost its allure, and his hunger diminished. He waved his hands insistently. "No, we shall not partake." "Very well, then. We shall take the entire platter," Zuo Cheng'an replied, a hint of disappointment coloring his tone as he reclaimed the dish. Zhang Zhuang would not fall for such a simplistic provocation. Eat up, eat up. Even if the poison doesn't claim you, the traps will surely ensnare you. Ideally, you'll become dehydrated tonight, rendering you unable to participate in tomorrow's excursions, thus meeting a grim fate at the hands of the dungeon's narrative. His resolve was unwavering, yet alas, there were those in the group who paid no heed to his commands. Throughout the journey, Qian Xiang, who had remained taciturn, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Zhang Zhuang paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that there was indeed such an individual within their ranks. He then remembered that this person had been sitting beside him all day. Qian Xiang's presence was so faint that it took 10 exchanges for him to respond to even one, rendering the atmosphere rather stifling. Just as Zhang Zhuang was about to reprimand Qian Xiang for potentially dragging them down due to his cravings, he reconsidered and decided to let it be. Qian Xiang was a newcomer who had recently joined the Breaking Waves Guild. He had fortuitously obtained a skill from the novice gift pack, and with commendable performance, he amassed the requisite 10 attribute points in speed after completing a beginner dungeon, thereby meeting the standards to challenge the Tower of Trials, which led to his exceptional admission into the guild. After all, among the 3 major guilds in Safe Zone number 7, Breaking Waves Guild had the lowest admission criteria. Due to the high turnover rate of newcomers in the guild, there was a pressing need to recruit a new batch periodically to fill the void. Thus, as long as their attributes were adequate, even those who performed poorly in the novice dungeon could gain entry. Qian Xiang was even regarded as a standout among this new cohort. Initially, Zhang Zhuang had drawn Qian Xiang into the group simply to gather 7 individuals for the dungeon. As he was struggling to find participants, he had intended to use him to test the lethal rules within the dungeon or to scout ahead at the cost of his own safety. However, at the last moment, the unexpected emergence of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions disrupted all of Zhang Zhuang's plans. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He held crucial intelligence that would allow him to circumvent those perilous areas. Today's mountain monkeys were merely an appetizer. The main event awaited them tomorrow. With the trio serving as a shield, he could ensure his own safety. Upon becoming a player, individuals experience a notable enhancement in their innate instincts, albeit to varying degrees. Zhang Zhuang discerned that Zuo Cheng'an and his companions had become aware of his hostility, particularly the woman who had snatched his first kill. who had begun to exhibit palpable signs of aversion towards him. Yet what of it? In terms of strength, every member of his group ranked at the pinnacle, and they also held a numerical advantage. Within this instance, he possessed unequivocal authority. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for his ill-fated decision to join the Xiaoye Guild. Meanwhile, Qianxiang's actions of selecting food reminded Li Yueqiu of a crucial truth. One should not let resources flow to outsiders. She noticed that there was still one insect remaining in the dish, and after laboriously swallowing the leaf soup lodged in her throat, she swiftly seized the final insect from the plate. Even if she were to burst, she would never aid her adversaries. Absolutely not. However, despite having successfully taken it, her stomach had no room for anything else. Only the soup was tolerable. Turning to Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Run, who had also reached their satiation, she inquired, "Anyone want it? I'm stuffed. I can't even manage a grasshopper leg." Zheng Ren promptly waved his hand, while Zuo Cheng'an picked up the plate meant for Mo Do and remarked, "Let Mo Do have it. It seems it hasn't had its fill." Large dogs typically have a hearty appetite. Li Yueqiu's eyes lit up with realization. Of course, we can feed the dog. Mo Do should eat more. It's tall and strong. Woof. Mo Do glanced sideways, sensing that someone was disparaging it. The sun had long since set, though the exact moment remained uncertain. The villagers kindled a bonfire, the warm flames cleaving through the darkness. Had there not been a frenzied crowd of villagers surrounding it, the scene might have been deemed heartwarming. The village chief, remaining silent, offered no command for them to disperse, leaving them no choice but to remain, observing as the villagers, seemingly possessed by some unseen force, danced around the fire in their customary rituals. The dance, far from the aesthetically pleasing spectacle they might have envisioned, resembled a chaotic display akin to those indulging in hallucinogenic mushrooms. Frankly speaking, their undulating movements resembled a mass of seaweed. However, I found it more akin to plants swaying in the wind, a sight that made me feel quite nauseous. Were such an attraction to exist in the real world, its online promotion would undoubtedly invite scathing criticism. Look, the growth on this villager's chest appears to have developed further. Goodness, the red spots on the chest of that individual have expanded. The players, ensconced within the instance, could not express their opinions as freely as an audience might. Particularly for Zhang and his companions, who had not partaken in the welcome feast, they sensed the unsettling gazes of the villagers directed at them. At this moment, they dared not mock the villagers' traditional dance and could only applaud fervently. One might think they were witnessing a sports event. The village chief, however, took his duty seriously, providing commentary amidst the cacophony. His voice, though muddled in the noisy atmosphere, could be vaguely discerned by the players, who had to rely on their own interpretations to grasp the essence of his words. It appears that the village chief is introducing their dance. Yet the surrounding noise is unbearable. The crackling of burning wood, the villagers singing, and the howls of mountain monkeys in the forest, compounded by the chief's thick accent and breathy speech, render it impossible to discern anything. At this moment, someone in the chat released the background of the Sunshine Village dance, which they had painstakingly compiled after observing 4 groups of players entering the dungeon. Each chat message is fleeting, and Zuo Cheng'an hurriedly tries to absorb the information. Indeed, it's me, the ever-curious Tao Tao Kun, who vows to explore every dungeon in the game. I arrived a bit late, and have only witnessed 4 groups of players tackling the Sunshine Village dungeon. From the information gathered, we understand that the villagers are venerating a deity and have developed numerous local customs. The dance, reminiscent of twisting plant vines, is among these traditions. The villagers believe this dance facilitates communication with the deity, granting them blessings. Perhaps players should join the villagers in their dance. Performing it beautifully might even earn them the deity's favor. What blessings? It seems more like madness to me. How could the deity be so easily approached? Exactly. In the level 6 dungeon of the first live broadcast hall, I witnessed an NPC summoning a projection of the deity. Around 200 players from the 5th tier all committed suicide by smashing their own heads without the slightest hesitation. Wow, I've heard of this. It's the highly publicized level 6 dungeon called Holy Fire Rebirth, right? I can't believe you were there. Impressive. What a big shot. Generally speaking, with a bit of exercise, one can easily pass the test and enjoy copies rated above level 5. Chamming technology has truly lost its way, claiming to prioritize viewer safety while prohibiting those with wavering willpower from accessing live streams of level 5 and above. Such discrimination against the vulnerable is utterly outrageous. It appears that they have been chastened by penalties. Indeed, how powerful can deities truly be? I have silently cursed them countless times. Why has there been no retribution? It seems to be a hunger marketing strategy orchestrated by chamming technology. A relative of mine failed the assessment miserably until they subscribed to VIP status, at which point they passed immediately. It is absurd to think that in a mere level 2 copy, any deity would be present. Even a projection of a deity or an ordinary follower could elevate the copy's level to above 4. What merit does a level 2 copy possess? Chapter 55. Canyon Drift. Zuo Cheng'an observed a particularly misguided comment among the barrage of messages. He casually cursed, yet it was futile. How could the entity know he was rebuking them without knowing their name? Unexpectedly, beneath the facade of a simple level 2 survival scenario lay hidden tasks that bore the shadow of a deity. However, if a projection of a deity could elevate a copy's level to 4, then if the Sunshine Resort copy truly harbored a deity, it would have long ascended to level 7 or even 8. How could it still languish among the ranks of level 2? The villagers believe that their dance serves to honor the deities, yet it is entirely plausible that they are merely venerating a peculiar existence. In the real world, there are indeed villages that worship uniquely shaped stones or exceptionally large animals as mountain gods. Perhaps Xiangyang village is no different. Their worship may not be directed towards deities, but rather towards some extraordinary creature. Zuo Cheng'an recalled the vine-like roots within the cave, which bore an uncanny resemblance to both the villagers' dance in form and essence. Could this be mere coincidence? Or is it possible that the deity the villagers honor is, in fact, the very essence of those vines in the cave? Regardless, the cave he passed through has now secured a spot on his must-visit list. The dance continued into the depths of the night, and for Zuo Cheng'an and his companions, the experience was pleasant. Having dined well and enjoyed the refreshing mountain breeze, a delightful escape from the eerie occurrences within the dungeon. However, the players from Zhangzhuang were growing restless, having gone an entire day without sustenance. While novice players can endure a day without food, it is certainly an uncomfortable ordeal. At last, as the final embers of the fire flickered out, the village chief relented and allowed the players to depart. Before leaving, Zuo Cheng'an's gaze lingered for a moment on several villagers who had participated in the dance. The comments had noted that some displayed red spots, which had spread and formed growths. Was this phenomenon a result of their participation in the dance, triggering the emergence of foreign growths upon their bodies? Or was it something else entirely? Surely, it could not be that the deities truly responded to their fervent devotion. Suppressing his inner doubts, Zuo Cheng'an overheard Li Yueqiu inquiring with the young guide leading them. "Hey there, young lad. What activities are we undertaking tomorrow?" The boy, preoccupied with his thoughts, paused momentarily to refocus his gaze on the speaker. Li Yueqiu had grown accustomed to the villagers' vacant stares, and the urge to obliterate their heads had considerably lessened. Although the others wandered in their own directions, they were all keenly attentive to the unfolding conversation, equally invested in the details of the upcoming excursion so they could adequately prepare for the evening ahead. Just when everyone presumed the boy would remain tight-lipped, he opened his mouth to respond. "Tomorrow, we shall embark on a canyon rafting adventure." Astonished by his willingness to divulge this information, the players' minds began to race with possibilities. Zhang Zhuang furrowed his brow, sensing a discrepancy. This did not align with the intelligence they had received. The Breaking Waves Guild had previously attempted the Sunshine Resort dungeon twice, and although the longest-staying member had only been there for 2 days, they had gathered certain insights regarding the sequence of activities. According to their intel, they were supposed to treasure hunt in the dense forest tomorrow, with canyon rafting scheduled for the day after. Why then? Was the content of the first day altered to canyon rafting upon his entry into the dungeon? Could it be that some extraordinary action he had taken had inadvertently caused the forest treasure hunt to be displaced? Such abrupt alterations in dungeon mechanics are not uncommon in newly opened instances. Based on the current intelligence regarding the explored area, the Sunshine Resort dungeon, even at level 3, is considered relatively expansive. The larger the area, the higher the level, and consequently, the greater the variations within the dungeon. If all these changes were to be meticulously documented, the total volume would be substantial. It is said that many high-level dungeons have guides as thick as dictionaries, making it utterly impractical to memorize them in their entirety. With a colossal dungeon that has only been opened 6 times, players have likely explored less than 30% of its potential. Thus, minor discrepancies leading to variations within the dungeon are entirely plausible. Such randomness introduces unknown perils, which is why the game rewards those brave enough to venture into uncharted territory with bountiful treasures. Zhang Zhuang began to reflect on the missteps taken throughout the day. After all, lower-level players, no matter how cautious, cannot adhere meticulously to the guides, while those capable of grasping the broader picture would disdain being mere puppets of strategy. Zhang Zhuang speculated that the most likely causes for the dungeon's deviations were either their rapid resolution of the mountain monkey swarm during the day or the consumption of food by Zuo Cheng'an and his companions at the banquet. Indeed, the intelligence gathered indicated that the players providing the information were relatively weak, failing to fend off the mountain monkeys in a timely manner, which resulted in casualties and 4 successive waves of attacks. Upon entering the village, their prudence led them to abstain from any food, relying solely on moss and wild vegetables gathered during their experiences with tourism activities to survive. He speculated that either triggering 2 or fewer monkey attacks or consuming food at the banquet would alter the sequence of experiences in the tourism project. Upon making this conjecture, Zhang Zhuang found himself amusingly entertained. The 3 elements seemed utterly unrelated, forcibly juxtaposed by his own imagination. It appeared that he truly lacked the talent for deciphering enigmas and would be better off diligently completing his survival tasks. The sequence of experiences in the tourism project was likely entirely random. The similarity in the first 2 instances was merely coincidental. The absence of a third occurrence, leading to a change in his case, was perfectly reasonable, as he struggled to find clarity and felt the pangs of hunger. Zhang Zhuang decided to summon the others to discuss the following day's plans over a meal. According to the intelligence gathered, canyon rafting was an activity scheduled for the 3rd day of the quest. Fortunately, the individual who had relayed this information had managed to extract several details about the rafting experience before leaving the quest, so they were not entirely in the dark. The rafting location was downstream from Xiangyang village, where the serene waters of the village would merge into a tumultuous current. The splashing waves and swirling eddies followed in quick succession. The banks were lined with rocky cliffs, and a collision with them would undoubtedly result in severe injury. No matter how proficient a swimmer one might be, falling into the water would render them unable to surface. Even the fish that entered would be helplessly swept into the depths by the whirlpools. Under such perilous water conditions, without any safety measures in place, players would be required to navigate a rudimentary wooden raft for a grueling 5-kilometer stretch, all the while facing attacks from quest monsters. In truth, drifting presents a relatively uncomplicated challenge for players. Embarking on a level 2 dungeon ensures at least a ranking equivalent to that of the first day. At this tier, players possess physical capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary individuals, effortlessly holding their breath for 10 minutes. As long as they can withstand the force of the water and maintain stability, grasping onto the rocky shore to preserve their lives becomes a straightforward endeavor. Even if one were to inadvertently fall from the raft, it is quite feasible to cling tightly to the wood, preventing being swept away by the current and thus avoiding separation from companions. While Zhang Zhuang and his companions indulged in food and drink, discussing precautions for the following day. Next door in room 105, Zuo Cheng'an and his associates were engaged in a similar discourse within Zheng Ren's chamber. Initially, the trio intended to convene in Zuo Cheng'an's room. However, due to his reluctance to allow outsiders into his personal domain, the meeting venue was swiftly relocated to Zheng Ren's quarters. Thanks to Zhang Zhuang's good fortune, Zuo Cheng'an gleaned certain details regarding the next day's activities through the well-intentioned viewers in the comment section. The drifting location is situated downstream, and the mode of transportation will be a wooden raft, which may encounter fish monsters and the mountain monkeys encountered earlier that day. Therefore, everyone ought to exercise caution. Upon hearing Zuo Cheng'an's words, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu did not ponder deeply. They merely assumed that Zuo Cheng'an had access to special channels to acquire such information regarding the dungeon. Once a dungeon has been opened and players have emerged alive, it is likely that information will circulate, especially since the Flying Pigeon Guild is far from mere decoration, and this particular dungeon has already been opened 6 times. Chapter 56. Brother, what is your name? Subsequently, Zuo Cheng'an relayed additional details before returning to his own room. He lay on the single bed, with the ink pot sprawled beside him, initially planning to organize his props. He opened his personal panel only to discover that his mental value had plummeted from 82 to 77 in the mere span of a day within the dungeon. His mental state had diminished by 5 points. It became apparent that mental value was not calculated based on the dungeon itself, but rather on the duration spent within it. If this decline of 5 points per day continued, in just 6 days his mental value would drop below 60. Yet, rather than feeling fear at this realization, Zuo Cheng'an felt a surge of excitement. He was inherently curious about what the so-called mutation entailed, or rather, what he could potentially transform into. Some players morphed into rather serious forms, such as zombies, demons, or spiders, while others sprouted rather absurd entities like celery or bell peppers. During his time in the safe zone, Zuo Cheng'an had made it a point to inquire about the intelligence surrounding mutations. It was said that mutations would cause the body to grow limbs characteristic of monsters, becoming creatures devoid of reason, driven solely by the urge to kill. Typically, these appendages were intricately linked to the player's innermost fears. Even if one were to be entirely covered in bell pepper protrusions, transforming into a bell pepper person, they would still possess formidable destructive power and aggression. In terms of survival, it was manageable. Mindless killing could ensure one's continued existence. However, in puzzle-solving or mission-oriented scenarios, losing one's rationality would equate to forfeiting the opportunity to clear the challenge. The innermost fears? Perhaps it referred to psychological shadows? Zuo Cheng'an found himself momentarily unable to pinpoint the source of his deepest fears. Was it the horror films he had watched in his childhood? Yet now, with the awareness of special effects, he felt little fear towards them. The same logic applied to monsters. After being drawn into the game, there were indeed moments of peril. Yet fear was not the prevailing sentiment. Rather, it was a sense of tension. What exactly was it? A night of tranquility unfolded. As the dawn broke on the second day within the instance, the anticipated assaults failed to materialize. Li Yueqiu rose from her cocoon, her visage marred by the weight of 2 prominent dark circles beneath her eyes. Though the long-awaited comfort of a bed was delightful, her night was plagued by worries of lurking monsters and the bizarre villagers who might intrude upon her quarters in the dead of night, rendering her sleep restless. In her heart, she silently vowed that come nightfall, she would storm into Zuo Cheng'an's room, borrowing the ink line to keep her company through the night. The trio had already devised this plan upon their separation the previous evening. The instance mandated that each participant engage in 3 recreational activities, implying that players could opt out of canyon rafting. However, they possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding canyon rafting, rendering it a comparatively safer choice. At the very least, they were somewhat prepared for what lay ahead. The particulars of the other recreational endeavors remained shrouded in uncertainty. Prior to discerning the total number of activities, they resolved to complete 3 of them, thereby allowing for a more tranquil existence within the instance, free from the incessant anxiety that had plagued them. As Zuo Cheng'an pushed open the door, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu awaited him in the corridor. Noticing the dark circles under Li Yueqiu's eyes, Zuo Cheng'an suddenly recalled that he had neglected to inform them the previous night that their quarters were indeed secure and that no attacks were forthcoming. After all, a previous resident had lingered until his demise without incident. Although it is a level 2 realm, as long as one refrains from investigating hidden missions, the difficulty of the dungeons predominantly revolves around the perils associated with various tourism activities. Should a player's attributes be lacking, there exists a significant likelihood of perishing during these extreme sports. Conversely, if a player possesses sufficient strength and chooses to ignore hidden tasks, dismissing the anomalies of the villagers and the village, the dungeon transforms into a serene resort, featuring safe accommodations, delectable cuisine, and a picturesque natural environment, an ideal setting for relaxation devoid of mental strain. Upon noticing two individuals in the corridor, the dog Mo-Do wagged its tail and let out a friendly bark as a greeting. Li Yuechio had intentions of seeking assistance from the canine that evening and thus endeavored to stroke Mo-Do's chin in a flattering manner. Through a day of interaction, Mo-Do had developed a favorable impression of this human, seemingly having accepted her presence. Zheng Run, instead of appearing weary, bore a rejuvenated complexion. His carefree disposition contrasted with Li Yuechio's sensitivity. After several nights spent on the park street, he finally enjoyed the luxury of a bed last night, indulging in a deep slumber that was truly refreshing. This is the essence of a life well lived. What could the so-called safe zone offer in comparison? After engaging in conversation for a while, Zhang Zhuang, Tan Huihui, and a few others emerged from the same room. Zheng Ren widened his eyes, pointing at them. You all slept together last night? Goodness, your Breaking Waves Guild is quite audacious. Zhang Zhuang, flustered and angry, retorted, get lost. Be careful not to poison yourself with the food here. Among the four, only he possessed a storage item containing provisions and water, leaving the others no choice but to rely on him for breakfast. Zheng Run shrugged nonchalantly, merely attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere with a jest. It was as though cameras had been installed around the players. As soon as a few of them exited the room, villagers began to approach, judging by their stature. The newcomer was the same child who had invited them to the welcoming feast the previous night, just like when he had guided them into the village. The child held a torch in hand, seemingly preparing to perform the smoke ceremony once more. Yang Yi, upon spotting the child, was consumed with thought on how to discreetly glance at his chest. The previous night, he had only caught a glimpse of a crimson sack on Wang Cheng's chest. During the celebratory dancing after the feast, he had pretended to stretch lazily while surreptitiously eyeing the scantily clad maidens dancing by the bonfire. However, since it was a covert observation, his view was severely limited, and he could only discern a hint of red. Under the flickering firelight, it was difficult to distinguish whether the hue was due to the flames or the natural color of their skin. Despite his impatience, he refrained from making any conspicuous movements, choosing instead to suppress his curiosity. Today, with only the child approaching, the situation was more manageable. Yang Yi donned a feigned smile, adjusting the child's collar as he casually inquired, "What is your name? Did the adults at home send you over?" The child tilted his head. His shyness from yesterday seemingly vanished. "My name is Huahua. The village chief asked me to bring you to breakfast." Yang Yi focused intently on the sack beneath the child's collar, paying little mind to what the child said. His inquiry about the name was merely a formality. Whether the child was called or had no bearing on the hidden quest at hand. Zuo Cheng'an, who was closest to Yang Yi, clearly heard the child from a village seemingly devoted to plants. It was quite astonishing that they would name a child Huahua. Did they not fear that the deities might rise from their slumber to enter the village? To ensure he had not misheard, Zuo Cheng'an employed his skills to confirm the child's name, and indeed, it was Huahua. Considering that he was not the only child in the village, Zuo Cheng'an proceeded to inquire, "What is the name of your best friend?" Huahua nodded proudly and replied, "Xiaoyan." Chapter 57. The camp of Xiangyang village. Suddenly, Huahua, in a fit of excitement, leapt up, startling Yang Yi. However, he had achieved his objective. Huahua's chest bore what could be described as an air sac, or perhaps more accurately, a piece of blood-red skin resembling a palm, slightly raised in the center. It was entirely different from what he had observed on Wang Cheng's chest the previous day. Could this be attributed to the child's age? If the sac grew larger with age, he had not noticed any pronounced bulge beneath the village chief's clothing. Little did he know, once the sac reached a certain size, it would deflate, replaced by a slender flesh bud concealed beneath fabric, rendering it invisible. So Cheng'an continued to pose questions to Huahua. "Today we are going to the canyon for rafting. What shall we do in the coming days?" Hua reminisced about the village chief's arrangements and replied, "Today, Uncle Chung will take you drifting. Tomorrow, Aunt Lu will accompany you to mushroom picking. The day after tomorrow is a rest day. And on the following day, my second sister will teach you to dance." Hua was strained to recall what was planned for the day after that, but found himself at a loss. Thus, he shifted the topic. "Breakfast will be ready soon. So let us hurry and eat. The drifting site is quite far, and we should not waste time." Upon finishing his words, he took the lead in walking ahead. With the child's reminder, everyone understood that the main event of the day was to experience the tourism activity and promptly followed suit. Perhaps due to having had breakfast earlier, the faces of Zhang Zhuang and his companions were quite pleasant, free from the discomfort of watching others feast while they remained hungry. The setting was the same as yesterday. The table unchanged, yet the variety of dishes was notably fewer. The rare delicacies, such as bamboo worms, centipedes, and the spider with a face-sized body were conspicuously absent from the dining table today. Instead, they were replaced with more homely offerings like stir-fried, wild mushrooms, cold tree leaves, and greens. However, the meat dishes still included locusts and cicadas. Seeing the lack of her favorite bamboo worms, Li Yuechio's interest waned, and she merely picked at her food before setting down her chopsticks. On the other hand, Zuo Cheng'an pointed to a plate of peculiar mushrooms adorned with soft hairs, urging, "You should eat more of this." Zheng Ren leaned in, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "I just tasted that mushroom. It has a foul odor. It's truly a dark culinary experience." Zuo Cheng'an shot him a glare and retorted, "If I say eat more, then just eat more. It won't harm you." Seeing Li Yuechio already reaching for the dishes with her chopsticks, Zheng Renshun rubbed his belly. He was already 11/10 full. Yet he still reluctantly consumed another bite of the mushrooms that Zuo Cheng'an had pointed out. Based on his experience, following Zuo's suggestions was always a wise choice. Li Yuechio, still unsated, helped herself to several more pieces of the fuzzy mushrooms that Zuo Cheng'an had specifically mentioned. After breakfast, Wang Cheng, who had been seen the previous night, wore a cold expression as he led the players downstream along the river. Although he had once been a player himself, the memories of his past life had dissipated after his death. In Wang Cheng's mind, he was merely a native of Xiangyang village, tasked with guiding tourists through the village's rafting experience. Thus, Yang Ye's attempt to engage him in conversation and inquire about the village's inner workings was swiftly dashed. The group moved with remarkable speed. No, they advanced with extraordinary swiftness. The sun had barely ascended, and in what seemed to be merely an hour, they had traversed over 10 kilometers along the river of Xiangyang village. Even the players, known for their stamina, began to feel a hint of fatigue. Yet Wang Cheng, leading the way, appeared unfazed, navigating the rocks, slopes, and thickets with remarkable agility, his face devoid of color, breath steady, and pace unwavering. Having received warnings prior to their departure, the group was anxious not to fall behind and risk missing the activity. The stony path was rugged and the riverbank exceedingly slippery. Without proper hiking boots, one could easily slip. Strangely, Wang Cheng, clad only in straw sandals, seemed to be rooted to the ground, each step taken with assured stability. Even when confronted with a moss-covered slope inclined at 50 to 60 degrees, he maintained his composure and effortlessly ascended. It is widely recognized that this is not the time for inquiries. Everyone gritted their teeth and followed closely. Finally, around 10 a.m., Wang Cheng halted beside a thatched cottage. Within the cottage lay 3 wooden rafts of varying sizes and several paddles. Evidently, these were the vessels they would soon embark upon for their drifting adventure. Wang Cheng's demeanor and tone were far from that of a vacation resort staff member. His service attitude was appallingly poor, as if he were merely fulfilling a duty. "In a while, you will set off from here. Just drift downstream along the river, and you will return to the village. Do not entertain any notions of shortcuts. Aside from this waterway, any other route, including retracing your steps, will lead you to an eternal absence from the village." Tan Hui Hui could not restrain herself from retorting, "Is this how you treat tourists in your resort?" Wang Cheng cast her a cold glance. Not all villagers support the establishment of a resort. The filthy and noisy outsiders only disturb the god slumber. Hurry and enjoy yourselves. If you do not return to the village before nightfall, you shall be forever lost here. though his words were intended as a warning. His tone suggested a desire for them to remain there indefinitely. With that, Wang Cheng took the lead, shouldering a small single-person raft and setting off downstream. Observing his adept maneuvers as he skillfully navigated the raft through the turbulent waters, one might mistakenly believe that drifting was a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. While a portion of the villagers exhibited warmth towards the visitors, another segment harbored a subtle animosity. Upon reflection, it is the villagers, brimming with enthusiasm for the players, who tend to their meals and daily needs, ensuring that the players' abodes are safe and their sustenance delectable and non-toxic. However, it is the antagonistic individuals who escort players to engage in tourism activities, seeking to eliminate the outsiders through various means, rendering the excursions perilous. According to the information obtained from Huahua, today, it is Wang Cheng, an adversary of the players, who leads them, yet tomorrow, it will be the affable Aunt Lu guiding them to forage for mushrooms. Zuo Cheng'an, aware of Aunt Lu's identity as the sole villager with the surname Lu, the esteemed chef responsible for preparing meals for the players, speculates that, barring unforeseen circumstances, mushroom picking should not be as fraught with danger as today's escapade, which involves survival challenges and monster attacks, but rather a conventional experience. As for the day after tomorrow's second sister, while Zuo Cheng'an possesses the eye of truth skill to discern the names of each villager, he remains uncertain about which villager Huahua refers to as second sister. Without clarity regarding her identity, he cannot ascertain her disposition towards the players based on memory alone. Thus, he must proceed cautiously. Chapter 58. Can you row a boat? Zuo Cheng'an has contemplated several fail-safe strategies to ensure successful completion. However, with the duration of the dungeon extending to 10 days and a pattern of resting every 2 days, there will inevitably be at least 5 different activities. It is implausible for the tourism experiences to be consistently guided by those villagers who harbor animosity towards the players. By selecting days led by those villagers who welcome the players, the inherent dangers of the tourism activities can be significantly mitigated. Moreover, with a slight precaution against contracting the rash, one could safely navigate through the instance and attain a basic score. Observing that Wang Cheng had already drifted far away, the players wasted no time and promptly retrieved the remaining 2 wooden rafts from the thatched cottage. The rafts were identical in size and shape, rendering any competition for them unnecessary. The group from Zhangzhuang had prepared well before entering the instance. As soon as they pushed the rafts into the water, they effortlessly wielded their oars and departed from the shallow waters along the shore, drifting downstream. Meanwhile, on the side of Zuo Cheng'an, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, the oblivious "What should we do, Zhuge? I've never rowed a boat. I don't know how." Mo Do Woof. Zuo Cheng'an. How coincidental. He doesn't know either. However, the instance would not alter its rules based on the players' lack of skill, whether they could row or even swim. They were compelled to partake in this perilous endeavor. In summary, 3 individuals who had never handled a boat before, along with a dog, maneuvered the raft in circles before finally drifting into the river's tumultuous center, albeit with some awkwardness. The initial kilometer of their drift was serene, with the river surface and the wooded banks undisturbed, devoid of any monsters. The players' woes lay in the ever-present whirlpools and the abrupt rocks obstructing the river's path, not to mention the occasional drops of 2 or 3 meters. After several capsizes, Mo Do had transformed into a drenched dog, every hair clinging to its body. Its size diminished significantly. The situation for the others was scarcely any better. To prevent being swept away by the currents, they retrieved the cloth ropes used yesterday and tied themselves together. However, there was a silver lining. The challenging rapids forced the 3 novice rowers to rapidly evolve their skills. Stagnation was not an option, for a lack of improvement could prove fatal. The paddles salvaged from the hut had long since been carried off by the water. Now, the trio relied on makeshift oars fashioned from branches hastily broken from the riverbank. Zuo Cheng'an steadied a branch against a sizable rock exposed on the left bank, forcibly maneuvering the raft to evade a swirling eddy. Just as he thought to breathe a sigh of relief, His gaze fell upon 3 fragmented health bars that had mysteriously appeared beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the river. 34. 71 foot, 41. 68 foot, 22. 94 foot. It was evident that each had sustained considerable damage, likely inflicted by Zhang Zhuang and his companions, who had gained a head start. Their overall strength surpassed that of Zuo Cheng'an and his group. Whether they sought to spare the latter from the lurking monsters by clearing the waters, or were simply eager to reach their destination without engaging in combat, it was likely a combination of both motives. The 3 damaged health bars trailed closely behind the raft, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Regardless of whether the raft sped through tumultuous torrents or glided along calmer stretches propelled by sheer human effort, they remained steadfastly in pursuit, seemingly biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. "Be wary. Enemies are following us," Zuo Cheng'an cautioned. Mo Do, take your position at the stern and keep watch. Woof. Mo Do stood at the rear of the raft, his eyes vigilant as he surveyed the water surface. They have entered a relatively expansive and tranquil stretch of water. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the 3 enigmatic creatures trailing behind them are likely to launch an attack in this area. While danger is concerned, the true peril lies in the squandering of time. According to the intelligence from Zhang Zhuang, the distance to be traversed is approximately 4 to 5,000 meters in a straight line. However, the actual river path meanders significantly, rendering the true length far greater than the initial estimate. Their unfamiliarity with operating the raft has already caused them to waste considerable time. As the sun begins its gradual descent, the question of whether they can return to the village before nightfall looms ominously. Although the raft is sturdy, the earlier mishaps of capsizing and collisions do not guarantee its resilience against repeated assaults from the creatures. Should the monsters succeed in sinking the raft, their chances of survival would dwindle to nothing, relying solely on swimming. Thus, they must maintain their speed while simultaneously safeguarding the raft from being overwhelmed. This dilemma of needing to both advance and protect is indeed a grave concern. The surrounding waters have begun to surge with increasing force. It won't be long before they leave this calm expanse and enter a region marked by steep cliffs and irregular elevations. At that point, the pursuing monsters will also have to contend with the turbulent waters, leaving them little opportunity to attack. Clearly, the 3 creatures are aware of this, seizing this final opportunity. As the anxious barks of the alerting dog, Mo Do, fill the air, a massive aquatic entity, measuring over 6 meters in length, reveals itself. It is a crocodile, with a slender snout that suggests it subsists on a diet of fish. In the realm of reality, crocodiles that subsist on a diet of fish do not grow excessively large, typically reaching a maximum length of 4 meters. However, within the confines of the game, thud, a massive tail, measuring over 3 meters, struck the side of the raft with tremendous force, causing it to lurch violently. The wooden structure groaned ominously under the strain, and should endure a few more blows, it would likely disintegrate. On the briefly exposed surface of the water, one could still discern the triangular puncture and the injection marks left by a syringe on the tail. The violent tremors rendered the trio and their canine companion unstable, with the lightest among them, Mo Do, being flung into the air, only to be yanked back by the rope around its belly, landing in a soft embrace. Li Yuechio caught Mo Do, barely noticing its lively spirit before setting it aside to grasp a tree trunk, strenuously propelling the raft forward. Among the 3, Zheng Ren and Li Yuechio were responsible for the raft's propulsion, while Zuo Cheng'an steered from the front, managing to maintain a semblance of coordination. Shortly after a series of cautious probes, a succession of conical ripples emerged on the right side of the raft, indicative of some creature swiftly navigating the shallow waters. Simultaneously, similar ripples appeared on the left and rear, signaling the commencement of their formal hunt after gauging their prey's approximate strength. Confronted by 3 colossal beings, each exceeding 6 meters in length, the diminutive raft was utterly defenseless. On land, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions might have stood a fighting chance against the crocodiles, but submerged in water and bound by the rules of the game, their prospects appeared bleak. Fortunately, these are merely 3 wounded creatures. Had they been at their prime, The only hope for survival would have been to swiftly vacate this open water area and retreat to the narrow, turbulent river channels, where they could exploit the terrain and the current to create distance from the monstrous trio. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed the health bars of the three adversaries, pointing to the right. Once that jungle crocodile with just over 20 health surfaces, let us focus our fire upon it. The rest are of no concern for now. We must prioritize creating distance. Chapter 59. A swift escape. The target Zuo Cheng'an indicated was the jungle crocodile, teetering on the edge of vitality. Following their usual strategy, they aimed to identify the most vulnerable point and diminish the enemy ranks first. Upon hearing his directive, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren, amidst their paddling, readied their respective tools. Li Yueqiu produced a small projectile, which was more effective for long-range assaults. However, as plans often falter in the face of unforeseen developments, the jungle crocodile on the left launched the initial strike, despite the one on the right being considerably weakened. With its elongated snout, it clamped down on a corner of the raft, sending splinters flying as it bit off a sizable chunk. Just as it prepared to continue its assault, Zheng Ren thrust a shovel deep into its throat. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Zheng Ren summoned strength from his core and arms, vigorously stirring the shovel within the creature's gullet. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air as the jungle crocodile writhed in agony, attempting to flee. Li Yueqiu seized the moment, unleashing her skill as she lifted her thigh high and struck the crocodile's head with resounding force. Thud! Thud! Too deep. Resonating impacts left the creature's sturdy skull with two fist-sized indentations. In the eyes of Zuo Cheng'an, its health plummeted from 34.71 to a meager 10%. From being the second to last in vitality, it swiftly became the last. Was this not aimed at it? The inkfish lunged fiercely, seeking revenge for the earlier attack, clamping down on the crocodile's head, refusing to relent. Despite the stark difference in size, the inkfish possessed formidable strength. However, the absence of a solid footing caused the entire raft to show signs of being dragged away by the jungle crocodile. In this fleeting moment of delay, Zuo Cheng'an seized the opportunity to rush in and deliver the final blow to the jungle crocodile. He raised Little Seven and struck down violently at a conspicuous indentation on the crocodile's skull. With a resounding crack, he forcefully drove the blunt ruler into the crocodile's cranium, twisting it savagely. The crocodile's health bar vanished in an instant, its body slackening, devoid of the strength to resist. Killed Jungle Crocodile X1. As the lifeless form of the jungle crocodile sank beneath the water, Zuo Cheng'an wasted no time and rejoined the fray against the remaining two crocodiles. At this juncture, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu found themselves utterly unable to row, completely focused on preventing the other two jungle crocodiles from approaching the raft. Li Yueqiu wielded her willow branch with a sharp crack, ready to strike should the crocodiles dare to show their heads, while Zheng Ren, aided by small stones and a spatula, managed to stabilize the situation despite his limited attack range. Only the jungle crocodile, with over 20% of its health remaining, abandoned its attempts to breach the spatula's defense upon realizing its futility. Instead, it submerged into the depths, intending to overturn the raft with its sheer size. Zheng Ren exclaimed in alarm, "What the hell? You have no sense of honor in combat." Li Zi quickly throw stones at it. Zuo Cheng'an swiftly took over Li Yueqiu's position, allowing her to focus entirely on hurling stones while he dealt with the jungle crocodile that had over 40% of its health left. Li Yueqiu did not disappoint. Just as the submerged jungle crocodile attempted to capsize the raft, she skillfully launched a little projectile towards the surface. The projectile plunged into the water, locking onto a wound inflicted by a syringe on the crocodile's body and struck with ferocity. 22.94. 18.94. The resistance underwater slightly diminished its velocity, yet it successfully thwarted the crocodile's attempt to overturn the wooden raft. With a precise hit, the already weakened jungle crocodile sustained further injury. Had the projectile struck an unblemished scale, it would have been incapable of depleting the crocodile's health, let alone causing it any discomfort. However, its body bore numerous fresh wounds, and the little projectile was adept at homing in on the enemy's vulnerabilities, striking where it hurt the most. The nature of the little projectile was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Considering the price at which Zuo Cheng'an had acquired it, he was undoubtedly fortunate. If the vendor, who specialized in reselling goods, were to utilize the little projectile in the next dungeon run, it would surely not be priced so modestly. It would command at least 180 or 90 points. Accomplishing their mission, the little meteorite found its way back into Li Yueqio's hands. It did not linger for long before being hurled once more, this time by Zuo Cheng'an, who exerted even greater force. As it soared through the air, it emitted a series of piercing sounds reminiscent of a sharp wind. The little meteorite swiftly plunged into the depths, targeting the vulnerable heart of the jungle crocodile. With its enhanced propulsion, it not only penetrated the crocodile's abdomen instantaneously, but also shattered its beating heart. The remaining 94 foot of the jungle crocodile was rendered utterly futile, not allowing it to endure for even half a second. Kill jungle crocodile X1. Watching the blood bar diminish in the water, Zuo Cheng'an mused to himself. It appeared that once the vital point was destroyed, the quantity of health points became irrelevant. With both severely wounded creatures dispatched, only one hard-boned beast remained, its health slightly above 40%, trailing behind the raft. Witnessing its companions fall one after another, it prepared to muster all its strength for a final stand, only to find the 3 humans and the dog on the raft suddenly sheathing their weapons in unison. Instead, they grasped branches and fervently paddled, propelling the raft swiftly into a narrow waterway. Unbeknownst to them, they had, with the current's assistance, already distanced themselves from the expansive waters, only a short distance away from entering the rapid stream. Urgently navigating this waterway was imperative. Who would wish to linger and battle a crocodile? At that moment, Zhang Zhuang's team had entered a stretch of river flanked by towering trees, devoid of the rocky outcrops that could capsize their small vessel. They ought to have felt a sense of relief, allowing the burdens in their hearts to dissipate. However, the occasional glimpse of a monkey's head or neck peeking through the treetops prevented them from fully relaxing. The 3 jungle crocodiles they had previously confronted were formidable, yet their limited numbers made them manageable, even allowing for the mercy of sparing a few to create trouble for the following team. In stark contrast, the troop of mountain monkeys was an entirely different matter, numbering in the hundreds. They could only be rendered completely lifeless by severing the air sacs beneath their throats. Otherwise, even if their limbs were severed, they would continue to writhe and crawl forth, attacking with their necks, a most troublesome predicament. Zhang Zhuang commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Paddle at full speed." Understood. Their party consisted of 4 individuals, and their rowing speed surpassed that of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions. Had they not been delayed for so long by the jungle crocodiles, they might have already been close to returning to their village. Even the swiftly moving tourist vehicles could not shake off the mountain monkeys. Likewise, no matter how quickly the wooden raft was paddled, it could not escape the grip of the creatures along the banks. Chirps and howls erupted. Somewhere in the dense jungle, a mountain monkey initiated an attack signal, causing the entire troop to become agitated. One by one, they fearlessly leaped onto the bamboo raft, colliding mid-air with their kin or being swatted away by players' paddles, plunging into the river. Yet the sheer impulse to attack could not be quelled. Engaged in fierce combat, the quartet remained oblivious to the rapid deflation of the crimson sacs located in the throat of the mountain monkey that had plunged into the water, which momentarily reverted to its previous erythema state. Chapter 60, continuing the update with additional enhancements. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Zhuang and his companions failed to notice this phenomenon. However, the audience in the barrage unmistakably observed it. What the heck? Is that a laundry pod? It dissolves upon contact with water? Why do I feel as if their growth has been stifled? I wonder if you noticed that I was previously accompanying the villager Wang Cheng, whose clothing became drenched, causing the sack on his chest to similarly shrink considerably. The characteristics of the mountain monkeys' sacks mirror those of the villagers, and their reaction upon contact with water further corroborates this. With sowing, lurking, and sprouting, the true nature of the sac must be that of a seed from some plant, right? Yet plants typically thrive in water. Why then do they seem to avoid it here? I don't understand. I'm merely here to witness the spectacle. I await the insights of the experts. The most perilous stretch had passed, with the riverbed's rocky obstructions diminishing. Consequently, Zuo Cheng'an did not need to frequently adjust the bamboo raft's direction. While distracted by the barrage, he chanced upon the live commentary of Zhang Zhuang and his companions battling the mountain monkeys. Naturally, he witnessed the alarming phenomenon of the crimson sacs shrinking upon contact with water, a clear indication of their stunted growth. In a flash of insight, Zuo Cheng'an recalled the peculiarities of the previous night. It became evident why the villagers danced around the bonfire, their flesh-like growths and erythema exhibiting unusual vitality. What invigorated them was not merely the villagers' ritualistic dance in homage to the deities, but the flames, or rather, the intense heat. No wonder the village has a custom known as the smoky rite. It is not merely a means to dispel the viruses carried by outsiders. Rather, it serves as a catalyst for accelerating the process of infection. If players inhale too much fragrance before entering the village, they become seeded. Consequently, upon their arrival, they are subjected to a ritualistic flaming by the villagers, followed by an evening bonfire, thus ensuring that the seeds will undoubtedly be activated. Zuo Cheng'an recalled the intelligence shared by Zhang Zhuang in the room, mentioning that the players from their guild, lacking in strength, had encountered 4 waves of mountain monkeys. It is highly probable that they had already been seeded before entering the village, although no outward symptoms had yet manifested. After being subjected to the villagers' little routine, it would not be surprising to find red spots on their bodies that very night. Indeed, the smoky rite occurs daily, and the seeds are bound to flourish. Refusing the smoky rite seems implausible. The optimal choice is to avoid infection altogether. With this realization, many things start to make sense. For instance, the village children bear names like Hua Hua, for the heat emitted by flames facilitates the rapid growth of the seeds within them, making it appear as if they are imbued with divine power. Thus, the villagers regard flames as the embodiment of their deities. Not only is the village named Sunshine Village, but the children are also given names such as Hua Hua, Yin Yin, and Xiao Yin. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a special quest. The deity of Sunshine Village. Quest objective: investigate the true identity of the deity of Sunshine Village. As Cheng'an left the realization that the villagers' red spots became activated by heat, a prompt echoed in his mind. The hidden quests spoken of by players and the special tasks indicated by the game were essentially the same, differing only in nomenclature. The familiar horizontal line and cursor appeared once more, signaling yet another text input task. Players had 3 chances to input their response, with any errors resulting in an automatic reset of the attempt, rules that were identical to previous tasks. Upon further inspection, the reward was revealed to be a skill. In comparison, the hidden quest in the Sunshine Resort instance appeared to be more challenging than that of Uncle Moo's farm, which at least provided hints. Here, however, there were no clues whatsoever, leaving him at a complete loss. For ordinary players, this was a conundrum that offered no clear path forward. To discover the name of the deity worshipped by the villagers, their only recourse was to inquire among the welcoming faction of villagers. Yet, this sensitive topic of faith would not be easily divulged. Extracting information would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Whether through fervently cultivating a particular villager's favor or professing a desire to also venerate the village's deity, each approach demanded a significant investment of time and energy. The 10-day time frame allotted for the quest likely reflected the substantial commitment required for the hidden task. Otherwise, with merely 2 or 3 days to complete it, players would scarcely have had the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the villagers, let alone inquire about the name of the deity. However, for Zuo Cheng'an, this task had become considerably simpler. He merely needed to locate the essence of that deity and catch a glimpse with his skill, a true act of copying the answers. Suddenly, the idea for the hidden quest dawned upon him, lifting his spirits. All he had to do was find the essence of the deity, and the task would be deemed 99% complete. Meanwhile, on the raft with Zhang Zhuang and his companions, a pile of mountain monkey corpses had accumulated. Their elongated necks became entangled in a chaotic mass, forming a veritable mountain of bodies. Some heads were stuck in the damaged parts of the raft, and due to the inability to separate them swiftly, Zhang Zhuang and the others chose not to address the issue, allowing the bodies to accumulate while they focused on fending off the relentless onslaught of mountain monkeys from both banks. Damn it! Why are these mountain monkeys everywhere? Yang Yi exclaimed in exasperation, his irritation further compounded by the incessant notifications of kills echoing in his mind. The entire dungeon was the territory of monsters, and thus they were omnipresent. Zhang Zhuang, being the strongest among them, handled the situation with relative ease, even taking the liberty to protect Tan Huihui. In stark contrast, Qian Xiang, the weakest, found himself in dire straits, unwittingly pushed to the edge of the raft. Yet, even in this perilous moment, he opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering the words, "Help me." The reticent and socially anxious individual would rather face his fate than trouble others. The raft, having endured numerous assaults from the jungle crocodiles, was now riddled with holes, barely afloat thanks to the superior quality of the items produced by the system. However, when the weight of an adult man pressed down upon its already fragile edge, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Qian Xiang felt his footing slip away, his body tilting perilously towards the water surface. Nonetheless, being a standout among the novices of the Breaking Waves Guild, he instinctively lunged towards the center of the raft. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Zhang Zhuang had secretly kicked him. "The raft is overloaded. You need to step down for a while. Once we clear away the monster corpses, we will retrieve you." This kick became the final straw for Qian Xiang. Having already lost his balance, he was sent tumbling into the water with a splash, gulping down a considerable amount of river water. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, managing to grasp the long neck of a mountain monkey that hung over the water just before the raft drifted out of reach. Strangely enough, despite the common belief that mountain monkeys shy away from confrontation, having tested their mettle against the group and realizing they were not to be trifled with, these creatures persisted in their assault. They knew that jumping onto the raft would likely lead to their demise, yet they continued to leap forward with determination, as if on a mission. As a wave crashed against him, Qian Xiang was momentarily caught off guard and choked on the river water. In his hurried breaths, he detected a peculiar fragrance, and upon searching for its source, he discovered that it emanated from the pile of mountain monkey corpses accumulating on the raft. Chapter 61. Life. This peculiar fragrance arrives swiftly, yet dissipates just as quickly. As Qian Xiang finds himself in a favorable position, the enchanting scent fades away. The raft floats heavily, and Qian Xiang has consumed quite a bit of water. Zhang Zhuang was indeed correct. The raft's capacity has reached its limit. Observing that the assault of the mountain monkeys shows no signs of abating, Qian Xiang has no choice but to take matters into his own hands, gradually pulling down the carcass of the mountain monkey. What should have been a simple task for the three individuals on the raft has turned into an extraordinary hassle. This, however, is a time-honored tradition of the Wave-Breaking Guild. Should there be newcomers in the party venturing into a dungeon, all the dirty and laborious tasks are tacitly assigned to them. In dire situations, it is not uncommon for the veterans of the guild to sacrifice newcomers for their own survival, and this practice seldom incurs reproach. The Wave-Breaking Guild resembles a vast pit of nurturing, where only those who successfully endure their initiation period are acknowledged by the guild. In their own words, this is the price for reaping the benefits of guild membership. Once one enters the guild and enjoys the extensive and detailed dungeon strategies available, one must also be prepared to pay a certain price. If one is dissatisfied, they are advised to leave and take a look at whether the other two guilds of similar stature would be willing to accept them. Not long after Qian Xiang caught a whiff of the fragrance, the onslaught of the mountain monkeys began to wane and shift backward, as if something more enticing awaited them in that direction. Zhang Zhuang surmised that perhaps Zuo Cheng'an and his companions had caught up, conveniently diverting the attention of the monkey horde. He forcefully kicked 2 mounds of corpses, nearly half a person's height, off the raft. His nose twitched involuntarily as he turned to Tan Huihui and Yang Yi, inquiring, "Have you caught a whiff of a fragrant scent?" The aroma dissipated almost immediately, leaving him uncertain. Thus he sought confirmation from the others. Tan Huihui inhaled deeply. "Indeed, there's a scent. I noticed it earlier and thought I was imagining things." Yang Yi scratched his chest and nodded in agreement. I sensed it too. Zhang Zhuang remained vigilant. Something is amiss. Let us hold our breath and vacate this vicinity. As the two mounds of corpses were cast into the water, the raft resurfaced. Meanwhile, Qianxiang had silently returned to the raft unnoticed by the other three, seizing his paddle to begin rowing. Just 2 bend behind them, Zuo Cheng'an encountered a troop of mountain monkeys charging directly towards them. Much like the 3 jungle crocodiles they had previously faced, most of these mountain monkeys were in a state of severe injury. However, for the lethally vulnerable mountain monkeys, the distinction between severely injured and otherwise was negligible. As long as their throats' air sacs were compromised, they would perish instantly, regardless of their remaining vitality. Curiously, since entering this realm, they had only encountered 3 types of creatures: mountain monkeys, villagers, and jungle crocodiles. The first 2 bore blood-colored sacs, while the latter did not. Otherwise, Little Flying Stone would not have specifically targeted the wounds on the jungle crocodiles, nor would they have struggled so much in dealing with them. Zuo Cheng'an speculated that this phenomenon was related to the jungle crocodile's perennial existence in water. The deity that can parasitize other beings prefers warmth and fears water, thus would naturally shy away from selecting the jungle crocodile as its host. With this thought in mind, Zuo Cheng'an was the first to leap into the river, drenching his already half-dried clothes anew before climbing back onto the wooden raft. Under Zuo Cheng'an's direction, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Rin found moments amidst the assault of the mountain monkeys to soak themselves completely. Amidst the chaos, Zheng Rin suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, why are the mountain monkeys only targeting me? Why not you too? Do I possess some quality that incites their wrath? Or am I simply an insufferable little boy? Though there were 3 humans and a dog standing on a raft, the mountain monkeys persistently darted towards him, refusing to be shooed away. The mountain monkeys had their vulnerabilities, and after dealing with them frequently, they became easy to handle. Li Yueqiu and Zuo Cheng'an felt confident in Zheng Ren's safety, allowing him to draw the ire of the creatures at the front of the boat while they rowed with all their might from behind. Every additional stroke brought them closer to safety. Thus, they maintained a watchful eye on the unfolding skirmish. Should the situation turn dire, they could intervene promptly. In the worst-case scenario, there was always ketchup to drink, just as long as it didn't cost a life. Roar! I'll fight you to the end. I'll stab your throat. I'll feed you flies. I'll chop you down. Li Yueqiu, Zuo Cheng'an, and their faithful dog leisurely rowed their raft, watching the spectacle unfold, unexpectedly savoring a moment of tranquility amidst the chaos. Just then, another mountain monkey zipped by. The creature leapt from the branches on both sides onto the wooden raft, yet did not cast a glance at Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu, instead making a beeline for Zheng Ren at the bow of the boat. Li Yueqiu felt a pang of confusion, questioning why the mountain monkey chose to target Zheng Ren specifically rather than attacking both of them. Zuo Cheng'an revealed the crucial detail. The mushroom dish I had you consume this morning was no ordinary mushroom. Its peculiar aroma serves to repel mountain monkeys. It is likely that the villagers rely on these mushrooms to traverse the forest without facing attacks. Yesterday, while traveling by vehicle, he had already noted that mountain monkeys did not assault the villagers driving the sightseeing car. Initially, he assumed that both the villagers and the mountain monkeys were part of the same narrative, hence the lack of aggression. However, this morning, as he routinely inspected each dish, he came across the annotation for the stir-fried mushrooms. Monkey-repelling mushroom, a specialty of Xiangyang village. The pungent odor could deter mountain monkeys, but due to its scent, the flavor post-cooking is rather unpalatable, edible, or can be dried and worn as an accessory. The mushrooms were indeed the strings of mushrooms that every household was drying at their doorsteps, which Zuo Cheng'an had noticed upon entering the village. He had not anticipated that they served as a means for the villagers to fend off the monsters of the narrative. It seemed that Granny Lu was concerned about the possibility of encountering mountain monkey attacks during their drift, thus she had thoughtfully prepared a dish of monkey-repelling mushrooms for them. As for why she did not provide them with dried mushrooms as accessories, it was likely due to her apprehension that Wang Cheng might find an excuse to seize the adornments. In contrast, consuming them was the most prudent choice. Naturally, only Li Yueqiu, Zuo Cheng'an, and Mo Do and remained unscathed after consuming the monkey mushroom. Zheng Run, although he had taken a bite, stood in stark contrast to them, his scent considerably diminished. If he were to join the front line with the Zhang Zhuang team, he would undoubtedly resemble an elderly gentleman lounging with crossed legs. However, at this moment, Chuckles, two individuals were spared from combat, allowing them to row with peace of mind. The speed of the raft scarcely diminished as they swiftly departed from the jungle area, even managing to catch up to the Zhang Zhuang's raft momentarily. The two rafts, positioned one behind the other, were no more than 100 meters apart, allowing players with keen eyesight to easily observe the condition of both vessels. Chapter 62. Because she is kind. One side, under attack, was in tatters, the bamboo raft's area reduced to 2/3 of its original size, with the remaining portions scattered along the way. In stark contrast, the other bamboo raft exhibited minimal damage, and of the players aboard, only one was injured. The other two, along with the dog, were leisurely enjoying the scenery while rowing, their clothes merely damp, resembling tourists at an artificial lake. In every aspect, the four members of the battered Breaking Waves Guild were utterly overshadowed. Tan Hui Hui bore 2 scars on her face from the mountain monkey's teeth, momentarily marring her appearance. With blood streaming down her face, even Zhang Zhuang, who usually showed her considerable care, displayed a hint of disdain. During the final stretch, he hardly spared her a kind glance, leaving Tan Hui Hui seething inwardly, cursing yet another unreliable companion. The greatest fear of individuals lies in comparison. The stark contrast in circumstances rendered Li Yuechio's gaze towards the impeccably unscathed figure of her counterpart infused with envy. Both vying for favor, Li Yuechio found herself lacking not only in beauty, but also in cunning. Why should she toil endlessly, emerging in a state of disarray merely to survive by a stroke of luck, while the other effortlessly traversed the ordeal unscathed, without even a mark to show? Li Yuechio possessed no gift of telepathy and remained oblivious to Tan Hui Hui's thoughts. Had she been privy to them, she might have simply replied, "Because she is benevolent." The mischievous mountain monkeys had long since vanished, and as they calculated their journey, they approached the final stretch of the river drift. There were neither perilous mini-waterfalls nor lurking monsters to contend with. As dusk approached, the 2 wooden rafts glided into the village in succession. The village chief, accompanied by the villagers holding aloft torches, awaited the players' return. It was as if they were oblivious to the players' injuries and the battered state of the rafts, which bore the scars of an arduous journey. They greeted the players with cheerful congratulations on their enjoyable adventure, inquiring if they had a splendid day, as though the players had merely indulged in a leisurely excursion. The players, wary of opposing the village chief, could only acquiesce, responding that their day had been exceedingly delightful. Filled with joy, the chief, beaming with delight, nodded appreciatively and then inquired, "What improvements do you think could be made to the canyon drifting experience?" This marked a pivotal moment. It was imperative not to suggest a reduction in the number of monsters or the installation of nets to intercept large beasts in the river. Concerned about the potential missteps of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions, which could lead to unfavorable consequences, Zhang Zhuang was the first to respond. Firstly, the distance for drifting is rather excessive. Spending an entire day on a single activity seems quite wasteful. Furthermore, the safety of the rafts leaves much to be desired. They ought to be reinforced or perhaps replaced with inflatable boats. Ideally, each vessel should be equipped with adequate. At this juncture, one should refrain from uttering platitudes such as, "Your village's project setup is flawless," leaving no room for criticism. Such remarks would surely incur punitive measures within the game, for even the most impeccable scenarios warrant scrutiny. Zhang Zhuang, embodying the role of a typical participant, offered suggestions devoid of any player-centric perspectives. Upon hearing this, the village chief, satisfied, stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Indeed, that makes sense. We shall implement improvements." As time was of the essence, he instructed the villagers to cleanse the area of impurities. Isn't that supposed to be about washing away the impurities? Zuo Cheng'an pondered inwardly, discreetly observing the reactions of Zhang Zhuang and the others. Given the dense population of monkeys in the Jungle River section, prolonged exposure would likely result in a significant chance of being seeded. However, As the players remained on the raft, it was plausible that their lack of skill could lead to capsizing, leaving them thoroughly drenched. Zuo Cheng'an recalled their adept movements at the outset. They might indeed become wet in the rapids, yet after traversing the calmer, expansive waters and basking under the sun, it was entirely possible that by the time they reached the Jungle River section, they would be completely dry. As the villagers approached with torches in hand, the intense heat radiated from the flames. At that moment, Yang Yi could not help but instinctively clutch his chest, sensing an unusual discomfort in his skin. Tan Huihui, too, absent-mindedly followed suit, brushing her arm against her chest. With the smoke ceremony concluded, the group finally returned to their quarters to recuperate. Given their exhaustive day of play, dinner would be delivered to their wooden lodgings by the villagers. In rooms 101 and 105, although the layout was identical, the occupants found themselves in vastly different states of mind. In room 101, the itching on Yang Yi and Tan Huihui's chests intensified, becoming unbearable until blood began to seep through their garments, prompting a realization of the gravity of their situation. After hastily shedding their clothes for inspection, they discovered a crimson patch, the size of a fingernail, on each of their chests, its origin uncertain, whether from the skin surface or an internal affliction. In any case, there were areas of intact skin, as well as spots where the dermis had been breached, exposing the underlying tissue. What on earth? How could I have developed such a thing? Tan Huihui exclaimed, her shock morphing into rising panic. According to the information they had received, these red patches could evolve into air sacs within a day, competing for the body's nutrients. The emergence of such sacs was akin to being tethered to a ticking time bomb. The only chance of survival lay in escaping the instance before the bomb detonated, utilizing the game's healing functions to restore themselves. Yang Yi, too, was far from unscathed, his complexion ashen. How is this possible? We haven't consumed anything from this instance. There is no reason for this to happen. Yet we have fallen into the trap. Upon uttering these words, he intended to rise and venture into the room where Zuo Cheng'an and his companions were, seeking clarity on whether they bore the telltale red spots. Zhang Zhuang restrained him, exclaiming, "What are you going for? It's utterly shameful." Immediately thereafter, Zhang Zhuang flung a dagger, suggesting, "Why not try to carve out a piece of flesh and see? Perhaps it could buy us some time." Beneath human skin, due to the presence of capillaries, the flesh appears a pinkish hue. However, the red spots manifest as a dull, deep crimson, starkly visible on human beings, making them relatively easy to extract. Yet, Yang Yi could not bring himself to do it. If he possessed the resolve to act so ruthlessly, he would not still be languishing among the ranks of the first tier after having attempted the dungeon over a dozen times. A sense of reckless hope clung tightly to his mind. What if his strength had improved since those initial forays into the dungeons? What if he could endure a few more days, waiting for a solution to the red spots to emerge? While he remained immobile, someone else took action. Tan Huihui feared pain, but feared death even more. For the sake of survival, she would unhesitatingly abandon her boyfriend of 7 years and could even turn against the very person who had just saved her life. She could embody the fragile yet tenacious parasitic flower, thriving by clinging to the strong, yet when necessary, could forsake her comrades to escape alone. It was precisely her decisiveness and cold-blooded nature that allowed her to excel in the initial levels of the first-tier dungeons, capturing the attention of the Breaking Waves Guild, which subsequently recruited her. Chapter 63. Absence. She was apprehensive that her current resolve was insufficient. Should the erythema expand by tomorrow, she would lose any chance of salvation. It was merely a small patch of flesh, the size of a fingernail. She possessed a green-hued healing ointment, which, when applied, required only a brief moment before new skin would emerge. Grasping a dagger, she aimed it at the dark red mark upon her chest, inhaling deeply before decisively plunging it downwards, halting only when the tip met the hardness of her ribcage. Yet this was not the end. The agony of prolonged suffering was far worse than a fleeting pain. She had no time to hesitate. Having reached this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. With a swift thrust, twist, and flick of the dagger, a complete circular piece of skin fell to the ground. Upon witnessing the dark red, speckled flesh at her feet, Tan Huihui felt not relief, but a profound despair. Within the exposed wound on her chest, her stark white ribcage was visible, now bearing an imprint of the dark red mark. She refrained from attempting to excise the rib itself, for she knew it would be futile. Blood continued to flow from the wound, and she could only retrieve a small ointment box, no larger than half a palm, carefully extracting a portion to apply to the injury. This item had been salvaged from a market, acquired at a price below the market rate, due to the limited quantity of ointment remaining. She treasured it more than the last packet of pickled vegetables from a foreign land. Once the salve was applied, it took mere moments for the excised flesh to begin regenerating. To Tan Hui's astonishment, the newly formed tissue bore only the faintest blush of pale pink spots. This method was indeed effective. It had truly halted the progression of the erythema. With successful examples at hand, Tan Hui once again extended the dagger to Yang Yi, who waved it away in refusal. He had yet to feel the red spots siphoning his energy and was reluctant to resort to such a gruesome method. Room 105. The constant tension throughout the day had left everyone weary, particularly Zheng Run, who had become a target of animosity in the latter half. Had it not been for the swift actions of Zuo Cheng'an and Liu Echio, he seemed to think that not moving quickly wouldn't lead to any significant consequences. After all, he was a man fortified with robust defenses, clad in the thickest armor, enduring the harshest blows. Having clawed his way out of the meat grinder, escaping the fate of becoming mere filling for buns, how could he possibly be felled by a minor adversary? However, at that moment, Zheng, the man who had emerged from the meat grinder, was curled up on the bed, sipping tomato juice from a cup. Liu Echio was engaging in persuasive dialogue with the Mo Do, attempting to coax it into accompanying her for the night, while Zuo Cheng'an summarized the information he had gathered that day. Aside from the concealed mission he refrained from disclosing, he shared with his two companions details such as the mushrooms capable of driving away mountain monkeys, the division among the villagers into two factions, whom to trust and whom to be wary of. Liu Echio and Zheng Ren exchanged bewildered glances. Were they truly in the same village, encountering the same group of villagers? Despite sharing a meal, spending a night, and drifting about the village, why was it that they only learned of one old woman's delectable cooking, the comfort of the beds, and the fierce demeanor of the villager NPC who guided them in their drifting? Where had he derived such an abundance of information? Zuo Cheng'an, perhaps he is particularly adept at utilizing his advantageous position. The ability to glimpse the audience's barrage of comments is impressive. However, the viewers do not necessarily heed his inner thoughts, acting instead according to their whims and expressing opinions that are utterly uncontrollable. With a stroke of good fortune, he might encounter advantageous insights for overcoming challenges. Conversely, ill luck may lead him to a plethora of trivial remarks. While the visibility of comments allows him to traverse older dungeons at no cost, it also attracts audience members who revel in revealing spoilers or providing informational tidbits, seeking personal gratification through the dissemination of supplementary details. He could even save on the points typically spent on purchasing guides. Nevertheless, the game's mechanics impose limitations on the distribution of free attribute points within a dungeon. The later one clears a level, the fewer points one receives. Engaging in an overfarmed dungeon, even if he achieves the highest rating of S, may yield no additional attribute points, as they would have long been exhausted. Any points granted would merely be a gesture from the game to prevent him from perishing in the safety zone. Thus, while his advantageous position enables him to survive, it does not guarantee mindless victories or unearned strength. Ultimately, the assistance from the barrage is, in fact, less significant than the benefits derived from item annotations. To rapidly enhance his prowess, he must venture into relatively unexplored new dungeons. However, the audience's understanding of these dungeons also stems from the experiences of other players who have successfully cleared them. Without comprehensive guides, the audience's contributions are of limited assistance. For instance, in the latter Dungeon Uncle Moo's farm, fortunately, the tasks are straightforward and devoid of traps. Thus, the audience's knowledge of the dungeon's details has minimal impact on him. The purpose is primarily to monitor the movements of an NPC in the game and assist him in obtaining obscure information. Occasionally, the audience's imaginative comments may lead his thoughts astray, yet ultimately, he must rely on himself to piece together these fragmented bits of information. This approach is beneficial, as it prevents him from developing a dependency on skills. Should he inadvertently encounter a dungeon where skills are disabled, he will not be thrown into a panic. It must be said that Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu possess somewhat lacking abilities in autonomous problem-solving. However, they excel in the art of copying answers and quickly drawing inferences. Li Yueqiu eagerly raised her hand to respond. Tomorrow, Granny Lu will take us into the mountains to gather mushrooms. Since Granny Lu is kind-hearted, can we not go with peace of mind? Zuo Cheng'an nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am aware that everyone is quite fatigued today, but tomorrow is likely to be a safe day. If we wish to accomplish our tasks with minimal effort, we must not miss this opportunity. Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu nodded fervently. Having removed their tinted glasses, they recognized that the enthusiastic grandmother who had recommended local delicacies the previous night was genuinely kind. Not only did she provide them with nourishing items to enhance their constitution, but she also made them a special dish of monkey-repelling mushrooms this morning. Zheng Ren lamented. Had I known today would be so perilous, we should have simply stayed inside and rested for the day. However, had they chosen to lie in repose, they would have remained unaware of the existence of two factions within the village and other crucial information. Let's not eat too quickly at breakfast tomorrow. Save some space in our stomachs. Upon mentioning this, Zheng Ren felt even more aggrieved. If he had known that plate of mushrooms could have spared him from an unwarranted disaster, he would have insisted on indulging in a few more bites. Zheng Ren's thoughts were clearly written on his face, and Li Yueqiu mercilessly pierced through his beautiful what-ifs. Don't be foolish. Zuo Cheng'an and I have already consumed 3/4 of that plate of mushrooms. All that remains is a bit of oily broth. Even if you were to finish the leftovers, the monster would still come for you. Sing Rain. There was nothing more to say. Zuo Cheng'an returned alone to room 107, while Mo Do followed Li Yueqiu to room 106. The next morning, a scene almost identical to the previous day unfolded, with one notable difference. The players had not yet gathered. However, Hua, now familiar with the players, stood at the door holding a torch. Absent were the 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild, for 2 among them had developed red spots on their bodies. After a night had passed, the red spot on Yang Ye's chest had grown to nearly the size of 3 fingernails. He was already feeling the adverse effects of weakness and fatigue in his limbs. One could surmise that even an elderly lady in her 80s could easily overpower him with a mere cane. Chapter 64. Grudges. Tan Huihui fared somewhat better. She had not experienced a complete loss of strength. Although the red spots on her body had not enlarged, their color had reverted to a deep crimson. It was likely that by the end of the day, they would grow to match the size of those on Yang Ye's body. Given their physical condition, if today's planned excursion maintained the same intensity as yesterday's, it was evident that they were ill-suited to continue alongside the team. Rather than contributing, they would only serve as a burden. However, if they do not act in concert with the group, they risk isolation. While others complete 3 travel projects and can languish in their rooms until the conclusion of the instance, they must confront the myriad dangers of the undertaking alone. Naturally, Zhang Zhuang is reluctant to bear the burden of these 2 liabilities, yet he cannot overtly express sentiments such as, "You too will only hinder us. Stay in the room and await your demise." His soothing proposal is to allow Yang Yi and Tan Huihui to remain in the room to rest peacefully while he and Xin proceed with the travel activities as usual. This does not imply that he will abandon them. Rather, once their health improves, Zhang Zhuang will endure some hardship to accompany them on their tasks, firmly committed to not forsaking his companions. After all, there are 10 days allocated for the instance, and the mission only requires the experience of 3 projects. Thus, a day or 2's delay is inconsequential. As for the potential unlocking of an instance-exclusive title upon completing all travel projects, they had long ceased to entertain such notions after assessing their own capabilities. Zhang Zhuang's words of comfort were artfully crafted. However, players accustomed to the safety zone are not naive. Setting aside whether the Breaking Waves Guild upholds the virtue of mutual aid, even if it does, those who know Zhang Zhuang well would certainly not believe he would willingly place himself in perilous situations for the sake of assisting his companions. Once he fulfilled the fundamental requirements of the dungeon, he would undoubtedly cast aside the words he had spoken today. Yang Yi and Tan Huihui, with their knees swollen, realized they had been abandoned. Tan Huihui felt a deeper resentment. Merely a day before entering the dungeon, Zhang Zhuang had been affectionate with her. Yet within less than 2 days, he had cast her aside without a second thought. Though she could empathize and understand that she might have made the same choice in Zhang Zhuang's position, it did not prevent her from silently cursing unreliable men countless times in her heart, resolutely placing Zhang Zhuang on her list of revenge. Tan Huihui's physical condition remained relatively stable, allowing her to grit her teeth and follow along, but Yang Yi struggled even to rise from his bed, gasping as if he had just completed a physical test. Despite his strong will to undertake the task, his physical condition rendered him incapable. He could only watch helplessly as the trio prepared to leave. The dread of abandonment clung to his heart, and as the door was about to close, he shouted urgently, "Wait, I know the clues for the hidden quest." The allure of the hidden quest was indeed immense, causing Zhang Zhuang to pause mid-motion, turning to gaze at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, with a fervent look, seized his solitary chance for survival. "You needn't look at me like that. You know the requirement for obtaining the clues is to bring me along." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhuang waved his hand. "Qian Xiang, you carry him." In the end, he could not resist the temptation of the hidden quest. Even if the new dungeon's hidden task could not be completed later, merely uncovering a few key clues would significantly enhance the final evaluation. The evaluation is intrinsically linked to the ultimate acquisition of freedom attribute points. Moreover, there's the added incentive of returning clues from hidden quests, accompanied by rewards from a guild. He stands to gain a dual benefit, obtaining rewards from both the game and the guild at no cost. Money obediently bowed its head and approached, lifting the incapacitated Yang Yi from the edge of the bed. Yang Yi, with a cold and expressionless face, had already shed his pretenses, no longer needing to feign camaraderie. His conjectures regarding the hidden tasks remained uncertain, lacking any actual notification from the game about the missions. However, this information must remain concealed from Zhang Zhuang, even if it becomes unavoidable to hide. It must wait until he has completed the 3 tourism projects before revealing it. Brotherhood, in the context of the Breaking Waves Guild, is not merely scarce, but fundamentally non-existent. It is only in the neighboring Xiaoya Guild, along with smaller guilds with fewer members, where one might still witness the sentimental gestures of never abandoning any member, where you all go ahead, I'll hold the rear. Zhang Zhuang and his companions appear to have engaged in a subtle power struggle for what seemed like an eternity, yet it scarcely lasted 2 minutes. To outsiders, it appeared that 4 individuals should have emerged from Zhang Zhuang's room, yet only 3, 2 men and 1 woman, ultimately did. Just before the door closed, the individual inside called out to them, prompting a seemingly honest and quiet boy to return and carry out the last person. Observing the latter's weary demeanor, Zuo Cheng'an inferred that he had indeed been seated. The current phase of this process, however, remained a mystery. Wow, a sizable red patch on his chest. Well, now, it is apparent. It is merely the first phase. Strange. Why did the area of the red patches differ so significantly between the man and woman who were seated almost simultaneously last night? You are unaware that the woman simply excised the entire section of skin with the red patches. What we see today is merely what has regrown. So, it was a case of survival by severing a limb. I had thought it was the effect of some rare item. Every mention of an item stirs discontent. Why should these lowly creatures possess such advantages? It seems profoundly unjust. Fear not. Many functions of items can be replicated through technology. Yet, there are still certain abilities that remain unattainable. Another day of envy and resentment. Today, the players set to participate in the tourism project have gathered. After a round of smoked offerings, it was no surprise that Yang Yi and Tan Huihui's conditions had worsened on their way to the village. Tan Huihui, unwilling to relent, borrowed a dagger, intent on attempting a second time. Suffering a wound was far preferable to being rendered a shell by the red patches. With a swift stroke, yet another piece of flesh fell to the ground. When she passed the dagger to Yang Yi, he accepted it without hesitation, mimicking Tan Huihui's actions to sever a large expanse of skin from his chest. The area of red patches on him was more extensive, and thus he endured greater agony. all stemming from his indecision the previous night. As another substantial piece of flesh thudded to the ground, the dreadful sensation of being perpetually drained of vitality lessened somewhat. Though it was far from vanishing, Yang Yi could sense that entity still lurking within him, merely lying in wait. It would not be long before it re-emerged. As the group gathered around the dining table, Zheng Ren's immediate instinct was to seek out familiar faces from his memories. To his surprise, he spotted a dish emanating a rather unpleasant odor, mushrooms. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zheng Ren typed a message in the small chat group. Zheng Ren, hooray! Li Wakyu. Zuo Cheng'an. Meanwhile, across the long table, after a moment of dazed silence, Zhang Zhuang and his companions made a move to pick up their chopsticks. How peculiar indeed. Chapter 65. The ancient tree at the summit. The reason behind their curiosity stemmed from the fact that Zuo Cheng'an and his companions had consumed 2 meals without any adverse effects. And even on the first night, Qian Xiang had partaken in some food without incident. Conversely, Yang Yi and Tan Huihui had not eaten anything. Yet they were the first to succumb after their rafting adventure. They had just held a brief discussion, theorizing that their ailments might be attributed to inadvertently swallowing river water during the rafting, which resulted in the appearance of red rashes on their bodies. Qian Xiang, who had set off earlier, had not witnessed Zuo Cheng'an and his group struggling with their boat, nor their numerous capsizes. He had assumed they possessed exceptional rowing skills. However, he recalled his own experience of falling into the water and ingesting a considerable amount of river water, leading him to believe that the issue likely did not stem from the water itself. His instincts suggested a connection to the corpse of the mountain monkey, particularly the unusual fragrance he had detected, as Yang Yi and Tan Huihui, who had fallen ill, were positioned closest to the pile of corpses on the raft and were downwind, thus exposed to the strongest scent. Yet, as a newcomer to the guild, he found no opportunity to voice his thoughts, and lacking any evidence, he reluctantly set aside his concerns. Since it was determined that the food in the copy was safe, they would not deprive themselves. The group of Zhang Zhuang had already begun to follow Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu in selecting dishes. After Yang Yi excavated the piece of flesh from his chest, he finally regained some mobility, at least able to sit steadily and handle chopsticks, though his strength was certainly not at its peak. Observing the 4 across from him who were excessively showcasing their meals, Zheng Ren squinted, grateful that the 3 of them and 1 dog had shared that plate of stir-fried monkey mushrooms, allowing him to finally experience a moment of leisure with someone serving as a shield. Mushroom picking inevitably required venturing into the mountains, which meant encountering the mountain monkeys, quite a nuisance. By the dining table, Granny Lu stood there, radiating kindness as she watched the players, occasionally reminding them to eat slowly. If only her expression were less rigid and exhibited more of a human touch, the players would not regard her with such wariness. Even a feigned blink now and then would suffice. Perhaps due to the fact that Granny Lu was leading the players to experience a tourism project today, she had not left, waiting until they finished their meal before distributing small cloth bags to each of them, each capable of holding about the size of football. Granny Lu guided the group along the path they had taken on their first day, leading them out of the village and deep into the primordial forest. Coincidentally, the mountain Granny Lu chose was the very mountain that housed the cave they had passed through upon entering the village. This mountain was also the tallest in the vicinity, shrouded in morning mist that obscured its details. In any case, this suited Zuo Cheng'an's desire to explore near the cave perfectly. He had glimpsed the cave earlier, filled with intertwining vines, but the swiftness of his passage had rendered the details a mere blur. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of some kind of vine, yet it was as if he had seen nothing at all. To discern the true nature of these vines, he would need to retrace his steps to their source. Zuo Cheng'an speculated that if the roots could penetrate the cave, then their origin must lie above, at the pinnacle of the mountain. The cave was situated at the heart of the mountain, and directly above it was the peak. At this moment, Granny Lu had already led the players deep into the forest. Occasionally, they could catch sight of the mountain peak through the gaps in the treetops. Now that they were closer, they could faintly discern some shapes. Zuo Cheng'an could barely make out a grayish-white outline at the summit, but to see it more clearly, they would need to ascend a bit further. Fortunately, Granny Lu had no intention of allowing the players to linger at the mountain's base. Instead, she found a hidden path and guided them upward. This seemed to be a route frequently traversed by the villagers of Sunshine Village, as evidenced by the narrow trail worn by their feet, leading them without the fear of becoming lost. It was likely that previous groups of players had trodden the same path. Upon encountering the trail and several markings on the trees, Zhang Zhuang and his companions were filled with elation. They had finally arrived at a familiar locale. The first day's experience for the player who had gathered information had been mushroom foraging. To call it foraging for mushrooms felt rather trivial. It was more akin to treasure hunting, for this great mountain was a veritable trove of supplies. Everywhere they looked were plants classified as restorative items by the game. Just the thought of that player returning with a backpack full of fruits and herbs, which could be packaged and sold to the guild for points, was exhilarating. Zhang Zhuang was exceedingly envious. Not only him, but even the feeble Yang Yi, who was on the verge of collapse, gasped in exertion, secretly acknowledging that his decision to persevere and follow was indeed the right one. Treasure hunting was, after all, treasure hunting. What did that little brat know about foraging for mushrooms? He nearly misled him into missing such a grand opportunity. According to the intelligence gathered, today's treasure hunt posed little danger. The NPC had even delineated hazardous areas in advance. One could mindlessly gather resources as long as they remained within the safe zones. As they traversed the narrow path, Granny Lu introduced the day's activities. Today, this old body will lead you into the forest to experience foraging for food. Our Sunshine Village may lack in numerous attractions, but we are abundant in venomous snakes, insects, and various fungi. Among them are certainly some potent, nourishing items. Of course, they are quite rare, and finding them is no easy feat. Yang Yi could not help but smirk inwardly. Calling them rare was a gross understatement. That phrase was better left for players many generations down the line. According to a fellow player, the resources here were so plentiful that even a tumble could yield 2 collectible supplies plants that one could stow away in their backpack. Li Yuechio recalled the wood-boring insect he had tasted on the first day and asked, "Granny, do the things we find belong to us? Or must we hand them over to the village? Why, they are yours to keep. If you wish to turn them into dishes, this old woman can lend a hand. I could even loan you a large pot." Such a considerate arrangement. Suppressing their excitement, the group ascended the mountain, their individual thoughts mingling in the air as the grayish-white figure hidden in the mist atop the summit grew increasingly distinct. Granny Lu truly exemplified the benevolence of NPCs within the player faction, a stark contrast to the unapproachable Wang Chung from the previous day. Not only did she escort the players to their ultimate gathering destination without fail, but she also seized every opportunity along the way to instruct them on discerning various plants. Upon reaching their destination, she specifically cautioned the players about the formidable creatures residing at the summit, advising them to maintain a safe distance. It can be said that she meticulously filled in all the potential pitfalls that the players might encounter during their mushroom foraging experience. If they had consumed the monkey-repellent mushroom that morning, today would indeed mirror a delightful spring outing in the real world. Elder Lu did not lead the players too deep into the forest. She halted at a rare clearing halfway up the mountain. This open space, free from the canopy's cover, allowed the group to gaze down and catch a glimpse of the village's modest structures. Elder Lu pointed to the clearing and then to the path leading to the summit, declaring, "This is the spot. When you have your free time later, you must not ascend beyond this clearing. Crossing this threshold means entering the summit area, where a perilous creature awaits. I will remain here to await your return. Remember, the god does not favor greedy children. Each of you may only carry away a single bag's worth of treasures." The bag was the one distributed to them in the village. Following Elder Lu's gesture, Zuo Cheng'an's gaze was drawn towards the mountain's peak. By then, the sun had risen significantly, its warmth having evaporated the mist, leaving no obstructions. With the distance now shortened, he could distinctly see the trunk of a once majestic, now withered, gray-white giant tree at the summit. Utilizing his skills, he regrettably realized that due to the distance, he could only discern the annotations on the nearby trees, unable to glimpse the grayish-white trunk atop the mountain. Furthermore, he could not ascertain if that ancient tree was indeed the revered deity worshipped by Xiangyang village. Chapter 66. Firstly, the color of the ancient tree starkly contrasted with that of the villagers and the mountain monkeys responsible for dispersing the seeds. Like father, like son, it should have been a deep crimson hue as well. Secondly, if it were truly the embodiment of the deity honored by the villagers, one would expect them to establish an altar around the ancient tree, offer sacrifices, or even construct a small temple, at the very least prohibiting outsiders from approaching. Yet, Granny Lu not only failed to deter them, but personally guided them up the mountain, allowing them to freely gather the mountain's flora. Could it be that the faithful brazenly exploited their deity? Is that conceivable? Regardless of its plausibility, Zuo Cheng'an was determined to ascend to the summit. Although Granny Lu mentioned that the gathering phase was open for exploration, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run hastened to join him. After all, a mere casual remark from an NPC could not rival the sense of security that Zuo provided. Alas, Zuo had his own matters to attend to. You can act independently. As long as you steer clear of the summit as instructed by Granny Lu, you will only encounter the mountain monkeys, so there is no need for concern. Zuo Cheng'an waved his hand and departed with Mo Do. Two unfortunate orphans huddled together for warmth. However, they soon unearthed a clump of foxtail grass from the underbrush. As they touched the grass, a prompt appeared in their minds. Foxtail grass, white. Category, food. Effect, can alleviate hunger, possesses slight healing properties. Restriction, direct consumption may cause choking. Please ensure a water source is available. Description, Hi, I am Xiaomi the Ancestor. The orphans exchanged glances and, with their bare hands, excavated the foxtail grass. Initially intending to store it directly in their system backpack, they ultimately decided to place it in the cloth bag given to them by Grandma Lu. In stark contrast to them was Zhang's group, who dispersed to gather resources as efficiently as possible, except for the honest child who obediently followed the village NPC's advice. The others behaved like locusts, leaving a trail of stripped grass in their wake. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an, accompanied by Mo Do, circled the hillside. Only after ensuring that no NPCs were in sight did he attempt to ascend to the mountain peak. Prior to crossing an open area, he had encountered only mountain monkeys, which showed little interest in him after he consumed the monkey-repelling mushroom that morning. Thus, no conflict had arisen. Yet, before he could traverse 100 meters past the clearing, a monstrous spider with 36 legs, taller than 3 men stacked upon one another, suddenly descended from the tree. Before it moved, its presence blended seamlessly with the ordinary tree trunk. The 36 legs resembled a cage ensnaring its prey, enveloping Zuo Cheng'an and Mo Do beneath. Unlike ordinary spiders that possess their mouths on their heads, this particular arachnid had its mouth located on its abdomen, structured akin to that of a lamprey, featuring a spiral array of teeth within. If the average attributes of a mountain monkey were rated at 6, and those of a jungle crocodile at 12, then this spider would undoubtedly boast a score of at least 20. In a level 2 dungeon, it would be more than sufficient to serve as a minor boss. Zuo Cheng'an raised his measuring stick, wedging it into the spider's mouth to buy some time, while Mo Do clamped down on one of its legs. The powerful bite produced a series of faint cracking sounds as the spider's leg began to fracture. Yet the dog-esque jaw was disproportionately small compared to the spider-esque limb. It would require additional time to sever a leg and create an opening in the web. Seizing the moment of stalemate, Zuo Cheng'an scrutinized the spider that had attacked him. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. Flame-poisoned red-bellied spider, highly venomous, prefers to ambush prey from elevated positions. Defeating it may yield the skills wall running and spider sense, as well as items such as climbing boots set, climbing gloves set, climbing attire set. Due to being a symbiotic organism of the crimson bloodmantle vine, it is exceedingly rare. Zuo Cheng'an seldom delved into the details of annotations, but recognizing that he was facing a formidable adversary, he embraced the adage of knowing both oneself and the enemy to secure victory in every battle. Thus, he made the rare choice to click on the expand option following the annotations. Bypassing descriptions of various appearances and habits, antidotes for poisoning, and a list of drops, I unexpectedly encountered a foreign term at the end: crimson bloodmantle vine. This appears to be the name of a particular vine, presumably with a red hue. With nothing to lose, I decided to take a chance. After all, I had 3 opportunities. If I succeeded, I would receive the reward without enduring a lengthy investigation. If I failed, I could simply eliminate the flame-poison red-bellied spider and proceed with my original plan to investigate the mountaintop. Regardless of the outcome, there was nothing to regret. With this in mind, I cautiously inscribed the character on the task panel in my mind, apprehensive that the game might deem my answer incorrect, thereby erasing the extensive effort I had painstakingly documented during my encounters with the flame-poison red-bellied spider. The game. After a moment's pause, the character remained on the panel, causing me to swallow hard. Could it be? Tentatively, I typed the remaining characters, and to my relief, I did not have to anxiously await a response. The game instantaneously provided feedback. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. The deity of Xiangyang Village. Quest objective. Investigate the true identity of the deity of Xiangyang Village. Completed. Quest reward. Skill Parasitic Spore. A card-like item materialized within my system backpack. Precisely the skill card I had previously encountered at the marketplace. Was it truly this simple? Zuo Cheng'an's mind was in a state of disbelief. He had anticipated a grueling battle, fraught with hardships, before reaching the summit. What awaited him could either be a bountiful harvest or a futile endeavor, forcing him to retreat in disappointment, waiting for another opportunity. Yet unexpectedly, a hidden quest that should have permeated the entire dungeon was effortlessly completed. Zuo Cheng'an found himself compelled to retract his previous sentiments regarding the insignificance of his golden finger. It was not merely the limited function of the barrage that proved invaluable, but the ability to scrutinize item annotations that truly constituted a remarkable skill. Immensely beneficial indeed. At that moment, the flame-venom red-bellied spider suddenly sprang into action, retracting its 36 legs in unison. It recognized the tenacity of its prey and opted not to devour it alive. Instead, it employed techniques suited for subduing remarkably resilient large game. First, it intended to crush its prey, followed by a leisurely savoring of the incapacitated meal. Zuo Cheng'an found himself momentarily compressed, having just spent what felt like an eternity examining annotations and inputting names. However, aside from the time taken to read the annotations, the entirety of the actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. Since the ambush began, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flame-venom red-bellied spider became agitated, for the ink fish had finally severed one of its legs. The once impenetrable cage now bore a breach. Before the flame-venom red-bellied spider could adjust its remaining 35 legs to seal the gap, Zuo Cheng'an seized the ink fish and, with a swift maneuver, tumbled through the opening. Chapter 67. Breeding season. No one could feel joy when their lunch escapes. The flame-toxic red-bellied spider had been lurking in the treetops for an indeterminate amount of time, waiting for a prey of just the right size. How could it allow such an opportunity to slip away? Compressing its 35.5 legs, it leaped to attempt to ensnare Zuo Cheng'an once more. Zuo Cheng'an, however, could only evade by taking cover behind a gnarled ancient tree, as he faced a creature with an average power level of 20, while his own was a mere 20 at its peak. In terms of strength, he was at a distinct disadvantage in both physical resilience and mobility. Recalling the newly acquired skill card as backpack, Zuo Cheng'an opted to use it. Skill learned. Parasitic Spore. Parasitic Spore. Category. Active skill. Effect. Releases a spore that can absorb energy to grow. The juvenile form is exceedingly fragile and will wither within 1 minute of detaching from its host or losing its energy supply. The mature form has reduced energy requirements. Limitation. 1 spore can be generated per safe zone day. Spore quantities do not stack. Description. Gently, I arrive, leaving a spore behind, seizing all clouds. The skill's effects were vaguely articulated, lacking specifics regarding the spore size or the amount of energy necessary for it to reach maturity. However, with a suitable test subject right before him, Zuo Cheng'an boldly directed the skill towards the flame-toxic red-bellied spider. Such a formidable creature surely possessed enough energy for a spore to attain its full form, did it not? Although invisible to the naked eye, Zuo Cheng'an had already sensed the presence of a spore floating in the air, diligently drifting towards the flame-poisoned red-bellied spider. It appeared that he needed to approach the host personally. Fortunately, there was no wind at that moment. Otherwise, the spore, which could only produce 1 grain per day, would have been wasted. While he could manipulate the spore's movement freely, its diminutive size made it highly susceptible to environmental influences. It seemed that in the future, this skill should either be employed in enclosed spaces or activated only when he was close to the enemy. Carefully, Zuo Cheng'an maneuvered the spore, and at last the spore successfully settled in, ready to parasitize. Parasitism failed. Zuo Cheng'an. How could it be like this? For a fleeting moment, he contemplated retreating to an open area, abandoning his ascent, considering the hidden task had already been completed. It seemed that the monsters on this mountain were under some restraint, preventing him from descending to the lower regions. Yet, the gnarled tree at the summit truly captivated his attention. The flame-poisoned red-bellied spider remained oblivious to the fact that it had narrowly escaped being parasitized, relentlessly pursuing Zuo Cheng'an. It was only through the feedback from his skill that he learned the reason for his recent failure. The parasitic spore was derived from the capabilities of the crimson bloodmantle vine, and since the flame-poisoned red-bellied spider was a symbiotic creature of the crimson bloodmantle vine, it was naturally immune to its skills. The notion of using the parasitic spore against the flame-poisoned red-bellied spider was indeed rather delicate. Well, it was his impulsiveness that led to this oversight. Zuo Cheng'an decided to evade while making his way toward an open space. Soon, he spotted the markings he had made on the tree trunk ahead, a surge of joy filling his heart as he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the mark, the flame-venom red-bellied spider indeed ceased its pursuit, its 35.5 legs restlessly twitching in place, seemingly eager to cross the line, yet too fearful to do so. This player who strayed from the group is still alive? Wait, that won't last long. This creature is rather cowardly. A player should confront it. I have encountered this type of spider in other dungeons. Their habitat is usually underground caves, surrounded by vines for concealment. How did it end up in this forest? Your observation is quite enlightening. Monsters rarely abandon their territory. Why did it retreat? Perhaps it is simply lacking food or feels threatened. As the flame-venom red-bellied spider circled the boundary, testing its limits, Zuo Cheng'an glanced at Mo Do, who immediately understood the cue. With ferocity, he lunged at one of the spider's intact legs, pulling it toward the open ground. Zuo Cheng'an seized another unscathed leg, joining the effort. Fortunately, his strength was on par with that of the flame-venom red-bellied spider, and with Mo Do's assistance, they gradually began to pull the creature uphill, just a short distance from crossing the marked tree line. Initially, the monster bared its abdomen and let out a fearsome roar, displaying its dominance. But soon it realized it was nearing the boundary. Seemingly frightened, it disregarded Zuo Cheng'an entirely, struggling to retreat. How could Zuo Cheng'an align with its intentions? He retrieved a piece of jerky from his backpack and chewed on it, a remnant left by Lu Shuang. Regrettably, only 2 pieces remained. Once this one was consumed, only a solitary piece would linger. This delicacy, as time progressed, offered diminishing assistance. In this moment, the meager increase of 1 point in strength became the final straw to overwhelm the flame-poisoned red-bellied spider. In a moment of desperation, the creature's head seemed to sprout a string of realization, contemplating the possibility of severing its own legs to escape peril. Alas, it was too late for such enlightenment. The majority of its body had already been dragged outside the designated mark by Zuo Cheng'an and Mo Do. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed his surroundings, noting that little had changed. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, a black-red vine erupted from the ground, striking the abdomen of the flame-poisoned red-bellied spider with precision. As the vine emerged, a pungent and peculiar fragrance enveloped the air. Zuo Cheng'an held his breath and cautiously retreated to a safe distance, reaching the area belonging to the mountaintop. From this vantage point, he observed with keen interest. It became evident to him that this strange aroma was the spores emitted by the vine, indicating a period of reproduction. To foster robust offspring, the maternal entity required a substantial influx of nutrients. Indeed, after subduing the flame-poisoned red-bellied spider, the vine constricted violently, as if it were forcefully siphoning something from within the creature. Moments later, the spider's body began to wither at an alarming rate. Had been drained? Did the symbiotic relationship merely confer immunity against spore parasitism, yet fail to protect against such aggressive absorption? Zuo Cheng'an contemplated the air sacs present in the villagers and the mountain monkeys that disseminated seeds for the players. The plant known as the crimson bloodmantle vine had reached its reproductive phase. In addition to requiring supplementary nourishment for itself, it sought to provide a nurturing environment for its progeny. The entirety of Xiangyang village, along with all the creatures within the dungeon, served as its prey. Those susceptible to spore parasitism were utilized as hosts for its offspring. The others, impervious to such infestation, would simply be consumed to bolster its vitality. This was likely the case. Otherwise, the flame-venom red-bellied spider would not have vacated its habitat. Before long, the flame-venom red-bellied spider had shrunk in size, its legs curling inward, appearing to have succumbed. Blackish-red tendrils reluctantly emerged from the spider's abdomen, seemingly reluctant to part ways. After indulging in its feast, the tendrils noticed Zuo Cheng'an and Mo Do, who had retreated to the mountaintop area. Naturally, it would not let slip the opportunity for sustenance, persistently attempting to burrow upwards. Yet each effort seemed thwarted by an unseen barrier, forcing it to retreat. After several attempts, it begrudgingly withdrew underground. The departing tendrils left behind a mound of earth reminiscent of tilled soil. To an unsuspecting observer, it could easily be mistaken for a patch of cultivated land. If these mounds were to coalesce, they would closely resemble the small agricultural plots found beneath the homes in Xiangyang village. Zuo Cheng'an refrained from advancing to investigate. The tendrils were merely a fragment of the subterranean life, their exposed mass too diminutive for the eye of truth to discern its health bar, thus rendering the location of the tendrils indeterminate. Who could say whether it lay in ambush below, poised to launch a surprise attack upon his approach? The fragrant aroma surrounding him lingered, and with caution, Zuo Cheng'an continued to ascend towards the mountain peak, holding his breath. What could possibly lie ahead that deterred the vines from approaching even a step closer? Chapter 68. The mind having previously encountered the flame-poison red-bellied spider, Zuo Cheng'an proceeded up the mountain with utmost vigilance, disregarding the dazzling effects of his skills that remained active, as he constantly surveyed his surroundings. However, creatures of the caliber of the flame-poison red-bellied spider should only be present in limited numbers within a level 2 dungeon. If such formidable beasts were as numerous as the lesser mountain monkeys, Sunshine Resort would have long since evolved into a level 3 dungeon. Indeed, the journey was unexpectedly tranquil. There was no sign of a second flame-poison red-bellied spider. His field of vision was largely empty, and aside from the annotations on the flora, he scarcely glimpsed even a few health bars of insects. It seemed that the solitary flame-poison red-bellied spider he encountered was merely a gatekeeper boss, specifically designed to impede players from ascending the mountain. This notion further solidified Zuo Cheng'an's belief that treasures awaited him at the summit. Before long, he noticed an unusual phenomenon. The higher he climbed, the colder the air became, to the point where frost began to form on the branches. Despite the harsh environment, he discovered an abundance of valuable items, likely untouched by other players or perhaps as a reward for vanquishing the gatekeeper boss. With a casual sweep of his hand, he unearthed several white-quality restorative items and occasionally stumbled upon a green one. Soon, the cloth pouch hanging from the neck of his dog, Mo Do, was filled to the brim. At all times, adhering to the rules of the game could avert 80% of the dangers one might encounter. Due to the temperature, the tips of the dog hair on the black dog, Mudu, were coated with a layer of white frost, transforming the once ebony canine into a shade of gray. As they traversed through a barrier of trees, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. One moment, they were enveloped in a forest adorned with ice crystals on the leaves. In the next, they found themselves in a barren expanse of exposed rocks. It was difficult to fathom that this was the same mountain, for the desolate land bore numerous signs of mining activity, with the ground pockmarked by countless mine shafts, their depths unfathomable. Even with night vision goggles, the twists, turns, and collapses within the shafts rendered visibility shallow. The walls of the caves were inscribed with indecipherable symbols and texts. Yet, the wasteland was not devoid of vegetation. Some charred and frostbitten trees stood amidst the desolation. The bark of these trees had been scorched, leaving behind only traces of white inorganic material, while others, partially burned, displayed a deep black hue. When a thick layer of ice crystals formed upon these darkened trunks, they morphed into a uniquely colored grayish-white solid. Mudu gazed curiously at a frozen, charred, dead tree, shaking his head, feeling an odd sensation. Zuo Cheng'an called out to him, urging Mudu, do not lag behind. Reluctantly, Mudu abandoned his observations and hurried to keep pace with Zuo Cheng'an, who speculated that these mine shafts might lead to the very roots of the crimson bloodmantle vine. Of course, this was merely conjecture, and he had little interest in descending to verify it. The hidden task has been completed, and this instance guarantees a minimum rating of S. Although defeating the crimson bloodmantle vine may yield a unique achievement for this dungeon, the capped attribute points for a secondary dungeon are limited to 10, which, when doubled, amounts to 20. This yield is already sufficient and does not warrant the risk for an additional 3 attribute points achievement. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an merely glanced at the entrance of the mine and chose not to venture further, instead heading towards the center of the wasteland. At the foot of the mountain, he encountered the grayish-white silhouette within the dense fog, which was, in fact, the largest ancient tree in this desolate land. At this moment, he could ascertain that the source of the surrounding chill emanated from this ancient tree. However, why would such a tree exude coldness? The annotation of Eye of Truth indicated that it was merely an ordinary poplar, having grown larger than usual due to excessive nutrients, yet lacking any cooling abilities. Could the issue lie within? The trunk appeared to have a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. If excavation were to be attempted without precise localization, it was uncertain how long it would take. Who would have thought the mountain harbored such a scenario? This is my first encounter. Was this once a mining site? Of course, this place has never been traversed by players. Naturally, this is our first sighting. Don't forget to record. Those pretentious fellows love to splurge. Certainly, I haven't forgotten. But why is there frost forming around the ancient tree? How could that be? There is a pool of water at the heart of the tree, the composition of which remains unknown. When I maneuvered the camera closer, the image transformed into snowflakes. Where is it? I want to take a look as well. Approximately 2 meters above the ground, at that height, one could simply drive toward the center and encounter it. Understood, 2 meters high. The barrage of comments, long absent, suddenly played a direct role, eliminating the need for Zuo Cheng'an to meticulously analyze and organize the information. The last time the comments had such an impact was when Mo Do seized the chaos among the cattle and leaped from the sheep pen, disappearing into the unknown. Zuo Cheng'an compared his height and estimated the general location, raising his weapon to begin striking the tree trunk. This tree, long ravaged by the cold, had become harder than stone. However, with his strength combined with the inherent toughness of Shao Qi, the ancient tree, now devoid of resilience, proved easier to excavate. In no time, a fist-sized pit was created. The trunk, with a diameter of 8 meters, meant that reaching the heart of the tree would involve digging 4 meters deep, a considerable undertaking. Glancing at the sky, Zuo Cheng'an noted it was just past noon, granting him ample time to concentrate. He proceeded to dig toward the heart of the tree, while Mo Do assisted by clearing away the wood shavings. The duo, a man and his dog, worked fervently, steadily advancing toward their goal. As dusk approached, signaling the time for assembly, Zuo Cheng'an struck down with his ruler, creating a new hole from which splintered wood flew and a small amount of milky sap emerged. A Shiying aura surgit forte. Just as Zuo Cheng'an intended to retreat and activate his skills to examine the sap's nature, his weapon, officially labeled with a string of garbled characters yet affectionately named Shao Qi, suddenly vibrated, absorbing every last drop of the milky sap, leaving Zuo Cheng'an with not a single drop to spare. As the milky white liquid was fully absorbed, the bone-chilling coldness vanished without a trace. Alas, it would have been preferable to leave even a single drop for appraisal. Although the liquid was nowhere to be found, the transformation of Shao Qi was evident. Upon touching Shao Qi once more, the panel in his mind revealed a significant alteration. Damage level, 87, 53, category, weapon white. Effect, capable of inflicting harm. Attack power, 15 restrictions, extremely heavy. Attempting to sell it as scrap metal may result in conflict. Description, when you find yourself at a dead end, passing by scrap station, you may make a decision that defies your ancestors. Shaoqi was seldom stored in the system's backpack. It was generally kept close at hand, as it lacked a blade, and he had not crafted a sheath for it. He had nearly memorized the panel's attributes from daily contact. Previously, its damage level was recorded at 98, 66, but it had now improved to 87, 53, with the attack power escalating from a meager 3 points to a commendable 15 points. This was a value typically achieved only by top-tier white weapons. Hold on. Zuo Cheng'an sensed a drop in temperature from the weapon in his hand and, filled with suspicion, employed the true Ion Shaoqi. In addition to the basic introduction of a new section of information appeared at the bottom of the annotations that had not been seen before. Item skill, Frost Shadow, Moonlit, Awakening not yet achieved. It was an item skill. Generally, only green quality items possess skills. Yet Shaoqi had awakened one even at its white quality. It seemed those liquids had indeed exerted some influence. The barrage of comments has erupted, with many inquiring about the current situation. Finding the act of chopping a tree trunk rather tedious, most have flocked to other players. However, upon hearing that the players here have unearthed treasures from within the trunk, they return to join the commotion. Undoubtedly, it is the blacksmith brother Lele of Pippi who has secreted a unique quenching liquid. It is that snowman. No wonder the water is so frigid, with frost forming all around. Lele is truly formidable, having scared the great boss of a dungeon into retreat. What on earth are you all talking about? Who are Pippi and Lele? What is this snowman? Is the quenching liquid particularly rare? Indeed, the quenching liquid secreted by Lele can be used to repair items or enhance their quality. It is said that even among players in Zone 1, this liquid holds a value exceeding 10,000 points. Chapitre 69, à surprise. Not only is it rare, but Lele is also one of the ladder bosses, appearing as a snowman. His designated dungeon is 50459 Lava Snow Mountain, a level 5 dungeon, far more impressive than a mere rabbit claiming dominion over a farm. Even with strategies available, the number of players capable of extracting the quenching liquid from under Lele's watchful eyes is lamentably few. From all the live streams I have witnessed, success occurs perhaps once in every 10 attempts. I am familiar with Pippi, a puppet that delights in utilizing players as furniture, reputed for its commendable craftsmanship. As for Lele, it is a snowman. Can it truly forge iron? Surely, Lele must possess some remarkable abilities. The quality of the barrage this time is quite substantial. Yet, Zuo Cheng'an finds himself bereft of time to continue observing. For after the quenching liquid was absorbed by Shaoqi, the white frost that had condensed on the surface of the trees atop the mountain is swiftly vanishing. It is evident that the mere warmth emanating from the sunlight would not suffice to melt the frost at such a rapid pace. The reason for this phenomenon is quite simple. Swish, swish. 2 black-red vines have freed themselves from the ice crystals, stretching their forms with an air of ostentation. Looking around, one can observe that more of the tree trunks encased in ice crystals are emitting faint crackling sounds, a clear indication that they are on the verge of breaking free from their icy confines. Surveying the entire mountaintop, it becomes apparent that the majority of the charred trees have come to life, striving to liberate themselves from the ice crystals. On the mountaintop, only half of the trees are those that were normally burned to death. The other half are evidently the frozen branches of the crimson bloodmantle vines. To make matters worse, the game has joined in the commotion. Ding! Internal environment change detected in 22887 Sunshine Resort, currently undergoing rectification. The Sunshine Resort has been renamed to Crimson Vines with the instance Crimson Vines. Identification number 31589. Basic Task 1. Survive until the conclusion of the instance. Basic Task 2. Investigate the name Vine Monster. Advanced Task. Eliminate the Vine Monster. Task duration. 4 days, 3-4. Task background. As a far-traveled adventurer, you have heard tales of a village perpetually besieged by vine monsters and have resolved to vanquish these malevolent beings. After enduring numerous hardships, you and your fellow adventurers have formed a party and arrived at the Sunshine Resort. However, the village chief and all the villagers vehemently deny the existence of the vine monsters, leaving you perplexed. You decide to remain in the village for a few days to investigate gradually. Kind reminder, as time progresses, the villagers will exhibit increasingly pronounced distortions. Yet they remain convinced of their vitality. Please refrain from revealing any information. The secondary instance has unexpectedly escalated to a tertiary level. Even the most dynamic transformations would hesitate to undertake such a change. Zuo Cheng'an speculated that removing the fire-quenched liquid might cause the mountaintop to lose its barrier against the vines. Yet he certainly did not anticipate the instance's promotion. What grievances do these vines harbor? The moment the oppressive force above them dissipates, they eagerly seek to reclaim dominance. Furthermore, Zuo Cheng'an noted the emergence of 3 tasks on the interface. One to survive until the instance concludes, another to investigate the name of the vine monster, and the last to slay the vine monster. He had heard that in advanced dungeons, there are typically multiple tasks, sometimes even 2, 3, or 4. As long as one task is completed, one can exit the game when the dungeon time expires. If all tasks are accomplished, one may leave early. For the first task, he could afford to linger, as the Crimson Vine dungeon inherited the time from Sunshine Resort. He only needed to remain in the dungeon for another day to exit. The second task was even simpler, as he effortlessly completed it. Basic Task 2, investigate the name of the vine monster, completed. However, regarding the advanced task, had he been unaware of the prowess of the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine, Zuo Cheng'an might have hesitated slightly, thinking that with the assistance of Mo Do and by rallying other players, they could potentially collaborate to take down a level 2 dungeon mini-boss. But now, knowing that the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine at its peak could serve as the final boss of a level 3 dungeon, he harbored no inclination towards courting death. Without the quenching liquid, it was likely that the entire dungeon was under the dominion of the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine, bolstered by a multitude of zealous undead villagers. Even if the dungeon were populated by first-day ladder players or those who had yet to ascend, the advanced task would likely remain unfulfilled. It would necessitate at least half of the players being from the third ladder to stand a chance. Furthermore, given that the battleground was a cave, they would require tools for excavation, detection, illumination, and night vision, with greater quantities being preferable. In such circumstances, how could Zuo Cheng'an possibly find the mood to leisurely observe the barrage of comments? As soon as the first vine broke free, he hastily fled down the mountain with a measuring tool in hand. When faced with dangers within the dungeon that he could not handle, the solution was to draw them towards areas populated by other players. And as for the insults, what importance do they hold compared to the value of survival? The descent was far from tranquil. The mountaintop, once a pristine sanctuary, was no longer a forbidden zone for the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine after the infusion of the Lele essence was siphoned away. Along the way, vines would occasionally emerge from the ground, obstructing Zuo Cheng'an's path. However, he had not violated any rules, as Granny Lu mentioned. The prohibition against ascending the mountaintop was merely a suggestion, while the actual rule forbade the collection of resources exceeding a single bag. Thus, these vines posed no threat to Zuo Cheng'an, who could only watch as they desperately attempted to spread spores, hoping to transform him into a mobile cultivation vessel. Their abrupt appearances hindered his descent. Fortunately, the upgraded Shao Qi proved formidable, having absorbed some essence of the refining liquid, causing the vines to recoil in fear. With a single strike, he could sever these seemingly resilient tendrils, providing Zuo Cheng'an with considerable ease. As he fled, the gathering crowd of onlookers grew larger, drawn by sheer spectacle, witnessing players in flight, foraging, and excavating. At the midway point, in a clearing, Granny Lu regarded Yang Yi and the others with grave seriousness. The greedy shall incur the wrath of the divine. Her rigid countenance, contorted in anger, her vacant eyes emanating a terrifying sense of oppression. Zhang Zhuang exclaimed, "But we truly only picked a single bag's worth." The latter part remained unspoken, a mere whisper of rebellious thought echoing in his mind. Yet, Granny Lu was not easily deceived. I can hear the mountains wailing. The divine is enraged. You have taken far more than permitted. If you wish to avoid divine retribution, you must return everything to the ground. We have already stated. We genuinely only collected this one bag. How can you fail to comprehend, old woman? Chapter 70. Venting, disregarding the quarrel next door, Li Yuechio glanced up at the sky, which was nearing dusk. The descent would require some time, and Granny Lu urged them to prepare in advance, if they hoped to return to the village before nightfall. It was nearly time to depart. However, Zuo Cheng'an had yet to return, preventing their departure. The leg accessories must possess the awareness befitting their status, prioritizing the thigh above all else. Has brothers were replied to you? I have received no response. Li Yuechio turned to inquire of Zheng Run, who shook his head. I have received nothing either. Sighing in unison, they felt like roosters poised to crow, yet caught by their necks, trapped in a state of anxious indecision. Ding! Detected a change in the internal environment of 22887 Sunshine Resort. Rectification in progress. 22887 Sunshine Resort has been renamed to 31589 Blood Tinge Vines. At first glance, one might ponder, has the dungeon been updated? Upon a second glance, it appears to have been upgraded. Silence. Li Wako. Sing Reing. A new dungeon quest. A new dungeon backdrop. And most importantly, a new dungeon level. For the two of them, who have yet to ascend the ranks, the level 2 dungeon feels somewhat beyond their capabilities. A level 3 dungeon? How could it be expected of unranked players to venture into a level 3 dungeon? It would be more expedient to simply present oneself to the jaws of the monsters, before they could comprehend why the well-structured level 2 dungeon had transformed into a level 3 challenge. The ground beneath them began to tremble, and several vines surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, they commenced their assault on everyone present. To be fair, not everyone was affected, as the seated Yang Yi and Tan Hui Hui remained unscathed. The NPC, Granny Lu, was also unharmed. Li Yuechio and Qian Xiang, adhering to the rules, were likewise spared. Even the monsters exhibit a remarkable affection for their offspring. However, Zhang Zhuang found himself in dire straits. He had collected an inordinate amount of resources without being parasitized. When he finally encountered a rule-breaking player, who else would the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine target, if not him? Granny Lu's warning that the greedy would incur the wrath of the gods proved to be prophetic. Upon reflection, the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine serves as the ultimate boss of the dungeon. Everything within this realm belongs to it. The vast expanse of fruits and roots is, in fact, its private property. The dungeon's quest demands that players gather a plethora of supplies, which is already a considerable concession from the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine. Yet players, emboldened by their game inventories, continue their insatiable demands. This is no longer merely skirting the boundaries of the rules. It is akin to lying entirely upon the red line. Even the game fails to protect its players. The Crimson Blood Mantle Vine harbors a deep-seated animosity towards them among the 6 groups of players who previously ventured into its domain. Totaling 42, over 30 behaved like locusts, leaving no trace of life in their wake. Fortunately, most of these players became nourishment for its progeny, leaving only a handful who managed to escape, while all the harvested plants were returned to their original positions. Previously, it refrained from taking action due to the lingering presence of a certain individual, fearing that they had not departed. Thus, it remained cautious. Now, however, the threat has dissipated, and in this realm, it reigns supreme. It cannot harm players who abide by the rules, but for those who do not, they are at its mercy. Ideally, the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine would not wish to spare a single plant, desiring to eliminate as many players as dare to enter. Yet, constrained by regulations, it cannot act against those who comply with the rules. The sudden upheaval has thrown the members of the Breaking Wave Guild into disarray. While it is one thing for the sequence of the entire dungeon's attractions to be disrupted, how could even the individual projects with complete intel go awry? Moreover, Zhang Zhuang is perplexed as to why these vines seem to target only him. Is it because he bears no crimson marks? Yet, Qian Xiang is also devoid of them. Is it due to his collection of plants exceeding the prescribed limits? But Yang Yi and Tan Hui Hui have also exceeded their quotas. Why are they unharmed? He is not adept at reasoning through clues, especially under such pressing circumstances. Soon his mind was solely occupied with combat-related skills, his hands wielding the plug incessantly. However, when faced with supple foes like vines, employing a soft approach was far from ideal. Furthermore, as the vines were of plant origin, the electricity emitted from the plug was wholly conducted into the ground, contributing no harm whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared by numerous vines. Zhang Zhuang had intended to call for assistance from his nearby companions, yet Tan Hui still harbored a grudge. She had not forgotten the near abandonment she faced this morning at Zhang Zhuang's hands. As for Yang Yi, he too had been disheartened earlier that day, having only secured the opportunity to ascend the mountain by leveraging a hidden task as a condition. It was inconceivable that he would risk himself to rescue another. Even if he were willing to set aside past grievances and lend a hand, his physical condition was simply inadequate. Zhang Zhuang wished to articulate more, but before he could utter a word, he felt a constriction in his breath, as if his limbs, waist, and neck were all tightening. Subsequently, the last image from his memories flashed before him. A person being torn apart by vines, their clothing eerily similar to his own. Witnessing a living individual being gruesomely dismembered before his very eyes. Even the seasoned Yang Yi and Tan Hui, who had grown accustomed to the grotesque nature of their quests, experienced feelings of nausea and discomfort. Although Zhang Zhuang was somewhat petty, hot-tempered, excessively self-centered, and fond of claiming credit, well, regardless, death was inevitable. The members of the Breaking Wave Guild held little camaraderie. Zhang Zhuang's demise elicited only mild revulsion from the others and no significant impact. What mattered now was to avert sharing his tragic fate. As several individuals assumed defensive stances, preparing to engage while retreating, they soon realized that the surrounding vines paid them no heed whatsoever. Rather than seeking confrontation, these tendrils writhed about as if they merely wished to release their pent-up emotions. The reason for this outburst was inconsequential. The priority was to escape the mountain. While everyone fled in haste, Granny Lu remained rooted in place, her hands raised high. Oh, divine being! It is the manifestation of the divine. The avaricious shall inevitably face the wrath of the gods. As if responding to her words, the emerging vines danced with even greater fervor, although they did not intentionally seek to harm the remaining players. A stray lash from the tendrils would result in a sharp sting, leaving the skin reddened and swollen in mere moments. Tan Hui and her companions cursed the player who had provided the ill-fated information, lamenting the absurdity of the claim that one could simply pack the plants into a backpack while ignoring the NPC's proclamations. They had been assured that if they could endure until nightfall, the contents of their backpacks would be theirs alone. What utter nonsense! Why was it not mentioned that a deity would truly appear? Such deceit must be punished severely. Yet, one cannot entirely blame the player who risked so much to convey this information. Had it not been for Zuo Cheng'an's retrieval of the flame-tempered liquid imbued with Lele's essence from the mountaintop, the crimson blood-mantle vine would never have dared to act so brazenly. It was precisely because it had feigned weakness for so long, remaining obedient and unassuming, that the game misjudged its capabilities, relegating it to a mere level 2 dungeon. Who could have known that this fellow had been biding his time, patiently enduring the weight of his burdens, awaiting his moment to shine? It can be said that as long as the essence left by Lele at the mountain peak persists, the crimson earth mantle vine shall continue to play the fool indefinitely. Should Lele return sporadically to mine in the future, this charade must endure. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Chaos remains unabated. A peculiar fragrance permeates the scene, and Granny Lu has undergone a transformation. Countless vines entwine and flourish upon her, her skin interwoven and marred in numerous places, yet she appears impervious to pain. Spreading her arms wide, tilting her head back, and laughing uproariously, her madness akin to that of a fervent devotee willing to sacrifice everything for the divine. As for Tan Hui, Yang Yi, and others, they have evaded the lashes of the vines and discovered a path down mountain. Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren are still awaiting Zuo Cheng'an. They have not violated any rules, and the Crimson Earth Mantle Vine does not target them, yet it will not squander 2 premium petri dishes either. It releases a plethora of spores, intending to convert these two players into nourishment for its progeny, were it not for its inability to inflict harm upon players. It would desire to sacrifice one for its postpartum rest. The sweet aroma wafts through the air, compelling Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren to cover their mouths and noses with their garments, reducing their breathing rate while huddling beside Granny Lu. The sole area spared from the sweeping vines. Fortunately, Granny Lu is preoccupied with her prayers to the divine and pays them no heed. Singing, ahim. It seems that fabric isn't very effective. Little Li, do you need to use the restroom? Li Yueqiu frowns. I understand your implication, but I currently have a rather significant predicament. Zheng Ren, what a coincidence, so do I. Though sheltering beside the NPC offered a semblance of safety, the sun gradually descended, casting an ominous shadow over their surroundings. Who could fathom what might transpire under the cloak of darkness? Could it truly be, as Wang Cheng had ominously suggested yesterday, that they might become eternally lost in the wilderness? Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren could only offer themselves meager reassurances, convincing themselves with notions such as the names of the dungeons and quests have changed. The rules must have evolved as well. Yet, the extent of their belief remained a private affair, known solely to themselves. With more than 40 minutes until the sun vanished completely, the silhouette of Zuo Cheng'an finally emerged in the clearing, decisively clearing the obstructive vines. After reuniting with the two orphans, they hastened down the mountain together. As they passed the corpse of Zhang Zhuang lying on the ground, they spared it not a glance. The descent was similarly ensnared by vines. It was evident that some had been severed by Tan Hui Hui and her companions, who had departed earlier. Yet the newly sprouted foliage far outnumbered the remnants of the cut vines. In addition to the vines, the air was thick with an overpowering fragrance, growing ever more pungent. By the time the trio and their canine companion approached the foot of the mountain, the aroma had intensified to the point of tinting the surroundings a delicate crimson. However, they were still several kilometers from the village and, without oxygen tanks or similar contrivances, holding their breath for the entirety of the journey was far from feasible. The masks they wore proved utterly ineffective against the intoxicating scent of the monstrous spores that lingered in the air. Zuo Cheng'an had not explored this vicinity before, so he inquired of his companions, "Is there a water source nearby?" Although Li Yueqiu had not ventured this close to the mountain's base either, she possessed an item that granted her the skill to find things. Producing her willow branch, she exclaimed, "I know. Nearby there is indeed. The precise direction and distance are." She silently chanted water, water, water in her mind, and the limp willow branch in her hand suddenly stiffened, swaying left and right in the air before indicating a direction. Li Yueqiu's face brightened. This way. Approximately 200 meters away. 200 meters is not far. The water's effect on the mature crimson blood mantle vine is limited, yet it significantly impacts the spores floating in the air, by dampening their clothes and covering their mouths and noses. They could effectively mitigate the risk of being seeded. Alas, poor garments, destined to be torn once more. The path down the mountain was obstructed solely by the vines. If they did not descend, there would be fewer vines along the way. Li Yueqiu held the willow branch leading the way, and, at a leftward angle, she could see the tip of the branch steadfastly upright at times and swaying side to side at others. Yet it consistently pointed toward their destination, like a compass, or rather, a needle to all things. The enchanted tool was indeed remarkable, endowing a simple willow branch, typically used as a whip, with a newfound special ability. Unfortunately, most enchanted items are of green quality. The three individuals and one dog moved at full speed, completing a round trip of 200 meters, totaling a distance of 400 meters in less than half a minute. With their mouths and noses covered by damp garments, they felt somewhat reassured. Mo Do also donned the small mask crafted from leftover fabric by Li Yueqiu. With their protective gear in place, the final stretch of their journey was considerably safer, and they managed to reach the village just a quarter of an hour before the sun fully set. At this moment, Xiangyang village has undergone a profound transformation, or rather, the villagers of Xiangyang have metamorphosed significantly. The display indicates that today marks the third day of the instance, drawing near to the conclusion of the Crimson Creeper. According to the information stating that as time progresses, the villagers' distortions will intensify, it is evident that the villagers have entered the final stage of their aberration. Delicate tendrils have sprouted from their mouths and noses, and their garments have been contorted into bizarre shapes by the rampant vines. Holding torches aloft, they advance towards an Cheng and San on the left. The village chief steps forward, addressing them. Visitors, adventurers, you are far too reckless. How could you return at such a late hour? The forest at night is perilous. Do not search for the vine monster. It does not exist. The chief's dialogue system appears to be malfunctioning, intertwining two sets of lines. One set, visitors, you are far too reckless. How could you return at such a late hour? Is what the chief should have said during the earlier stages of the instance, while the latter lines, adventurers, you are far too reckless. The forest at night is dangerous. Do not search for the vine monster. It does not exist. Reflect the post-alteration speech of the chief. These may be minor glitches observable only to players who remain within the instance and witness its changes. Although the setting remains unchanged, the rules of the instance have largely transformed. Some regulations may have persisted, while others have been discarded. Chapter 72. Spitting fragrance as the players had inadvertently entered the scene midway. They had missed the crucial initial 3 days for gathering significant clues. The alterations in rules left them perplexed. However, the fact that the village chief could converse with them without resorting to hostility indicated that they had not transgressed any regulations. While speaking, several slender tendrils, no thicker than a strand of hair, were expelled from his mouth, writhing on the ground like iron wire worms, causing Zuo Cheng'an's mental vitality to plummet by 2 points. His already meager mental vitality had diminished throughout the day, plummeting from 83 to 76. Fortunately, these delicate vines seemed to have recently emerged from their spore state and were incapable of adapting to their external environment, quickly ceasing their struggle. After the alterations to the dungeon, the villagers had undergone a dramatic transformation, perhaps revealing their true natures that had long been suppressed for various reasons. They had been nurtured as vessels for the crimson blood mantis vine longer than any player, possibly infested upon arrival, allowing tendrils to sprout from any part of their bodies. The affliction was particularly severe in areas with orifices, such as ears and eye sockets. Hua found that with every few steps, the tendrils sprouting from his eye sockets would force his eyes outward, necessitating him to pause and reinsert them. The villagers' footwear, whether cloth or straw sandals, also revealed root systems emerging through the seams. Whenever the villagers stood still, these roots would hasten to burrow into the earth, occasionally revealing fully developed tendrils, as thick as chopsticks, that would follow suit into the ground. There is no remedy. It is simply their nature. Everyone should heed the reminders on the task panel, endeavoring to disregard the villagers' anomalies. Once again, the smoked offering ritual unfolded. A few individuals descended the mountain, their protective measures taken rather late, resulting in the inhalation of a considerable amount of gas during the initial stages. Although they presently experience no discomfort, an undercurrent of anxiety prevails within them. Fortunately, the dungeon is set to conclude tomorrow. Being parasitized may not be of great consequence. As night descended, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions did not retire to their respective chambers, but instead congregated in the corridor of a small cabin, preparing to endure the night together. In the nighttime of a level 3 dungeon, who can ascertain whether the information declaring the cabin is safe holds any truth? What if, in the dead of night, villagers infiltrate to ambush the players? What if tendrils intrude and strangle them? What if, in any case, who dares to sleep alone within the confines of the cabin? Li Yuechio and Zheng Ren inspected their chests for any signs of rashes, while Mo Do scratched an itch. Zuo Cheng'an, stationed by the window, donned night vision goggles to survey the village in the distance. It was the hour when villagers should retreat to their homes for rest. Yet, in the visible vicinity, they stood upon the cultivated ground beneath the houses, their root systems burrowing into the earth, ensuring that even in deep slumber, they would not topple. The myriad anomalies that had been obscured in the level 2 dungeon now brazenly revealed themselves to the players following the dungeon's upgrade. Reflecting upon prior events, the villagers had indeed exhibited subtle signs of oddity, albeit not overtly manifesting before the players. For instance, Wang Cheng's ability to traverse the moss-covered, slick rocks with ease was due to the roots extending from his feet. With each step taken, the roots firmly anchored him to the ground, preventing any chance of slipping. As night fell, the villagers vanished, merely concealed by the game to obscure their slumbering forms in the fields, thus ensuring players are not misled by irrelevant clues that could steer them in the wrong direction, disrupting the progression of their quests. Now, the veil has been lifted, revealing that the villagers sleeping in the fields may be a crucial clue for a certain task. It could pertain to a unique achievement tied to a particular instance or the hidden quest of the Level 3 dungeon, Crimson Tendril, beyond the apparent anomalies. The backdrop of the dungeon has shifted. Players are no longer mere tourists, but a band of adventurers. Zuo Cheng'an possesses knowledge that surpasses that of ordinary players. For instance, within the context of the dungeon, he understands that the vine monster the adventurers are tasked to hunt is none other than the Crimson Bloodmantle vine revered by the villagers. It is implausible for the village chief to lack information regarding the Crimson Bloodmantle vine. He is simply feigning ignorance towards the players. Faced with players intent on slaying the deity they venerate, the villagers' demeanor is hardly likely to be welcoming. Li Yuechio's concerns about the villagers potentially visiting at midnight with sinister intentions are not without merit. Unfortunately, they have only landed on the third day of the dungeon, with scant information at their disposal, and they dare not make any bold moves for fear of triggering unforeseen rules. This situation is akin to commencing a game directly at the final boss stage, with the game mechanics and boss information shrouded in mystery. Zuo Cheng'an turned his gaze towards the village outskirts, where layers upon layers of tendrils surged like ocean waves, their sheer abundance concealing the very earth beneath. One can scarcely fathom what would befall a player who strayed into such a tangle. Strangely, the vast number of vines linger outside the village without ever stepping inside. It appears that the village is temporarily safe. After all, this well-functioning kindergarten has consistently nurtured and incubated young vines. Why would it seek to demolish the village? Without the village, the villagers would have nowhere to reside. And how could they continue to serve as hosts for the little vines? Perhaps the game even imposes restrictions on the Crimson Bloodmantle vines, prohibiting them from entering the village. The Crimson Bloodmantle vines outside pose no threat, but the villagers could suddenly erupt with aggression towards the players at any moment. This may occur if the villagers realize their impending demise, or if the players engage in actions that provoke their ire. A Level 3 dungeon remains perilously hazardous for them at this juncture. Fortunately, they have already been here for 3 days since the dungeon's transformation, and, thankfully, those 3 days are counted within the new parameters. Following the changes, Sunny Resort has been renamed Crimson Ethereal Vines, with the quest duration significantly reduced from 10 days and 9 nights to merely 4 days. Players need only survive for 4 days within to escape, and with 3 days already elapsed, tomorrow marks the final day. If memory serves, this group of players arrived on the sightseeing bus at noon on the first day and spent the afternoon traveling to Sunny Village. By this timeline, they must endure until noon tomorrow to officially depart from this Level 3 dungeon. Given the customary escalation in danger as the survival quest nears completion, it is certain that tomorrow's dungeon will not allow for an easy exit. A group of first-tier players faced the daunting challenge of surviving a night and a morning within a Level 3 dungeon. Under such pressure, it was remarkable they could even find sleep. Before long, the choice made by the 3 survivors of the breaking waves guild remarkably aligned with that of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions. They too decided to relocate their bedding to the corridor, intending to endure the night together. It appeared that everyone understood the gravity of the dungeon's elevation to Level 3. Disregarding privacy, it was evident that the night would be spent in close quarters. In most dungeons, the danger is amplified during the night, with monster attacks and NPC mutations predominantly occurring after dark. Chapter 73, Knock, Knock, Knock. The door to room 101 creaked open, revealing 3 individuals with pallid faces, who then dashed down the spore-laden mountain path, akin to engaging in aerobic exercise alongside influenza sufferers. Upon returning to the village, the oppressive smoke from the torches only exacerbated their parasitic afflictions. Qian's body was marred by extensive red patches, not only on his chest, but also spreading across his arms and thighs. The gravest cases were Yang Yi and Tan Huihui. In addition to the numerous red marks adorning their bodies, some areas had even transformed into bulging sacs. Within Yang Ye's bulging sac, one could discern a serpentine form writhing desperately, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the skin at any moment. He made several attempts to extract an item, hoping to use a needle to dislodge the serpentine creature. Yet these entities exhibited remarkable intelligence. As soon as they sensed Yang Ye's movements posed a threat, they burrowed deeper into his flesh, leaving him in a cold sweat, paralyzed on the ground, gasping in anguish. Ultimately, it came down to his own lack of resolve. Tan Huihui cleared her throat gently and said, "Everyone, bear with it a little longer. We shall be liberated from this dungeon by tomorrow." The elevation of the dungeon appeared to enhance the parasitic capabilities of the monsters. When the crimson spots first appeared on Yang Yi and Tan Huihui, they were merely the size of a fingernail, and they felt no debilitating weakness. Yet, when Xian Xiang manifested the same crimson markings, they were already half the size of a palm, swiftly spreading across his entire body, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue that rendered him unable to clench his fists. In essence, the monsters had previously been siphoning their energy discreetly, akin to boiling a frog slowly. Now, however, they were voraciously consuming their essence, boldly asserting, "I am the parasite residing within you. What will you do about it?" Even extreme measures like self-harm had become ineffective in curtailing the spread of the crimson marks. Their only hope lay in the swift conclusion of the dungeon, which would grant them salvation. Though they occupied the same corridor, each team claimed one side, allowing for an unimpeded coexistence. The dynamics among the majority of unfamiliar players entering the same dungeon generally adhered to this principle. As long as there were no deep-seated grievances, they maintained a respectful distance, united by the shared objective of surviving the dungeon. Zhang Zhuang, who had most fervently desired to eliminate the suspected members of the Xiaoyi Guild, had already perished. While Yang Yi harbored similar intentions, he lacked the strength to act upon them. Tan Huihui was solely focused on surviving, and Xian Xiang was merely an innocent child who had inadvertently joined the wrong guild. Consequently, the two parties coexisted without incident. Meaningless infighting would only lead to peril. As the clock ticked towards the late hours of the night, none of the 6 individuals or the dog had succumbed to slumber, each remaining vigilant to the sound around them. The sound of rustling filled the air outside the wooden cabin, akin to something brushing against the walls. The eyes of several individuals swiftly turned towards the window, where tendrils, reminiscent of climbing ivy, were rapidly ascending the walls, soon obscuring 1/5 of the window's view. Given their pace of proliferation, it would not be long before the glass was entirely shrouded. On the opposite side of the corridor, the quick-witted Zuo Cheng'an inquired loudly, "Have you ensured that the windows in your room are securely closed?" His voice carried, evidently directed at Tan Huihui and her companions across the hall. Silence ensued, confirming that the windows were indeed closed. This was to be expected. Everyone present had experienced multiple instances of a dungeon, no longer the newcomers prone to making elementary mistakes. In such scenarios, as long as the room was not lethal, it sufficed. Who would dare to leave the windows open for prolonged ventilation? As time passed, half of the windows area became ensnared by the encroaching vines. If this continued, they would inevitably lose their sole means of observing the outside world. Yet, it must be noted that the doors still possessed 2 frosted glass panes, through which no shadows of climbing vines were visible. The obstruction of the window seemed a deliberate ploy to divert the player's attention towards the door, or perhaps to seal off any potential escape routes. Despite their awareness of the malevolent designs of the dungeon, none dared to venture out of the cabin to tear the encroaching vines from the window. If this were a level 1 dungeon, any one of the 7 individuals and their dog could easily undertake such a task alone and return unscathed. If it pertains to a level 2 dungeon, then venturing out together with 7 individuals and a dog, ensuring that none are left behind, could indeed lead to a successful completion. As for a level 3 dungeon, it is perhaps wiser to refrain from such perilous endeavors. The choices made by the group may appear to the players as the optimal means of survival. However, From the audience's perspective, it lacks much in terms of entertainment value, rendering it rather monotonous. Is no one coming out? Then my popcorn is wasted. What a pity that the villagers have waited outside for so long. I expected at least one of them to be impatient. That reckless, thoughtless rare breed is better off dwindling in number, only visible in beginner dungeons and level 1 quests. Sigh. It took considerable effort for the villagers to extricate themselves from the ground and make their way here. Aren't players supposed to advocate for respect towards the elderly and care for the young? Why has that gone by the wayside now? Never mind. Whether they come out or not is inconsequential. The villagers are already preparing for action. Knock, knock, knock. The players already on edge heard footsteps ascending the stairs before the knocking commenced. All eyes were warily fixed on the door, where a piece of frosted glass reflected a shadowy figure. Holy moly! This village chief resembles my grass doll. His face is overgrown with grass. This is just the beginning. Look, there are even more folds and creases on his face. It's almost reaching the ceiling. But seriously, if the villagers have come, why is only the village chief knocking on the door? What sort of performance is this? Perhaps they're planning something significant? The narrative surrounding this replica has been quite tumultuous. Upon glancing at the title, I was astonished to find that both the name and level had altered. It remains uncertain whether this group of players is fortunate or unfortunate, but as we delve deeper, clarity will unfold. I hope the players can endure a bit longer, should they meet their demise at a critical moment. It is anyone's guess how long they would have to wait for the next group to arrive. Indeed, my insatiable thirst for knowledge will undoubtedly keep me awake at night. The persistent knocking at the door continues, accompanied by the village chief's voice. Adventurers from afar, are you asleep? Please open the door. I possess information about the vine monster you seek. Zuo Cheng'an interjected. Please, if you must pretend, at least do so convincingly. Your lines are slipping. No one moved. The players exhibited no interest in the chief's mention of the vine monster, nor did they harbor any expectations of completing the advancement quest. They merely wished to survive the dungeon. Considering it a stroke of luck, it would be preposterous to open the door for the NPC at this juncture. One could only hope the chief would take the hint and depart. Should he force his way in, they would have no choice but to confront him. Fortunately, after repeating his line thrice without eliciting a response, the chief retreated. A collective sigh of relief was released. But Zuo Cheng'an understood that the chief was merely descending to join the other villagers, who were rooted in the fields beneath the house. The thought of the villagers' heads crowded together beneath his feet sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps the vines blocking the window sprouted from the very villagers themselves. Chapter 74. Where's my head? As time passes, villagers intermittently ascend the stairs to knock on the door. Some of these are familiar figures to the players, such as Wang Cheng, Granny Lu, and Hobhua, while others remain unencountered. The reasons for their knocking are as varied as they are whimsical. They might claim to offer food for the newly caught firewood worms from the mountains, or perhaps plead for a night's refuge, citing parental disputes. Separated by a door, players cannot discern the villagers' expressions, but the tones they hear are rich and emotive, fluctuating in pitch with an intensity that surpasses even that of seasoned actors. Alas, this trap, inscribed with the ominous words, "Open the door and meet your demise," is one that players, if they were to fall for it, would certainly not be sitting comfortably in their seats. Of particular amusement is Wang Cheng's rationale, as he insists on returning points, imploring Yang Yi to open the door. One might suspect he has forgotten the very meaning of points, reciting his lines without comprehension. Setting aside the possibility of being tricked, even if Yang Yi wished to comply, he simply lacked the strength to rise. Throughout the long, tumultuous night, accompanied, or rather, harassed, by the villagers, the players endured. Left Cheng'an's persistent worry that vines sprouting from the villagers would breach the wooden floorboards and invade the sanctuary of the cabin did not materialize. As dawn approached, a faint light began to illuminate the horizon, suggesting that the sun would soon make its ascent. While the onset of daylight does not guarantee safety, who knows if it heralds the commencement of another crisis, such as the initiation of a countdown to dungeon closure or the villagers activating indiscriminate attack mode. The mere presence of sunlight serves to uplift the spirits. As the sun ascended, the vines that had obstructed the window swiftly retracted into the earth, restoring Sunny Village to its customary visage. When Zuo Cheng'an ventured to observe the world outside, he coincidentally witnessed the villagers floating back to their respective homes. Indeed, they appeared to be floating. Each villager ambled with heads bowed and eyes tightly shut, akin to somnambulists, propelled forward by the tendrils that sprouted from beneath their feet. If his intuition served him right, the following morning, the villagers would greet him as if nothing had transpired, utterly oblivious to the events of the night prior. However, should a player choose to inquire, it might awaken an unsettling awareness within the villagers. With unfortunate luck, they could even realize their own demise, unleashing unforeseen and terrifying consequences. Alternatively, the villagers' peculiar nocturnal behaviors could disturb the player's rest, fostering feelings of wariness, resistance, or fear, rendering them more susceptible to revealing vulnerabilities. As anticipated, once the sun fully rose, Hua brandished a torch and, as if nothing were amiss, approached the players, urging them to join for a meal. Elder brothers and sisters, Aunt Lu has prepared a lavish feast. Come and eat. Only a hearty meal will empower us to vanquish the monsters. Having experienced the night's events, the group now exhibited a subtle reluctance towards the notion of venturing outside. Hua's chatter was unrelenting as she persistently knocked on the door. Elder brothers and sisters, why are you not coming out? Are you not hungry? Or perhaps, Hua's once cheerful tone dimmed, and the vines that had previously remained relatively calm began to writhe with agitation, intertwining with her voice, now laced with the rustling sounds of the vines. Or do you find me to be quite frightening? Through the frosted glass of the door, the players could distinctly observe the vines on Hua's body thrashing violently, striking against the door with a clattering noise. This was bad. The mischievous child was about to become enraged, and the repercussions of such a tantrum could be dire. Before Hua could unleash his fury, the tightly shut door of the cabin swung open with a swoosh. Li Yuechio, tasked with pacifying the child, wore a rather forced smile on her face. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never pursued that nonsensical early childhood education. Children were the most difficult to manage. How could Hua possibly think that way? Fearing the child might go berserk, she hurried to soothe him. Hua, you are incredibly adorable. Your sister absolutely adores children like you. She chuckled. It was evident that any normal child could discern the insincerity in Li Yuechio's words, yet Hua was no ordinary child. Upon hearing her, his bulging eyes, nearly popping out of their sockets, retreated, and the vines that had spread around him obediently returned to his body, ceasing their chaotic movement. Soon, apart from the small portions of vines that could not retract, Hua's appearance resembled that of an ordinary little boy. The alarm had been lifted. Li Yuechio signaled with her hand behind her back, indicating to the two individuals lurking by the door that they could lower their weapons. Phew! Although it was merely a few words meant to placate a child, Li Yuechio felt as though her very soul was on the verge of escaping from attention. With the door now open, the players could no longer feign unconsciousness, as Hua eagerly beckoned, brother and sister, come and have a meal. With no other choice, everyone had to keep pace with him. The village today was decidedly peculiar, setting aside the writhing sea of gigantic vines outside and the acrid, unfamiliar scent hanging in the air. A provocatively dressed young girl approached. As she passed by the player, she feigned an accident, allowing her head to roll onto the ground. Countless vines danced at the severed neck, seemingly in search of the lost cranium. The head that had fallen to the ground wore an exaggerated expression of surprise. Oh dear, I've dropped something. Young man, do you know what I've lost? Your stolen head, perhaps. The player ignored her, but little Hua eagerly came over to retrieve the head from the ground. Second sister, here's your sweet potato. Thank you, little Hua. The girl accepted the sweet potato with an unruffled demeanor and placed it back upon her shoulders. The vines at the neck and head intertwined, reattaching the cranium with ease. Zheng Ren recalled that Hua mentioned this second sister once had a quest that involved dancing with players. Fortunately, the dungeon had changed, sparing the players from such a task. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome if, amidst the dance, she suddenly removed her head to join in. This was merely the beginning, as a small boy, resembling Hua in size, bounced over extending his 8 vine rod hands towards Zuo Cheng'an. "Brother, I am Xiaoyan. Shall we be friends?" Zuo Cheng'an deftly avoided the 7 vine-formed hands and grasped the only genuine one. "Sure." Xiaoyan walked away, crestfallen. Throughout the journey, the villagers' temptations and trials are incessant, primarily aimed at leading players to uncover the villagers' peculiarities. At times, when a fragrant mountain breeze wafts by, they deliberately engage players in idle chatter, seeking to induce them to inhale a greater quantity of spores. The villagers' bizarre conduct provokes suspicion that they may possess knowledge of some hidden truth. However, due to the constraints of the game's rules, which dictate that they remain oblivious to their own abnormality, they must feign normalcy. In other words, they cannot turn against the players as long as they are unaware of their own demise. This notion of awareness is particularly intriguing. Rather than merely realizing they're no longer among the living, it seems to imply an acknowledgement of their identity to the game, as if to say, "I am now aware of my existence. Surely, I can kill now." Consequently, the villagers incessantly entice players into actions deemed inappropriate or utterances best left unsaid. Should a player pick up a severed head discarded by a villager, the latter might exclaim, "Ah, how can my head be in your hands? Am I already dead?" and then rush towards the player in a frenzied manner. In Chapter 75, the sentiment is echoed. "You have changed. You were not like this before." Alternatively, if Zuo Cheng'an inadvertently grasps the hand of a young boy entwined in vines, the boy could exclaim, "How could I have these things on me? Am I already dead?" thus triggering a hunt mode. Such madness, though seemingly absurd, finds an unexpected rationale within the confines of the dungeon. Even the villagers, who intentionally engage players in conversation, appear to be compelling the players into a parasitic relationship. In this regard, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions have already resigned themselves to their fate. If parasitism is to be the case, so be it. In such an environment, unless one possesses an abundance of oxygen capsules or high-grade gas masks, succumbing to parasitism is utterly unavoidable. After navigating through numerous challenges, they finally reached the dining table, only to find that the backdrop of their quest had shifted dramatically, and the NPCs had undergone a complete transformation in demeanor. Although the location remained unchanged, the rules of the quest had altered significantly. The village chief was no longer the well-meaning leader intent on establishing a resort and enriching the villagers, nor was Granny Lu the amiable old woman who delighted in preparing varied dishes for the players. Now, the players were cast in the role of adventurers sent to exterminate the vine monsters, while the villagers, long since assimilated by the vine monsters, displayed their disdain by merely refraining from spitting in the food. Thus, it was hardly surprising when Granny Lu served a table laden with cold pebbles, boiled tree bark, and lethal mushrooms that guaranteed death upon consumption. Zuo Cheng'an sighed and set down his chopsticks, with only half a day remaining in the quest. The act of eating seemed inconsequential. The fact that the villagers had not turned against them or driven them out to the vine-infested outskirts was, indeed, the best news they could hope for. This was likely a hidden benefit for leaping straight to the final day of the quest, compensating them for their inability to gather intelligence about the new quest. Had they started their endeavors from the very first day, they might have inadvertently offended the villagers' taboos, leading to a gradual accumulation of resentment that could erupt in the final days, exponentially increasing the danger of the quest. They began their strategy for the dungeon from the evening of the 3rd day, unfazed by the ire of the villagers, knowing that it would take time to accumulate enough hostility to reach a critical threshold. As long as they maintained this approach, they had a considerable chance of safely completing the dungeon. The more they spoke, the more mistakes they could make, if circumstances allowed. Zuo Cheng'an would prefer to remain seated until the dungeon's conclusion, minimizing any potential violations of the rules. The dungeon Crimson Vines had transformed into an entirely new challenge, and the information he had gathered at Xianyang Resort was rendered virtually useless. Initially, Zuo Cheng'an had contemplated whether experiencing all the tourist activities would yield a unique achievement for the dungeon, but that now seemed unlikely. The newly established Dungeon Crimson Vines was classified as a Level 3 dungeon, undoubtedly featuring exclusive achievements, such as surviving a night in the wilderness. hatching a vine shoot, or vanquishing a village. However, the corresponding difficulties were substantial. For players at the first tier, merely surviving to complete the dungeon would be an accomplishment. Hidden tasks and exclusive achievements were beyond consideration. Zuo Cheng'an was uncertain whether the hidden tasks he had completed at Xiangyang Resort would factor into the overall score. But that would have to wait until they successfully emerged alive from the dungeon. If they did not survive, all would be mere illusions, unattainable dreams. He only needed to be assured that the newly acquired parasitic spore skill remained intact in his skill bar. Observing Zuo Cheng'an's stillness, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run refrained from making any rash moves. Having been thoroughly frightened the previous night, they were disinclined to engage with the villagers they encountered along the way, rendering food an afterthought. Tan Hui Hui and her companions, feeling unwell, were even less inclined to eat. Initially, their condition was manageable, but after being exposed to the smoke, they swiftly transformed from mildly injured individuals capable of self-care to critically ill patients in the ICU. The journey to this point was sustained solely by sheer willpower, preventing them from collapsing along the way. Once unnoticed, twice unanticipated, thrice for times, 5 times. In the past, even a creature with a mouth, but no anus, would have developed a conditioned reflex. Yang Yi finally realized that after each smoke ceremony, their discomfort intensified. The issue lay with the flames or the smoke, which likely exacerbated their ailments. Silence. After a brief pause, Yang Yi did not receive any game notifications. Either his deductions were insufficient to trigger the hidden quest, or he was misguided in his approach. If the instance had remained unchanged, he would have received a hidden quest similar to that of Zuo Cheng'an, as issued by the game. Regrettably, the instance had altered, and the hidden task was no longer investigate the true identity of the deity of Sunlight Village in the level 3 instance. The inquiry into the deity's identity had devolved into basic task 2, investigate the name of the vine monster, unworthy even of being classified as an advanced task. Ultimately, Yang Yi had merely been a step behind. Had he recognized the correlation between temperature and rashes earlier, he might have indeed triggered the hidden quest. There is a saying, the less one knows, the happier one lives, which perfectly encapsulates Yang Yi's situation. He remained unaware that had he realized this one day sooner, he could have embarked on the hidden quest he so fervently desired, instead finding himself questioning where he had deviated or lamenting the insufficiency of his gathered information. The remaining 6 individuals sat in silence, undisturbed by the villagers who neither urged them to leave nor offered any form of confrontation. It appeared they were resolute in their decision to remain at the table for eternity. Outside the village, the vines, undiminished by the night, formed a dense wall, enclosing Xiangyang Village in a manner reminiscent of guardianship or captivity, effectively trapping the players within its confines. With each gust of mountain wind that swept through the village, a rich, unfamiliar fragrance wafted through the air. It has now become evident that this alluring scent is composed of countless spores, so that with every breath taken, innumerable spores infiltrate the players' bodies. Some of these spores are eradicated by the players' immune systems, while others are ensnared by the mucus in the nasal passages or respiratory tract. And some lose their vitality for various reasons. Despite the terrifying rate of elimination, a considerable number manage to remain within the players and begin to grow and develop. Unless one can abstain from breathing entirely, residing in such an environment inevitably leads to parasitism. Previously, the presence of a quenching liquid had suppressed the crimson blood mantle vine, which had retreated deep into the mine, too intimidated to reveal itself when faced with player aggression and theft. Now, without such suppression, it can unleash its full potential, brazenly capturing players. The game merely prohibits it from indiscriminately killing players, and it adheres to this rule, only eliminating those who violate it. However, it can manipulate the villagers, enticing players to transgress. Furthermore, it commands its offspring to hasten their incubation and growth within the players, gradually undermining them from within. Chapter 76. What gives? It is not difficult to foresee that players entering the Crimson Vines dungeon will find themselves ensnared within the village from the outset. Given the concentration of spores in the air, without protective gear such as oxygen tanks or gas masks, being parasitized is a foregone conclusion. Makeshift masks are utterly ineffective. Common fabrics offer no defense against the spores lurking in the atmosphere. Furthermore, the lack of sustenance, the inability to gather intelligence regarding the vine monster quest, the villagers who lead players into folly, and the incessant disturbances at night prevent any chance of rest. Players aspire to slay the vine monster, yet remain oblivious to its true form. Even those players who are adequately prepared may only manage to complete a basic task and survive until the dungeon's conclusion, earning merely a foundational score. Conversely, those ill-prepared, such as those lacking sufficient oxygen or air filtering equipment, will inevitably face a grim fate, succumbing to parasitism before they reach the end of the dungeon. This exemplifies the difficulty expected in a level 3 dungeon. It also elucidates why lower-tier players, despite possessing comprehensive guides, cannot succeed in high-level dungeons. They simply lack the financial means to acquire essential items, and high-level dungeons do not provide environments conducive to their survival. In any case, with no means of escape, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions have chosen to sit at the dining table, awaiting the conclusion of the dungeon. As for the possibility of a side quest exit, it is likely that, given the proximity to the dungeon's closure, they have already missed their opportunity. For the game does not offer them any comfort. The villagers suddenly sprang into action, igniting a bonfire beside the dining table. They gathered around it, singing and dancing, seemingly in veneration of their deity, while simultaneously ensnaring the player within the vicinity of the flames, preventing any escape. A villager, referred to as second sister by the playful children, gestured insistently for the player to join in their revelry. For a fleeting moment, Zuo Cheng'an contemplated dispatching a few villagers to break free. But with over 2 hours remaining until the conclusion of the instance, it was not the opportune moment to provoke the villagers. The villagers, their bodies nearly engulfed by tendrils, appeared to be under the control of an unseen mastermind. Who could say whether slaying a villager would yield nothing more than a lifeless corpse or provoke a throng of enraged lesser mantle vines? One could only imagine the absurdity of decapitating a villager, only for the severed head to exclaim, "Why haven't I died despite losing my head?" as the body lunged forward. Furthermore, resorting to violence against the villagers might trigger unforeseen consequences, transforming neutral NPCs into adversarial foes, potentially unleashing the surrounding vines into Sunshine Village to wreak havoc. Should the Crimson Blood Mantle vines enter the fray, their formidable prowess would render survival beneath their grasp impossible for even a fleeting 2 hours. It was likely that a mere encounter would result in dismemberment. In ancient times, some held disdain for 5 charming ponies. Today, others find themselves averse to a tangle of vines. The warmth emanating from the bonfire stirred the tendrils upon the villagers, causing them to writhe and extricate themselves from the villagers' tattered flesh, stretching and twisting with abandon. The hatching speed of the juvenile blood-red mantle vine has accelerated. Every few minutes, one can observe a vine, as thick as a chopstick, burrowing into the ground along the villagers' footsteps. Under the influence of the high temperature, the discomfort in the bodies of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions becomes palpable. Li Yueqiu, dressed in the lightest attire, does not even need to lift her clothing for inspection. She can plainly see large patches of red spots gradually emerging on her abdomen, soon followed by similar markings on her shoulders, chest, and arms. Rapidly transitioning to the second stage of the gas sack, Yang exhibits the most pronounced reaction. His face turns ashen, as if he has been enduring something unbearable. Suddenly, with a retch, he expels a mixture of acidic fluid and reddish-black strands resembling hair onto the ground. Once exposed to the air, these reddish-black hair strands writhe in the acidic liquid and remnants of food, undeniably the larvae of the blood-red mantle vine, still in their developmental phase. They will only detach from their host and burrow into the earth to continue their growth once they reach the thickness of a chopstick. Witnessing this scene elucidates the reason for Yang Ye's pallor. With so many vines within his body, it is unsurprising that his condition is so dire. Zheng Ren's complexion pales as he contemplates that it will not be long before these vines manifest within him, feeling as though he has swallowed a fly. The spatula in his hand hovers over the red spots on his body, assessing where to strike. However, With a few erratic movements, he inadvertently triggers the spatula S effect, causing a fly to materialize and buzz around. Having prematurely detached from the nurturing environment of growth, these slender tendrils, no thicker than a hair, evidently could not adapt to the external surroundings. After a few agonizing rolls on the ground, they lay still. Yang Yi wished to expel a few more tendrils, hoping to alleviate his discomfort. As he pressed his fingers to his throat, he noticed that the atmosphere around him had taken a disconcerting turn. The villagers stared blankly at the lifeless tendrils on the ground, soon shifting their gaze to him with a look of hostility, as if he had slain their beloved kin. Yang Yi, this is unjust. The villagers could spew forth a multitude of tendrils while speaking. Why was it that when the villagers destroyed the tendrils, it was of no consequence? Yet he faced repercussions. To the players, the crimson blood mantle vines served merely as vessels for nurturing and procreation. Should a living player refuse to rear offspring, it would be more prudent to simply end their existence and utilize their remains. This was the fate of players who had perished in the instances. Had they adhered to the rules, they might have enjoyed a few more days of comfort until their natural demise. Achieving completion was an impossibility. Once a player succeeded, where would they procure a fresh, robust body to cultivate the next generation? The corpses left behind by deceased players became a feast for their offspring. In the end, not a single fragment of skin would go to waste. The villagers, too, were akin to consumables. Once depleted, the game would replenish with new NPCs. Death among players was a constant occurrence, just as new players entered the game or were born. In any case, the supply of NPCs was ample, rendering concerns about their availability utterly unfounded. One could say that the villagers of Xiangyang Village are as transient as flowing water, yet the village itself remains steadfast and unyielding. The NPCs exist in a state akin to the living dead, devoid of any awareness of their bodies gradually succumbing to decay. They harbor no feelings of revulsion or fear towards the tendrils that emerge from within them. As these tendrils coalesce into a substantial mass, they manifest before the players in a manner reminiscent of a descent into madness. If permitted, the crimson blood mantle vines would naturally strive to prolong the players' lives. However, if the quality of the cultivation vessel does not cooperate, it can only mitigate the losses in a timely manner. While it cannot directly confront the players, its progeny certainly can. The villagers, with their expressionless faces and hollow gazes, fixate on Yang Yi as countless tendrils, no thicker than charging cables, and even thinner, writhe from their skin, inching toward him like sentient beings. Deprived of the support provided by the tendrils, the villagers collapse like ragged cloth, contorted and sprawled on the ground. Having been cultivation vessels for far too long, their bodies are severely depleted, reduced to mere skin, sustained solely by these tendrils beneath their surface, allowing them to maintain a semblance of humanity. With the departure of these sustaining tendrils, their true forms inevitably reveal themselves. Chapter 77. Possessing strong self-management abilities, even though Yang Yi wields the syringe, a weapon far more effective against the tendrils than the plugs from Zhangzhuang, he finds himself outnumbered and gradually forced to retreat, with no recourse but to back away to the campfire. Yet, the campfire only serves to invigorate the tendrils within him further. Once, the companions Tan Huihui and Qian Xiang remained unmoved. Indeed, they were merely a makeshift team, devoid of any genuine camaraderie. The only forces capable of forging a steadfast collective were a shared adversary or significant gain. Yang Yi, suppressing the urge to retch, exclaimed, "Do you truly believe you can remain unscathed? Impossible. It will not permit you to leave the instance alive." Undoubtedly, given the crimson blood mantle vine's high regard for its progeny, it would never allow players to depart so easily. However, as the instance's boss, it could not directly attack players unless provoked or if rules were breached. Its only recourse was to manipulate villagers or command some of its robust offspring to confront the players. The restriction that the boss cannot inflict harm on players was a well-known tenet among seasoned players. Newcomers like Qian Xiang and Li Yueqiu, having traversed fewer instances, were unfamiliar with many unwritten conventions, yet Tan Huihui was acutely aware of them. Thus, Yang Ye's threats held no sway over her. Drifen tu desperation, Yang Ye, a player seasoned through countless instances, certainly possessed a means of self-preservation. With a pained expression, he retrieved a grenade-like item from his game inventory, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the densest cluster of vines before swiftly taking cover. Zuo Cheng'an's eyelids fluttered anxiously as he hastily urged Emoto to flee. Was he truly launching a grenade, which would generate intense heat, against a mass of fire-loving vines? Could he possibly be a mole planted within the game? Upon witnessing Zuo Cheng'an's retreat, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren instinctively followed suit, understanding without the need for further prompting. An exceptional leg pendant must possess a formidable capacity for self-management. Zheng Ren deliberately quickened his pace, maneuvering ahead of Zuo Cheng'an, wielding a spatula to clear the obstructing vines. With an astonishing fly spawn rate of 98, swarms of flies surrounded him in a matter of moments, their incessant buzzing becoming an unbearable nuisance. Li Yueqiu's weapon, a willow branch, was ill-suited for clearing a path. However, she adeptly flung small pebbles to eliminate any remaining pests, ensuring that no careless vine would dare to impede the noble feat of Zuo Ge. They were, indeed, professionals at clinging to greatness. Meanwhile, Tan Huihui, who was merely spectating, paled in an instant upon seeing the prop that Yang Yi had produced, retreating several paces in alarm. It was evident that she was well aware of the prop's formidable power, and as she continued to back away, she exclaimed, "How outrageous! I always wondered why that mechanical cyclops, which was undoubtedly a dungeon boss, failed to drop any equipment. So you've hoarded it all for yourself." Her tirade was abruptly drowned out by the deafening explosion of a grenade. The explosive force of the disposable item dropped by the dungeon boss was beyond question. The conflagration mixed with shrapnel surged outward, and a violent shockwave instantly obliterated a vast expanse of space. The villagers, lying motionless on the ground, were instantaneously incinerated by the searing heat of the explosion. However, the nearby vines, apart from those too close to the blast and severed by shrapnel or shattered by the shockwave, thrived with remarkable vigor. Yang Yi contemplated the futility of employing fire as a means of attack. Lacking water bombs, he acknowledged that his objective of carving a path to safety had been achieved through the explosion. Seizing the moment while the space created by the grenade blast remained unfilled by the encroaching vines, he hastily fled, pursuing the direction of other players' escape. He recalled the wisdom imparted by Zuo Cheng'an. When confronted with danger, one should swiftly seek refuge in populous areas. Naturally, the other players had retreated to the Seoul mansion in Xianyang village. The quaint wooden house, which had served as their shelter for 4 days, was the most familiar structure within the village. In times of peril, the instinctive response was to rush towards the wooden house. Yang Yi shed the encumbering vines behind him, accelerating to his utmost potential. Along the way, several colossal vines, as thick as a person, emerged from the cultivated fields beneath the villagers' homes. It was evident that these formidable vines were not the newly sprouted, slender tendrils, but rather the vine monsters that players were tasked with defeating in the advanced mission. Such adversaries were far beyond the capabilities of mere first-day players like them. Yang Yi swallowed hard, feeling quite unfortunate. The odds of encountering such a rare occurrence as a change in instance level were slimmer than winning the lottery. Typically, misjudgments regarding instance difficulty were rare in the game, usually only happening in newly launched instances, and even then, they were often overestimated, allowing players to reap substantial rewards from what was nominally a high-level dungeon, though in reality, the challenges were significantly easier. Ultimately, players would receive the rewards for 2 instances at once, providing them with an advantageous experience. However, what he faced was the opposite. A low-level dungeon had inexplicably transformed into a high-level one, an exceedingly rare misfortune. He was truly out of luck. Yet, when reflecting on the history of the 7th Safe Zone, he realized he was not the only one to suffer such misfortune. There were others who had fared far worse. One player, for instance, had entered a level 1 dungeon only to unwittingly unleash a sealed malevolent spirit through a series of reckless actions, thereby elevating the instance's level to 5. Although the eventual rewards would compensate players with 2 instances worth of loot, survival was a prerequisite to claim such recompense. Death would yield nothing. As he rounded a significant bend, the wooden cabin came into view. However, the 5 players who had arrived before him were not entering. Instead, they stood approximately 10 meters away from the cabin. As Yang Yi approached, he understood the reason for their hesitation. Beneath the players' wooden cabin lay an expanse of cultivated land, larger than that of many villagers' plots. Thus, the tendrils that emerged from within were not only more numerous, but also significantly larger, appearing as thick as 3 persons could embrace. Witnessing such immense vines, Yang Yi experienced a fleeting illusion that this was not the ultimate manifestation of the vine monster. At that moment, several colossal vines loomed at the staircase of the wooden cabin, effectively sealing off all exits. While they were incapable of directly inflicting harm upon the players, they could obstruct every conceivable hiding place, forcing the players to reveal themselves in the open air where their offspring could gradually wear them down. The juvenile psychology of the crimson bloodmantle vine was something Zuo Cheng'an could easily discern with a moment's thought. Chapter 78. Item skills. Realizing that the terrain could not be leveraged for defense, Tan Hui retrieved an electronic alarm clock, which was far from an ordinary timepiece. It was, in fact, an item. Although resembling a clock, it served no purpose for telling time, but rather for measuring the passage of time. To activate it, one simply pressed a button, and another press would pause the timer. Pressing it 3 times in succession would reset the time to 0. This item proved invaluable in dungeons where day and night were chaotic, and the flow of time differed from that of the safe zone, allowing players to gauge how much time had elapsed and how long remained until the dungeon's conclusion. Such timing devices were a common sight in the inventories of seasoned players. Tan Hui cast a glance at the numbers displayed on the clock. There was just over an hour remaining until the dungeon would close. However, behind them, the vines that had recovered from the aftermath of the explosion were already beginning to writhe toward their position. Zuo Cheng'an made a decisive choice and sprinted towards the small river that traverses Xianyang village. Simultaneously, Qianxiang arrived at the same conclusion. Although the encroaching vines, most of which were as thick as chopsticks, had already surpassed their most vulnerable spore and juvenile stages, several slender individuals remained, which the water would undoubtedly affect. Even a slight alteration in the speed or resilience of the vines would be advantageous for the players. Indeed, as the vines gathered at the riverbank, they hesitated momentarily, seemingly contemplating whether to descend into the water. Nearby, the main body of the crimson blood cloak vine abruptly jerked against the ground, urging its smaller counterparts to advance quickly. No longer in doubt, the vines cautiously entered the river, and upon contact with the cool water, their bodies convulsed reflexively, resembling the struggles of earthworms or snakes when injured. Seizing the opportunity presented by the vine's loss of control, Zuo Cheng'an wielded his weapon and severed a large portion of the vine's body. The crimson blood cloak vine was unlike ordinary plants. Once rooted, it could not relocate. Its attack range extended as far as its longest tendril could reach. They could extract their roots and drag their bodies around, akin to villagers sleepwalking at night. They bore more resemblance to serpentine creatures than mere plants. As time slipped away, only half an hour remained until the dungeon's closure. 30 minutes, 1,800 seconds. What seemed like the fleeting duration of a few short videos felt extraordinarily prolonged in this moment. Initially, players could leverage the terrain to their advantage, utilizing the riverside as a natural trench to fend off the vines. However, it was not long before the corpses of the fallen vines began to accumulate, forming extensive new land that provided a safe and dry passage for their kin. The crimson mantle vines upstream, beyond the village, obstructed the river's flow, forcibly redirecting it away from the village, resulting in a mere trickle of water meandering past the players. Vast stretches of riverbed lay exposed, leaving only a narrow brook that posed no threat to the vines. They writhed with abandon, swiftly ensnaring their prey. Tan Hui wielded a bladed weapon, while Qianxiang brandished a sickle, both capable of handling the vines. In contrast, on the side of Zuo Cheng'an, Zheng Ren's shovel barely possessed an edge, and Li Yueqiu could only gather the entangled vines with willow branches. severing them with a chalk line. Their physical prowess was insufficient to match Zuo Cheng'an's ability to tear the vines apart barehanded, nor did they possess weapons as deceptively formidable as Shaoqi's. Their efficiency paled in comparison to their neighbors. Observing their struggle, Tan Huihui eagerly promoted her wares. Seeing how laboriously you two are battling these creatures, I have a pill that can enhance your strength by 5 points. With this, you could likely tear those vines apart barehanded. How about I sell it to you for 120 points? With her meager savings barely reaching double digits, Li Yueqiu could only respond with silence, while Zheng Run, who relied on Li Yueqiu's charity, could muster no words either, politely declining the offer. Tang Huihui, undeterred by rejection, merely assumed they had a contingency plan. After all, they were members of the Grand Guild, and it was implausible that they possessed less than 100 points. Thus, she did not consider the financial constraints of Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren at all. At this moment, Zuo Cheng'an had already been fishing for quite some time. Otherwise, the pressure on Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren would not have been so immense. Yet, they expressed no grievances, as Brother Zuo was their sole hope for navigating through the challenges. Moreover, Zuo Cheng'an was not merely idling. He was investigating how to activate the abilities of the fire-refining liquid that had been devoured by Shaoqi. From the effects pieced together from the barrage of comments, it appeared that the fire-refining liquid could elevate items of green quality and below by 1 level. It also significantly enhanced higher-quality items, such as those for awakening new skills, enhancement, or repairing durability. Given that Shaoqi only experienced about a 10% reduction in damage after consuming the fire-refining liquid, its original level must have been substantial. If it were merely an ordinary white item, it would have surely upgraded to green quality by now. Logically, Shaoqi should have awakened the item skill with the aid of the fire-refining liquid. However, despite Zuo Cheng'an having touched it numerous times, the game's interface remained unchanged. Yet, in the annotations of the real eye, alongside the values displayed on the game panel, there is an indication of item skill, Frost Shadow, Ling Moon inactive. But how is one to activate this item skill? The only green quality item that Zuo Cheng'an had ever come into contact with was Li Yueqiu's Willow Branch. However, her Willow Branch possessed inherent skills upon revelation, requiring no awakening. Could it be that Shaoqi is of such high caliber that even the prerequisites for skill awakening are exceedingly stringent? Or is it possible that Shaoqi has suffered such extensive damage that it cannot activate its skills and is relegated to being merely a blunt instrument? As doubt began to rise, the Shaoqian hand suddenly trembled, as though to refute Zuo Cheng'an's assertions and vindicate itself. It swiftly carved out a crescent-shaped wave of energy, radiating a chilling aura that fanned out in a parabolic arc, extending for 7 or 8 meters before gradually dissipating. Wherever the crescent passed, all the writhing vines were encased in ice, and with a gentle tap, a sound akin to metal striking stone resonated, solidifying both inside and out. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the item skill Frost Shadow Crescent Moon. Frost Shadow Crescent Moon. Category: Item skill. Effect: releases an ice attribute crescent-shaped wave. Restriction: must equip weapon. Cooldown period of 3 hours. Description: brother, if you can no longer get by, consider taking over cold storage. It's a no-investment venture that guarantees profit. In the game, there are 2 types of skills. Skills learned through skill cards follow the player and are bound to them, while item skills are rather unique. Their essence lies within the item itself, and typically require the item to be held in order to be utilized. If the item is stored in the game's inventory, the item's skill cannot be activated. However, the items possessing skills are generally of green quality. For instance, Li Yueqiu's Willow Branch is categorized as a green quality item, with the skill being Item Search. Although Shaoqi is only of white quality, it possesses an item skill due to its superior level prior to any damage. After a minor restoration, it is not surprising that it possesses a skill. Nevertheless, activating it requires a cooldown of 3 hours. Alas, this is preferable to the parasitic spores, which necessitate a full day of cooldown for just 1 use. In Chapter 79, titled Changing Surnames, the vast expanse of vines, momentarily bewildered by the skill, remained in a state of confusion for quite some time. They exhibit a strong aversion to cold, favoring fire instead. As they launched their assault towards the players, they deliberately circumvented their frozen comrades, who had been transformed into ice sculptures. Observing this, Zuo Cheng'an promptly took Meng Do and concealed themselves amidst the frozen figures. Indeed, the throng of vines ceased their frantic advance, instead exhibiting a timid desire to approach, yet hesitating in fear. The conflict between their mother's command and their instincts created a significant internal struggle. Zuo Cheng'an did not indulge their hesitations. With a swift motion, he unleashed his blade. Xiao Qi, still imbued with the chill from recently casting Frost Shadow Moon, inflicted substantial magical damage upon the vines. Kill Mantle Vine X1, Kill Mantle Vine X1. The sounds of slayings echoed incessantly. Yet unlike their mother, the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine, these juvenile vines bore the simple designation of mantle vine. Observing the disappointment etched on Tan Hui's face, it became evident that she was grasping at straws, mistakenly substituting the name mantle vine as the required designation for the vine monster in the secondary task. Undoubtedly, the outcome was a merciless rejection by the system, categorizing her answer as incorrect. The notion that one could effortlessly complete a level 3 dungeon task merely by slaying a minor creature was indeed a fanciful illusion. With a frozen expanse at his disposal, one would assume that the remaining half-hour would afford Zuo Cheng'an a measure of ease. Yet, the increasingly acute discomfort within his body caused his movements to slow. Shortly thereafter, he experienced a spasm in his stomach, and to his astonishment, he expelled several tendrils as thick as strands of hair, much like Yang Yi. While the external threat had been mitigated, the internal crisis was only beginning to escalate. The active catalysis of the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine hastened the development of spores. Countless minuscule mantle vines, invisible to the naked eye, incubated within the players, voraciously absorbing their flesh and blood, converting them into sustenance for their own growth. In the adjacent space, mature mantle vines emerged from Yang Ye's body, transforming him into a veritable greenbelt. Tan Hui found herself in a similar plight, while Zheng Ren, Qian Xiang, and Li Yueqiu began to expel small tendrils as well. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, Tan Hui called out, "There are 15 minutes remaining until the dungeon closes." She felt compelled to issue a warning. Although the external mantle vine's activity had diminished due to the cold, the limited number of players in this dungeon meant that each individual's strength was paramount in forming a defensive line. Should anyone's mental fortitude falter, extinguishing their will to survive, the burden on the others would intensify dramatically, consequently diminishing her own chances of survival even further. Yet she did not wish for death. Only 15 minutes remained. With an expressionless visage, Zuo Cheng'an forcefully extricated a vine that had emerged from his wrist, clenching it tightly. Defeated Mantle Vine X1. Surviving the dungeon meant acquiring attribute points, scores, and skills, all his spoils. When the Great Purge arrived, he would snap the neck of the red eye and turn it into spicy rabbit heads. Should he fail, he would be forever ensnared within the game, becoming an NPC in some dungeon. Only 10 minutes remained until the dungeon's closure. Several vines as thick as chopsticks erupted from Zheng Ren's calves, swiftly burrowing into the earth. Simultaneously, beneath Li Yueqiu's exposed abdomen, one could distinctly observe a dozen underdeveloped mantle vines writhing, navigating between skin and muscle. Each minuscule movement inflicted excruciating pain upon their host. While humans would skin livestock post-mortem, these monsters reveled in tormenting their living host, allowing them to experience the agony of flesh and skin being torn apart. Li Yueqiu had long since grown numb to the pain. Now she realized that the discomfort of having someone pound their fists upon her abdomen during menstruation paled in comparison. The mantle vines slithered beneath her flesh, occasionally breaking through to peer at the outside world, a true form of torture. She had long lost count of how many mantle vines she had extricated, yet her entire body still ached, suggesting that the vines she had removed were but a mere fraction of the total within her. Zuo Cheng'an would swiftly extract the probing mantle vines and crush them. However, his approach was far more brutal than that of Li Yueqiu. which soon incited the wrath of the other mantle vines within his body. They united, no longer content to merely traverse his flesh, but instead sought to penetrate into the abdominal cavity, which housed vital organs. This tactic had previously tormented Yang Yi, for the agony of external wounds pales in comparison to that of internal injuries. Many would undoubtedly choose a mere cut over enduring an entire day of kidney stone agony. Zuo Cheng'an could distinctly sense a mature mantle vine not descending through his body, but instead burrowing towards his heart. The destructive power of a fully developed mantle vine was several times greater than that of its juvenile counterparts. With utmost effort, it would not take 3 minutes for it to absorb a significant portion of his heart. This was why, when the activity of the mantle vines in the external environment diminished, everyone refrained from pursuing further attacks and instead focused on dealing with the vines within their bodies. If left unchecked, it was likely that within half an hour, a fully grown human would be reduced to nothing but bones. Fortunately, the juvenile vines, so minuscule that they were undetectable to the naked eye, lacked such destructive capability and could be temporarily ignored. It was imperative to concentrate on eliminating the robust individuals, thick as chopsticks, capable of wreaking significant havoc. Otherwise, the time within the scenario might expire before Zuo Cheng'an could act, resulting in his demise from having his heart entirely consumed by the mantle vines. Thus, the most imminent danger faced by the players now emanated from within their own bodies. Zuo Cheng'an tensed every muscle in his body, impeding the movements of the mantle vine within, striving to decelerate its advance towards the vital point. Simultaneously, he set about addressing the mantle vine that had already encroached upon the vicinity of the aorta. This task, while seemingly formidable, possessed its own simplicity. He could sense the precise location of the vine. By merely tearing through his skin and prying open his ribs, he could extract it. Indeed, Zuo Cheng'an executed this very action, his body smeared with blood and flesh, as he retrieved the writhing organism, akin to an eel, from the gaping wound in his chest. In the span of a mere breath, the blood and tissue clinging to the surface of the mantle vine rapidly withered and desiccated, ultimately transforming into a dark crimson powder that fell to the ground, signifying the complete absorption of the energy contained within. Having crushed the mantle vine, Zuo Cheng'an, weakened from excessive blood loss, staggered slightly. He swiftly reached for the thermos at his waist and gulped down several mouthfuls of tomato sauce to staunch the bleeding. While the sauce possessed healing properties, it was not recognized as an item by the system. Only when contained within a storage item could it be integrated into the system's inventory for use in the instance. The provisions and water for Tan Huihui and the others were similarly stored in spatial items before being transferred into the system's backpack. After consuming several mouthfuls of tomato sauce, the gaping wound in Zuo Cheng'an's chest began to show preliminary signs of healing, various tissues reconnecting and swiftly mending, even forming a thin layer of blood scab over the surface to prevent further blood loss. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Merely 3 minutes remained before the instance would close. 2 complete mantle vines had developed, obediently following the commands of their mother as they meandered within Zuo Cheng'an's body. The soft blood scab, freshly formed, was once again torn open, and Zuo's hand delved back inside, searching fervently. He grasped the vine that had already burrowed halfway into his lung and pulled it out. However, his movement slowed as he attempted to grasp another, the left lung. Having been invaded by this mature mantle vine for barely half a minute, had already suffered severe atrophy, seemingly losing its normal function. At that moment, each breath Zuo took was accompanied by pain, and with merely 2 minutes remaining, he contemplated ceasing to breathe altogether. In a final countdown, Zuo glanced at the condition of others nearby. Were it not for their familiar attire, he would have been unable to discern that the 2 figures beside him were Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run. The only distinction between them and the villagers of Xiangyang was that they still possessed skin and bones, breathing yet, a distance away from death, but perilously close to losing consciousness. In the last 10 seconds, Zuo offered them a mouthful of ketchup, clinging to the final vestiges of breath, hoping to keep their awareness intact so they could utilize their points for healing after the ordeal. Should they lose consciousness at the critical juncture, they would forfeit the opportunity for treatment. compared to relying on tools or natural recovery. The former risked wasting a crucial life-saving item, while the latter might leave hidden ailments. Ultimately, neither option could rival the efficacy of point-based healing after the mission's conclusion. As the final 5 seconds of the countdown dwindled, Zuo Cheng'an gazed towards the mountaintop where the crimson blood mantle vine resided, committing the identifier 31589 blood-colored ghost vine to memory. Should he fail to excavate the crimson blood mantle vine and transform it into an ice sculpture, he vowed to change his surname to Yu. Chapter 80. The Dungeon Hall erupts. Under ordinary circumstances, a player may only venture into a dungeon once, regardless of whether they succeed or not, be it a standard completion or side quest. This rule is instituted to prevent players from repeatedly conquering dungeons and monopolizing resources intended for newcomers, as well as to deter players from exploiting bugs and neglecting the enhancement of their abilities. After all, the allocation of free attribute points within a dungeon is finite. The first 100 players to complete the dungeon, regardless of their scores, are guaranteed to receive attribute points. However, those ranking between 200 and 250 may find their chances uncertain, as a higher score is often requisite for obtaining points. It is conceivable that the attribute points awarded for an A-grade completion may be outstripped by those earned by players ranked within the top 10 who achieved a C grade. As for those who complete the dungeon beyond the 289th, or even into the 300s, they shall receive no attribute points, only a mere accumulation of points. To revisit a previously explored dungeon, one must utilize a team-up card, input the dungeon's identifier, and invite friends to form a party for entry. The item known as the black card is specifically designed for those players who harbor regrets from certain quests. Perhaps they were mere moments away from completing a task, or they might have missed out on a crucial item due to a fleeting thought. Alternatively, one might find themselves like Zuo Cheng'an, who harbors a vendetta against a particular boss, unable to quell their anger until they have utterly vanquished their foe. As the 10-second countdown concludes, the sensation of weightlessness from the teleportation arrives precisely on cue. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully clearing the dungeon. 22887 Sunshine Resort. 31589 Blood Red Vines. Reward are being calculated. 22887 Sunshine Resort overall rating. Yes. 31589 Blood Red Vines overall rating. 22887 Sunshine Resort earned free attribute points. 20 secondary dungeon attribute point cap 10. S-rank score reward doubled. 31589 Blood Red Vines earned free attribute points. 8 tertiary dungeon attribute point cap 15. Total points earned 400180. Secondary dungeon cap 200. S-rank score reward doubled. Detected player attendant Mudu has sustained injuries. Would you like to spend 20 points to restore? Click to expand details. Yes, no. Upon clicking yes, in that fleeting moment, Zuo Cheng'an's body, riddled with wounds from the mantle vine, was restored to its former state. Simultaneously, the spores lying dormant within, yet to hatch, as well as the already hatched juvenile mantle vines, were thoroughly eradicated. A profound sense of relief enveloped him. Disregarding the points allocated for healing, this journey yielded a total of 560 points. Including the 85 points saved, the total amounts to 645 points. The efficiency of earning points through this venture is significantly slower than engaging in business within the safety zone. Fortunately, Zuo Cheng'an is focused on the allocation of freedom attribute points. The game graciously provided compensation for players who encounter misfortune during dungeon upgrades, allowing for the collection of rewards from various dungeons in one go. It was expected that the second-level dungeon, Sunshine Resort, would receive an S rating upon completing a hidden task. To his surprise, the subsequent third-level dungeon garnered a B rating. Zuo Cheng'an had anticipated only achieving a C or lower. Reflecting on his achievements, he recalled venturing to an untouched mountain peak, discovering a cave suspected to lead to the lair of the crimson blood mantle vine, and completing a basic task 2 with a series of invisible enhancements from map exploration and narrative exploration points. Receiving a B rating now seemed to be a reasonable outcome. No longer fixated on the origins of the score, Zuo Cheng'an began to contemplate the distribution of his 28 freedom attribute points. Currently, his attributes are as follows. Player, Zuo Cheng'an, level. First ladder, spirit, 62-100, constitution, 19 strength, 20 speed, 13 items, night vision goggles, white, dried lamb, 1 piece. Your grandfather's thermos, white, small meteorite, damage degree, 87, 53. Skills, true eye, parasitic spore. Frost, shadow, moonlight. The peak attributes for a first ladder player are capped at 30 points. To ascend further, one must engage in climbing the ladder. Zuo Cheng'an intends to max out his strength first, subsequently allocating the remaining free attribute points evenly between constitution and speed. However, upon raising his strength to 26, he experienced a nagging sensation akin to cramping throughout his body. In haste, he increased his constitution by 2 points, which alleviated the pervasive pain. It appears that solely enhancing strength or speed is inadvisable. A moderate investment in constitution is imperative, as relying solely on one attribute is unwise. Contemplating the remaining 20 attribute points, Zuo Cheng'an resolved to bolster his lagging speed. The grand cleanup will be conducted within an expansive dungeon capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of players. The ample space ensures freedom of movement, and, at times, the velocity of a player can determine their very survival. With no other aspirations than to outpace his fellow players, he decided to allocate 15 points to speed, elevating it to a commendable 28 points, thus making it the new priority. The remaining 5 points were divided, with 3 points granted to constitution and 2 points to strength. Ultimately, the attributes panel for Zuo Cheng'an transformed into player, Zuo Cheng'an level, first ladder, spirit, 62-100, constitution, 24, strength, 28, speed, 28, items. Upon completing the dungeon settlement, 2 options materialized before Zuo Cheng'an. One was to return to the dungeon hall, and the other was to teleport directly home. Without a shadow of a doubt, the choice was to return home. In the safety zone, combat was prohibited, alleviating any concerns about being ambushed. Thus, if he could settle the rewards and then plunge into slumber, why endure unnecessary hardship? After a slight sensation of being pulled, Zuo Cheng'an and Mo Do found themselves back in their small apartment. The points required for the attendant's recovery from injuries would also be accounted for the player, which explained why Zuo Cheng'an had to expend 20 points to heal even a non-lethal wound, as half of that was attributed to Mo Do. After replenishing the feed bucket for Mo Do with fresh hay, Zuo Cheng'an reclined on the bed, cultivating a sense of drowsiness while devising his upcoming plans. Originally, it would take 10 days to exit the dungeon, yet he returned after merely 4 days. A fortuitous turn for someone eager to augment his strength before the imminent great cleanup. This indicated a surplus of 6 additional days for preparation, during which he could engage in a simple dungeon with formidable hostile creatures, thereby providing nourishment for the spores and accruing points to fully enhance all 3 attributes. However, that was a matter to be addressed once he awakened the following day. In the midst of the instance, he could never fully relax his taut nerves, remaining perpetually on guard. Yet, the moment he let his guard down, he would drift into a profound slumber within mere seconds. After finishing the last bite of hay, Mo Do yawned and settled into a comfortable position on the bed. Unbeknownst to Zuo Cheng'an, the instance hall was currently in a state of uproar. As he was concluding his instance, the hall reverberated with the announcement of a successful first clear no less than 6 times. The first 3 announcements proclaimed, "Congratulations to players Tan Huihui, Yang Yi, Qian Xiang, Zuo Cheng'an, Li Yuechio, and Zheng Ren for successfully clearing the 22887 Sunshine Resort instance." When the 4th announcement rang out, everyone expected a change in player names, yet to their surprise, it was again those same 6 individuals. But this time the instance cleared was the level 3 Blood Red Vine. While first clear announcements were common, it was rare for the same group of players to achieve consecutive clears of 2 different instances. Chapter 81. Take a sip of water to calm down. 1 level 2 and 1 level 3 instance easily suggested that the upgrade occurred midway through the instance. While the prospect of receiving rewards from 2 instances at once was undeniably enticing, the associated challenges were equally daunting. Players had to contend with unpredictable rule changes, a sudden increase in monster difficulty, and even entirely opposing instance characteristics. Should one falter, Not only would they forfeit the rewards from both instances, but their very lives could be at stake. This remarkable event had already caught the attention of the three major guilds in Safety Zone Number 7, prompting them to swiftly react by sending representatives to befriend the clearing players, eager to acquire exclusive first-hand strategies. Instances that upgrade mid-course are rare, and successful clears by players are even rarer. Moreover, not long ago, the Celia Guild and the Polang Guild faced a disheartening defeat in their joint endeavor to conquer the Level 3 Dungeon No Escape, with the daunting Great Purge looming. The news of a successful clearance of a Level 3 dungeon serves as a much-needed morale booster for the dispirited players. While for the venerable Number 1 Safe Zone, a first clear of a Level 3 dungeon may seem insignificant. After all, the number of Level 3 dungeons in the No. 1 Safe Zone surpasses that of Level 1 dungeons in the Number 7 Safe Zone. It is estimated that the identifiers for Level 3 dungeons in the No. 1 Safe Zone extend beyond 40,000. This showcases the profound legacy of the established Safe Zone. At the Xiaoya Guild's headquarters, Wenjing Ryoichi promptly set to work upon receiving orders from above, meticulously adding players who had successfully cleared the Crimson Creeper dungeon to his friend list. While the Level 2 dungeon may not pique the interest of the Xiaoya Guild, the Level 3 dungeon is an entirely different matter. The attribute point yield and item drop rates from Level 3 dungeons are foundational to the growth of a substantial guild. Each additional Level 3 dungeon strategy mastered translates to another resource gathering point. Despite the Number 7 Safe Zone having over 1,000 Level 3 dungeons listed, only a little over 900 have been cleared, with the three major guilds and several formidable smaller guilds sharing the spoils. Since its inception, the Xiaoya Guild has only managed to secure strategies for a little over 200 Level 3 dungeons. Furthermore, many of these dungeons have already exhausted their allocation of free attribute points, yielding only points thereafter, rendering them waste dungeons. Aside from a few fixture-fresh item dungeons that retain some clearing value, attempting to conquer the others that yield solely points is, in essence, a squandering of one's life. Before him lies an uncharted Level 3 dungeon strategy, yet to be unveiled. Aside from the three major guilds, other ambitious smaller guilds are undoubtedly preparing to stake their claims, ready to invest their resources. The competitive pressure is palpable. When Jingliang inhaled deeply, opening the list provided by the guild leader, meticulously transcribed from the dungeon hall's announcement subtitles, ensuring accuracy devoid of typographical errors. He was acutely aware that members of other guilds were likely engaged in similar endeavors. Thus, he hastily selected a player to add as a friend. Within the safety zone, one can add friends simply by inputting the player's name. Hence, to avoid unwanted attention, many seasoned players prefer to adopt pseudonyms while in the dungeon. The preservation of privacy remains uncertain. Yet this has led to a plethora of humorous misunderstandings, such as misdirected confessions and vengeful pursuits. Tan Huihui, Yang Yi, and Xianxiang are players of the Breaking Waves Guild. As rivals, Wen Jingliang had no intention of seeking unnecessary conflict with them. He sifted through the remaining three players, and by sheer coincidence, the player he chose to befriend was none other than Zuo Cheng'an. Astonishingly, merely a Day 1 player, Wen Jingliang gazed in disbelief at Zuo Cheng'an's level, skeptical of his ability to provide valuable intelligence. After all, a Day 1 player must tread carefully even through a Level 2 dungeon, let alone a Level 3 one. It seemed likely that he was merely riding the coattails of a fellow player from his batch. Though when Jingliang harbored such thoughts, the possibility that Zuo Cheng'an might provide some details compelled him to click the Request to Add Friend button, carefully articulating his intentions in the verification message. After sending the request, he wasted no time and swiftly sought to add other acquaintances. However, to his astonishment, he found himself increasingly bewildered. 31588 No Way to Escape, led by a fourth ladder player named Gonran, had not been cleared, while the similarly leveled 31589 Blood Tinge Vine had been successfully conquered by a group of ordinary players. Remarkably, all these players belonged to the first ladder, and among them were even two who had yet to ascend the ranks. How could this be possible? When Jingliang took a sip of plain water to compose himself, feeling for the first time that the world was utterly surreal, he a seasoned player who had navigated the safe zone for 6 years, had encountered storms of this magnitude before. Surely, others in the guild were equally astonished. In any case, he had already added all the friends of the players who had cleared the dungeons, and now he merely needed to engage them in conversation to acquire the intelligence on the Blood-Tinged Vine dungeon at a suitable price. He had no concerns that players, driven by greed for resources, would deliberately sell false information. Such unscrupulous behavior had already been warned against by countless informants who had paid with their lives. The guild's procurement of intelligence was naturally intended for its members to undertake dungeon runs or to enrich its strategy reserves. Ultimately, it would all be put to use. Should a player, possessing crucial intelligence, venture into a dungeon only to face utter annihilation, or if one or two fortunate survivors emerge victorious and unveil the truth, the fate awaiting those who trade in false information would be nothing short of a living hell. Every player holds dungeon intelligence in the highest regard. Should the deceit of false information be exposed, it would be akin to publicly declaring oneself a trafficker in human lives in the real world. While combat is prohibited in the safe zone, there exist myriad ways to inflict distress without bloodshed. One could drag a person into a dungeon and administer a beating, leaving them battered yet alive, thus coercing them to expend their points on healing their injuries, until they are left with no points and must endure life in the safe zone in a diminished state. As soon as they accumulate even a modicum of points and their situation begins to improve, they can be dragged back into the dungeon, perpetuating this cycle without respite, until the aggressor has vented their frustrations, ultimately relegating the victim to a role as cannon fodder in the next raid. This represents a complete exploitation of resources. Even if the victim succumbs and cannot be pursued further, others will instinctively ostracize those who disseminate false intelligence. Upon entering the same dungeon, they will band together to isolate the perpetrator. It can be asserted that the realm of false intelligence is a red line for all players. Yoshikawa Ryo was not mistaken. The shock reverberated beyond him. Even the upper echelons of the Breaking Waves Guild could scarcely believe that their 3 top-tier players managed to conquer a level 3 dungeon. As for the mystery surrounding the absence of 1 out of 4 players and the circumstances of their demise, such details were of little concern. Chapter 82. You must seek out brothers where the members of the Breaking Waves Guild are, determined to outpace the Sea Guild and acquire intelligence regarding the Crimson Ghost Vine Dungeon. They are willing to promise an array of generous incentives, such as 30% of future proceeds from strategy sales, a permanent residence of 40 square meters, and the option to select 2 green quality items from the warehouse. Excluding the 30% from strategy sales, the combined value of the residence and items alone amounts to over 21,000 points. The worth of a level 3 dungeon strategy is indeed substantial. While the primary allure appears to be the residence, which is estimated to require at least 20,000 points, it is, in fact, the green quality items, often valued at a mere 1,000 points, that hold greater significance. The probability of discovering items that resonate with one's character is exceedingly slim. It requires persistent visits to the marketplace over many months to encounter such treasures. However, the guild's warehouse houses thousands of green quality items, ensuring that there is bound to be something suitable. Once equipped with the right items, navigating dungeons becomes a seamless experience. In the realm of the game, points are merely ephemeral. While they can allow players to bypass the weekly dungeons, they cannot escape the occasional purge that occurs every few years. Thus, attribute points and personal strength remain the fundamental pillars upon which a player's success is built. Yang Yu was enticed by the rewards promised by the guild, yet he remained unclouded by greed. The only information he could provide pertained to the details of the canyon rafting journey within the Sunshine Resort instance, the edibility of the meals, and the primary types of resources produced. However, Sunshine Resort had since transformed into the level 3 dungeon Crimson Vines, rendering his knowledge utterly obsolete. His understanding of the Crimson Vines instance was even more limited. He merely speculated that the fragrance emitted by the vines might serve as a means for monsters to parasitize players, with the inhaled aroma potentially activated by smoke. As for the highly coveted conditions for triggering hidden quests, he was entirely ignorant. Even if he were to compile the basic and advanced tasks of the instance, The intelligence he gathered could scarcely fill a small note card. With such meager information, even if the guild dared to reward him according to the comprehensive strategy for a level 3 dungeon, Yang Yi would not dare to accept it, fearing that one day he might find himself ambushed upon entering the dungeon. Thus, faced with the generous rewards, Yang Yi could only express the painful truth. They had only spent a day in the Crimson Vines instance, and before they could assess the situation, the villagers collectively went mad, attacking all players. In summary, the key to clearing the Crimson Vines instance was to wear a gas mask, maintain breathing, and never stop. Removing the first sentence. This advice could apply to 99 of instances in the game, rendering it rather redundant. What else could the higher-ups of the Breaking Wave Guild do? They could only wave their hands and let Yang Yi and his companions return to their own pursuits. In their eyes, even the 3 top-tier players from their own team had achieved nothing, while the other 3 players were likely the type to have barely scraped through, perhaps with even less information than Yang Yi and Tan Huihui. On the eve of the Great Cleanup, the value of expending manpower to gather intelligence seemed negligible. It would be far more prudent to undertake several task-oriented dungeons with strategies for quick completion. At that moment, Wen Jingliang had already added the contact details of Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, but after inquiring around, he obtained a pitifully scant amount of information. Through the fragmented intelligence he pieced together, Wen Jingliang had inferred the general situation within the dungeon and marked in his mind certain locations that might harbor crucial clues, such as the cultivated land beneath houses that sprouted vines, or the hills abundant with gathering resources. He had an instinctive feeling that Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run had not divulged all they knew. However, when he expressed his willingness to spend more points for additional information, the 2 players, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, remained tight-lipped and strongly urged him to seek out a player named Zuo Cheng'an for the remaining intelligence, as they were aware that the information they possessed had been relayed to them by Zuo Cheng'an. If anyone were to sell, it should be Zuo Cheng'an himself. They assured him confidently that he would surely acquire satisfactory intelligence from Zuo Cheng'an. Wen Jingliang was somewhat skeptical, but found himself unable to verify this immediately. For Zuo Cheng'an had yet to accept his friend's request. Could it be that the tone of his verification message had been too brusque? Perhaps it came across as somewhat condescending. Should he consider adding a more amiable touch? 10 hours later, Zuo Cheng'an rose from his bed. The first thing he did was expel the dog hair lodged in his mouth, and the second was to glance at the time. Excellent. He had nearly completed a full sleep cycle. Noticing the accumulation of unread messages in his private chat, he casually opened it to check. The first messages he encountered were from a small group chat with Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu. After conquering the Crimson Tendril dungeon, both of them had maximized their attribute points and, without resting for long, hastily teamed up to challenge the Sky Ladder Tower. Their current status indicated they were still within the dungeon. Quite commendable. They exhibited a strong sense of ambition. With attribute points from both a level 3 and a level 2 dungeon, their 3 attributes were fully saturated. With such attributes, if they ventured into a level 1 Sky Ladder dungeon and avoided puzzle-solving scenarios, they could effortlessly navigate survival dungeons, battle royale dungeons, and mindless monster-slaying challenges with their eyes closed. As for the small flying stone he had lent to Li Yueqiu, she had not taken it with her, but rather stored it temporarily in a locker at the shopping center, retrievable using a collection code. Zuo Cheng'an noted the code, planning to retrieve it when he went to buy hay for Mo Do later. He had underestimated Mo Do's appetite. What he initially thought would last half a month was nearly depleted within a week. In addition to the messages from a small group, there were updates from Yulo, who had relayed the significant events and minor happenings from the safe zone over the past few days, as Zuo Cheng'an had requested. He was concerned that he might linger too long in dungeons and miss important information, so he specifically entrusted Yulu to keep an eye on things, much like a living newspaper. This also serves as one of the primary sources of income for Yulu, Tian Wenliang, and other children in the safe zone. Otherwise, relying solely on guiding newcomers would make it challenging to accumulate the necessary 100 points each week to offset the costs of dungeon runs, not to mention affording meals. Many players, like Zuo Cheng'an, engage in such practices, were it not for the limitations on group sizes imposed on lower-level players. With Tian Wenliang's capabilities, he would undoubtedly establish a safe zone daily group with thousands of members, effortlessly leading the children towards prosperity. However, Tian Wenliang has demonstrated considerable skill, reportedly having ascended to first ladder, and the day of forming the daily report group is not far off. The market has seen a resurgence in item categories, leading to skyrocketing prices for recovery items. While stealth items remain in high demand, business-minded players are offering exorbitant sums to hire third-ladder players for protection. The Breaking Waves Guild has formed a special task force for the cleanup period. Various guilds are launching surprise dungeon raids, squeezing everyone's living space. After leisurely perusing the news from the past few days, Zuo Cheng'an calculated that only 5 days remained until the great cleanup. His backpack was filled with a plethora of recovery items harvested from the mountains. Yet he deemed that merely using ketchup would suffice. He held little regard for the items he had gathered. This was the perfect opportunity to sell those recovery items at a premium. However, he lacked the time to leisurely market them. Selling them all at once to a vendor would result in a severe price reduction. After much contemplation, he reopened the chat interface with Yulu. He succinctly conveyed his intention to consign the items for sale, and the other party readily agreed. Children assist those who dare not speak. There is certainly an abundance of hands, unafraid of arduous or tedious tasks, yet they dread the absence of work to engage in an effort to evade dungeons. The number of players continually reproducing only increases. A secure environment, nutritionally balanced sustenance, and even recreational activities. Such a quality of life is utterly unimaginable for those players who struggle merely to survive within the game. Chapter 83. Respecting individual habits without strength. To perpetually enjoy such a standard of living, one must give birth to child after child. These infants, after undergoing a systematic education, will ultimately be released into various safe zones as players. The sheer number of over 100 children that Tian Wenliang effortlessly manages illustrates this point. Numerous similar factions exist within Safe Zone 7. Yet only Tian Wenliang has flourished the most, boasting the highest survival rate among his charges. The Safe Zone daily flourishes vibrantly, with subscriptions numbering in the thousands. After arranging a meeting point with Yulu, Zuo Cheng'an set out with a measuring tool to procure supplies. Following a dungeon run, although some ketchup remained, he deemed it prudent to prepare an additional batch to refill the thermos for peace of mind. Should he encounter another repugnant creature akin to the mantlevine, he would possess the resources to endure. After handing over the gathered materials to Yulu and acquiring the item little meteorite from the shopping center, Zuo Cheng'an completed his purchases. Once home, he replenished the thermos and finally had the leisure to stroll through the marketplace. After taking a stroll around, he realized that the daily report had understated the situation. It wasn't merely a matter of restoring categories, but rather that the prices of hidden items had surged dramatically. In truth, the prices of all types of items had skyrocketed. It seemed that everyone was operating under the notion that any profit would suffice, setting up their stalls in this market. Unless an urgent need, who would be inclined to purchase items at such a critical juncture? The profits were being made from those players who desperately required certain items. Zuo Cheng'an gazed at a white quality hat with a staggering price tag of 380 points. After a series of extensive purchases, he found himself with only 642 points remaining. Ultimately, he refrained from acquiring the hat that would reduce the likelihood of being detected by monsters. At 380 points, during a more typical period, one could easily procure a commendable green quality item. With a stroke of luck, even a skill card could be within reach. Seizing the opportunity to check his balance, Zuo Cheng'an noticed that there were 17 friend requests lingering in the corner. Liemo, First Ladder, Flying Pigeon Guild, request to add as a friend. Zhang Miao Miao, not yet on the ladder, Flourishing Flower Guild, request to add as a friend. Lu Tai, not yet on the ladder, Silver State Guild, request to add as a friend. Among them was a player named one Jingliang, who had persistently sent him 6 requests, each time with increasingly humble and sincere tones, exuding sincerity. The design of the player interface had its flaws, as the notifications for friend requests were relegated to a distant corner, easily overlooked unless one specifically sought them out. He sighed, perusing the list, and Zuo Cheng'an was certain that he did not recognize any of these individuals. recalling the experiences of those who previously sought to purchase strategies. It is likely that these individuals derive their names from dungeon completion records, hoping to acquire intelligence. Having discerned their intentions, Zuo Cheng'an began to select potential partners. Points are never excessive, and since the information he possesses can be monetized, he certainly would not overlook this opportunity. When it comes to purchasing intelligence, the buyer undoubtedly wishes for the information to remain exclusive, possibly necessitating a contract certified by the game to ensure mutual compliance. A one-time transaction naturally demands a price that satisfies the seller. Among the intelligence Zuo Cheng'an is aware of, he can guarantee that players entering the dungeon complete basic task 2, investigate the name of the vine monster. Merely a name can elevate the price to over 10,000 points. Furthermore, the addition of the fire bug, which augments physical attributes, along with the spiders lurking atop the mountain, the mine, and the aroma emitted by the vines, actually spores, constitutes a plethora of information. Unless Zuo Cheng'an is willing to incur losses by selling the information at a discount, a small guild could never hope to capitalize on this opportunity. Experiencing losses is out of the question. Hence, Zuo Cheng'an meticulously chose to collaborate with Pigeon Guild, which specializes in trading intelligence. And on Moon Guild, recognized as one of the 3 major guilds in Safety Zone 7. Ultimately, after sending 6 friend requests, one Jingliang, whose face practically screamed "Pick me," successfully secured a place on Zuo Cheng'an's friends list. Congratulations! The rationale for selecting the latter was simply that the former was a professional intelligence trader, and Zuo Cheng'an feared he might be outmatched in negotiation. In an almost instantaneous moment, a greeting message from Wen Jingliang arrived, making it hard not to suspect that he had been idly waiting with his panel open for his friend request to be accepted. The message preceding his greeting was a verification note he had filled out. Wen Jingliang. Hello, I am Wen Jingliang from the Xiaoyi Guild. I would like to discuss the pricing of information regarding the level 3 Dungeon Crimson Creeper. Negotiations are welcome. Cat with Fist JPG. Handshake JPG. Sending flowers JPG. Zuo Cheng'an. Could you refrain from using strange interjections? Wen Jingliang. No problem. Cat with Fist JPG. Zuo Cheng'an typed out a lengthy response, wishing to convey to Wen Jingliang that he need not accompany every sentence with an emoticon, but ultimately deleted it, resigning himself to a sigh of resignation. He decided to respect the little habits of his counterpart. Zuo Cheng'an, I possess the information you seek. You must have already inquired about the 3 tasks within the dungeon, correct? My intel includes the name of the vine monster, a method to obtain 1 vitality attribute point, the suspected hiding place of the final boss, and is that sufficient? Meanwhile, seated in his office chair, Wen Jingliang leaned slightly, quickly stabilizing himself to continue the conversation. Crimson Creeper is a survival-type dungeon, as long as one ensures their survival to complete the challenge. It is possible to accomplish an additional task to enhance the final score, an opportunity one could hardly desire more. Do not be deceived by the seemingly light and airy nature of a mere name, which may consist of only a few characters. The quest to attain these seemingly trivial words often demands the sacrifice of numerous players' lives in the process. It resembles a mathematical conundrum, where a statement that appears to be the shortest and simplest may, in fact, represent the most challenging problem in the entire examination. Many matters requiring investigation cannot be resolved through brute force. They necessitate cunning and strategy, elevating the difficulty several notches. Take, for instance, the level 3 dungeon Nowhere to Escape. In order to access the escape pod and exit the instance, one must first locate the key to the storage room housing the escape pod. It is hardly feasible to slay one's way through while searching for the key. Akin to navigating a cruise ship in a small city, one might perish before even discovering the key. Conversely, possessing information about the key's location can save a considerable amount of time. This underscores the significance of the intelligence held by Zuo Cheng'an. Wen Jingliang is acutely aware of the stakes involved. Initially, he believed that Zuo Cheng'an would offer only a few useful pieces of information, akin to Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, which could be easily dismissed with a mere 200 points. However, he was taken aback by the magnitude of the surprise Zuo Cheng'an presented. The volume of information at stake is so extensive that it cannot be encapsulated in a few sentences within a chat box. Such critical information, capable of costing lives, could lead to the annihilation of an entire player team with a single missing character. When Jingliang dared not take any chances, he promptly arranged a location for an in-person meeting, intending to sit down for a thorough discussion. Yet, Chapter 84. The Emoji Enthusiast, however. Zuo Cheng'an found himself pressed for time. Zuo Cheng'an, I apologize, but I'm currently in the dungeon lobby and have fortuitously encountered a dungeon that perfectly aligns with my desires, which is about to reach full capacity. Let us converse again in 2 days. Indeed, it is dungeon time, so I may not linger in the safe zone for long. Wen Zhengliang. Then, regarding the intelligence, could you please refrain from selling it to others for the time being? I assure you, I can offer you a most satisfactory price. Zuo Cheng'an. Rest assured, there are over a dozen guilds seeking me, yet you're the only one I've joined. Wen Jingliang. Excellent. That puts my mind at ease. Wishing you a pleasant experience in your dungeon. Wen Jingliang. Small dog waving goodbye. JPG. Players within the dungeon are unable to engage in private chats with those outside. Communication is strictly limited to fellow players within the dungeon itself, serving as a mechanism to prevent cheating. The dungeon that captivates Zuo Cheng'an's interest is characterized by its brevity, a survival-focused main quest, and favorable lodging conditions. However, is it not true that other players also covet such dungeons? Once a dungeon of this nature becomes available, it fills to capacity in less than 2 minutes, leaving those who are slightly slower unable to partake in the experience. By chance, Zuo Cheng'an found an opening in this dungeon, primarily because it is listed later in the sequence and has not yet had its strategy publicly released by the Xiaoyi Guild. Only players from the Xiaoyi Guild who have exchanged for the strategy can confidently venture forth, compounded by the unexpected requirement for a larger group, as this dungeon necessitates a total of 32 participants to commence. The existing players from the Xiaoyi Guild are currently struggling to assemble the necessary numbers, which allowed Zuo Cheng'an to squeeze in. Opportunity is fleeting. Once lost, it may never return. While points can be accrued anew, the chance to acquire freedom attributes to enhance one's strength is a rare gem, particularly with the imminent arrival of the Great Cleanup. Shortly after Zuo Cheng'an entered the light with his measuring tool, a few hapless newcomers were lured into the circle by seasoned players, who deceived them with tricks. Soon, 32 players were gathered, and the instance was officially launched. Instance: Herbivore Free Range Area. ID: 14,105. Objective: survive until the conclusion of the instance. Interact with at least 5 herbivores. 05. Duration: 2 days. In-game time. Background: the Midnight Zoo is about to unveil the herbivore area, inviting 32 fortunate individuals to explore it in advance. Please indulge in the joy of interacting with herbivores. Rules of the Herbivore Free Range Area. 1. There are no carnivores within the Herbivore Free Range Area, nor will any animals consume meat. Should you encounter any carnivores or observe blood near the mouths of herbivores, please report immediately to the caretaker. 2. The Herbivore Free Range Area is open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Lingering outside of these designated hours is strictly prohibited. 3. You are only invited to the Herbivore Free Range Area. Entry into other zones is forbidden. Any consequences arising from such actions will be at your own risk. 4. No one enjoys working overtime. The caretaker is available from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. You may only seek assistance during this time frame. The caretaker is only trustworthy during these hours. A gentle reminder: show compassion for animals. Please refrain from feeding them without permission. Instances of zoo-themed dungeons are prevalent within the game, with dozens appearing at nearly every level, most of which pertain to rule-based horror narratives. The dungeon that Zuo Cheng'an has entered is no exception. However, in contrast to the higher-level dungeons, which often feature a multitude of rules that require careful perusal to fully comprehend, the Herbivore Free-Ranging Zone at Level 1 presents a considerably simpler set of guidelines. Another reason Zuo Cheng'an opted for this particular dungeon is his need to find a suitable cultivation medium for the spores. Within the Herbivore Free-Ranging Zone, he is surrounded by large herbivorous creatures, thereby alleviating any concerns regarding energy during the spore cultivation process. He recalls the three majestic elephants depicted in the promotional images of the dungeon, which heightens his anticipation for the upcoming adventure. As the sensation of weightlessness from the teleportation fades, Zuo Cheng'an finds himself seated by the window on a stationary bus. The bus door lies directly in front of him, while fellow player Imo Do occupies the aisle seat beside him. The exact number of seats on the bus remains uncertain, but given that 32 players are scattered within, leaving a considerable number of seats unoccupied, it is estimated that the bus accommodates around 40 to 50 seats. Players instinctively survey their surroundings upon entering the dungeon, making Zuo Cheng'an's actions appear entirely natural. Apart from the newcomers who were unceremoniously drawn in to meet the player quota, and those confident in their strategies, there are quite a few like Zuo Cheng'an who are attentively glancing around. We made it just in time. There are so many dungeons launching recently. The impending great cleanup has everyone in a frenzy, as players eagerly strive to amass strength. It's amusing to realize that many resort to last-minute efforts. Has any information surfaced regarding which dungeons will host this event? I must hastily adjust the camera. If I delay, there may be no opportunity left. Not yet, but this is not something Changming technology can dictate. Their role is merely to establish a platform through which we can observe how beings from another world engage in the world survival game. How could a mere spectator influence the formulation of game rules? Indeed, there are even restrictions on the number of cameras allowed within the dungeons, as if a greater number would expose them. High-level dungeons impose thresholds to prevent interference from our world. Have you forgotten the recent incident where a group illegally watched a high-level dungeon, leading to a tragic mass suicide? To think one could determine the course of the game is utterly misguided. Was it not stated that preliminary results have been achieved? Why then does it seem so ineffective? Who knows? Perhaps there are indeed results, but they remain undisclosed. It is essential to observe how others navigate the world survival game to avoid chaos should such a game descend upon us. I can hardly wait to immerse myself in the game. The ability to utilize items and transcend the limitations of the physical body could potentially extend one's lifespan significantly. Why should such a boon be reserved for the inferior? Changming technology is truly infuriating. Alas, who isn't disheartened? Such a monumental opportunity, and Changming technology casually relinquishes it, leaving us to lament the loss. It is indeed a tremendous waste. If I were to go, I could undoubtedly conquer the 7th tier of the celestial ladder within a month. Zuo Cheng'an had not anticipated that his mere intention to gather information about the Great Purge would lead him to something even more sensational. It turned out that these spectators were merely uninvited onlookers, rather than the game's elusive designers he had envisioned. Furthermore, the entanglement of the human realm in this game was a result of the ever-bright technology from their world meddling in affairs. If this game was not crafted by beings from a higher realm, whence did it originate? What, then, is the purpose of compelling humanity to participate in this world survival game? Given that it is indeed a game over must inevitably ensue. Yet, what are the conditions for its conclusion? For humanity, the world survival game presents an enigma, an opportunity, or a calamity. Chapter 85. The denial personality ever bright. Technology likely perceives this as a calamity. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to procure a scapegoat to engage in the game on their behalf. This scapegoat is none other than the human world to which Zuo Cheng'an belongs. Despite the barrage of comments expressing envy over humanity's chance to transcend its species' limitations and attain divinity, such sentiments are scarce. Many discerning spectators frequently adopt a condescending tone, referring to humanity as a pitiful bunch of unfortunate creatures or as scapegoats, clearly aware of the burden humanity bears for them. At that moment, the two tightly closed doors of the bus slowly opened, and a female NPC clad in a uniform emblazoned with midnight Zuo boarded the vehicle. She first cast a sweeping glance around the bus, lingering for a moment on the figure of the NPC, who was panting and cooling off. Ultimately, she came to a standstill right beside him. Zuo Cheng'an observed clearly that this NPC was surreptitiously caressing the chin of the NPC beside her. At that moment, the electronic clock embedded in the front window of the bus displayed 10 o'clock, although the woman was merely an NPC in the instance. Her quality was evidently superior to that of the inferior specimens used to nourish the vines in Xiangyang village. Those villagers, likely due to their bodies being sustained by the mantle vines, could not truly be considered human, as they were unaffected by the skill a dog is humanity's best friend wielded by the NPC. In contrast, this female NPC fell within the skill's coverage area. Not to mention, her few steps and subtle facial expressions while moving were nearly indistinguishable from those of a living person. However, upon closer inspection, one could still discern that she was not a genuine human being. The woman cleared her throat and held up the attendance sheet. "Good morning, esteemed travelers. I am a caretaker of the Midnight Zoo. Should you encounter any issues in the next 2 days, please feel free to seek my assistance or that of my colleagues during working hours. Now let's begin the roll call. Wang Yuwei, Qi Yun, Hu Jin, Zhou Longmao. Is this ever going to end? How on earth can we get out of here?" A stern-faced, middle-aged man suddenly rose from his seat, pointing at the caretaker at the front and shouting. The roll call was interrupted, and the caretaker paused her actions, turning to glare at the man. The young boy seated beside the stern-faced man quickly intervened, saying, "Dad, please spare us. We find ourselves ensnared in a survival game. I assure you with my 2,000 hours of reading experience, in such perilous games, a single misstep can prove fatal. I am not jesting." The man waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible. You are still young and unaware of the treacherous nature of society. Many take advantage of the current turmoil to engage in unlawful acts. You must remain vigilant. Previously, we were in the mountains, and even if we attempted to flee, we cannot escape far. But now, it is different. Look outside. We have already entered the city. Trust me, once we disembark, we must take a taxi and leave." The boy, feeling helpless, prepared his skills, allowing his father to rest a while longer. Despite his father having seen the personal attribute panel and even having opened a beginner's gift pack to acquire items, he stubbornly insisted that they had been kidnapped and sold to a mountainous region. It was as if denying the truth would somehow elevate his own significance. Yet, when the boy retorted that no mountainous region would purchase 2 burly men, questioning whether they were overwhelmed by excess provisions or simply craved punishment, his father smoothly changed his narrative, claiming they were still in the real world, selected by some unscrupulous variety show to become the stars of a prank program, surrounded by hired actors. In a certain sense, this assertion held a semblance of truth. Is there truly a greenhorn in this instance? How peculiar. How do they manage to navigate the novice stage? Behold and cherish, for such individuals are indeed a rare breed. In the future, they will either meet their demise or learn their lesson. In any case, they can only be encountered in beginner levels or novice quests within the game. I am acquainted with this person. Even during his novice days, he exhibited the same behavior. His son, concerned about the potential repercussions, rendered him unconscious with a skill and carried him through to victory. To my surprise,